Chapter 3752 Golden Fruit Project. Money trees weren't all that complicated. Ever since humanity first expanded its biotech capabilities, there were people who wanted to realize their fantasies of growing money on trees. There was no logical reason why coins should be produced in such a convoluted manner. Modern coin minting machines were much more precise and consistent in their output. Nonetheless, humans were creatures of emotions. There were enough wealthy individuals throughout history who were willing to splurge a substantial proportion of their net worth to obtain their own money trees. It was through the efforts of all of these rich profligates that the science and bioengineering of money trees reached a high degree of development. Even though they were only used as prestige objects that their owners could show off to their guests, the money trees had become remarkably more efficient after generations of development. They had turned into one of the favored objects of the nouveau riche looking to flaunt their prosperity. It did not matter that buying the trees and making them grow coins wasted far more energy and resources than what they could yield through production. All that mattered was their symbolism and how much they enhanced the image of their owners. As Vase and Dr. Paris sat down behind a large desk terminal, the latter accessed a public database where they could license a huge number of gene templates of money trees. "We can tackle this project in two different ways," the biotech expert said. "The more convenient solution is to license an existing gene template and alter their bioprogram so that they can grow the coins you require. Since everything is already in place, it takes a minimal amount of time and effort to complete this job. I do not know how that ties in with your design philosophy, but even if you need to put more work in the project, we can probably grow a small tree in a matter of days." "What is the second option, then?" Vase asked. "If you want to make a more serious effort, then I suggest that we license a gene template and buy a few textbooks. As long as we study these materials, we can design our own money tree based on the existing template. Although it is not as good as designing a money tree from scratch, we can apply any changes we need to help it perform the functions that you require. The amount of changes you need to make will determine how much time it takes to design the money tree and grow it into a usable state. It will take at least a week by my reckoning." Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. "That's not as fast as I hope, but it will be worth it if it actually works." For the sake of creating a viable method of producing living totems without his active intervention, Vase was willing to bear the additional time and effort. "I have a suggestion." Dr. Paris spoke on her own initiative. "It is a risky move that will introduce new complexities to this project, but I believe it will make the end product more likely to succeed where your previous coin presses have failed." "Please explain." "One of the reasons why we have decided to make the meat suit out of the Titania's dead flesh is because it responds well to your methods. Rather than designing the money tree around plant cells that have fixed cell walls like ordinary trees, we can shape a money tree around the same principal material used in the Titan III project." Vase furrowed his brows. "Are you saying you want to make a flesh tree?" He shuddered yet again. Even if he had seen a few flesh or two back in the Life Research Association, he still couldn't get used to their sight. "Will that even work?" Dr. Paris nodded. "The Titania's flesh consists of cells that are similar to that of other animal organisms, but they are much stronger and more rigid than usual. They can easily be shaped into trees as long as we add enough bones as supporting structures. The resulting money tree will actually have more in common with an exobeast than a woody tree from a physiological perspective, but its behavior pattern will conform much closer to plant life. In other words, the money tree would not be a tree at all. Instead, it became a tree-shaped designer beast. The differences between this abomination and a regular exo-beast was that the latter was immobile, did not ingest food like a normal animal and was not as cute as a cat. The mere thought of planting a titanium money tree in a garden made him feel a bit squeamish. Would such a creature truly remain harmless? What if it morphed into an actual monster? Yet, the extraordinary qualities of its flesh could not be denied. Vase had observed mountains of it in frozen form earlier in the day and he had discovered that they were compatible with some of his unique methods. He just realized that the Titania's biomass was one of the best raw materials for combining biotechnology with spiritual engineering. Let alone the meat suit and the money tree, Vase could develop all kinds of fantastic applications from this material that possessed powerful properties. He even developed a growing desire to design a complete biomech with this material. Only his lack of knowledge and foundation in biomech design hindered him from going any further with this idea. He glanced at the young biomech designer that he had picked up from the LRA. If Dr. Paris advanced to journeyman, he would seriously entertain the idea of collaborating with her to design a revolutionary biomech. She wasn't at that point yet, though. Vase did not think it was worthwhile to collaborate with apprentice mech designer. Have you made a decision, sir? Ah, yes. Let's proceed with your latest suggestion. I think we stand the best chance of fulfilling our goal if we leverage the special properties of the Titania's biomatter to our advantage. Even if the resulting flesh tree looks weirder than normal, as long as it grows the right coins, there's no need to quibble over its appearance. Once Vase made up his mind, he began to work together with Dr. Paris to complete the first steps of the Golden Fruit project. They licensed the gene template of a money tree that was made with similar hardy flesh tissue to use as an example. Dr. Paris also bought a lot of reading material that could help her master the necessary skills and theories to develop a working flesh tree. I will need to study all of these books and articles before I can seriously tackle this project. She told him, given that I have other obligations, I will not be able to complete my studies in a short amount of time. I understand. I'll leave you to your work and studies. Once you are ready to work on the Titan 3 project or the Golden Fruit project, give me a call. If I am not engaged in pressing work, I will be able to collaborate with you remotely. Vase committed to a lot of additional work, but he felt it was worth it. At worst, he would just delay the start of the next design round for a couple of weeks. After discussing the details of their cooperation, Vase finally left the Scarlet Garden with a lot of optimism. He slowly forgot about the potential of biotechnology before his meeting with Dr. Paris. The discussions he held with her reminded him of all of the products he could develop that weren't possible by relying on conventional means. There was no way of replicating the titanium money tree by relying on alloys and AI programming. Such artificial trees lacked the fundamental qualities that enabled them to produce coins by growing them in an organic manner. If the Golden Fruit project worked the way he envisioned, then that opened up a lot of new doors for Vase. No longer would have to produce his totems manually when he could work with Dr. Paris to design all kinds of fleshy trees that could grow many different products. From statuettes to firearms, there were many different ways to take advantage of this new production method. Unfortunately, it was a bit too unrealistic to develop a massive flesh tree that was capable of growing mech parts. Such a tree would not only demand a huge amount of energy and nutrients, but also wouldn't be able to grow components that were always within tolerance. The variable nature of grown products made it virtually impossible for all of the parts produced in this manner to fit together like a seamless puzzle. This was also why biomechs were grown as a whole rather than through assembling multiple smaller parts. Only by starting out in a relatively complete form would all of its parts and systems remain compatible while the biomech slowly grew into a mature form. Vase put the matter aside. There were no active biomech units in the roster and there was no pressing need to add them to the current lineup. I should get back to my regular duties. He just recalled that a bunch of his fellow journeymen had recently a couple of ordinary mech design projects. Not only that, but the other projects that were still in progress would soon reach completion in a week. Given all of the new mech models that would soon become a part of the Larkinson Army's active lineup, he gave his fellow mech designers enough time to complete all of their outstanding work. Once everyone was done with their remaining projects, Vase intended to hold a grand meeting so that they could survey all of the results and reflect on the completed design round. We're about to gain so many new mech designs that we don't even know what to do with them. There's not enough mech capacity in our fleet. Despite this condition, he was incredibly happy to obtain a lot of new mech models at once. The various mech legions could slowly replace their older and more redundant mechs with ones based on the newer models over time. Once the Larkinson clan was able to add a few more combat carriers to its fleet, enough room would open up to field the new models such as the deceptive Stingripper light harasser mech or the solid rigid wall defensive Space Knight. Kedis will also be ready to present her Monster Slayer model soon. Vase smiled. The Monster Slayer was more special than the others because it was designed for the mech market from the beginning. Although the Larkinson clan earned a generous amount of money from selling the plunder taken from the previous battle, this was not a reliable way to pay the bills. Publishing a new commercial mech design was the more sustainable way to earn money at this scale. The Monster Slayer would become the first of many mech models that integrated the LMC into the Red Ocean's expansive mech market. I hope it will live up to the promises that Kedis has made. The Swordsman mech design was important for multiple reasons. As long as the Monster Slayer caught on in the mech market, the large and fairly powerful Wildfighter Association would definitely seek further opportunities to cooperate with the Larkinson clan. In fact, our successful business dealings with the Wildfighter Association might inspire other powerful companies to cooperate with our design department. There were many powerful seniors and masters that could design more powerful mechs in the Red Ocean. The specifications of their mech designs were substantially higher, which made it difficult for Vess's work to compete against them on this basis. However, he and Kedis possessed unique design philosophies and other advantages that allowed them to fulfill different needs. If Vase wanted to make his mark in the Red Ocean's mech market, then he had to seek out these opportunities and spread his products further in this dwarf galaxy. Chapter 3753 Blue Supergiant. A week went by as the Golden Skull Alliance neared its destination. Only a few days were left until they reached the Garamel Sitem, where the Larkinson clan intended to perform its mining mission. Garamel was an odd star system in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. It centered around a blue supergiant star that was incredibly large and burned hotter than many other stars. Just like how flames turned from orange to blue if they became hotter, stars behaved in a similar fashion. The light energy emitted from blue stars contained more energy and were therefore compressed in smaller waves. White stars were even hotter than blue stars. Vase did not dare to bring his fleet into a star system centered around a white dwarf star. Even the blue supergiant that sat in the center of the Garamel system posed a lot of danger due to how much heat and radiation it emitted. Blue supergiants were usually seen as the more violent and self-destructing cousins in the star family. They tended to burn bright but short and went out with a bang when they reached the end of their lifespans. The big stars could potentially go supernova and flood any neighboring star systems with a destructive wave of energy and star matter. After that, whatever was left in the middle would converge into an increasingly more dense point until all of the compressed matter created a new black hole. Suffice to say, it was not enjoyable to live inside a blue supergiant star system. Fortunately, they were fairly rare because they only lived around a couple of dozen million years on average before they could no longer sustain their forms. While there weren't many humans or aliens that liked to live so close to a blue supergiant, they had interesting properties that made them a lot more worthy of consideration. Blue supergiants were known as the heavy metal factories of the cosmos. More heavy metals formed through the compression of matter than in many other stars. Not only that, the extreme heat and other energies generated by these hot stars also affected the formation of these metals, giving birth to large quantities of exotics that possessed additional properties that weren't fully understood. Although it was extremely unlikely that any of these heavy metals would become available before a blue supergiant went supernova, the more violent and unstable ones tended to fart a few of the heavy metals out every once in a while. The stellar winds produced by blue supergiants such as Garamel were one of the most popular sources of harvesting a semi-continuous stream of new exotics. Right now, the MTA only had a vague idea on how much heavy metals Garamel ejected from its body in the form of stellar winds. The MTA was also unclear about the exact metals and exotic variations the blue supergiant produced. Long-range sensors that could infer the properties of star systems from many light years away didn't work correctly for the Garamel system due to interfering factors. Not only was it located in a fairly dense nebula, it also released a lot of radiation that crowded out other signals. The only way to understand what was going on in the star system was for a ship to visit it in person. Although the MTA possessed a lot of survey ships that could learn everything it wanted to know about the Garamel system, the Mechers didn't have the hulls to spare at the moment. The vast majority of survey ships fielded by the Big Two were tasked with scouting territories claimed by intact alien star nations. Discovering strategic enemy infrastructure and scouting the way ahead of a future offensive were much more crucial missions than surveying humanity's new backyard. The Big Two simply didn't bother with surveying the massive amount of star systems inside the territories taken from their former alien owners. It was better to leave this thankless job to pioneers who were often willing to do anything for MTA merits. Now, Vase and his fleet had accepted a number of missions that essentially amounted to surveying the star system and mining a lot of heavy metal exotics to figure out what was available in Garamel. In fact, Vase didn't think it was strictly necessary to bother with all of that work because the Simile Halifax could do this job at least 10 times better. Jovi shouldn't be petty enough to take away my merits, he hoped. From what he had read in the mission briefing, the reason why the MTA wanted to send pioneers to the Garamel system was because its long-range sensors captured anomalous signals from this location. The Mechers weren't forthcoming about what they meant by anomalous signals, but they did not assign a high danger factor to the mission centered around the Garamal system, so it was probably fine. Before the expeditionary fleet was ready to explore the novelties that this blue supergiant system had to offer, Vase and his fellow journeymen were finally ready to embrace the fruits of their labor and evaluate the final batch of Mech's designs of the current design project. Vase eagerly stepped inside Gloriana's workshop where a row of brand new mechs were standing in a column. Each of the mechs were based on recently completed designs. From the much-awaited Monster Slayer to the more utilitarian Sliver project, the new mechs were all characterized by their living qualities and their diverse roles. The other mech designers had already arrived beforehand. Gloriana talked with the rest of the old gang about the work that they had completed. Both Juliet and Kedis were inordinately proud for delivering a number of solo designs to the Larkinson clan. Sarah and Dulo Voikin stood before a Lancer mech designed by the latter. The machine in question was substantially different from anything else the male spearman mech specialized had designed in his life. Janice Pellier and Tiffy Kozlone were maintaining a lower profile as they stood in front of a new Axeman mech. Aurelia was present as well, of course. She sat next to her mother while playing with Lucky and Clixie. Hee, meow, meow tilde, Papa. Aurelia quickly detected her father's presence as he approached. Vase smiled and picked the baby up and kissed her cheek. I see you're having fun today. Are you interested in surveying our new mechs with us, Aurelia? Mech? Yes, mechs. These are all examples of the machines that will be used to defend our fleet and our lives one day. Vase interacted with his daughter for a minute before he set her down again. As much as he would like to teach his little girl more about the wonders of mechs, she was too young to understand most of what he said. It was also rude to ignore his peers. The other journeymen of the design department had all ceased their prior talks in order to converge in a group. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start. First, let me say that I am both proud and happy to see that you have all succeeded in the projects that you have led. Whether you worked on them by yourself or with the contribution of others, I can tell at first glance that each of your works will find a place in the Larkinson clan. He directed his words towards the 4 journeymen that had only joined the Larkinson clan a few months ago. They not only integrated well in the Larkinson clan, but also showed enough competence and initiative to complete their respective design projects without any disruption or complications. Vase turned directly to the 4 newcomers. Before we started on this project, I told you that our clan is still reserving our judgment on your place in the design department. That is no longer the case. We have all tracked your progress and paid attention to both your conduct and your results. We have found nothing that suggests that you have been slacking off or engaged in any improper actions. There is no reason for me to leave you hanging, so I am ready to give my stamp of approval to your entry into our ranks. From now on, you are all officially our lead designers. The foursome all reacted positively to this news. Naturally, they did not have a lot of concerns about their job security. Even Dulo Voikin, the most lackluster journeyman among them, had performed more than adequately during his time in the design department. This is no reason to take it easy, though. Vase warned them all. Lead designers occupy a high position in our clan because every member is dependent on what we do. You passed our tests because you are more skilled, talented, knowledgeable and capable than many other journeymen in your generation. If you slide back in the coming months and years, then I might remove you from your position. I expect each of you to progress your design philosophies so that you can keep up with the growth of the rest of us. We may be journeymen for now, but in a century I hope that each of us are masters or at least close to realizing our respective design philosophies. Do you understand? Yes, sir. This was a bold aspiration. There was hardly anyone among the 8 journeymen who believed that half of them could advance to master mech designer within a century. The difficulty was simply too great for everyone to succeed despite the talents that they had shown at this point. After he confirmed the newcomers were here to stay, he moved on to the main reason why he gathered everyone in this workshop. Our design department has completed numerous different mech design projects after our Minerva has debuted. Today, I want their respective designers to introduce the final versions of each of them so that we all know what we have gained. Juliet, let's start with you. There are 2 mostly solo projects under your name. Which one do you want to introduce first? Juliet Stamaros did not look fazed when Vase gave her the honor of introducing her recent mech designs first. She turned around and led the group over the closest mech of her design. Let us start with the Sliver project designed by myself with help from the Patriarch. As you can see, it is a reconnaissance-oriented light mech that I have designed for the Flagrant Vandals. Since the Mech Legion can already count on the ferocious Piranha and the new Stingripper models to defeat their foes, I focused on designing a scout mech that offers superior sensor and scanning capabilities. It is not explicitly designed as a combat mech and only possesses weak self-defense measures. Its ability to fight back against a serious combat mech was pathetic. By default, it was equipped with a lightweight combination of knife and pistol. The virtues of this loadout was that it was light and compact. While these weapons were enough for the Sliver project to eliminate shuttles and lightly fortified infantry positions, there was no way for it to exert pressure onto enemy mechs. Everyone in the workshop was able to recognize this weakness, but none of them said anything about it. The Sliver project was essentially an auxiliary mech model that existed due to its utility. As long as it was able to perform its intended role well, who cared about its combat parameters? I don't believe I need to elaborate on its low attack and defense properties. Juliet stated, "What is truly interesting about the Sliver project is its vastly superior straight-line acceleration capabilities and its expansive sensor suite. The former allows the scout mech to get in position quickly and escape enemy pursuit when detected. The latter is essential to feeding us the data that we must know to understand what is up ahead." Vase smiled. "This mech is completed just in time given the missions that we are about to perform." Juliet smiled back. "I believe the Sliver project will play a highly useful role in our upcoming destination. The Garamel system is awash with radiation and interference, so many our sensors will not be able to gather precise data at further distances. Having a dedicated scout mech such as the Sliver project at hand will allow us to explore the Garamel system properly. A good scout mech was always essential to exploring new locations." Chapter 3754 Samassal Orb. The Larkinson clan had managed to accumulate a decent collection of exclusive mech designs. Each of them were powerful and conveyed distinct advantages on the battlefield. The Bright Warrior was a versatile modular mech platform that could be adapted to a variety of roles. The Ferocious Piranha could exert pressure on enemy mech pilots and paralyze weaker alien minds. The Transcendent Punisher was able to bombard enemy weak points with uncanny accuracy. The Valkyrie Redeemer was backed by the most powerful design spirit. These four mech models formed the core of the Larkinson Army's mech roster for several years. Despite their age and despite conforming the standards of the Galactic Rim, they acquitted themselves well so far. Although there were pioneering organizations that fielded mechs with superior performance characteristics, the Larkinson clan could still rely on its various trump cards to close the gap. However, this was not a sustainable method to achieve continuous victories. The foundation of a mech force was the strength and performance of its mechs. The older Larkinson mech models had already fallen behind as soon as the Expeditionary entered the Red Ocean, and this disparity would only grow worse over time. The only way to keep up with the times was to design newer and better mechs. The mechs standing in the middle of Gloriana's workshop all represented the future of the Larkinson clan. Each of the new mechs bestowed new capabilities to their users. Aside from the expected combat-oriented mech models, the new lineup also contained a few auxiliary mech models. The latter products were crucially important despite their low combat power. The Larkinsons already possessed a lot of combat mech models and would gain a few more after this day. The issue was that many of the additions such as the new Lancer mech and the new Axeman mech were lacking in a single major area. The combat mechs were all lacking in utility. Although utility alone could never help a mech force win a battle by itself, they could substantially improve the performance of a mech force by providing additional conveniences. Vase hadn't encountered a lot of opponents that made prominent use of auxiliary mechs, but they were particularly prominent in military organizations that possessed the necessary scale and organization to make good use of them. Auxiliary mechs were also more relevant in larger campaigns and battlefields where factors outside of direct combat power played a greater role. Given that the Larkinsons were about to enter a complicated star system dominated by a blue supergiant star, the ordinary sensors equipped by their combat mechs no longer cut it. Their sensor suites were not designed to cope in the extremely radiation-rich space of the Garamel system. This was why Vase was keen to add the completed Sliver project to the Larkinson Army's mech roster. By foregoing offensive and defensive capabilities, the mech was able to carry a large amount of sensor systems that were each attuned to detect different signals and phenomena. A scout mech like this was useful in many complex environments, not just the Garamel system. The flagrant vandals will be even happier than before. Vase smiled as he anticipated the reaction of Legion Commander Abyss Firelight and his rambunctious band of former Brighter servicemen. Our light mech-oriented Mech Legion will finally be able to complete its trifecta of core mech models now. With the addition of a scout mech, the Vandals will finally be able to perform its scouting functions properly. Technically speaking, any light mech model could be used for scouting purposes. Their high mobility and low mass made them suitable for exploring new terrain and keeping an eye on enemy positions. The Larkinsons heavily relied on the ferocious piranha to perform essential scouting missions for the clan. However, the ferocious piranha was not optimized for scouting at all. Its explicit focus on mech combat left little room for sensor systems, which meant that they could only function as half-hearted scout mechs at best. The emergence of the Sliver project neatly resolved this suboptimal situation and provided the Larkinsons with true scouting capabilities. Juliet briefly summarized the advantages of her work. The Sliver project is not agile as the ferocious piranha, but it doesn't have to be. As long as my scout mech isn't caught in a dogfight, it does not matter how poorly it is able to outmaneuver enemy mechs. By relying on its special flight system, it can rely on its formidable straight-line acceleration power to outrun any pursuers. Of course, the Sliver project's lack of agility was only relative to other light mechs. It was still considerably more maneuverable than most melee mechs. This allowed the scout mech to evade long-ranged attacks with greater efficiency. How good are its detection capabilities? Janissa Pellier asked. As a mech designer who specialized in enhancing the physical power of lighter combat mechs, she was quite intrigued by the Sliver project. Even though its current configuration left no room for combat enhancements, that might change in the future. With the help of her specialty, she could easily apply a few solutions that could substantially improve the melee combat power of this harmless-looking mech. Juliet activated her comm and projected a diagram showing the many sensor modules integrated into the Sliver project's mech frame. As you should already know, ordinary mechs only carry composite sensor suites. Mechs such as the Bright Warrior and the Valkyrie Redeemer only rely on one or two primary sensor modules to observe the battlefield and track different units. The benefit of using them is that they can capture many different sensor readings while taking up less capacity than usual. The downside of relying on them is that they cannot do any single job well. The Sliver project is different from our other mech models. It is the only one in our lineup that carries enhanced and standalone versions of numerous different sensor systems. The diagram that depicted Sliver project's design lit up at many different points. Each of them represented different specialized sensor components. One was dedicated to observing visible light, another specialized in detecting heat, a third one was highly attuned to gravitic fluctuations, a fourth one solely paid attention to dimensional fluctuations. The latter one was particularly important to the Larkinson clan. Juliet pointed towards the module in question. This has become an essential sensor system in the Red Ocean. In the old galaxy, warp drives are still non-existent, so many mech forces do not have to be concerned about getting ambushed by mechs or warships sneaking up on them in warp. Our situation is different. Red Ocean is rife with alien warships that are all equipped with native warp drives. We may have been lucky when we fought against the Pokladan refugee fleet, but we cannot count on this to happen again. If we are confronted by fully functional alien warships, then the chances are great that our adversaries will use their warp drives to attack us while we are unprepared. The Sliver project can help keep us safe by providing us with greater advance warning than before. With a specialized sensor suite that was more precisely tuned against the characteristic spatial ripples that ships in warp travel produced, the Sliver project could potentially detect incoming enemies a few minutes in advance. This was a powerful advance that was enough to speed up the Golden Skull Alliance's attempt to deploy as many mechs into space as possible. The eyes of Vase and the other journeymen grew brighter. While it was true that numerous different starships were equipped with dimensional sensors that were much more powerful, the problem was that it was a lot less safe to disperse all of these vessels away from each other. For safety's sake, it was best to keep all of the ships together. This was where the Sliver project could fulfill this essential need. These mechs were so fast that they could easily distance themselves from the main fleet. This would allow them to extend their eyes and ears further away, thereby making it easier to detect distant threats in advance. Although the scout mechs incurred a lot of risks by exposing themselves to threats in isolation, the benefits outweighed the risks. The Larkinsons would feel incredibly distressed if they lost even a single combat carrier. The loss of a single mech and a light one at that was a trivial price in comparison. Mechs were more despicable than starships, so neither Vase nor anyone else felt any qualms about compelling these light mechs to perform risky scouting missions. We should look towards upgrading this sensor system in future. Its effective range is still a bit lackluster. Vase remarked. After explaining the many benefits of the Sliver Project's dimensional sensors, Juliet finally moved on to the most exciting part about the new Scout Mech. Most of these sensor modules work by gathering and interpreting passive signals. She explained. This facilitates their ability to remain hidden because they do not easily expose their presence as long as they are only focused on receiving signals. The Samasul Orb Directional Scanner module is different. It is an active system that works by transmitting powerful signals in specific directions. If there are any objects in the way, these signals will bounce back, allowing them to be captured by the Sliver Project. This active scanning method can provide us with a rich amount of data. This was an extremely simplified explanation on how the Samasul Orb worked. In truth, it contains so many sophisticated scanning mechanisms that Juliet would have to stay all day in order to explain everything. The Samasul Orb is the centerpiece of the Sliver Project. It is the equivalent of my Scout Mech's main weapon. Compared to the passive sensor modules, the Samasul Orb is able to break through interference and look past meters of solid alloy. It is not perfect, though. It is only effective at medium range and shorter, and it consumes a large amount of energy when activated at full power. All of this was worth it. In confusing situations where every other mech was only able to observe their surroundings at short range, the Sliver Project could potentially dispel the fog around the mech unit by relying on its brute force observation capabilities. Gloriana saw another powerful way to take advantage of this active system. This Samasul Orb is great for finding weaknesses in enemy mech models. Think of how quickly our mech forces can dismantle opposing machines when we know exactly how they are constructed. That's not all. Vase spoke up. What is even more important to us is that the Sliver Project possesses the capabilities of scanning the interior of alien warships. We cannot assume that the MTA database contains a blueprint of every native vessel. In those cases, we need to rely on ourselves to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of alien warships. With the Samasul Orb, we can quickly understand the structures of these vessels and tailor our response to them based on what we learn from the scanning data. Kedis was a bit more skeptical. The premise to doing so is to bring the Sliver Project mechs close enough that their scanners become effective. I can't imagine that would be easy against an alien warfleet. Vase dropped his smile. His former student was right. Juliet chose the Samasul Orb over other scanning systems because it was able to collect a rich amount of data. However, it traded range for resolving power, so its utility wouldn't be as great as long as enemy forces maintained their distance. He shrugged. We have little choice but to accept this shortcoming. We could have opted to integrate the Sliver Project with a different scanning system, but the alternatives would certainly be less effective in analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of different assets. I don't find this trade-off worthwhile because a Scout Mech's ability to provide relevant combat data is just as important as detecting threats from a distance. Information was power, and the Sliver Project was dedicated to supplying as much relevant data to the Larkinsons as possible. Chapter 3755 Battlefield Auxiliary Mech. The Sliver Project possessed negligible combat power, but its immense utility addressed a lot of shortcomings of the Larkinson clan. The combination of its specialized sensor modules along with its powerful Samasul Orb directional scanning module made it a lot harder for adversaries to withhold crucial information. From detecting approaching enemies at range to exposing their structural strengths and weaknesses, the Sliver Project was a nightmare to opponents that relied on information symmetry to gain advantages in battle. The expeditionary fleet became a lot harder to fool once the flagrant vandals were able to field their new Scout Mech model in greater numbers. What made Vase especially happy was that the Sliver Project also excelled at detecting hidden enemies. The Scout Mech's passive sensor systems were slightly better at capturing the faint fluctuations generated by stealth vessels. Mechs and shuttles sneaking up while under active stealth needed to behave a lot more carefully in order to avoid exposing their presence in advance. Perhaps the presence of the Sliver Project mechs might be enough to deter saboteurs from launching covert operations on the expeditionary fleet. The threat of the Sliver Project was especially great if the Vandal mech pilots suspected that there were sneaky bastards in the vicinity. Although it was costly to run the Samasul Orb at full power, its directional scanning capabilities were so strong that it could easily overwhelm the equilibrium of active stealth systems. As Juliet finished explaining all of the main functions of the completed Sliver Project, there was one more feature that she had yet to address. As you have noticed, I did not completely design this mech by myself. In order to make this mech alive and fit the requirements of the Larkinson clan, our patriarch has contributed to it in several ways. His most notable addition is the glow. I was Wondering about that, Janice Pellier said, I think I have experienced echoes of this glow when I studied the Amaranto one day. The glow of this impressive masterwork mech makes me feel as if I'm being mesmerized by light. How can this glow be relevant in a substantially different mech type? A scout mech performs a completely different role than a rifleman mech. Everyone turned to Vase. Not even Juliet fully comprehended this choice. To be honest, Vase only resorted to the illustrious one because there weren't any better options available. He thought about creating a new design spirit that excelled in detection, but he didn't have any suitable spiritual ingredients in his possession. As his collection of design spirits expanded, he became more and more discerning about their quality and advantages. A more generic design spirit hardly conveyed any benefits, and their growth potential was also a lot lower. He would rather wait a few years and see whether the Larkinson Biotech Institute was able to acquire or breed a suitable mutated beast. Once a mutated beast with a useful power emerged in the dragon's den, he had multiple ways to turn this asset into an excellent design spirit. Although the Larkinson Biotech Institute managed to acquire dozens of mutated beasts, none of them possessed any notable scouting abilities. Fortunately, Vase discovered that the illustrious one was a fine substitute for a more dedicated detection-oriented design spirit. Although the illustrious one's exact abilities had always been vague, his history and inheritances granted him with a fantastic affinity for electromagnetic radiation. He felt at home when flooded with light and other energy rays, and his understanding of them was derived from the Masters of Light, the Luminaire race. Optical sensors and other EM-oriented systems constituted the most important detection tools of the Sliver project. If the illustrious one was able to help the mech capture and interpret these signals through different means, then the Scout mech model possessed an additional advantage compared to others of its kind. Vase wasn't entirely confident about this solution, though. This was the first time he tied the illustrious one to a Scout mech model, so he was not able to foresee how much of a difference it made. He would just have to keep a closer eye on the Sliver project mechs once they were put into use. Their ability to leverage their glows to their advantage would determine whether he would keep the illustrious one in place or design an updated version with a different design spirit in the future. Once everyone understood what the new Scout mech model was capable of, Vase asked one final question. Juliet. Yes, sir. You have led this design project from beginning to end. Although I may have contributed to it a little bit, you have made virtually all of the most important design choices. The Sliver project is a product of your vision, so it is only right for you to name it. You already have a proper one in mind, right? The penitent sister mech designer nodded. Yes, I have thought about it for many weeks. My work is related to both the Flagrant Vandals and the Illustrious One, so I came up with a name that reflects both of these relationships. My choice would be to call it the Light Hunter. Light Hunter. It evoked the image of a mech roaming in darkness in search of any points of light. Vase liked the name because of that. Although the word, hunter, might not be the most appropriate considering that the Scout mech did not possess any meaningful offensive capabilities, it could still work in this combination. Once Vase officially registered the name of the completed Sliver project, the crowd of journeymen finally moved on to studying Juliet's second completed project. As you can see, the Nanny project is another auxiliary mech, she explained as she stood in front of the copy she made. Since it shares numerous similarities with the Light Hunter, you will find that I have applied the same solutions. Its offensive and defensive parameters are almost identical. In terms of mobility, the Nanny project is a little more agile, making it easier to evade attacks. There are other differences, but that is mainly because the Nanny project possesses more feminine contours. The Light Hunter was designed for the Flagrant Vandals, so it possessed a normal masculine appearance. The Nanny project was designed for the Penitent Sisters, so Juliet went back to her Hexer roots and made it female. Aside from making it female, what makes the Nanny project different from your Light Hunter? Tiffy Kozlone wondered. I was getting to that, Tiffy. Juliet smiled. The Light Hunter is a scout mech that is designed to perform reconnaissance-oriented tasks. Its configuration makes it suitable to deploy away from our main forces. Its low energy signature and abundance of passive sensor systems allows it to remain somewhat hidden while it is able to observe enemy positions from afar. While its Samasul orb allows it to play a more active role in serious battles, the real use of this active scanner is to expose stealthed opponents and perform deep scans outside of direct combat situations. In other words, the Light Hunter was more at home when it stayed away from active battlefields. So the Nanny project is an auxiliary mech that performs much better when deployed on the front lines. Tiffy guessed. Correct. The Nanny project is primarily designed to accompany different mech units as they spread across a battlefield or a theater. This is why the word, Nanny, is part of its codename. It takes care of the mech unit it is attached to by performing two essential roles. Juliet summoned a projection that displayed the Nanny project's design. She inputted a command that lit up the mech's sensor modules. If you look closely and compare it to the diagram that I showed before, you will see that the Nanny project is equipped with a different suite of sensor modules. Many of them possess both passive and active modes. The latter is particularly useful as it allows the Nanny system to provide rich sensor data under heavy jamming and interference. A few mech designers looked confused when they heard about the active sensors. Dulo Voikin raised his hand like a schoolboy. What exactly makes the Nanny project's sensors different from that of the Light Hunter? The Light Hunter's Samasul orb is a powerful but energy-hungry directional scanning system. Juliet answered. The mech cannot keep it active at full power for long. Not only will the scanning module overheat quickly, but it will also drain its energy reserves in a matter of minutes. Aside from that, it is also directional, which means it can miss important details if it is pointed in the wrong direction. Think of it as a spotlight. The female mech designer pointed towards the various sensor modules highlighted in the diagram. The Nanny project does not possess a directional scanning system. Instead, it carries a whole host of specialized sensor systems that can go active whenever needed. Different from the Samasul orb, these active sensor systems are more omnidirectional, so the Nanny project has no blind spots. They also work at a lower intensity, which means they put considerably less strain on the mech. The mech can keep all of its sensors active for half an hour under ideal circumstances. The pilot can choose to activate only a portion of the sensor systems if there is no need for more. This can extend the deployment time of the Nanny project even further. It functions as a torchlight in that sense. All this talk about different lights caused Vase to remember the time he served in the mech corps. It had been so long ago when he was just a random mech designer who got in touch with flashlight. Meanwhile, Juliet continued to explain the nuances of the Nanny project's sensor suite. The Penitent Sister auxiliary mech was much more efficient at short-ranged, omnidirectional detection and tracking. The Nanny project can break through many forms of interference and electronic countermeasures at relatively shorter ranges. She said, this allows it to feed much more precise targeting data to friendly mechs whether they are next to it or situated further in the rear. It is one of the best mechs to tell our ranged mechs where they should fire their guns. Shouldn't other mechs be able to do this as well? They can, but the Nanny project is a considerably more effective spotter than any other mech in our lineup including the Light Hunter. Just because they both carry powerful sensor suites does not mean they excel in the same areas. The Nanny project possesses another feature that makes it well suited to feed targeting data to other mechs. Vase added, its glow is identical to that of one of my past works, the Cherub model that is currently being used by the Hex army. It took a moment for some of the mech designers to recall this mech model. While they never participated in its design, they still read up on all of the Patriarch's known mech designs. You mean the communication mech? Vase nodded. Yes, I would argue that communication is the Nanny project's primary responsibility. It not only carries a powerful communication system that excels at breaking through jamming, it also incorporates a more esoteric communication method that cannot be blocked through regular means. The mech designers here understood the value of the Nanny project. It was a mech that could keep in touch with each other even when they were in the middle of an active battlefield. The quality of communication and data transfers always degraded under those conditions. Being able to ensure reliable communications while at the same time providing detailed sensor data meant that the Nanny project was able to cut through the fog of war and provide unprecedented clarity. Even though the Larkinson clan didn't really need the Nanny project in most of its past battles, who knew whether that might change in the future? Alien forces possessed all kinds of weird technologies while the human forces in the Red Ocean were vastly stronger and more capable than the ones in the Galactic Rim. It was better to have an auxiliary mech such as the Nanny project early rather than late. Chapter 3756 Certain Lance Project. Both the Light Hunter and the Nanny project provided the Larkinson clan with two useful auxiliary mechs. Although their functions overlapped to an extent, it was better to have both of them rather than just a single one. The Larkinsons had all the detection mechs it needed for the time being. We can't keep calling this mech the Nanny project. Do you have a better name, Juliet? Vase asked the Penitent Sister mech designer. Signal Bearer. That will do, I guess. The names that Juliet came up with didn't sound particularly creative, but they were both appropriate to their respective models. Once Vase originally updated the database so that the Nanny project became known as the signal bearer, Juliet finally stepped back to allow a different mech designer to take the word. Okay, now that we have the new auxiliary mech models out of the way, let's proceed with reviewing the more exciting combat mechs. Dulo, let's start with yours. I enjoyed collaborating on our new Lancer mech design. The group moved until they stood in front of the large and imposing white Lancer mech. Compared to the other mechs, it carried a lot more mass, causing it to look bulky and imposing. Although it was not unusual to see Lancer mechs on the mech market, the reason why half of the Larkinson journeymen knew that it was unusual was because of its glow. The Lancer mech exuded the same vibe that was characteristic to the Transcendent Punisher model. The Certain Lance project is an adaptation of one of the competition mechs I've designed in the past. Vase stated, it's essentially the more complete and fleshed out version of the Pontifical Lance that I have once developed during the High Tide tournament back in Chance Bay. Combining a Lancer mech with Ilvain was an unusual combination, but it worked. The Pontifical Lance's performance during the aforementioned tournament gave Vase enough confidence in its mech concept that he supported the development of the Certain Lance project. Even though Vase didn't have enough time to lead the project, he trusted Dulo Voikin to take up this responsibility. Considering how good the finished version of the Certain Lance project looked, Vase did not choose wrong. After Vase introduced the Lancer mechs to the ones who hadn't been involved in the project, Dulo took over the presentation. Our clan already has access to a Lancer mech in the form of the Bright Warrior in the right configuration. It is not a particularly good one, to be honest. The surveys we've conducted among our mech pilots has revealed that even if they are proficient in piloting Lancer mechs, they have serious concerns about the durability and survivability of a Lancer mech that isn't fully designed to perform this way. Dulo explained. Vase and Gloriana both frowned a bit after they heard this. They had put serious effort into designing the 4 configurations of the Bright Warrior. They did not think their work was all that bad when used as a Lancer mech, but it was hard to counter this negative impression. The Bright Warrior in its Lancer mech configuration indeed performed less optimally than dedicated Lancer mech models. The Certain Lance project is meant to provide our clan with a reliable solution. Dulo continued, while I have never worked on a Lancer mech design project that is able to receive guidance from a higher authority, I did my best to do its mech concept justice. Compared to the Pontifical Lance, the Certain Lance project is much more mature and capable of performing deadly charges. Just like Juliet, Dulo Voikin summoned a projection that displayed the design of the Certain Lance project. Let's start with offense. The mech's main weapon is its heavy lance. It can carry 3 of them in total, which is important because each of the lances are designed to break when they are subjected to an excessive amount of force. Kedis asked a question, how much force is too much force? The threshold is determined by how much force the Certain Lance project can withstand before incurring serious damage. Dulo smoothly answered her question. I am sure that all of you know that Lancer mechs have to withstand the same amount of force it directs towards its target with every successful charging run. Lancer mechs usually enjoy an advantage in this aspect because much of the force they endure is dispersed across a reinforced arm and body structure. Their frames are also expressly designed to absorb and negate as much of the force as possible. Making the lance break at a certain threshold will limit the amount of damage the target will incur, but it will also save the Lancer mech from getting disabled. The Certain Lance project was therefore able to charge at high speeds without worrying too much about crippling or destroying itself. There is still the danger of colliding against an enemy, Kedis remarked. Dulo nodded in acknowledgement. That is a risk that every Lancer mech pilot has to bear. This is also why the Certain Lance project possesses substantial defenses. I have solicited my sister's help in designing its special armor system. I think it is best for her to explain the details of how this mech is more survivable than many other Lancer mechs. Sarah Voikin smiled. My design philosophy is highly compatible with Lancer mechs. The Lancer mech's armor system is expressly designed to negate, absorb and redirect as much physical force as possible. This not only applies to enemy attacks, but also to collisions. The shape of the mech is one of its best tools to survive collisions. Different from all of the other mechs in our clan, the front side of the Certain Lance project is shaped as a wedge. The Certain Lance project looked like someone merged the bow of a ship to the front torso of a mech. The mech looked a lot sillier due to this drastic addition. Not only did it add more bulk to the mech design, it also got in the way if the Lancer mech ever tried to wield a weapon in a dogfight. The wedge hinders a lot of actions that the Certain Lance project can undertake, but it is a crucial tool that can help it survive 80% more collisions than normal. Sarah proudly claimed, as long as the Lancer mech isn't locked into battle against enemy melee mechs, this wedge gives its mech pilot greater confidence in surviving a powerful charging run. Vase didn't think the mech pilots assigned to the new mech model when it became available needed any of the encouragement. Just its connection with the Great Prophet was enough to make the Eye of Ilvain pilots confident. Their morale was always high whenever Ilvain was involved. Still, it was nice not to worry about losing half a Lancer mech unit after performing a single charge. The Larkinson clan couldn't afford to suffer heavy losses with every charging run. Sarah Voikin dug up the footage of a simulated test where the Certain Lance project built up a lot of speed and charged against an enemy heavy space knight. The latter was substantially heavier than the Certain Lance project and was protected by multiple layers of thick armor. The defensive mech was able to withstand a huge amount of punishment due to its bulk. With the defenses of this heavy space knight, ranged mechs will not be able to inflict internal damage before they can whittle down the defenses of this defensive machine. A Lancer mech such as the Certain Lance project offers hope of eliminating or crippling it in a single blow. However, the Lancer mech must first build up enough momentum before it gains enough lethal power. The projected simulation footage showed an example of how it could be wrong. In the simulated test run, the Certain Lance project circled around and steadily built up its speed. When the Lancer mech initiated a charging run against an opponent, it did not build up enough momentum. The result of this was that the lance got stuck halfway through the frontal armor of the defensive mech. As you can see, momentum is king for Lancer mechs. Sarah stated, the only way for the Certain Lance project to pose a threat against such a powerful mech is to continue accelerating forward. This is rather dangerous as many mech pilots cannot fully understand how much momentum they need to build up to destroy their targets. Making the lance breakable is one solution. Forming the front side of the model into a wedge is another solution. Combined with my ability to negate or lessen the physical forces acting on the Lancer mech, all of these advantages combine into a result that can boost its safety limit. Sarah showed a similar clip, but this time the Certain Lance project built up a lot more momentum. Once it initiated its charge, the enemy mech never left its sights. Once the two mechs made contact with each other, the lance successfully penetrated deep into the heavy space knight's chassis. What an impressive result, Janice Pellier said. Dulo felt flattered. What we have shown you is only a fraction of what the Certain Lance project can do. There are other charging scenarios that can showcase its different functions. There was one simulated footage where the Certain Lance project did not bother to use a lance at all. It invested completely into its wedge-shaped torso, allowing its shape to inflict a lot of collision damage without incurring the same penalty. Another clip showed what happened when the Certain Lance project was caught in a melee battle. Due to the Certain Lance project's sluggish movements and hindrances from its ostentatious-looking wedge, the mech did not perform nearly as well as a swordsman mech. It was only able to thrust its spare spear forward. If it attempted to perform a horizontal sweep or any other move with high demands, the Certain Lance project was unable to execute them due to the giant wedge in the way. As you can see, the Certain Lance project is an all-in attack machine that cannot afford to get entangled in the middle of an enemy formation. Sarah resumed. This is a mech that only has to do one job well, which is to perform a charge against a concentrated group of enemy machines. Under more favorable conditions, the Certain Lance project blew the Bright Warrior in its Lancer mech configuration out of the water. Sarah Voikin enhanced its defenses and massively improved its shock-absorbing systems. Juliet also pitched in and added in a flight system that was able to generate more thrust power than average. This was key to building up momentum quickly. With both of their contributions, Dulo was able to integrate them into a Lancer mech that could charge with blazing speeds and could even turn collisions into its weapons. As long as the Certain Lance project did not collide against an enemy mech head-on, much of the destructive forces would be deflected away due to its wedged-shaped torso. It can only perform 3 successful charge attacks before it runs out of lances, but that should be enough. Kutiz's eyes twinkled. With the power and momentum this Lancer mech can display, it can punch through the thickest enemy mechs. Dulo Voikin chuckled. Let's not get carried away, please. There are still first-class mechs and alien warships to consider. Both of them can easily resist a charge. What I can say is that it is difficult to design a Lancer mech that can unleash even stronger charges. Outside of the Amaranto's full-powered attacks, the Certain Lance project is able to deal the most powerful individual blows. This was what mattered the most. Lancer mechs existed for this reason. Although it was a lot more difficult to make use of them against a typical alien fleet, they still enjoyed a lot of advantages against an unprepared human force. Power by itself means nothing if it is not properly directed. Vase said, this is where its glow comes in. If the Ilvanan mech pilots are able to obtain the Great Prophet's assistance, they should always be able to target the right weak points with their lances. This was the true charm of the Lancer mech project. The Certain Lance project wouldn't be nearly as effective without this additional function. Chapter 3757 Mech Diversification. The Certain Lance project was a highly specialized mech model that was solely designed to excel in a single purpose. All of its design characteristics were aimed at delivering the most powerful and destructive charge attacks possible. Its heavy mass, its strong impact resistance, its heavy lances and its ability to beseech Ilvain to guide its mech pilot were all aimed at breaching the toughest defensive lines with a single attack run. Given the extremes of this design, the Certain Lance project should never get entangled in a melee battle. Dulo Voikin said, its rigidity and defensive power rivals that of a space knight. In a number of areas, it even exceeds the parameters of a defensive mech. My sister and I have only managed to raise the toughness of our Lancer mech design to such a height by sacrificing options that can improve its performance in close-range combat. Ideally, the Certain Lance project should never come to a halt. It must always ensure that it is able to soar away after completing its attack run. This was why the Certain Lance project was designed in this fashion. It was heavier than most mechs, which made it harder for enemies to bleed its momentum. Its front side was shaped like a wedge, which allowed it to shove through any obstacles. Its lance broke after being subjected to too much force so that the Lancer mech did not get stuck. It's impossible for Lancer mechs to avoid entanglement. Kedis spoke. If the Certain Lance project ever gets caught by a swordsman mech, how can it defend itself? Those heavy lances are too large and unwieldy. Dulo Voikin did not look fazed. I thought about that. It just so happens that I specialize in designing spearman mechs that excel at performing stabbing motions. Even though the Certain Lance project is dedicated to performing charge attacks, it only needs to hold its weapon with a single arm. I am sure you have already noticed that its arms are asymmetrical. The left arm is thicker, more solid and more capable of withstanding powerful shocks. The right arm is faster, slimmer and more nimble. This is an arm that is suitable for wielding spears. As long as the Certain Lance project carries a spear in its loadout, it can keep melee mechs at bay, especially when they are grouped into a spear wall. It was a fairly clever solution that allowed the mech to fight in different ways. While there was no way that a mech as bulky and sluggy as the Certain Lance project could outfight a dedicated melee mech such as the Rigid Spine model, it at least prevented the Lancer mechs from getting slaughtered without any means to deter its attackers. After Dulo and the other participating mech designers answered questions about the Certain Lance project, Janissa Pellier brought up an important question. I am impressed by this Lancer mech. It will surely become the premier Lancer mech model in the Larkinson clan. The Bright Warrior's Lancer mech configuration looks like a training mech in comparison. She began. However, why dedicate this mech to the Eye of Ilvain? With their special advantages, I think it is better to turn the Ilvanans into ranged mech specialists. Why should we split their focus by adding a Lancer mech model in their roster? There is no obvious synergy between the Transcendent Punisher model and this new model. Why not design a more universal Lancer mech and make it available to multiple mech legions? I think the avatars of Myth would love to get its hands on a real assault-oriented mech. These were all good questions. Even Dulo Voikin himself held doubts at certain times. While it was true that he was the project leader, the initial concept and ideas came from Vase. Without him, this mech design wouldn't even exist. Vase looked up at the finished Lancer mech and took in its pure and holy glow. The mech's glow was identical to that of the Transcendent Punisher. This was just the way the Ilvanan believers in the Larkinson army liked it. Their faith in the Great Prophet drove them forward and inspired them to fight with complete certainty that their sacrifices were worth it. In the end, a part of him felt guilty for manipulating and exploiting these gullible believers into fighting on his behalf. Another part of him liked the idea of having loyal and reliable troopers under his command. He turned and faced his fellow journeymen. The Eye of Ilvain may excel at ranged combat, but that is not what they are all about. The Ilvanans, similar to the Penitent Sisters, are motivated by their faith, and that makes them suitable to perform the most difficult and risky missions imaginable. The power of their Great Prophet can also be applied in more ways than guiding their aim. From predicting enemy movements to figuring out the best timing and angle to launch an attack run, the Eye of Ilvain is the Mech Legion that is centered around taking maximum advantage of its information superiority. This was a difficult matter for him to convey to his fellow Larkinsons. None of them understood the Ilvainans better than himself. The time he spent in the Ilvain Protectorate had given him a deep and profound understanding of the Ilvainan people. Their devotion to Vase and the Great Prophet rivaled that of the Penitent Sisters, and their obedience came close to that of the Battle Criers. It would be a waste of their strengths and potential to confine them to the rear. In his long-term plans for the Larkinson army, Vase wanted every Mech Legion to become a self-sufficient military organization. While they still needed to retain their traditional strengths, Vase wanted them to perform other roles if necessary. The avatars of myth shouldn't have to wait for the flagrant vandals to perform scouting missions. The living sentinels didn't need to wait for the sword maidens to go on the attack. The Eye of Ilvain shouldn't have to call for help from the battle criers in order to defeat enemy expert mechs. The main distinction of the Larkinson clan was that it was founded and led by a mech designer. The design department of the Living Mech Corporation was highly productive and would only produce more mech designs over time. As the Larkinson clan continued to grow over time, the size of the mech legions would certainly grow in turn. This meant that they would steadily have more room for additional mech models. Of course, it would take decades before any of the mech legions reached this point. The Larkinson clan's lack of carrier vessels severely constrained the growth of its mech legions. Before the Larkinsons solved this problem, it was best not to overwhelm the mech legions with too many responsibilities. I think it is a good idea that the Ilvainans get to have a completely different mech. Gloriana spoke up while she watched over her daughter. Right now, the Eye of Ilvain is more constrained than any other mech legion because its mechs and mech pilots are dispersed on different ships. They control our soul artillery mechs, and that has slanted them too much towards ranged combat. Do you know how many Ilvainan mech pilots we have who feel much more at home inside the cockpit of a melee mech? They have been forced to stay in the reserves or join one of the other mech legions in order to perform their jobs. This was a good observation. As a mech designer who was obsessed with fitting mech pilots to their perfect vessels, Gloriana could be quite observant when needed. Vase took the lead again. The Certain Lance project will not be the last Lancer mech model in our lineup. I think you will better be able to appreciate this Ilvainan mech once we have developed a different Lancer mech in the future. The avatars of myth needed a Lancer mech model as well. An assault legion wouldn't be deserving of its name if it did not possess a solution that could smash through enemy lines. It could wait, though. Lancer mechs weren't that useful. Against alien warships, the Larkinson army also didn't need to field too many Lancer mechs either. Deploying a few hundred machines in the field was enough to shake up a battle, especially when their mech type excelled at achieving immediate results. Alright, let's move on to the next completed mech. Vase announced. Wait, I still need to bestow a name to the Lancer mech model. Dulo called. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. Since you insist on it, you must have a suggestion in mind. What should the Certain Lance project be called now that it is finished? The Lancer mech we've designed shares numerous similarities to the Transcendent Punisher. They are both guided by the Prophet, and they are both designed for religious soldiers. Dulo Voikin explained. Given these relations, I think it would be good if our Lancer mech model will be known as the Transcendent Charger. While their mech types are different, they are still related to each other. Calling our new work this way will reinforce its identity as an Ilvainan mech. The name sounded fine on its own, but Vase feared that the similarities in the names might cause people to confuse between the two Ilvainan mech models. Transcendent Charger sounds awfully similar to Transcendent Punisher. Still, your reasoning is decent and the name itself inspires confidence. I approve. Thank you, sir. Vase didn't expect the Eye of Ilvain to field a lot of Transcendent Chargers in the short term. There was no space and it took a lot of time and effort to train or retrain a large body of Lancer mech pilots. Even if 100 Transcendent Chargers fell onto his lap, accommodating them and integrating them into the Larkinson army took a huge amount of effort. Hopefully, he and his clan would be able to find better ways to obtain additional combat carriers. Vase was getting sick and tired of the extremely slow expansion of the Larkinson fleet. Aside from the cheap and fragile light carriers emerging from the diligent Ovenbird every now and then, the Larkinson army hardly had any room to grow. They moved in front of a different offensive melee mech. Unlike the newly named Transcendent Charger, the Splitter project aimed to breach enemy formations through a more gradual and sustainable approach. The Splitter project was the only mech model dedicated to the avatars of myth for this design round. The project centered around an axeman mech that didn't possess as much finesse as swordsman mech but made up for it with greater power. What a powerful mech, Juliet commented. Imagine how much physical force this frame can exert. Its arms and torso are completely configured to deliver continuous heavy blows. The code name of this mech design is not symbolic. The Splitter project should truly be capable of splitting enemy shields and other barriers. Tiffy Kozlone stated, with this Axeman mech, the avatars of Myth will gain a powerful offensive addition that can definitely enhance their breakthrough power. No enemy mech line will remain unscathed if they are assaulted by enough units. Vase recalled the past yet again. During the Battle of Fortia Zentra, the dwarven extremists that sought to attack the expeditionary fleet fielded a dwarven Axeman mech model. None of the dwarven products were weak, and he became quite impressed with the Shieldbreaker mechs that hailed from the Avito Berserkers. Just like the Shieldbreaker model, the Splitter project was meant to fight in the front and confront heavy armored units with the intent of chopping through armor. While swordsman mechs could perform the same role, they just weren't as good at it due to the inherent characteristic of their weapons. Against solid shields and stationary mechs, axes were much more efficient at tearing through these obstacles. Even if axeman mechs weren't able to attack the enemy from a flanking angle, it didn't matter because an enemy line would not be able to remain unscathed for long. Chapter 3758 Splitter Project. Of the second batch of journeymen to enter the design department, the Voikin siblings attracted the most attention. Hailing from a family of mech designers, Sarah and Dulo Voikin grew up preparing for their eventual careers in the mech industry since they first learned to read. Sarah was definitely the most valuable among them due to her defensive specialty. There was hardly any mech that could forego the advantages that she could bring. Vase actually found it regrettable that there was only one of her at the Larkinson clan's disposal. There were many mech models that lacked the defensive strengths that she was able to add to a mech design. Her brother's design philosophy was not as widely applicable as hers, but his work on the rigid spine and the transcendent charger showed that he was able to add powerful new melee mech models to the lineup. Compared to the Voikin siblings, the pair of journeymen from the Ochre Miram star sector did not stand out in this design round. This was odd considering that both Janissa Pellier and Tiffy Kozlone possessed strong foundations due to being taught by a genuine master mech designer. It was not their fault. Janissa Pellier may not have led any design projects on her own this time, but she had lent her aid on a bunch of melee mech designs, the most prominent of which was one of Katiz's pet projects. Tiffy Kozlone only led a single mech design project herself, and she tried to make the most of this opportunity to impress her colleagues of her strengths. She stepped forward and presented her work. The Splitter project is called this way because of its incomparably powerful physical strength. I have applied my specialty to the fullest when designing its arms and internal architecture. While my solutions have caused my Axeman mech model to become bulkier and less mobile than ideal, it should not even have to rely on outmaneuvering its opponents. I have always found that as long as my work possesses enough overwhelming strength, it can break through almost any enemy arrangements. With a specialty like hers, Axeman mechs were one of the best mech types for her to demonstrate her capabilities. They benefited more from possessing greater strength than other mech types such as slender swordsman mechs or light skirmishers. The latter two did not purely have to rely on brute force to defeat a tough opponent. They usually preferred to dance around their opponents and strike their sharp weapons at an enemy machine's weak points. The Splitter project obviously gave up on this possibility so that it could maximize its frontal combat capabilities. Its main use was to throw itself onto a relatively static enemy line and hack away with their two-handed axes and their powerful mechanical strength. The characteristics of the Splitter project's offensive capabilities make it relatively simple to pilot. Tiffy continued, its agility and range of motion are not the best, but its reaction and attack speeds are relatively decent. A good mech pilot will be able to use this Axeman mech to duel a swordsman mech in terms of skill. However, the point of the Splitter project is not to outfight an enemy, but to overwhelm the opposition and make all of their measures invalid. She pointed towards the rear of the mech that she had fabricated. To that end, I made sure the Splitter project possesses enough mobility to keep up and pursue retreating enemy units. My work might not be fast, but it is still mobile enough to keep up with enemy units. Its decent acceleration properties also allows it to reposition itself fairly easily. On the battlefield, what about its defenses? Gloriana quizzed. All I have seen is how well your Splitter project performs when it is on the offensive. However, its armor does not look formidable enough to withstand the same amount of damage it is inflicting. Tiffy nodded seriously. I made sure not to hollow out the defenses of the Splitter project. I invited Sarah Voikin to help me address this shortcoming. She hasn't been able to help me as much as she would have liked due to her busy time schedule, but her limited contribution has strengthened my Axeman Mech's defenses to a more adequate level. I wouldn't say it is good, but it is tougher than it looks. What is particularly important to the Splitter project is that I have applied an armor system that is particularly good at resisting physical attacks. Sarah Voikin commented, "This will give our new Axeman Mech a small advantage in melee combat, primarily when attacked from the front. The pilot should take care not to get attacked from the sides or rear. I did not have much room to work with, so the defenses outside of the front are not that good. Sarah could have done a better job if had more room to work with and if she was able to spend more time on the project." However, Tiffy wanted the Splitter project to possess incomparably powerful direct offensive capabilities. Piling it up with armor and other defensive systems not only ate up a lot of capacity, but also weakened its offensive parameters in other ways. Giving another mech designer a lot of leeway in a project was not always a good idea. Depending on their design philosophies and their specializations, their solutions could actually conflict with each other. Tiffy and Sarah's respective specialties didn't overlap that much, but there were definitely a lot of areas where one could directly weaken the other's efforts. Since defense came second to offense to the Splitter project, Sarah was only able to apply her work to the outer portions of the mech. She was unable to add much of her internal defensive solutions to the mech because that would displace the special design elements that Tiffy used to amplify the physical might of the Axeman mech. Fortunately, both women had come to an accord on this division. Their relationship would have become a lot uglier if they vehemently argued that their solutions should take priority. Tiffy continued to present the characteristics of her work. The mobility of the mech was a little above average, which befitted an offensive melee mech well. The Splitter project performs at its best when it is fighting against stationary enemy mech formations, but if we ever face a more elusive enemy force, it should be able to catch up to most medium mechs. I can't say how well it will perform against alien assets considering that they come in so many different varieties, but I would argue that our new Axeman mechs will fare better against them. Their powerful axes can hack into thick hull plating with greater ease than swords. What is the endurance of your design? Dulo Voikin asked. It looks like swinging the two-handed axe all the time will quickly drain its energy reserves. The staying power of my work is relatively decent. It is not fantastic and it indeed goes down faster if it is performing intensive actions, but it is worth it as hardly any defensive line can withstand that much strength. Tiffy answered. Energy was a resource. It represented potential that could be used to obtain different advantages. There was no point for mechs to conserve all of their energy in battle. The more they were able to expend their energy cells in a short amount of time, the greater the combat power they could exert. To someone who specialized in designing offensive mechs like Tiffy Kozlone, it made a lot of sense to design energy-hungry mechs that could quickly transform stored energy into powerful results. The more drastic the transformation, the greater the impact of the mech. Of course, not everyone agreed with this approach. A more efficiency-oriented mech designer such as Gloriana and Professor Benedict Cortez would have found it abhorrent to implement such solutions. This was because the more energy they used up at a time, the more waste heat they produced. Mechs that didn't possess energy-hungry systems were much more efficient and could keep going for longer periods of time. In larger and more expansive battles, the uptime of a mech was just as important as its maximum combat power. From what it looked like, the Splitter project definitely wasn't a frugal mech. As soon as it got going, its powerful components would definitely demand a lot of energy in order to power the mech's attacks. Once the mech designers understood these characteristics, Tiffy briefly brought up the final important trait of the Splitter project. As you can no doubt feel, the glow of the Splitter project is more aggressive than our other mechs. I am told that our patriarch has tied its design to Zygra, which is derived from some sort of giant cat that he has hunted in the past. Vase hadn't utilized Zygra in a standalone design for a long time. While the former crown cat had always played an integral role in mechs such as the Doom Guard and the Ferocious Piranha, those were instances where the feline design spirit had to share the same spaces. This was the first time in years that Zygra was able to express his ferocity and aggression in a mech design of his own. The mech's glow truly reflected his savage majesty in a way that Vase had not experienced since the completion of the Prideful Soldier variant. Vase crossed his arms as he inspected Zygra's glow. Over the years, the big cat had changed remarkably. At the beginning, The feral design spirit expressed pure rage and anger due to its death at the hands of humans. Zygra's attitude towards Vase was especially poor considering that he played a key role in his demise. Yet, that hunt on xianxia was ancient history as far as he was concerned. Perhaps Zygra's trauma of its violent death had faded as well, because Vase no longer perceived any heightened sense of animosity towards himself. In fact, he even had the illusion that Zygra's attitude towards him had grown friendlier. Is it the spiritual feedback that he has been getting all of these years? Vase wondered. Zygra was actually one of the wealthier design spirits in his connection. The prideful soldier may be an outdated third-class variant design, but it was still a fairly popular alternative to the more boring desolate soldier. What was even better was that Zygra also received a portion of the spiritual feedback of the two bestsellers of the LMC, the Doom Guard and the Ferocious Piranha. Perhaps the spiritual feedback from tens of millions of mech pilots had finally overwhelmed Zygra's grudge against humanity and convinced him that his current life wasn't all that bad. No one is incorruptible. As long as anyone receives enough bribes, they can betray any principle. In any case, Zygra's attitude may have grown more temperate, but the alpha predator still retained his aggressive and savage attitude. This made it an excellent fit with the Splitter project. Even if Zygra did not bestow any special abilities to the Axeman mech model, his aggressive influence easily put the mech pilot in a more optimal mindset. For an Axeman mech like this, ferocity and aggression were much better than calculation and caution. The Splitter project needed to be on the offensive in order to perform well. As soon as an Axeman mech was forced on the defensive, it would not be able to make as much use of its advantages. The avatars of Myth will need to adjust to the aggressive character of the Splitter project. Vase mentioned to everyone, its glow will encourage its mech pilots to go out of control. That is not ideal. The avatars will need to find a way to take advantage of its glow without getting consumed by it. Seeing how well they have been getting along with various design spirits, I am sure they will find a way to work together with Zygra. The avatars had shown a lot of creativity when they developed new ways to leverage the properties of the Bright Warrior and the Golden Cat. Maybe they could do the same with the Splitter project and its bigger feline design spirit. Chapter 3759 Closing thread. When Vase asked Tiffy Kozlone to bestow an official name to her Splitter project, she paused for a few seconds. To be honest, I haven't actually come up with a good name for my work. That sounded interesting. A mech designer and particularly a journeyman was never indecisive when it came to their work. Tiffy poured several months' worth of effort into the Splitter project. How could she still be stuck at this juncture? What's the problem? All of the ones that I came up with contains words that are overused. Think of Berserker, Viking, Shieldbreaker and so on. While they can fit any Axeman mech, I don't think they can do justice to the Splitter project. It deserves to carry a more unique name due to its power and its glow. Vase looked thoughtful as he considered various possible names. Tiffy's good bosom friend spoke up at this time. If I may make a suggestion, how about calling it the Redax? Janissa suggested. Everyone looked up at the dormant Axeman mech. As a mech destined to become one of the mainstays of the avatars of Myth, it came in the Larkinson clan's iconic gold coating. However, Tiffy chose to make the mech's appearance stand out by coating the blade of its large axe in a bright red shade. This caused the total package to offer a contrast that gave the mech a more threatening vibe, especially when it was deployed alongside the more gentle-looking Bright Warrior. Redax sounds acceptable. If Commander Melkor is okay with it, then I let it be known by this name. Tiffy eventually said. Great. Vase grinned. The Redax will be sure to become a prominent presence in our armed forces once the avatars are able to field it in greater numbers. For now, you need to be patient as we still don't have room for all of our new mech models. After wrapping up all of the necessary administrative steps for the new Redax model, Vase moved on to the final two mechs in the workshop. He had saved the best for last. Although models such as the Light Hunter and the Transcendent Charger all had their good points, they were within the range of what he expected. In each of the projects they surveyed today, Vase had become involved just so that he could make them alive. This added extra value to the mech designs, but they weren't necessarily better than what he could have designed by himself. Sure, his design philosophy made it difficult to match the defenses designed by Sarah or the advantages of other mech designers, but his work possessed its own charm, as evidenced by his Stingripper Light Harasser mech model. The only products that he was not certain about matching were the ones designed by his former student Keddies. Compared to ordinary journeymen, the Sword Maiden mech designer was able to leverage her Swordmaster capabilities to her advantage during the design process. This was a massive advantage as it was almost equivalent to two different mech designers working on the same mech design project. No, this description isn't accurate enough. Vase shook his head. The two mech designers actually possessed different but related specialties. They just happened to synergize so well with each other that the mech design would definitely possess strength beyond what even a talented journeyman like Jovi Armelon could accomplish. The only way that Vase could compete against such an absurdly powerful approach was to tie design spirits in his products. Without borrowing help from external parties, Vase wasn't sure whether his base design solutions were enough to achieve parity with Kutiz's revolutionary new techniques. While Vase tried to guess whether he was still the best mech designer in the Larkinson clan, the woman he was thinking about proudly stepped forward. Though Ketiz wore a typical lab coat that mech designers usually wore while they designed their mechs, she was anything but a typical intellectual like the rest of them. The large and menacing-looking greatsword that obediently followed her from behind showed that she wasn't hesitant about eliminating her problems in a more direct fashion. A part of him felt incredibly proud. Though he wasn't her first mentor, he was still her teacher in a sense. He also gave her the advantages that she needed to bloom into one of the most remarkable mech designers to have emerged in recent times. Just the fact that she was able to pursue two extraordinary professions at once meant that she had great potential. However, the more he recognized her formidable design prowess, the more he felt threatened by her rise. Even though she had yet to introduce her first two proper solo mech designs, Vase could already tell that both of them were exceptional in their own ways. Ketiz was still lacking in experience. She had only advanced to journeyman relatively recently. Although she had participated in the design of numerous Larkinson expert mechs, she hadn't been able to flex her full design capabilities due to the need to collaborate with many other colleagues. This wasn't the case anymore. Both the Monster Slayer project and the First Sword project were completely under control. Vase wasn't involved in them because Ketiz was able to make her mech designs alive in her own unique way. Though Vase was impressed by Kutiz's ability to adapt and assimilate her gains, that only turned her into a more formidable rival. Was it detrimental to him and his clan if Ketiz surpassed every Larkinson mech designer? No, the clan would gain a powerful new pillar that could help the Larkinsons make more progress in their ambitions. This was the rational answer, and one that Vase should embrace. Emotionally, he felt different about it. He wanted Ketiz to make progress, but not to the point of leaving him in the dust. How could he possibly maintain his pride if Ketiz surpassed his strength? He wouldn't be able to call himself a man anymore. Not only that, but his legitimacy as the clan patriarch would diminish as well. Everyone in the clan knew that one of the reasons why Vase remained in charge was because he was its most powerful mech designer. If Ketiz advanced to senior before himself, how could this argument still hold true? She had the potential to wrest power and authority from his hands. His blood pumped faster as he felt challenged. Not even my wife can make me feel so pressured. He frowned. Maybe he should step up his efforts and try to create more radical innovations in the next design round. He had grown too comfortable with his existing set of tools. Perhaps it was time to expand his toolbox once more. Ketiz had stepped in front of her completed commercial mech by now. The Monster Slayer possessed a different vibe than many of the other mechs in the workshop. This was because it was not a living mech in the traditional sense. In fact, Kutiz's design approach did not emphasize life as much as Vase, so this was not a prominent quality in her work. What the Monster Slayer did possess was a fainter but sharper impression. The greatsword-wielding mech was like a mirror of Ketiz when she was in her fighting mood. I am sure you have already noticed that my solo mech designs don't possess any glows. She began. That is not a shortcoming in my eyes. I am confident that my mechs will definitely appeal to both our fellow Larkinsons and people outside of our clan. Ketiz reached out to her bloodsinger and pulled out her personal weapon from its scabbard. With the evolved Sharpie occupying the weapon, the bloodsinger possessed a strong presence that was not weaker to that of a masterwork expert mech. As everyone stood by and watched, Ketiz resonated with her weapon, causing it to glow and accumulate power. What was shocking was that the swords secured to the backs of both the Monster Slayer and the second sword began to glow and echo with power. Even though the effect was not that strong, the stunt still showed that Ketiz had managed to impart at least one special quality to her designs. Ketiz grinned. The first thing you should know about my Monster Slayer is that it is an attempt to pass on a part of my swordsmanship to others. While it is a swordsman mech that can perform adequately in battles on land, I did not design it with the harsh conditions of hostile planets in mind. I primarily designed it to function as an arena mech, which is exactly what the Wild Fighter Association has asked for. What I did with the Monster Slayer was add more features to it that will help it stand out in the market. She began to introduce the most important elements one at a time. First, let's start with its offensive capabilities. As you can see, the Monster Slayer is a swordsman mech that does not rely on any other weapons to win its battles. It is solely optimized to wield a greatsword and will not be able to make the most out of other weapons such as daggers and lighter swords. She pointed specifically at the arms of the mech. I did not invite Janissa or Tiffy to help me increase the mechanical strength of my Monster Slayer because I want to keep the design to myself. I designed its arms and internal architecture with more moderate strength levels in mind. The truth is that my swordsman mech doesn't need exaggerated physical strength. She emphasized her point by suddenly performing a few sword routines with her blood singer. Look at how I fight. I am not applying an excessive amount of force in my movements. Instead, I rely on my momentum and the weight of my weapon to help me swing my blade. This is the foundational greatsword style and it is sufficient to most wielders of this sword type. Every sword maiden has learned how to fight in this manner. As women, they are not necessarily the strongest individuals, but they can overcome their weaknesses through learning specific techniques. She stopped swinging her blade, much to everyone's relief. No one felt comfortable about standing so close to a lethal weapon. My Monster Slayer's physical strength isn't as formidable as that of the new Redax, but that allows my work to fight in a more balanced manner. The agility, reaction speed, range of motion and other properties are all good. As long as the mech pilot is good enough, he or she can use my Monster Slayer to defeat superior opponents. It is agile enough to circle around opponents and it can also jump and dash short distances if needed. She had devoted quite a lot of attention to the legs during the design process. The Monster Slayer was not meant to clash against enemies up front like the Redax. Instead, it was the consummate duelist mech and possessed a much higher skill ceiling than many of the other mechs in the workshop. In other words, a good mech pilot was able to perform miracles while a more mediocre mech pilot might easily stumble with the Monster Slayer. Offense and mobility are the two most important strengths of my Monster Slayer design. Kedis stated, its defensive properties are not great to be honest. While it looks like a medium mech, my arena mech will fare better if it is piloted like a light mech. The mech isn't weighed down by excess armor, so it should be able to outpace and outmaneuver many other melee mech models. This inevitably made the mech weak against ranged mechs, but no one bothered to mention that. The Monster Slayer might be able to defeat ranged mechs in a fair arena battle, but it would be a different story if it stepped onto the battlefield. Its slightly thin defenses along with its lack of ranged solutions meant that the Monster Slayer was only good for one role, and that was dancing opponents until they were eliminated. Chapter 3760 Imprinted Skills. The Monster Slayer did not stand out in terms of performance. Its specifications were rather mediocre when compared to the prevailing competition in the Red Ocean's mech market. It was not the strongest, fastest, toughest, most agile or even the most cost-efficient landbound swordsman mech model available. However, the Monster Slayer nonetheless possessed advantages that could not easily be replicated by the competition. If I have to summarize the configuration of my Monster Slayer, then I would say that it is a balanced swordsman mech with an emphasis on mobility. She told everyone, I designed it so that it is more forgiving to control. By lowering the skill floor, it is easier for beginner mech pilots to pilot my work effectively. Its relatively fast reaction speed and good agility allows it to jump away and move aside with greater efficiency, thereby offering my mech a safety net when locked into melee combat. This was a configuration that was suited for limited circumstances. Considering that Kedis primarily dedicated it to arena combat, there was no problem with specializing it to this extent. Everyone could see that the Monster Slayer would have a harder time fighting against ranged mechs and aerial mechs, but the mech wasn't really designed for these scenarios in the first place. For this design, Kedis solely focused on maximizing its chances when fighting against other melee mechs. Whether it entered into a duel or a group match, the Monster Slayer could fight against a variety of melee mechs and vanquish all of them as long as the mech pilot utilized its capabilities properly. Kedis smirked as she stood in front of her first completed passion project. Don't let the low skill floor mislead you into thinking that my Monster Slayer is only appropriate for newbies. While it is true that my mech is partially designed to help lesser skilled mech pilots become more proficient in wielding great swords, its reliance on controlled movements can bring it much further. Top swordsman mech pilots such as Venerable Dice and Venerable Imon Ingvar can utilize its understated capabilities to defeat melee mechs that are 5 times or even 10 times as expensive without exceeding the monster slayer's limits. She purposely designed it this way to pay tribute to her unforgettable duel against the monstrosity a cultist from the hallowed Abyss Temple had turned himself into. She had dreamed about realizing a swordsman mech that could win leapfrog battles for years, and now she had finally turned it into a reality. It did not matter that she failed to turn the first monster slayer she built into a masterwork mech. Only an obsessive mech designer such as Vase and Gloriana fixated on that. Kedis cared much more about expanding her own body of work. Compared to Vase, who had led dozens of mech design projects and earned the most of credit for most of them, Kedis embarrassingly came up short in this aspect. She was an anomalous journeyman who advanced way before she went serious with publishing her own work. Even the first sword which she earned the most credit for was not entirely her work. The completion and the impending release of the Monster Slayer relieved the pressure that was pressing on her shoulders for a long time. She finally took a solid step forward in her career as a mech designer now that she was ready to publish her first true commercial mech design. How much does it cost to produce a Monster Slayer? Vase asked. That depends. Kedis replied. The price of raw materials is inconsistent. My Monster Slayer is designed to be a more affordable mech. I refrained from including any bells and whistles in my design, and I did my best to incorporate less flashy and more economical parts in my design. My target is to limit the production cost to 1.4 MTA credits, but it is not entirely possible to produce the mech that cheaply in every zone. The good news is that we don't have to worry about this problem. It's the job of the Wild Fighter Association to arrange the logistics and produce the mechs themselves. That was part of the deal that Kedis and the Larkinson clan originally struck with the Wild Fighter Association. The Monster Slayer design was essentially a commission. Once the final results fell into the fighting club's hands, it was up to their people to derive as much profit as possible. The Larkinsons didn't have to do anything. They could just sit back and relax and wait for the Wild Fighter Association to pay royalties to the tune of several million hex credits per sale. Although the share of profits was rather low, the Wild Fighter Association agreed to do all of the heavy lifting. It was only right that they harvested the bulk of the earnings. What Vase truly cared about was not the modest profits that the Larkinson clan could earn from this business deal. The true value of this business deal was to form a closer relationship with the Wild Fighter Association. As long as their initial cooperation succeeded, the Larkinson clan could propose follow-up deals that had the potential to earn 10 times as much earnings. Furthermore, the Larkinson clan would also gain more access to the Wild Fighter Association's rich network of business partners and strategic partners. Of course, the Larkinsons had to be careful when navigating this relationship. The Wild Fighters had their own share of enemies, and Vase did not want to get entangled by their problems. As Kedis continued to explain the virtues of her Monster Slayer, she finally addressed the most special points of her work. First, as you are probably aware, my fundamental design philosophy focuses on sharpness. While the Monster Slayer's default armament is not particularly strong or powerful, it is a relatively affordable weapon that is nonetheless sharper than normal. It is able to cut through tougher and more expensive materials without costing a fortune to repair or replace. This advantage gives my Monster Slayer the capital to defeat superior mechs, especially those that rely on superior defenses to stay in the fight. This was also a way to make up for the shortcoming of insufficient physical might. The Monster Slayer did not have to apply as much force in order to penetrate through armor. Of course, an enemy mech wouldn't allow itself to get cut so easily. The Monster Slayer's mech pilot still needed to rely on clever positioning and maneuvering to gain the upper hand in a duel. Aside from the excellent cutting power of its greatsword, my Monster Slayer also stands out due to another advantage. I have successfully found a way to turn it into a training mech. Similar to our Chiron model that has guided many of our mech cadets. The exact mechanics are too complicated for me to explain, but just know that each of Monster Slayer mechs are able to help mech pilots become skilled in utilizing the foundational greatsword style that I have compiled for this design. While Kedis briefly elaborated what she meant by that, Vase carefully studied the finished Monster Slayer for clues on how she managed to turn it into a training mech. In the case of the highly successful Chiron training mech, Vase had shaped its spiritual programming to develop a personality that actively taught its users on how to master the various skills related to mech piloting. While it was easy enough for Vase to program such a feature, the key to making this work was to provide his Chiron mechs with access to teaching materials. Vase managed to pull this off by using the Larkinson network as a database of skills and experiences. There were so many skilled and veteran mech pilots connected to the Golden Cat that she could effectively function as a repository for all of the best skills in the clan. Sharing them directly to mech pilots was extremely difficult, though. The existence of the Chiron served as a channel that could regulate and control the flow of information so that the pilots always received the right lessons at their stage of development. As Vase scoured the Monster Slayer mech with his spiritual senses, he soon figured out how Kedis managed to achieve a similar result. She found her own way to imprint her will and swordsmanship in her mech design. The spiritual foundation of the Monster Slayer possessed a solid core that carried an echo of Sharpie's qualities. It was not the same as connecting the Monster Slayer design to a design spirit, but Vase was able to tell that Kedis had clearly taken inspiration from his approach. She was able to derive her own methods from his work and came up with a way to program a swordsmanship style to her own mech design. This was quite impressive, even though it seemed that the Monster Slayer's capacity was too small to store a lot of swordsmanship comprehension. Just the basics were more than enough to point beginner mech pilots in the right direction. The Monster Slayer was not a proper living mech, though. Compared to his own work, Kedis fell far behind in terms of making her mechs alive. In fact, just like Gloriana, she wasn't really able to make her mechs alive in the truest sense of the word. However, that wasn't strictly necessary as long as Kedis was able to make up for it in other ways. Her ability to imbue her mech designs with her own swordsmanship definitely qualified. According to my own classification, a normal Monster Slayer mech is equivalent to a first-order living mech. Vase concluded, this was already a better result than what the overwhelming majority of mech designers could accomplish in their lives. Everyone else was completely ignorant about the potential for their mechs to become alive. Once they figured out that it was possible and learned his basic method, it should not be difficult to bestow a hint of life in their own work. Kedis was much better off in this regard. Not only did she receive numerous lessons from him over the years, she also gained a more profound understanding of his unique perspective whenever they collaborated with each other or connected their minds to each other with the help of a design network. Blinky and Alexandria's design networks were particularly effective at helping Kedis get started. She knew what she needed to pay attention to and gained a more direct impression on how Vase made his mechs alive. As a result, Kedis was able to impart her Monster Slayer design with a hint of X Factor. Vase was reminded of his work back when he was just an apprentice. Back then, he did not have the support of his design seed that gave birth to his life domain. He had to rely on his own efforts to make his mechs alive. This is probably the limit of what Kedis can do. Vase quietly guessed. Life is just a side branch to her. If she doesn't deviate from her trajectory, then it is difficult for her to accomplish anything better. Although he thought highly of her design abilities, he did not think that Kedis could surpass him when it came to designing living mechs. He was the undisputed master and pioneer of this field, and he knew exactly what prevented Kedis from making any further progress. Even if she became a master one day, Vase did not believe she could do any better than imparting her mechs and mech designs with a modest degree of X Factor. Vase did not have to put any effort into making a second-order living mech, but the only way for Kedis to achieve the same result was to fabricate a masterwork mech. The process of making a mech on the higher rungs of the craftsmanship ladder was incredibly mysterious to Vase. When a mech turned into a masterwork, all of its properties gained a boost, including its intangible ones. Her work still needs to rely on their mech pilots to truly become alive. Chapter 3761 Deriving Lessons. As much as Vase did not think highly of the Monster Slayer's potential to become a living mech, he did not rule out the possibility entirely. There were always exceptions. Humanity's mech industry was incredibly vast and diverse. When Vase visited the Masterwork Gallery in Chance Bay, he personally confirmed that every exhibit possessed varying degrees of X Factor. This was something inherent to them due to how much emotion and effort their makers had put into their design and fabrication. The mech designers literally imbued their work with a portion of themselves. This was probably the basis for making their machines alive, if only faintly. The mechs probably wouldn't experience any further growth unless they became affected by exceptional circumstances. The most obvious way for mechs to become more alive was to be used by a mech pilot that was breaking through. This was why the mechs that continually accompanied a legendary mech pilot throughout their careers were so much more impressive than an ordinary machine. They had always retained and accumulated a portion of the excess energies released by their pilots. Suffice to say, This process was so rare and difficult to accomplish that it was no surprise that the mech industry barely possessed a clue about this process. Even if a mech designer was aware of what was happening, the money, resources and effort required to upgrade a mech to better standards was too great. It was much more convenient to assign newer and more powerful mechs to the pilots that had just broken through. This was especially the case when an expert candidate advanced to expert pilot. No one wanted to go through all of the trouble of upgrading a standard mech to an expert mech. The evolution of the Shield of Samar was the exception rather than the rule. The treatment that Venerable Janzi received was too extravagant. An ordinary organization would never think about transforming a third-class standard mech into a second-class expert mech. The rewards of going through all of this trouble also weren't as obvious for mechs designed by people other than himself. The only reason to go through with an upgrade was if the mech pilot strongly insisted on sticking with the same battle partner. Other mech designers have to go through so much effort while I don't need to do anything special. Vase smirked. What Vase was trying to do with his mech designs was nothing more than make this rare and mystical process more accessible to the mech market. His work enabled someone without the potential to become extraordinary to pilot a living mech right out of the gate. Even someone devoid of greater talent such as Melkor would be able to pilot an impressive third-order living mech as long as he continued to partner with his new gold beacon. Vase was thankful to Kedis for giving him a greater understanding of where he stood in the mech industry. It was difficult for him to recognize his own advantages when he was the only one to design proper living mechs. While Gloriana was able to make her mechs a little more alive, she didn't count because she had access to a minute portion of his domain. Someone like Kedis who learned his basic methods and theories but did not have the foundation to match his efforts was a true representation of what others could accomplish. In other words, people like Juliet, Jovi, Professor Benedict and Master Willix all had the ability to design first-order living mechs. Still, Vase did not think about teaching them because it did not make a difference most of the time. His peers and betters all possessed their own specialties. In addition, it took a lot of changes to make it viable to produce living mechs. The production process needed to be adjusted as well, and it was much harder to make mechs produced through materialization alive. Vase faintly shook his head. There is little point to teaching others if their work doesn't synergize with living mechs. Kedis was one of the rare mech designers who took advantage of this phenomenon to enhance her own design applications. She wouldn't have been able to turn the Monster Slayer into a Chiron-like training mech without giving her work the necessary foundation. This wasn't a one-sided relationship. Just as Kedis took inspiration from living mechs, Vase was able to derive lessons from her own work. The way she imprinted her Monster Slayer with a sword style that was meant to be passed on to its pilots was different from his usual methods. Although he wasn't able to replicate this process immediately, he was confident that he could slowly develop a similar application as long as he invested time in this research project. It's not much use, though. Vase frowned. The reason why this method worked for Kedis was because she could utilize her impressive swordsmanship as her database. As for Vase, how the hell was he supposed to know how to fight with a sword? He was a mech designer, not a swordmaster. Whatever skills he could pass on to his mechs would probably distract his customers more than anything. Anyway, Kedis just concluded her presentation on her first commercial mech design. She was currently in the process of answering questions. I am curious to see how quickly the Monster Slayer will catch on in the mech market. Gloriana said, many of the benefits of your work are immediately accessible, but this swordsmanship training capability sounds vague. Will it work for any mech pilot? Kedis sighed and shook her head. No, not exactly. According to my assumptions, the mech pilots need to be receptive towards my mech. If the pilot doesn't take my Monster Slayer seriously, then I doubt anything will happen. We will need to make sure that my customers know what they must do in order to make the most out of my new work. Once she answered a few more questions, she finally moved on to presenting the last completed mech design project of the current design round. The second swordsman mech in the workshop possessed many similarities to the Monster Slayer that she had just showcased. However, her second model was designed with a different target audience and usage in mind. This is my second sword, Kedis announced. As you can see, it is coated in the green and blue colors of the mech legion that I am closest to. I have spent a lot of effort designing this mech to match the training and mech doctrines of the Sword Maidens. As their sister, I have deeply invested into this design, and what I managed to accomplish will serve as the standard of Sword Maidens to come. She briefly summarized the overall configuration of the second sword. Unlike her previous work, the Sword Maiden exclusive mech model was a spaceborne mech that conformed to military standards. The design budget of my second sword design is around 3 MTA credits. This is almost twice as much as my Monster Slayer and reflects the elite status of my mech and its intended pilots. The second sword was indeed one of the more expensive models of the Larkinson clan once it entered service. Vase had been generous in allocating this much room to her because the Sword Maidens were worth the investment. The Sword Maidens weren't as resilient as the living Sentinels. They also weren't as rounded and versatile as the avatars of myth. What they did excel at was applying their superior swordsmanship skills to achieve superiority in battle. Due to their harsh training and hyperspecialization in piloting swordsman mechs, the Sword Maidens could outfight many superior melee mechs. The bright warriors in their swordsman mech configurations turned into entirely different beasts in their hands. This was why the second sword design was so important. Ever since they became a part of the clan, the Sword Maidens piloted mechs that weren't specifically designed for their fighting style. The second sword represented a radical departure from this reality. No mech designer could accommodate their needs better than Ketty's. With her deep background in the Sword Maidens and her profound understanding of swordsmanship, she designed her first Sword Maiden exclusive mech model with elements that complemented their target users as much as possible. Aside from the differences in cost and flight capability, my second sword is also a more advanced mech in terms of difficulty. It is harder for mech pilots to get started with it because I exclusively designed it with the assumption that it will solely be piloted by well-trained Sword Maidens. It possesses a high skill floor because I included advanced design elements that can provide greater advantages to elite mech pilots who know what they are doing. A mech like that probably wouldn't sell well on the mech market, but Ketty's didn't have to worry about that. By limiting her target audience to a highly specific group of mech pilots, she was able to adopt an approach similar to how Gloriana designed her custom mechs. It helped that the Sword Maidens were highly homogeneous as a group. Their mech pilots all mastered the same swordsmanship style and adopted the exact same mindset and approach towards combat. To Ketty's, the second sword was the missing link that the Sword Maidens needed to complete their combat system. You don't need to be concerned about whether the Sword Maidens will be able to utilize my second sword model properly. She confidently said, I know exactly what the Sword Maidens are capable of just by observing their training sessions. Just to be sure, I also studied their performance when they volunteered to pilot the prototypes and the virtual versions of the earlier iterations of my work. I have fine-tuned my design so that it is able to accommodate the vast majority of Sword Maiden mech pilots, at least the ones that are in service today. In the future, I might add further complexity to an updated version of my work. This was a viable choice. The Sword Maiden mech pilots that were currently serving in the Mech Legion all possessed different backgrounds. The true core originally consisted of the survivors of a third-class pirate gang. Numerous other mech pilots originally came from different second-rate states. Many of the female mech pilots serving in the Sword Maidens today were originally citizens of the Heavensward Association. The latter's skill, foundation and enthusiasm in swordsmanship was vastly superior. They frequently schooled the others whenever they demonstrated their strength. One of the goals of the Sword Maidens was to lift every active mech pilot to this elevated standard. That would take time, and Ketty's might need to wait until most of the first-generation Sword Maiden mech pilots retired from active service. Even so, the second sword still wasn't an easy mech to pilot. What happens if an Avatar or another Larkinson mech pilot attempts to pilot a second sword? Vase asked. His former student frowned. The mech won't damage itself as long as the mech pilot doesn't try anything fancy. However, without the right training and without the correct swordsmanship, I don't think the second sword mech will be able to display over 50% of its combat potential. A large part of what makes it strong is that it is maneuverable and can maximize the effect of momentum-based swordsmanship. I truly doubt an Avatar mech pilot can replicate all of the necessary moves. I see. The second sword is similar to the Monster Slayer in that it fights like a dancer instead of a boar. My second solo mech design possesses high agility and benefits from having a high reaction speed, but its physical strength and defenses are not as exaggerated. High control is needed to prevent the mech from exposing any openings to its opponent. The fact that it is wielding a fairly large and heavy greatsword makes this even more important, as the margin of error isn't as great. A single major error wouldn't doom the second sword, but it could heavily inconvenience it. The mech pilot had to make as little mistakes as possible in order to keep defeat at bay. Chapter 3762 Conclusion of the fourth round. As Ketty's elaborated on the properties of the second sword, it became clear that the spaceborne swordsman mech design had the potential to accommodate the most skilled swordsman mech pilots. Its skill ceiling was ridiculously high, which meant that the sword maidens could potentially use the second sword to defeat 10 times as many melee mechs in battle. Of course, a lot of conditions had to be met before this could happen. Highly skilled mech pilots with excellent combat instincts were essential. The truth of the matter was that the second sword wouldn't perform as well as the Bright Warrior in its swordsman mech configuration if the pilot wasn't good enough. If the female-only mech legion ever lost all of its mech pilots, then there would be no one left to pilot the second swords that remained. Even if the sword maidens went on a massive recruiting spree, the new additions needed to undergo at least a year of intensive training to obtain the minimal qualifications to pilot this highly advanced swordsman mech. This is the difference between a mech designed by Kedis and a mech designed by a normal mech designer. Vase observed. Kedis knew how to fight. That instantly gave her an advantage that almost every other mech designer lacked. Vase seriously doubted that someone as impressive as the polymath could exceed Kedis in pure swordsmanship skill. Although the polymath was doubtlessly able to design a vastly superior swordsman mech by relying on her vast quantities of impressive design solutions, it did not change the fact that she was not a warrior by nature. Due to Ketiz's uniqueness, she honed in on piloting skill to a much greater extent than other mech designers. She used her deep background in this area as one of the selling points of her work. One of the key elements that ensured that the Sword Maiden mech pilots continually improved their handling of the second sword mechs was the sword style that Kedis imbued in her work. Just like my Monster Slayer, my second sword design stands out in the same two areas. Kedis explained. First, its greatsword is tougher and sharper. Its higher design budget allows me to invest in quality materials for its weapons. Since we have no idea what kind of powerful or absurd enemies we will face in the future, I wanted to make sure that my second sword will not be found wanting. A sharp sword will always have the potential to cut through stronger opponents. The parameters of the second sword's primary armament were excellent. As Vase studied the specifications of the mech design, he could immediately tell that Kedis allocated a disproportionately high amount of resources into strengthening the greatsword. This was also necessary to increase its sharpness and cutting power as much as possible. Ketiz's design philosophy didn't have much to work with if the materials of the weapon weren't good enough. Once Kedis was done with boasting how her second sword could cut through the toughest armor, she moved on to explaining the second highlight of her mech design. Since my second sword model is meant to be piloted by skilled Sword Maiden mech pilots, I did not imbue this work with a beginner's sword style. I spent weeks developing a learning package that condenses all of my core insights on the Sword Maiden greatsword style and tweaked it so that it is relevant to advanced mech pilots. Although my second sword isn't as active in training its users as my Monster Slayer, it is still able to guide my fellow sisters into taking their swordsmanship to the next level. To what extent can the Sword Maiden mech pilots improve with the help of your second sword? Vase curiously asked. Kedis smirked. Much higher than what they accomplish with the Monster Slayer. While my second sword isn't able to hold the hands of its mech pilots, it is still able to pass on a number of key lessons that many swordsmen need to learn before they can break through. If there are sword maidens that have developed their swordsmanship to an extreme, then they could theoretically execute the handful of extraordinary techniques that I included in the second sword. Not everyone was aware of the significance of this statement, but Vase knew what this meant. What Kedis was suggesting was nothing less than a mech pilot displaying some of the powers of an expert pilot in advance. This roughly corresponded to the strength of a sword initiate in traditional swordsmanship. Vase was unable to figure out if this turned the sword maidens in question into expert candidates. From what Vase had learned, extraordinary techniques required a lot of support in order to pull off. Those that trained their swordsmanship to an extreme and managed to breach the boundaries of what mortals were capable of definitely had a lot of similarities to expert candidates. This was also why Vase was skeptical whether the second sword could truly guide its mech pilots to this level. It was incredibly difficult for mech pilots to advance to expert candidate even if they had the benefit of spiritual potential. There was no need for him to express his doubts, though. He wasn't sure about this possibility himself, and the best way to know the truth was to see the second sword in action. Speaking about that, the upcoming testing session would definitely become a grand affair. There was no point in the Larkinson clan's history that it had the opportunity to introduce so many exclusive mech models. Once Kedis ended her presentation on her impressive mech models, Vase took the word once again. This concludes our fourth round of mech design projects. I am proud of what we have all accomplished. Of the 14 mech design projects that we have embarked upon in the past half year. We have successfully completed 13 of them while the remaining one got stalled due to regulatory problems. Vase still needed to meet the MTA's demands before he could resume development on his expert mech killer. He had already given up on completing his fearless project in the foreseeable time. It was better to shove it to the next design round so that he could work on it properly. His wife crossed her arms and snorted. "You know we don't have enough room in our fleet to accommodate the new models, right? This is a consequence of poor planning and foresight. Since we will still be stuck with our existing mechs for the time being, we could have spent most of this design round on designing a large quantity of commercial mechs. If we did that, we could have expanded the income of our clan a lot sooner. Selling our monster slayers is not enough to whittle down our debt. You just want an additional excuse to buy more handbags." Vase rolled his eyes. "VES. Anyway, despite the mismatch in needs, our mech legions will definitely be grateful for all of the work that you have done. Showing them that we care and providing them with the models that can comprehensively strengthen their performance will bind us all deeper to our clansmen. Mech designers exist to serve mech pilots, and in our case that goes double for our Larkinson soldiers. Their willingness to fight on behalf of the clan is what gives us the foundation to stay alive in the Red Ocean." This was one of the reasons why Vase wasn't in a hurry to design a lot of commercial mech designs. He needed to strengthen his base before he could venture outside. Although Vase hadn't been able to provide the Larkinson army with the 21 exclusive mech model that he envisioned, he had made a lot of progress in doing so even if he left out the custom mechs. There was no hurry in designing the remaining exclusive mech models. Vase turned and stared into the eyes of each of the 4 new additions to the design departments. "Sarah, Dulo, Janissa and Tiffy. Although you are new to our clan, I am fully satisfied with the quality, performance and direction of your completed mech designs. As I have stated earlier, you are no longer probationary members. From today onwards, you will enjoy virtually the same treatment as our other lead designers." Dulo Voikin raised his hand. "What do you mean by that, sir?" "It means that I will extend greater trust to you all," Vase answered. "Basically, I am allowing you to set your own schedule, start up your own solo projects and side projects, cooperate with external mech designers or organizations and represent our clan as one of its preeminent members. It means you have all earned the authority and recognition that you deserve." Gloriana clarified with a smug expression. "Just remember that you should still look up to those that are more senior than yourselves. If Vase isn't around, you listen to me, do you understand?" Her firm tone warned everyone that it was not wise to question her words. Gloriana might just be an ordinary lead designer in the hierarchy of the design department, but her status as the patriarch's wife granted her a lot of informal power and influence. Vase coughed. "I do not intend to start our next design round immediately after we have finished this one. I still have to complete a number of other projects and I am sure that you can find something to do as well. I am not sure when I am ready to start our next round. It depends on how busy we will be in the Garamel system. If everything proceeds normally, I will probably be ready to start the next round in a month." A month was not an excessive delay. This was enough time for the mech designers to enjoy their breaks, resume their studies, engage in their personal research and develop new ideas for the upcoming design round. As I am sure you are all aware of, our next batch of mech design projects should primarily be centered around commercial products. Whether we design them in partnership with external organizations or market them ourselves, the mechs must possess enough commercial viability to make them profitable. Kedis raised her hand. "Yes, do you want us to focus on designing commercial mechs for the Red Ocean, the Old Galaxy, or both?" "Both," Vase answered. Not all of you have PPs based in the Yena star cluster, so only a few of us should consider designing mechs for the Old Galaxy. In any case, I have a few ideas on how we should approach our original market. I will tell them to you later. In any case, I do not intend to neglect the Red Ocean either. We are still newcomers here, but I intend to turn the LMC into an established brand in this dwarf galaxy. I have a lot of confidence that we can accomplish this goal with the potential that we have all shown in this completed design round. We might not be able to succeed in a single year, but I hope we will be able to occupy our own niche in the regional mech market within a decade. At the very least, his living mechs should become a common sight in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. As long as the LMC was able to succeed in this zone, it was not that difficult to expand its business activities to the other middle zones. Before you go, let me remind you that we are about to enter an energetic blue supergiant star system. I can't predict what we will encounter over there, but given how active these star systems tend to be, I am sure our troops need technical support. Be ready to provide as much assistance as you can. Whatever projects or jobs you want to work on will never take priority over protecting our fleet and helping our mechs succeed. That is all. Dismissed. Vase let out a deep breath as the design round finally came to an end. His mind was already occupied with what he needed to do next. Chapter 3763 Chief Fabricator Kessa Remos. The Larkinson clan gained a lot of new mech models. While there wasn't enough room in the fleet to accommodate a large amount of mechs such as the Stingripper, the Rigid Spine, the Redaxon's Second Sword, the Spirit of Bentime did not remain idle. The mech legions that had obtained the new models had all decided to retire a number of their existing mechs. A lot of bright warriors went straight to the graveyard in order to break down their frames and recycle their materials. Any recovered exotics of greater value went straight to the cargo bays, while the bulk materials of lesser value went on to reinforce the hull of the capital salvage ship. Of all of the new models that recently entered service, the auxiliary mechs received special attention. The Red Ocean was filled with unexplored star systems, and a number of them harbored complex environments that made it difficult to survey everything in an instant. This was where mech models such as the new Light Hunter and the Signal Bearer came into play. A proper expeditionary fleet had to possess enough exploration capabilities to survey and map out complex environments. The two scout mechs provided the Larkinsons with upgraded sensor and communication systems. As long as these two mechs accompanied every mech team, the speed and effectiveness of exploration missions would surely soar. Vase even stopped by the production halls of his factory ship in order to inspect the production of the new scout mechs. How well have the production crews adapted to their new production tasks? Vase asked as he held his cute little daughter in his arms. Aurelia curiously stared at all of the fascinating industrial activity. Scores of mech technicians operated numerous heavy machinery. Enormous metal parts up to the size of elephants were slowly being moved around by heavy-duty cranes and lifter bots. Let alone children, even adults would grow fascinated by this impressive sight. We have already prepared for the production of the new Light Hunter and Signal Bearer models weeks ago, sir. The chief fabricator of the production department of the Spirit of Bentime replied. Miss Juliet Stameros has been generous enough to provide us with the nearly completed schematics and the production manuals of the two mech models in advance. I assigned a number of our production crews to practice the production process in virtual simulations in order to familiarize themselves with the specific challenges of producing these auxiliary mechs. Vase paid careful attention to the man in charge of the production halls of his factory ship. Kessa Remos Larkinson was a recent recruit that the Larkinsons had picked up months ago back in the Vullet Central Star Node. Just like many other fabricators, Mr. Kessa Remos was a failed apprentice mech designer who eventually saw no hope in going further. Since he possessed a love for constructing mechs, he successfully transitioned to becoming a fabricator, working his way up until he led the production of several production complexes. A fabricator like that was a valuable human resource. It was quite fortunate for the Larkinson clan to obtain someone with so much experience and leadership qualities. LLNOVL FU LL. C0 meters. Of course, there were still plenty of former mech designers for hire, so someone like Mr. Kessa was not a completely unattainable asset. The Larkinsons just had to raise their bids and promise a sumptuous salary to the man in order to convince him to work on the expeditionary fleet. Since the time that Kessa took over the position of chief fabricator from a hexer who temporarily held this post in the past, not a lot had changed. The new chief fabricator was 90 years old and no longer eager to earn fame and recognition. In the months that passed, he did his best to maintain the status quo and mainly spent his time on pursuing incremental improvements. This was exactly what Vase sought in a chief fabricator. While there were brilliant fabricators available who possessed the potential to master the production of mechs to such a degree that they were capable of making masterwork mechs, the Larkinsons didn't need such a personality. Their leading mech designers were already capable of fabricating masterwork mechs themselves. Since Vase and his colleagues were already able to produce high-quality mechs by themselves, it was much more important to make sure that the regular output of the Spirit of Bentime remained stable and consistent. Seeing how well the production crews adapted to making the new Light Hunter and Signal Bearer models, Vase was pleased with how Chief Fabricator Kessa prepared for the new production tasks. So far, I can safely say that our production crews are already close to reaching the normal production efficiency levels. Kessa reported to the clan patriarch. They have already worked out the challenges during their simulation practice, so our men will not be stumped when they reach a difficult phase. Our mech technicians are only lacking practice in reality. Once they get over this hurdle, I expect that a single production hall will be able to produce a light mech once every 2 days. 2 days per mech was quite an impressive speed, especially when the Larkinsons did not adopt the most optimal production method. In order to make the mechs produced in the spirit of Bentime more alive, only a single production crew produced a single mech at a time. If the Vase ever wanted to speed up production, then he could assign multiple production crews to work on a mech in shifts. There was no need to do that when the situation wasn't urgent. Right now, the increase in production speed was not worth the drop in life in the new mechs. Do you have a batch of finished mechs? Vase asked. We have. Our best performing crews finished them a few hours ago. They are being prepped for shipment to the carriers of the flagrant vandals. Would you like to inspect them, sir? I would. Please lead the way. The old but still vigorous man led Vase to a storage hall where recently fabricated mechs waited to be taken away. The half-dozen light hunter and signal bearer mechs immediately made an impression on Vase. Even Aurelia became enthralled by the two substantially different vibes of the two auxiliary mechs. Meh, yes, those are mechs. Vase replied as he hugged his daughter tighter around his chest. Not only that, they're our mechs. Each of them belong to our clan, which essentially means they belong to me. I can do anything I want to them. I can send them out on scouting missions and I can deploy them on the battlefield. I can even choose to upgrade them by myself. I'm a mech designer, you see. Working with mechs is my passion. Papa. His warmth and love flowed towards his girl as he enjoyed this pleasurable moment. Nothing made him happier than spending time with both mechs and family. He did not ignore the new light mechs, though. While he had already inspected them before when Juliet Stamaros presented her work, she had made the copies back in the workshop by herself. The ones in the storage hall were different. Vase could easily spot a lot of small details and irregularities that lowered their overall quality. To someone who fabricated numerous masterwork mechs and regularly collaborated with a perfectionist like his own wife, Vase couldn't ignore these blemishes no matter how small and insignificant they appeared. He had to suppress his tendency to pick up a multi-tool and personally correct the consequences of sloppy and inadequate workmanship. He lightly coughed. I am satisfied with these initial attempts. I am sure they will serve the flagrant vandals and the penitent sisters well. Have you upgraded and configured their sensors to cope with the high-energy environment of the Garamel system? Thank you for your compliments. Chief Fabricator Kessa smiled. Our mech technicians will be glad to hear your praise. As for your question, we did what you asked, though we weren't able to design the modifications ourselves. We had to enlist the help of one of your design teams to harden the more sensitive sensor arrays against the excessive heat and radiation that they will surely encounter in the next star system. Entering the Garamel system was no joke. As a location that centered around a rare blue supergiant star, it essentially functioned like a bright blue beacon in a murky dwarf galaxy. The light of this star could be seen with the naked eye at greater distances. This alone said a lot about the sheer amount of radiation this blue torch outputted every single day. There was no way for the expeditionary fleet to safely enter the inner system of this large star system. Let alone the sensors, even the ships themselves would probably melt and burn into husks. Fortunately, the lethality of the immense blue supergiant quickly diminished over distance due to the inverse square law. This was why the Golden Skull Alliance had the guts to travel to this star system. That did not mean that a visit to the Garamel system was like visiting a tropical beach. The proper precautions still had to be made. Radiation was a persistent threat. Starships were usually safe because their thick hulls blocked most harmful rays. The same could not be said for mechs. The ones with thicker armor and bulkier frames would probably be okay for a time, but the thinner and lighter mechs were not as resistant. What Vase was concerned about the most was the possibility of blinding his new auxiliary mechs. If powerful rays of light and other energies just happened to flood their sensor systems, the sensitive parts could easily be overwhelmed. This was why the mechs had to be modified so that they could rely on additional protection to block the anticipated spikes of energy. It was like placing a pair of sunglasses in front of the sensor arrays. What about other forms of radiation protection? Vase asked after he became satisfied with the extra hardening of the sensor systems. What precautions have you applied? Chief Fabricator Kessa already anticipated this question. We consulted with Miss Sarah Voikin on this issue and came up with numerous solutions. She has volunteered to design an additional layer of heat and radiation-resistant plates to the auxiliary mechs. It will take time to produce and apply the extra layers to these mechs, but their addition will significantly increase their reliability while operating in this star system. If we don't add this protection, we might have to service them after every single deployment. Vase nodded in understanding. This was a logical if cumbersome solution. These auxiliary mechs will lose a substantial amount of mobility, but it can't be helped. It didn't really matter. The expeditionary fleet was on a simple mining and exploration mission. It did not make a difference if the scout mechs moved a bit slower than usual, especially when they needed to be accompanied by other mechs. Vase stepped closer to the completed mechs in order to experience their glows. The light hunter possessed a mysterious vibe that made Vase feel as if the mech was eating light. This was the result of inverting the glow of the illustrious one. The effect was strange but hopefully helpful in recognizing important sensor readings. The signal bearer made him feel safe and comfortable. The superior mother governed this mech model and her presence was a lot more noticeable. Mama, Aurelia gurgled as she happily reached out towards the nearest signal bearer. Vase chuckled and kissed his daughter's cheek. That's your grandma, honey. Gloriana is your real mama. Mama, he. He played and cuddled with his daughter for a few minutes before he turned his attention back to his inspection. Make sure to produce 20 copies of each model. He instructed. That should be enough for a start. Do you have enough materials to complete this order? We do, but we will be running low on a number of key materials that are more difficult to obtain in the Red Ocean. Chief Fabricator Kessa answered. We will have to return to Davut and replenish our material stockpiles in order to alleviate the shortages. Understood. Chapter 3764 Garamal's System. After a lengthy journey through the Krakatoa Middle Zone, the expeditionary fleet finally reached the mission destination. Moments before the fleet was scheduled to transition back into real space, Vase and all of the other people on the ships momentarily experienced an unknown fluctuation. It was as if their bodies were turning into jelly. It was a deeply uncomfortable sensation and made plenty of people worried. This transition from the higher dimensions into real space was not as easy as before. Just as a couple of people began to worry about their bodies breaking apart, they all felt a strong suction feeling before their bodies instantly solidified again. The fleet successfully arrived on the outskirts of the Garamal system. Deploy our mechs. Scan our immediate surroundings. Count our ships and check for damage. Measure the radiation levels and report if there are any dangers. Keep our radiation shielding up and make sure that all of our people are wearing their protective suits. The latter was an important precaution. Even though the suits did not offer that much protection against threatening radiation, it might make a difference if a solar flare swept the expeditionary fleet. Nobody was comfortable wearing their protective suits during this time, but it was better to be safe than sorry. As usual, Vase sat in the observer's seat on the bridge of his flagship during this key moment. He wore his unending regalia as usual and paid careful attention to the initial findings of his crew members. The local plot, which previously showed vague details, became a little more clearer this time. Our current position is within our safety margins. Our mechs and ships are not under threat as long as we maintain this distance from the star. The blue supergiant star was a lot larger and massive than a yellow dwarf star like humanity's ancestral sun. It was difficult to describe the immensity and power of Garamal's central star. The enormous blue orb looked like it could swallow up 1,000,000 ordinary dwarf stars. Getting close to this humongous energy source was definitely suicide. Fortunately, FTL drives were sensitive towards mass. A blue supergiant was many times heavier than ordinary stars and therefore changed the spacetime curvature over a significantly greater volume. All of this meant that the expeditionary fleet landed much further away from the center than usual. It would take many days in order to the center of the star system, not that anyone was stupid enough to attempt such a feat. More details emerged as the sensor operators and analysts gathered more data. The blue supergiant radiates so much heat that our ships will not be able to remain cool if they get too close. Depending on their heat capacity and heat dispersal characteristics, we will need to pull them away from the center of the star system so that their rate of heat loss exceeds the rate of heat absorption. Vase frowned a bit when he heard this report. Although the astrophysicists had already predicted this condition, he hoped the conditions would be a little more temperate. How many planets have you found? He asked. Only 2 so far, sir. Each of them is located in the outer system, which we have expected. The closest is a dense super-heavy terrestrial star that is presumably rich in metals but is far too hot for us to mine, let alone scout. The second is a gas giant that is located in the furthest reaches of the outer system and is likely safe enough for us to visit. We are not able to make any solid conclusions yet, but we have gathered preliminary clues that the gas giant is orbited by more than a dozen smaller moons. I see. When Vase studied the constantly updating plot, he judged that the first planet was too close to the blue supergiant star for the Larkinsons to explore. The second planet should be safer since it was quite distant from the massive heat source at the center of the Garamel system. Both planets looked like oddballs. Their orbits were angled and their rotations were skewed. If that wasn't weird enough, their orbits were likely elliptical as well. These were typical signs that the planets weren't native to the Garamel system. In other words, they were adopted. This made sense since blue supergiants generally possessed short lifespans. They typically lasted less than 100 million years, which was not enough time for the gases and other space junk to merge into actual planets. We have confirmed that Garamel I and Garamel II are former rogue planets. They both originated elsewhere and wandered the Red Ocean for an unknown amount of years. Eventually, they flew close enough to Garamel to be captured by the blue supergiant. We are still gathering more data in order to determine how long ago their captures took place. Vase was intrigued by these results. The probability that the blue supergiant had managed to capture a few rogue planets was low. This was because they lived too short. It was already a small miracle that it had managed to capture one formerly frozen rock ball. To be able to capture a gas giant as well was like winning the lottery 2 times in a row. More data and analysis poured in. The terrestrial planet was extremely dense. It was 15 times heavier than old Earth and was generating a lot of magnetic interference that prevented the Larkinson fleet's long-range sensors from collecting high-quality data. The only way to know what was going on in this super-heavy planet was to send a scout ship to it so that the scanning arrays had an easier time penetrating through all of the natural magnetic shielding. Garamel II was not as difficult to analyze. It was not only further away from the blue supergiant star, but also didn't possess high concentrations of interfering matter. LLNOVL fu LL. C 0 meters. Even so, it was hard to collect a lot of crucial details due to the fact that the expeditionary fleet was situated fairly close to a massive star that burned so bright that its rays overwhelmed many other emissions. The Larkinsons weren't deterred. With ships like the blinding Banshee, the crew continued to derive key information from a lot of unclear data. The analysts soon figured out that the gas giant was orbited by 16 moons, many of them small and rather unimpressive. What these moons held was a mystery, but it was virtually impossible for any of them to bear any life because the stellar environment was too hostile. After half an hour went by, the Golden Skull Alliance gathered enough data to form a somewhat clear picture of the neighborhood. The inner system was not only extremely hot, but also filled with a lot of dust clouds birthed by powerful solar winds. This meant that it was extremely dangerous for ships to travel this close to the star. If a solar wind happened to collide against the vessels, the sheer amount of hot matter crashing against the hulls at high speeds would strain if not outright overwhelm the defenses. Garamel I was extremely interesting due to the abundance of heavy metals it presumably held. Millions of years had passed since Garamel captured this super-heavy planet. It was originally filled with plenty of matter, but regular exposure to the blue supergiant's solar winds had probably deposited even more space junk on the planet. However, the expeditionary fleet lacked a ship that was tough enough to survey this planet at close range. If the incredible magnetic interference didn't scramble the ship's delicate electronics, then the higher heat exposure would steadily raise the overall heat levels until everyone inside got cooked. This wasn't an instant process, though. As long as a ship was fast enough, she could get in and out quickly before her entire hull got roasted. One of the missions that we have accepted is to survey the star system, with a particular emphasis on any planets that we might find. Vase reminded everyone who attended a virtual meeting. I have made a few calculations of my own and I believe it is possible for a specially prepared starship to get in and out without incurring too many risks. Is it worth the risk to survey Garamel I? Marshal Ariadne Woden asked with a frown. Our starships are valuable and we cannot afford to lose even one of them. None of our vessels are built to brave this extreme environment. Don't risk the deaths of our men just so you can earn more MTA merits. Vase sighed. Okay, let's leave that aside, then. I guess that exploring that giant dust ring is also out of the question. The blue supergiant was surrounded by a dust ring that surpassed the size of any asteroid belt or dust belt that the expeditionary fleet had encountered. The dust ring might potentially be rich in valuable materials, but entering it was anything but safe. If the ring did happen to contain high-grade exotics, they were probably so dispersed that it was not economical to mine these resources. For that reason, the leaders of the Golden Skull Alliance set their sights on the second planet of the star system. Garamel 2 is a lot safer by all accounts. Vase stated. Its orbit is large enough to be spared from much of the heat and solar winds, and it is also orbited by 16 different moons, each of which might hold valuable deposits of materials. With the current capabilities of our fleet, it should be safe for us to approach this planet. The gas giant didn't appear to be special, but the moons were a different story. While the chances were high that they were ordinary chunks of rock, a few might hold substantial deposits of exotics. It was too bad that none of their long-range sensors were able to determine the complete material composition of the moons. From the perspective of the expeditionary fleet, the 16 moons were all treasure chests that were waiting to be opened. The decision to survey Garamel 2 was a foregone conclusion. The only difficulty was deciding whether to approach it with the entire fleet or dispatch a smaller exploration task force. Patriarch Reginald Cross looked impatient. What do we have to fear from this star system and planet? Just bring everyone along. That would make it difficult to guarantee the safety of all of our ships. Marshal Ariadne Woden replied, the Larkinson clan's civilian ships will especially become vulnerable to environmental changes. It is safer to keep them at this distance. Vase found it difficult to decide which course of action was better. He was rather paranoid about splitting his fleet because enemies would have an easier time defeating its elements. On the other hand, they truly didn't know enough about the Garamel system to figure out whether it was safe for their vulnerable starships to move this close. Since our civilian vessels are the most impacted by this complication, I don't want to make a decision until we have investigated the circumstances further. Vase told the others, please give us a day or so to determine the facts and weigh the risks. The other two leaders of the Alliance readily acquiesced to this request. They were not in a hurry, and it was always better to gather more data before settling on a plan. After the meeting, Vase continued to wait as more and more information poured in. The blue supergiant's immense activity made it difficult to figure out what went on in the inner system. There was too much radiation and too much space junk in the vicinity of the massive star to know whether it held anything of value. The outer system was easier to understand. The chances that it contained other planets were low. The sensor operators hadn't found signs of alien presence. Another day passed by until Vase had made a decision on how to explore the star system. He did not like to split up his assets, so when he learned that Garamel 2 was probably safe, he chose to explore the neighborhood with the entire expeditionary fleet. We advanced together. Chapter 3765. A simple patrol. This place sure is hot. That was an understatement. Venerable Tusa was not a science geek, so he had no idea what he was talking about. All he knew was that if he pointed the sensors of the Dark Zephyr towards the giant blue torch in the center of the star system, his mech would quickly convey sensations of pain and blinding. The Dark Zephyr, along with the rest of the expeditionary fleet, hadn't actually come close enough to get dangerously hot, but it was not easy to dispel the illusion that everyone was roasting in a blue oven. Even if this was the case, the Dark Zephyr was less susceptible to getting burned despite its smaller frame. Its frame was covered by a substantial amount of unending alloy which possessed a high heat capacity. If this wasn't the case, the material wouldn't have been able to resist a lot of energy attacks. As the Dark Zephyr continued to fly along its patrol route, Venerable Tusa directed his attention back to the expeditionary fleet. He thought it was a bit reckless to bring hundreds of ships closer to one of the planets of the Garamel system. Who knew what they might find over there? If he was in charge, he would have kept the main fleet in a neighboring star system. There was no need to send the entire gang to the Garamel system when just a couple of combat carriers were enough to get the lay of the land. If the initial scouts found a rich and accessible resource deposit, the Larkinson clan could choose to dispatch the Andronidi along with additional escort vessels, but only a handful. Vase had separation anxiety and refused to follow this strategy. Splitting the fleet sounded abominable to him. His past actions already showed that he would rather risk his entire clan than to dispatch a smaller group of clansmen into potential danger. The actual reason why he wants to keep everything together is because he wants to be at the forefront of every exploration. Tusa pretty much figured Vase out. The Patriarch couldn't help himself, and if he chose to go forward, then he better bring as much protection as possible. As the Dark Zephyr continued to fly along the outermost perimeter of the expeditionary fleet, Tusa looked up as another mech was slowly approaching his position. Tusa, I'm on Ingvar greeted. How's your patrol? It's as boring as ever. Blue supergiant or not, space is still mostly empty. The only thing I can't get used to is the blue tint on every ship and mech. Hehe, you're not the only one. The two continued to chat as their respective mechs flew alongside each other. The Dark Zephyr was a familiar expert mech to the Larkinson clan. Although it received a number of minor upgrades and tweaks since its creation, it had essentially remained unchanged in terms of combat power. It hadn't grown that much as a living mech either. Even though it was paired with an expert pilot, the Dark Zephyr was still a second-order living mech according to Vess's classification. Sure, Venerable Tusa may have piloted it long enough to provide a lot of spiritual feedback, but it was not so easy for a second-order living mech to develop true sentience in life. The expert pilot wasn't in a hurry, though. He would be lying if he claimed he wasn't jealous of the masterwork mechs of his fellow peers, but there was no use crying about it when he couldn't change the outcome. Tusa used the optical sensors of his Dark Zephyr to glance at Imon's mech. The latest expert pilot of the Larkinson clan was both lucky and unlucky when it came to his mech. The lucky part was that Imon received an impressive custom mech back when he was just an expert candidate. The unlucky part was that Imon broke through only a short time later. This quickly made his Blade Chaser obsolete before it could participate in a proper fight. Since the Larkinson clan was nowhere ready to complete another powerful expert mech, Venerable Imon had no choice but to continue with piloting his custom mech. Tusa knew how uncomfortable it was for an expert pilot to be confined to a lesser machine. It was like taking a space walk with a suit made out of paper. It's rare to see you away from your sister these days, he remarked. I vowed to protect her. That does not mean I'll die if I stay away from her for more than an hour. Why can't people figure that out? Venerable Imon spoke in an exasperated tone. This is why I chose to accept this patrol assignment. Everyone will see that I am not obsessed with my sister. Tusa wasn't too sure about that, but he bid his fellow expert pilot good luck in his attempt to change people's perception. What's it like to pilot an expert mech? Didn't your sister already tell you that? She did, but I want to hear what others think. Imon said, I keep trying to imagine my future expert mech, but I don't know enough to sink into my fantasy. I was like that as well at first. I heard stories from my relatives back in the old family, but they didn't go into detail. Besides, each of them piloted more conventional expert mechs. The ones from our clan are different. Imon understood what Tusa was talking about. They're alive. Yes, your Blade Chaser ought to be alive as well, right? Yeah, it's actually more impressive than I thought. The Patriarch told me it's because it is a custom mech that I piloted during my breakthrough. It is because of this reason that he has promised me to upgrade my current machine into an expert mech. Even Venerable Tusa understood how troublesome it was to pull off this upgrade. That's a great commitment. Venerable Janzi received the same treatment, and look where that got her. Maybe getting a masterwork mech and catching up to your sister is just around the corner. A LLNOVL fu LL. C 0 meters, I don't dare to assume that much, Tusa. Compared to a new and impressive expert command mech like the Minerva, an upgrade to my Blade Chaser is a lot more boring. That shouldn't matter. From what I know about our mech designers, they always put in their full effort in every expert mech. Besides, I don't think your upgraded machine will be as boring as you think. Vase is anything but ordinary. The expert mechs of the Larkinson clan were definitely more eccentric than most. They also happened to pack more of a punch as well. Even the Glory Seekers and Crossers requested the cooperation of the Larkinsons to design their own expert mechs. As the two expert mechs continued on their patrol, the discussion between the two demigods strayed to the new mechs that recently entered service. Although not a lot of copies of the new mech models had emerged, the latest works had already demonstrated their capabilities in the initial field tests. What's your favorite new mech model that our clan has released in the last month? Tusa asked. Not including your own Blade Chaser, of course. That was a difficult question for Imon to answer. None of the new models showed how they would perform in an actual battle as of yet. It didn't help that many of them were only effective against enemy mech forces. It had been a long time since the Larkinsons fought a proper mech force. I like each of them, but there are a couple of them that I think are more interesting. The new second sword mechs look formidable. You just know that their blades can cut through a lot of armor. They look especially fitting when they are accompanying the first sword in their deployments. With names like that, they better be moving in sync. Tusa remarked. I think Ketty specifically made them similar so that the Sword Maidens would have an easier time with activating their battle formation. I wouldn't know. I've never been a part of them, unlike Joshua. Join the club. I would love to lead one of those as well, but Vase told me that the flagrant vandals are completely unsuited for them. They're too different from each other or something. Imon frowned. That can be changed, right? If you approach the vandals one day and tell them to shape up, I think they will do their best to fulfill your demand. They all look up to expert pilots, and you're pretty much their idol since you are the only light mech specialist in our group. Venerable Tusa kept silent for a moment. I wouldn't want to do that. The flagrant vandals have their own way of doing things. The times where I hung out with them has made me appreciate how loose and free they behave. It's kind of strange why this is so since they used to be part of the mech corps of my former home state. Are you saying they're unprofessional? Nah, they can be serious when it matters. They just like to be less constrained most of the time. I don't want to break the good thing that they have going for them. If they do their best to become more disciplined, they won't be the flagrant vandals that I prefer anymore. He made a decent point, though Imon still thought the vandals could put in more effort in their image. He much preferred to spend time with the living sentinels. They were much humbler and more attentive. The vandals sure are lucky to receive two useful mech models at once. Imon said as he continued to think about the mech legion with former military roots. They're not as monotonous as before. Yeah, the light hunter looks interesting, but the stingripper is the real prize here. It's always funny to see all of those mech pilots stumble when practicing against it. They always get fooled and miss all of their attacks. The effect of the stingripper went against common sense. Not a single mech pilot figured out how it worked. That didn't stop the vandals from embracing it, though. If not for the fact that the vandals had to dump a lot of ferocious piranhas, they would have obtained a larger batch of stingrippers. The two continued to chat about the merits of the stingripper model until the Dark Zephyr detected a faint reading. Tusa instantly became alert. Wait, my mech has detected a trace of metal. How big? I don't know, but it shouldn't be big if your blade chaser's sensors haven't picked up on it. Let me send you the data so you can try and pin it down yourself. My mech can't see it, Tusa. My blade chaser is designed for fighting, not for scouting. Venerable Tusa had already transmitted his findings to the main fleet. Half a minute went by before General Verl directly issued an instruction. Investigate the reading. Get closer, but maintain your caution. The risks should be low, but we can never rule out the possibility of danger. Roger that. The Dark Zephyr cautiously flew forward while the blade chaser followed from a distance. As the expert mech got closer, its sensors finally managed to resolve enough details to get a clearer image of the distant object. That's not an ordinary space rock. The object discovered by his expert mech initially looked like a tiny asteroid the size of a hand. Such objects were not too rare in deep space, though the chances of encountering them were still low. The reason why Tusa was taken aback at the sight was because the identified object looked like more than just a random asteroid. One of the sides of the black rock looked as if it had been sliced by a giant blade. The surface of the cut side was so smooth that Tusa could hardly imagine that a natural process was responsible for downsizing the space rock. General, I think you need to see this. Chapter 3766 Strange rock vase and a number of suited figures entered a lab chamber and approached a table. Among the accompanying figures were General Verl, Venerable Tusa, Venerable Imon. Each of them studied the object placed on the table with wariness and concern. Meow. Lucky flew forward and sniffed the strange rock. His tail hung low as he too found the situation to be suspicious. Report. Vase commanded. We found this space rock drifting through space. Venerable Tusa replied as his mech was the one to discover it first. Normally, the operating system of my mech has no reason to pay attention to random junk in space, but then the sensors detected signs of artificial tampering. That was when my mech sounded the alarm. Once you secured it and brought it back to our fleet, what have we found out about this rock? The material composition of this specimen is mostly made up of silicate minerals. Kedis explained as she had been the one in charge of scanning the retrieved rock. While the rock contains trace amounts of heavy metals on the surface, they are negligible. We have not found any trace of exotic materials in the rock. In other words, the space rock was completely ordinary in terms of composition. It did not contain any materials of value. There were so many different rocks, asteroids, moons and planets that were made out of these materials that there was no reason to value this one in particular. It wasn't the material composition that interested the Larkinsons, though. The real reason why they paid attention to this otherwise unremarkable object was because it looked as if it had been sliced in half. Lucky cautiously floated in front of the smooth and completely flat surface that had oddly cut this rock. The cat looked confused as he was unable to figure out what could have created such a clean mark. Are there any natural processes in the cosmos that can produce this kind of cut on a rock like this? Vase asked. No, sir. An astrophysicist answered. I cannot think of a process where such a cut could be produced without affecting the integrity of the rest of its structure. If some sort of sharp asteroid collided with this rock with sufficient force, then it should have cracked or disintegrated entirely. If the rock was subjected to a heat spike, then its surface should never look this smooth and flat. What about gravity anomalies or space warping? A0, E, FU, C0 meters, these are anomalies that fall outside the range of normal phenomena, sir. According to our current data, we have developed two possible explanations that could have produced such an effect on this rock. Hazards and anomalies are one possible explanation. There are endless varieties of anomalies in space, and it is not out of the question that they may be present in a star system that is extremely energetic, has captured 2 foreign planets and is also hosting an abundant quantity of heavy metals. The presence of large quantities of exotics in concentrated form can potentially produce spatial anomalies that may have the effect of cutting rocks like these as they pass through at specific angles. However, it is still difficult to imagine that the rest of the rock does not display any damage. The suggestion that the Garamel system might be hosting anomalies did not make Vase feel at ease. Some of them might just be small fluctuations in space, but there were many that turned entire regions of space into danger zones. Vase had encountered his fair share of space anomalies and hazardous regions, though he encountered most of them in the Xianxia gap, which was in itself a giant pool of anomalies. If the Garamel system truly hosted a major anomaly, then that implied that a large concentration of energetic exotics may be sitting somewhere. The most likely locations were Garamel I, the moons of Garamel II, and some place within the giant dust ring orbiting the massive blue supergiant. However, even if such a hazardous region existed in the star system, it did not mean that it was responsible for cutting this space rock. There was another possible explanation. Technically, an anomaly might be responsible, but there are so many of them that it is unlikely that any of them have the effect of cutting a rock like this without inflicting further damage. The scientist continued. If we apply Occam's razor, then the most likely explanation is that this rock was sliced through artificial intervention. In other words, someone or something has made this cut, likely with the help of a technological device. Everyone grew grimmer and more vigilant as they took this in. The intelligence and the initial observation data on the Garamel system showed no sign of other presences. The blinding Banshee had scoured the star system as best she could but failed to detect any hint that suggested human or alien starships. Of course, that didn't necessarily mean anything. The blinding energies outputted by the blue supergiant, the obscure former rogue planets along with the giant dust ring had frustrated every attempt to peer through them at a distance. From the perspective of the expeditionary fleet, much of the star system ironically remained in the dark. The only way for the Larkinsons to illuminate these dark areas was to go forward and use their torches to light the surroundings. They didn't harbor too many concerns before they found this abnormal rock. The fleet had detected no signs of dangerous anomalies or the presence of others in this hot and unforgiving star system. This was different. Now that they had definite proof that this star system harbored unknowns, the Golden Skull Alliance had to adopt a more guarded posture. Perhaps this visit to the Garamel system might turn out to be more than just a simple survey and mining expedition. Vase wondered whether this space rock was related to whatever caused the MTA to conclude that something abnormal might be going on in this star system. He needed more information. What have you found, Lucky? The cat had continued to inspect the space rock to no avail. Meow meow meow. Okay, Vase said before he turned to Keddies. What about you? Do you have any clues of what might have produced this smooth cut? It's unlikely that a sharp sword or other object has made this cut. She judged. It's too smooth and there are no stresses to its structure at all. While I can technically reproduce this effect if I put in the effort, I seriously doubt an expert pilot or swordmaster is bored enough to cut random space rocks, and that one of them just happened to drift in the direction of our fleet. What do you suspect, then? Keddies raised 2 fingers. I have made a couple of guesses. First, I believe this rock has been sliced by a spatial effect. It's the only explanation that makes sense to me. Rather than believing that it has been cut by a sharp blade, I think it is much more probable that some sort of space dome has appeared and physically separated the other half of this rock in an instant. Whether this spatial effect is produced by the environment or an alien race, I can't say. That was actually a plausible explanation. Vase favored this idea as well because of the smoothness of the cut and the lack of any other traces of damage. There weren't a lot of possible sources that could produce such a strange result, though. The ones that did were a bit terrifying. Second, I do not think this is the only rock that has been cut like this. The probability of encountering this kind of object all the way in the outer system is extremely small. There has to be more of them. If we can find additional specimens and map their trajectories, we may be able to trace their origin point. This was another clever deduction. Finding a cut space rock in such an immense star system should be almost impossible if it was the only one of its kind. The more probable explanation was that a huge amount of similar rocks must be floating in the star system. The urgent priority right now was to find whether there was a second, third and more of these rocks. General Verl. Yes, Patriarch. Deploy search teams and spread them further away from our fleet in order to look for abnormal space rocks. We need to figure out how ubiquitous they are and whether they are all affected in a similar fashion before we can figure out what is going on. Try and determine whether they all originate from a single point in this star system. I think the most probable candidates are Garamel I or Garamel II. Use this assumption to narrow down your search range. Will do, sir. Vase issued a few orders before he ended this meeting. The Golden Skull Alliance needed to become a lot more vigilant. The likelihood that there might be hazards or enemies hiding in the star system was not that small anymore. The Mech forces needed to be on alert in order to guard against any sudden surprises. Aside from that, Vase did not choose to stop the fleet's advance. There was little that his clan could do at this location. He had to get closer in order to lift a portion of the fog obscuring this star system. Everyone else exited the chamber aside from Vase and Kedis. The two along with Lucky continued to stare at the space rock as if it held a hidden story. You know, the safest course of action that we can take is to abort whatever missions that you have accepted and leave this star system as soon as possible. Vase shook his head. I understand your concerns, but this is not enough to scare me away, Kedis. I've actually become more fascinated with the Garamel system. Exploring the Red Ocean and encountering abnormal phenomena is one of the principal reasons why I have worked so hard to pass through the Beander Gate. Now that we have bumped into an abnormality before anyone else, why should I pass on this opportunity? Whatever is out there will become another source of inspiration to me. I don't know about you, but exploring and assimilating new phenomena is the best way for me to advance my design philosophy. I don't want to sound like Venerable Janzi, but you're being reckless again. Why do you need to bring our entire fleet along? We are not going to split up our fleet, especially in a place of danger. I am in charge here, Kedis. I am not going to change my mind on this. Perhaps we might be able to afford to do so in the future, but for now we need to stick together and concentrate our forces. Kedis did not bother to argue further. Vase was never going to change his mind. She instead directed her attention back to the rock and picked it up with her gauntlets. Whoever or whatever produced this cut could easily do the same to our starships, you know. There are plenty of powerful threats in the Red Ocean that we cannot afford to confront. What if we find a powerful enemy hiding in the Garamel system? The risks are great, but the rewards are greater. Vase grinned as he became more excited at the possibility. This is conquered territory. If a remnant alien group is hiding out here, I seriously doubt it is as threatening as before. What can these aliens do when they are cut off from their former empires? As long as we expand our search perimeter and make sure our scouts discover them first, our main fleet shouldn't collide against the unknowns right away. This is a good opportunity to put our new scout mechs to test. The Light Hunter model should especially be useful in this scenario. We just have to make sure they receive additional reinforcement in order to shield them against the hostile environment. Chapter 3767 A small trial. When the news about the strange space rock spread throughout the fleet, a lot of Larkinson started to entertain doubts about this expedition. The Garamel system might not be as silent and empty as everyone thought. General Verl and the Legion commanders held numerous meetings before they directed the troops to become a lot more alert. The Mech legions deployed more mechs than before, causing the fleet to be surrounded by a larger swarm of metal. They also kept more Mech pilots on standby in case they stumbled into another crisis. Aside from that, the Mech legions also spread out a number of their combat carriers outwards in order to scout the way ahead. These scout units moved so far away from the main fleet that the main forces were unable to provide immediate support to the ships and mechs that went ahead. This was the only way to make the reconnaissance units useful. They could hardly provide any advance warning if they stuck too close to the main fleet. Even though Vase had approved of sending all of these units outwards, he did not approve of any measures to send a scout ship or task force to Garamel II in advance at first. If there was nothing dangerous in the vicinity of the gas giant, then nothing would happen. If the neighborhood harbored a threat, then the task force might get wiped out due to insufficient strength. It took constant persuasion from the likes of Kedis, General Verl and the Legion commanders for Vase to soften his stance. Fine, you may send out a single ship, but no more. Make sure she doesn't carry anyone important. Eventually, a combat carrier of the flagrant vandals flew ahead and approached Garamel II at a faster pace. At the same time, the rest continued to guard against possible threats while at the same time search for additional abnormal space rocks. While the various scout units sporadically detected a couple of space rocks, their concentration in the current area was so low that it was normal to encounter them in this kind of place. None of the space rocks exhibited the same kind of cut surface as the one discovered by Venerable Tusa. Was it a coincidence? Were everyone's guesses wrong? What if the cut was made by a passing fleet? If the latter was the case, then they might be overreacting. Vase sighed as he felt this exploration had become a lot more troublesome than before. While he did not intend to give up on discovering what secrets the Garamel system held, he was not sure his fleet was strong enough to survive whatever surprises they might encounter. We need to form more effective scouting solutions. The existing measures were not adequate enough. Sending valuable combat carriers away from the main fleet was a helpless decision as the fleet was severely lacking in dedicated scout vessels. Normally, it should have been enough to send out the new Jamper light carriers that had recently rolled off the diligent Ovenbird, but the cheap vessels were so fragile that they could not adequately cope with the harsh environmental conditions of the Garamel system. The smaller ships were fine for now, but as the expeditionary fleet continued to move closer to the center of the star system, it was no longer safe for them to bask in light of the blue supergiant. The Larkinson clan had already placed their more fragile ships in the shadows of their larger and more well-armored vessels. Sheltering within the magnetosphere of Garamel II should offer them a bit of reprieve. The powerful magnetic shield of the gas giant was able to bounce away harmful solar winds and spikes of radiation. However, who could tell if Garamel II hosted other threats? The planet might be the most dangerous location in the star system aside from the immediate vicinity of the blue supergiant star. Well, we'll find out what is going on over there sooner or later. The size of the star system meant that it would take days to approach Garamel II. If nothing else happened, Vase had enough free time to work on his various projects. I should get to work on the Golden Tree project. He had not forgotten about his attempt to grow living coins on trees. Although it sounded like a silly idea, the significance of a tree that could grow living products could not be overstated. Vase stayed aboard the Dragon's Den for a few days in order to assist with the development of the money tree. There wasn't much he could do aside from contributing the design of the coins. He did not understand any of the biosciences and had to delegate the actual design of the money tree to Dr. Paris. Fortunately, the development of the money tree did not take as long as he feared. Dr. Paris had already done much of the groundwork in the last few days. It also wasn't difficult to bioprogram the money trees to grow specific coins. The only tedious change he had to make was switching the regular alloys with biometals that could easily be grown by the money trees. Once they completed the design of their first money tree, Vase assisted with synthesizing the first money tree seeds that would eventually grow into full-sized organic production machines. Although he didn't know how to manipulate the machines that spliced together the initial seeds, it was enough for him to listen to Dr. Paris' instructions. This clumsy approach allowed them to obtain a seed that felt a bit more alive than usual. Vase hoped that this was enough to grow a money tree that could eventually grow coins that were utterly unique to humanity. Once they figured out the process, they repeated it several times until they ended up with 5 golden cat money trees. How long does it take for them to start production? Vase asked. I cannot fully say as this is the first tree of its kind that we are growing. Dr. Paris replied. The specialized growth equipment that we have available in our laboratories should help with accelerating the growth cycle of the money trees, but don't expect to hear any immediate results. This had always been one of the weaknesses of biotechnology. If he had made an ordinary coin press, then he could have fabricated it within a day no matter its complexity. Alright, then, please keep me apprised and don't hesitate to contact me directly if the trees have grown their first fruits. Now that Vase finished his involvement in the Golden Fruit project, he did not leave the Dragon's Den right away. He briefly met with director Rania Woden to discuss various developments before he decided it might be fun to visit the new guests aboard the bioresearch vessel. Despite designing the Pakladin prisoners as his test subjects, Vase hadn't done anything to the giant bird-like aliens. The Larkinson clan was still in the process of setting up the Tea Institute, and the Mechers that he had contacted a few weeks ago had yet to present him with a leader. There wasn't any manpower to work on the research projects that he envisioned. He urgently needed a leader to take charge of this new research group. The MTA sure likes to take its time. Just because he was on his own did not mean that he had to postpone his experimental studies. A0, E, FU, C0 meters. He could still think of a couple of experiments that didn't require a lot of supervision to yield results. Given that Vase had promised to give Jovi a companion spirit, he decided it might be useful to get additional practice by experimenting on a few alien test subjects. Their minds and thinking processes are similar enough to humans that the results should be similar. Vase surmised. While this was only a guess, it was enough for Vase to go through with this experiment. He instructed the researchers assigned to monitor the Pakladins to bring out 300 potential test subjects. The Pakladins panicked as the dreaded bots arrived to take the aliens away from their fake habitats. No matter how much they resisted the metal arms of the capture bots, their naked bodies were no match to the power of technology. The bots that grasped the Pakladin prisoners all deposited their cargo in the test chamber of a nearby biolab. The group of aliens consisted of an equal number of young, middle-aged and elder Pakladins. Vase did not intend to experiment on all 300 of them. That would take a huge amount of time. This is just the start. He stood in front of a transparent viewscreen and swept his spiritual senses towards the confused mob of Pakladins. www. He successfully discovered a small amount Pakladins with spiritual potential, just as he expected. What was interesting was that 4 of them were fairly young while the remaining 2 were middle-aged. Vase had not found any Pakladins in the elder generation that possessed any significant spiritual potential. He frowned. That's problematic. He had long speculated that spiritual potential could wither if it wasn't properly stimulated. Was this theory true? Who knew? Vase may have been unlucky enough for the capture bots to pick the wrong Pakladins. The only way to know for certain was to capture all of the old birds, but Vase did not have the patience to go through such a tedious process. I'll just start with 2 test subjects instead of 3. He shrugged. Vase marked out the ones with the strongest spiritual potential while commanding the bots to return the other prisoners to their biomes. Soon enough, only 2 male bird aliens were left in the empty testing chamber. No matter their age, both birds were large enough to tower over a human-like Vase. The angry birds attempted to peck their beaks through the transparent screen that separated them from one of the humans that kept them under capacity. CAWWW. Vase only grinned as he vaguely interpreted the meaning of their bird speech. While the Larkinsons had access to translators that could enable humans and Pakladins to understand each other, he did not bother with using them. He was not interested in making friends with the Pakladins. Let's start. He used the lab controls to forcibly restrain the 2 Pakladins onto operating tables. The 2 birds panicked and tried their best to break out of their confinement, to no avail. The alloy manacles were too strong. Once Vase confirmed it was safe inside, he entered the chamber and approached the side of the middle-aged Pakladin. Let's see. Your spiritual potential is quite substantial for your age. That makes it easier for me to operate on you. Hold still and don't resist. Since this attempt was just an initial trial, Vase did not attempt anything ambitious. He summoned Blinky and commanded his companion spirit to enter the mind of his first test subject. Muro. CAWWW. The alien experienced a lot of pain as soon as Blinky went to work. Carving out a portion of spiritual potential and infusing it with enough of Ves's spiritual energy to convert it into a companion spirit was not a gentle process. This was especially when Vase tried to be as frugal as possible. He did not make use of any additional spiritual ingredients, and he especially did not use any of his limited universal life energy. He wanted to see if he could successfully pull off this procedure on a budget. 10 minutes later, Blinky left the pained and exhausted Pakladin's mind. The operation appeared to be a success. The damage to the spirit is not light. He frowned. Fortunately, it already showed signs of healing. It would probably take a few months for the alien spirit to return to health. Until then, the test subject would probably experience constant aches, but that was no concern as long as he managed to survive. Ka WW, the bird alien listlessly cried. Vase only smirked at the sight. Thank you for your cooperation, Subject 1. Chapter 3768 Nutritious fruit. After Vase successfully created a companion spirit in an alien test subject's mind, he gained enough confidence to repeat the process. The younger Pakladin specimen possessed a lot more fire than his older counterpart. The presumably adolescent alien continually resisted the restraints while crying out as loudly as possible. Pure animosity burned in Subject 2's eyes as the Pakladin wished pure death and suffering on Vase and his fellow humans. Hey, get angry all you want. The greater your emotions, the more you will stimulate the development of your companion spirit. At the end of the operation, not even Subject 2 was able to think straight anymore when a piece of his spiritual potential had literally been carved and modified until it had come to life. Vase stepped back and studied the two mentally injured captives with considerable interest. Since he had refrained from artificially boosting the growth of the companion spirits, the new pets weren't ready to make an appearance yet. The two aliens needed to recover to an extent before they could discover what Vase had added to their spirits. Even Vase didn't know what shape the companion spirits would take. This was because he applied an extremely basic companion spirit template to them for this experiment. They can potentially evolve into any form. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as he contemplated the possibilities. That was the interesting part of this experiment. In all of his previous attempts of making his companion spirits, he always had a specific template in mind. He designed his spiritual products beforehand and tried to realize them as faithfully as possible. Another factor that skewed his companion spirits was the inclusion of spiritual ingredients that each introduced their own properties. Their specific spiritual attributes introduced strong biases in the companion spirits and bestowed them with new capabilities. For example, Blinky excelled at processing and manipulating spiritual energy due to incorporating a spiritual fragment of the unending one. Alexandria was able to generate long-lasting design networks by incorporating half of Ashling Curver's design seed. Even if Vase did not introduce any foreign ingredients, the subjects themselves were able to make up for the shortfall. This was how Venerable Dice gained her Respa and Kedis obtained her Sharpie. In both cases, the recipients already possessed strong spiritual attributes that immediately shaped their companion spirits in highly complementary forms. This time is different. The two Pakladin test subjects might have spiritual potential, but there was nothing special about them as they remained dormant all this time. Without actively drawing out the potential and applying it to a specific way, the bird aliens had lived their entire lives without realizing their hidden power. Now, Vase had forcefully drawn out a portion of it by bestowing them a companion spirit. If nothing else, the birth of semi-independent spiritual creatures would definitely introduce them to the world of spiritual phenomena. Since their companion spirits were made out of a portion of their spiritualities that contained ordinary attributes, the new entities probably wouldn't possess any special abilities. It's hard to cook a tasteful meal with plain ingredients. However, the advantage of using boring ingredients without cooking them in a specific way was that the meals could turn into anything. Will the new companion spirits turn into miniature images of their Pakladin counterparts like the new Sharpie? Will they take the form of their favored tools and objects like the older form of Sharpie? Will the companion spirits spontaneously take completely different forms such as humans or planets? To what extent will the strongest thoughts and emotions of the test subjects shape the abilities of their companion spirits? Can companion spirits even develop special abilities without the support of powerful ingredients? Vase wanted answers to all of these questions and more. He originally thought about performing this experiment on lab animals, but now that the Dragon's Den hosted so many Pakladin captives, he could make use of more human-like test subjects. So far, he did not encounter any signs that their spiritualities were significantly different from that of humans. Their biological differences didn't matter as long as their spirits roughly behaved the same to his procedures. This meant that as long as he was able to develop a powerful new application with the Pakladins, he could easily transfer that to humans. Let's take you back to your homes. I don't want you to go crazy. Vase wrapped up the session and commanded the catcher bots to return Subject 1 and Subject 2 to their biomes. Hopefully, the two test subjects would be able to recover with the help of their fellow Pakladins. Once they enjoyed enough time to heal their injuries and mold their companion spirits into specific forms, Vase intended to return to them and inspect their properties. Even if the bland companion spirits hadn't taken any strong or specific forms, the experiment was already a success if Subject 1 and Subject 2 both survived and returned to full health. If their companion spirits eventually evolved into useful entities, then Vase completed the first step in mass-producing companion spirits for his entire clan. This is my real goal. He had long thought about how he wanted to spread this advantage to his entire clan. It wasn't fair that just a handful of prominent Larkinsons such as himself, his wife, his daughter and his close comrades obtained such a useful addition to their lives. While he was willing to provide his other clansmen with companion spirits if possible, he faced the same problem with regards to producing living coins. There was no way to delegate or automate the procedure. It was impossible for Vase to manually work on his clansmen one by one, especially when each operation took a lot of effort and attention to complete. What was worse was that he needed to make use of precious ingredients in order to make strong or highly specific companion spirits. This was why he conceived of the current trial. If everything worked out as he hoped, he had a basis of creating companion spirits with less effort and investment than before. This will substantially reduce the amount of time, effort and resources I need to spend to create a companion spirit, but it doesn't address the mass production issue. This was the biggest hurdle to this grand and ambitious plan. He already came up with a potential solution to this problem. What if I create a companion spirit that specializes in creating other companion spirits? The idea sounded viable, but it would probably be incredibly difficult to make it possible. The operator companion spirits needed to be as good as Blinky when it came to manipulating spiritual energy. They also needed access to his spiritual energy, because only he possessed the unique life attribute that breathed life into objects. Perhaps it was possible to recreate a companion spirit like Blinky in someone else's head, but why should Vase hand over so much power to others? An entity like Blinky might not be able to affect the material realm that much, but he was a natural enemy against spiritual entities. There was no way that Vase would arm another person with a companion spirit that could threaten his spiritual applications. I don't think there's another way to turn other people into companion spirit surgeons. How else would he be able to mass-produce his companion spirits? There had to be a more practical and foolproof way to bestow this advantage to the rest of his clan. He thought back on how he was in the process of mass-producing his living coins. An idea suddenly popped up in his mind. What if I can grow a companion spirit tree? He froze. As long as the Golden Fruit project succeeded, he would have solid proof that a bioengineered flesh tree was capable of growing living coins. Since the trees were capable of producing coins with spiritual properties, what if he developed a tree that grew a different kind of fruit? The seed won't take the form of a solid coin that just happens to be alive. Instead, it will be a spiritual seed that someone can integrate by eating the fruit grown by the special tree. This could become a revolutionary invention if he was able to make it work. A companion spirit tree had much wider implications than a living coin tree. The latter functioned as a vehicle to collect spiritual feedback at best. The former could completely strengthen humanity as a whole as long as it was popularized. What if Vase and his close companions weren't the only ones who possessed spiritual pets? What if they weren't confined to the Larkinson clan? If just 1% of humanity obtained a companion spirit, the comprehensive potential and capabilities of human civilization would experience a massive leap. That was because companion spirits had the potential to provide a lot of additional possibilities, especially if they grew more formidable over time. Just as he imagined himself changing humanity forever, he quickly interrupted his delusional fantasies. It's nearly impossible to make this work. Vase had overcome a huge amount of hurdles to create his so-called companion spirit trees. He needed to develop a tree that was able to grow a special fruit that possessed the necessary ingredients to autonomously birth a companion spirit to the eater. What was important was that the fruit had to complete this complicated process all by itself, which was an impossible challenge if there was no one to direct the operation. Will it work on everyone? That was anything but certain. Vase was easily able to provide Subject 1 and Subject 2 with companion spirits because both possessed spiritual potential. What if this wasn't the case? What if they didn't possess any potential? Vase didn't have any clear answers to these questions. Also, how can I develop a working mechanism for the companion spirit fruit? Something had to happen as soon as a person ate a fruit. The spiritual elements grown by the tree must not go to waste. He exerted his creativity to the fullest as he attempted to find a viable solution. He eventually came up with two potential directions. The first direction was to develop a design spirit that could essentially perform this delicate operation on people's spirits with great proficiency. Such a design spirit had to be extremely powerful, extremely precise and extremely loyal. Suffice to say, Vase had a lot of misgivings about this plan. He did not trust any other design spirits with this power except Vulcan and maybe the Superior Mother. He did not want to hand over this power to another entity. This was why he was more inclined to go with the second direction. I need to develop a completely new method of creating a companion spirit in people. What if he came up with a less violent process? What if a companion spirit fruit held a spiritual seed that peacefully assimilated with the spiritualities with the eater? Once the spiritual seed was buried into the mind of whoever ingested the fruit, it could steadily grow into a new companion spirit in a more natural and harmonious fashion. Ves's eyes lit up. Although he had to solve numerous challenges in order to make this process work, it was a much better idea than the first method. In fact, as long as I can make this work, I don't need to limit the method to bestowing others with companion spirits. He could potentially create an entire class of spirit trees that grew fruits that provided all kinds of spiritual boosts when ingested. Perhaps one fruit was able to bestow spiritual potential to people who lacked this strength. Perhaps another fruit could impart specific talents to people by allowing them to assimilate spiritual attributes related to life, mechs or swords. Perhaps a third fruit was able to grant enlightenment by stimulating their emotions similar to getting exposed to the aspect of transcendence. While all of these ideas sounded great, the problem was that Vase didn't think that he was capable of making it all possible by himself. The Tea Institute needs to get up and running. Chapter 3769 Super Ambition. After Vase came up with the concept of giving life to extraordinary trees that could grow all sorts of fate-defying spirit fruits, how could he not be excited? His imagination fully went into bloom as he began to produce all kinds of galaxy-shaking fantasies. He imagined a future where spirit fruit trees spread across human civilization. Though these remarkable trees were expensive to grow and maintain, the fruits they grew were absolutely worth the effort. With each fruit that grew from their branches, a human could gain power that was otherwise nearly impossible to obtain. Vase imagined a future where mundane individuals with no special talents could become extraordinarily powerful with the help of his fruits. No longer will humanity be shackled by their own limited talents and the inherent deficiencies of humankind. The ability to turn this impossibility into a possibility would shake the foundations of human civilization and spark a golden age that could definitely surpass any of the ones that came before. This wasn't hubris. This was a future that he could actually realize if he succeeded in his research. Previously, it was unimaginable for him that the mere idea of developing a modified money tree could lead to such a momentous ambition. If he succeeded, he would become a celebrated figure throughout humanity. His contributions to society would exceed that of the polymath and any other star designer. Not even the Common Fleet Alliance could surpass his efforts. As long as he cracked the secrets behind mass-producing fruits that contained beneficial spirit seeds and empowering human spirituality, he could single-handedly lead human civilization to an ascendant height that far surpassed the reach of other alien civilizations. Neither the 7 apex races of the Milky Way galaxy at their height nor the major alien races of the Red Ocean could shake humanity's strength once a lot more people unlocked the power of their spiritualities. Humanity already occupied a dominant position in the Milky Way, and that was when the vast majority of humans were mere norms that did not possess any advantages. Although second-class and first-class humans were able to break their biological limits by relying on increasingly more sophisticated implants and genetic treatments, these measures were unable to shake the deficiency in spirit. Under ordinary circumstances, the only way for people to transcend into greatness was to put in an untold amount of effort and hardship in their work. Despite the immense amount of humans living in the galaxy, how many of them could actually overcome all of the nigh impossible hurdles and reach the top of their respective professions? Over a span of 4 centuries, only a few hundred god pilots and star designers had emerged. Even though a single person among them was incredibly powerful, the total number of humans who had reached the pinnacle of their professions was still abysmally low. This was the great problem that the Mech Trade Association had always tried to overcome. Whether the Mechers managed to develop a solution or not, the cost had to be prohibitive, thereby preventing them from elevating humanity to a higher level. What Vase came up with was different. As long as his spirit trees came into existence, people could shed their mortality and gain strength beyond any measure with the help of a couple of spirit fruits. People can't grow strong by relying on spirit fruits alone. They still need to put in the effort. How could transcendent power be so easy to obtain? Mech pilots had to struggle against overwhelming odds in order to evolve into an expert candidate, expert pilot, ace pilot, and finally god pilot. Each of them needed to develop their willpower, conviction, and other related traits step by step in order to earn the right to wield greater power. Spirit fruits can't help people perfect their will, Vase surmised. What it can do is make up for the shortfall in talent and spiritual accumulation. Vase finally envisioned a more realistic way of creating high-ranking expert pilots en masse. I need to unify my solutions into a cohesive ecosystem. Spirit fruits was just the start. They could provide mech pilots who originally did not have the qualifications to go any further the potential to undergo apotheosis. However, potential was potential and did not translate into actual strength. Even if a mech pilot is 100 spirit fruits, all of that additional power if the person was too weak and muddle-headed to forge his potential into a strong and overpowering will. This process of refining one's mind and willpower into an extraordinary force of will had stumped many mech pilots. Even those with an abundance of talent had fallen into obscurity because they failed to navigate the journey that could sublimate their lives. Don't I have another solution for that, though? He thought back on his aspects of Lufa. He already envisioned a few research projects related to leveraging the different glows to assist with polishing the willpower of different mech pilots. If what had happened to Kedis was any indication, then a lot of mech pilots would be able to find enlightenment and avoid the detours and dead ends that might block their progress to their next evolution. In this way, the combination of spirit fruits and glow treatments formed a nearly complete breakthrough system. With the help of the first solution, many more people would be able to obtain chances that they were denied due to congenital deficiencies. With the help of the second solution, the difficulty in advancing to the next rank would probably be reduced by 75%. Any of the two solutions in isolation was enough to boost humanity's strength. When they were being utilized in combination, the results would definitely change the course of humanity's history to a massive degree. The amount of expert pilots, journeyman mech designers, swordmasters, and possibly other extraordinary professions would skyrocket. With the expansion of such an enormous base of extraordinary figures and the continued assistance of spirit trees and glow treatments, the speed and probability that any of them would overcome the subsequent hurdles were greater. In a century or so, the number of god pilots and star designers in existence might exceed 10,000 individuals. The addition of just a single new figure at the top was already a cause of celebration for humanity as a whole. Vase could hardly imagine how his set of solutions would completely transform the upper echelon of human civilization. The Common Fleet Alliance would no longer be able to compete against the Mech Trade Association. All of this can be possible one day. Vase gasped in exaltation. Although he was far from being able to realize all of these fantastic solutions, his existing capabilities gave him the confidence that he could give birth to an entirely new age. As his passion and excitement continued to rise, the energy surrounding him became more active than ever. His mind became affected by an exceptional mood, and a sense of mania had completely overtaken his consciousness. As his imagination went into overdrive, his awareness blurred as he developed an extremely strong urge to plan out his amazing ambition. He used his implant to put all of his ideas and speculation into words. He created over 100 different diagrams that encapsulated his theoretical framework and even drafted a few spirit tree designs. When his passion and drive had reached a peak, he came up with the culmination of work by coming up with the design of an unprecedentedly powerful design spirit. It was only then that he had slowly calmed down. His excitement faded and his passion returned to a reasonable level as he beheld the results of his effort. The reason why he was no longer able to sustain his drive was because he had hit too many walls. As much as he became impressed by his ambitious new goals, it was anything but easy to make it all happen. When he reviewed all of the documents that he had made in a span of a few hours, he recognized that he was wholly inadequate to realize even 10% of his master plan. He needed to become a superb spiritual engineer, the likes of which humanity had never seen. He bet that not even 5 scrolls compact could come close to developing all of these impossible solutions. It was only up until now that he understood the magnitude of what he attempted to accomplish. This is not an ordinary design anymore. It has far exceeded that level. This is a grand design. Perhaps the grandest of all. Only star designers were capable of leveraging the strength that they had grown step by designing mechs into other powerful applications. It was extremely arrogant and foolish for Vase to think that he could complete a plan that could only be tackled by star designers. He had a long way to go before he developed his prowess and improved his mastery over spiritual engineering to the point where he could create his long-awaited spirit trees. It might take a century. It might take 2 centuries. However long it would take, Vase was determined to pursue this ambition. He clenched his fist as determination filled his body. A day will come when I shall realize my grand design. He needed to be patient, though. The journey was a marathon, not a sprint. He needed to get close by researching incremental new solutions over a span of many years. Not only that, he couldn't do it alone. He needed the support of hundreds if not thousands of brilliant researchers and assistants to solve the sheer amount of problems that prevented him from completing his grand design. There were a few problems that he could potentially solve in a matter of years. Developing a safe and systematic approach where people could make use of the aspects of Lufa to accelerate their progress and trigger controlled breakthroughs was much more attainable. Developing a spirit tree that could grow helpful spirit fruits was much harder in comparison. The biggest challenge that Vase was grappling with was how the consumption of a spirit fruit could lead to a permanent improvement. If Vase injected his spiritual energy into another person, the spike of energy would probably pass through everything before dissipating into the spiritual realm. If he forcefully tried to inject it in someone's mind or spirit, a violent rejection process would occur as individuals were unable to cope with foreign spiritual energy. Vase had only witnessed a few instances where powerful spiritual entities were able to absorb and digest foreign spiritual matter. Both the Unending One and Cynthia had shown this capability. Yet in either of those cases, the process which they relied upon to absorb foreign energy was violent and forceful. Ordinary people could never replicate such a high-end process. Even Vase had only been able to reproduce a part of the Unending One's devouring capabilities by incorporating the Dark God's spiritual fragment into Blinky. I can't rely on this direction to develop a solution where other people can absorb foreign energy. This was why he turned his attention to a different and more ambitious direction. The key is universal life energy. This high-end spiritual energy attribute was incredibly powerful, but also happened to be incomparably gentle. A small quantity of universal life energy could assimilate into any spirituality as long as they had room to grow. If Vase wanted his spirit fruits to achieve actual results, then he needed to come up with spirit seeds that behaved in a similar fashion. The only solution that he could think of was to add universal life energy to all of the spirit fruits. As long as they contained a sufficient amount of this powerful energy, they could facilitate the assimilation of any kind of spirit seed with foreign attributes. Perhaps a spirit seed that only consists of universal life energy is enough to bestow humans with spiritual potential. Vase had always speculated that this might be possible, but he never dared to test it out because he did not want to waste a finite quantity of universal life energy in his possession. Yet, what if he found a way to replenish it? What if he could grow it by himself instead of relying on obtaining more high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum? Chapter 3770 Crucial Epiphany. The difficulty of producing universal life energy was unimaginable. This was not a regular form of spiritual energy. Its core attribute centered a higher concept of life. Vase had only encountered a few varieties of high-end spiritual energy. From the high-grade life-prolonging treatment vials, he was able to extract the universal life energy that served as the key ingredient to extending people's lives. From Cassandra Breyer, he came in touch with the 5 elements of earth, water, fire, wood and metal. From the polymath, he not only encountered the metal attribute once again, but also tasted the power of truth. Each of these high-end attributes were powerful. Each of them opened up a lot of new possibilities. Each of them also happened to be extremely difficult to reproduce. If what he learned from various sources was any indication, then the only way for the Big Two and the 5 Scrolls Compact to generate universal life energy was to squeeze it out of the brains of high-ranking mech pilots. What an incredibly barbaric and inefficient process. While Vase could easily imagine the deranged cultists of the 5 Scrolls Compact undertaking such a demented activity, it was hard for him to accept that the Big Two also engaged in such a terrible activity. The suspicion that the Mech Trade Association, which had always stood up for the rights of mech pilots, eagerly sacrificed the lives of expert pilots and ace pilots in order to extend the lives of a cabal of geezers was too horrible to accept. Although Vase still hadn't collected enough proof to clear his doubts, the possibility always remained. He did not need to look any further than the research files that he had inadvertently obtained from the Pinnacle Lab on Prosperous Hill V. His eyes clouded over as he focused inward. He dug up a collection of research documents that he had managed to steal from the Supreme Sage's lab. Project Cain encapsulated that former top bioresearchers attempt to extract a special substance from the brains of dead expert pilots. The goal was to improve the yield and make it easier to produce greater quantities of high-grade serum. There was no way the MTA had no relations to this macabre research project. Perhaps its upright principles did not allow the organization to conduct this research directly. Outsourcing this controversial activity to a disposable third-party associate was a lot safer. The more Vase thought about it, the more this scheme made sense. The MTA could just profess innocence if the public found out about the horrible experiments that they had secretly commissioned one day. After all, the Mechers had done none of the actual work. It was the rogue scientists that had gone down the wrong path. Until then, the Mechers could reap all of the gains without accepting any responsibility. It was a devious scheme that completely fit their behavior pattern. Every external research partner was a tool as far as the MTA was concerned. The Supreme Sage and other research partners were not as honored as they thought. Perhaps they might hold value as long as their standing remained high, but the Mechers would not hesitate to dump them as soon as any of them turned into a liability. Vase even thought about his own relationship with the MTA. Were his friendship with Jovi, his acquaintance with the polymath and his status as a contributor of restricted technology just levers to make him more useful to the association? What if he outlived his usefulness? Would he get cleaned up by them one day? He shook his head. The Mechers shouldn't be ungrateful. As long as Vase grasped their goals and motivations, he could ensure that he remained a useful asset to them. His relationship with the MTA was safe as long as this was the case. It didn't take much for him to remain in the good graces of the association. He just had to keep improving as a mech designer. The greater his contributions to the mech community, the more he facilitated the MTA's purpose. As Vase thought about how to maintain his relationship with the MTA, he suddenly reached another epiphany. Wait a minute, Vase abruptly paused. Why am I thinking about improving humanity through spirit trees when I can more easily do so with my mechs? The grand design that he tentatively called the Spiritual Uplift Project was extremely immense and far-reaching. In order to develop the spirit fruits that could seamlessly merge their spiritual seeds with people's spiritualities, he needed to develop a self-renewing source of universal life energy. The only way that Vase could accomplish this was to create a new spiritual product that excelled at this job. It would be the mother of all spirit trees. By forming a spiritual entity that was largely based on high-end universal life energy and little else, Vase hoped to create a tree of life that could produce an endless amount of its main ingredient, thereby ridding him from his dependency on extremely rare and expensive serum. This was a much more efficient way of producing universal life energy than squeezing it out of the brains of high-ranking mech pilots as if they were oranges. It's too difficult, though. As far as Vase was aware of, most spiritual life forms were unable to handle such high-end energies. They were too powerful and high quality to be handled by low-order life forms. The thought of creating a life that could produce universal life energy right away was an incredibly arrogant goal. The biggest challenge to creating this so-called tree of life was to ensure that the new spiritual entity did not instantly expend all of its high-end universal life energy into nurturing its low-end spiritual energies. Difficult, difficult, difficult. While Vase had a few ideas on how to start with nurturing this extremely special tree of life, it would probably take decades if not centuries for this remarkable life form to fulfill all of its functions. Compared to the extremes that Vase needed to go through in order to progress his ultra-ambitious spiritual uplift project, it was a lot easier for him to achieve similar results by designing mechs. This was what his epiphany was all about. I was putting the cart before the horse. Before I can think about helping every human transcend their limits, I should focus on a more attainable goal such as making mech pilots stronger. As Vase turned his thoughts in this direction, he realized that even without the use of spirit fruits, he could use another medium to nurture a human spirituality. The answer is mechs. Although the limitation of using mechs was that his solutions were solely confined to mech pilots, this was still a good start. Vase recalled the fundamental creed of every mech designer. It was a goal that the MTA forcefully hammered into his head and that of his fellow colleagues. Mech designers exist to serve mech pilots. It was a simple statement, but not it gained an additional meaning through the epiphany he had obtained. The conventional way for mech designers to fulfill their creed was to design good mechs that provided immediate battle strength to mech pilots. A strong weapon allowed mech pilots to put up a better fight. However, that's not the extent of my style. Sure, his living mechs always provided immediate advantages that could help a mech pilot win a battle. The increased cooperation between a living mech and a mech pilot along with the remarkable properties of glows usually resulted in better results. Yet what Vase actually fixated upon was imparting his mechs with growth potential. By making them alive and giving them the possibility to grow stronger over time, they could become stronger and more useful weapons that could help their mech pilots achieve even greater victories. That's not the extent of what I can do, though. He didn't realize it until now that he was mostly prioritizing the growth of the mech. His latest attempts to make the weapon stronger, such as developing increasingly more sophisticated living mechs and increasing his use of designed spirits, all served to strengthen one part of the equation. He had subconsciously neglected the other part of the equation, yet that was illogical. As a mech designer who was obsessed with man-machine symbiosis, how could he leave out the growth of the mech pilot? If I treat my living mechs as spirit fruits, how much help can they provide towards my mech pilots? The results would be massive. Any mech of his design that could induce targeted growth to its mech pilot would be at least 10 times if not 100 times more valuable than a competing machine. In fact, the allure of piloting a mech that could actively help a mech pilot grow stronger was a fatal attraction to the entire soldier profession. Vase wanted to smack his face for missing this incredibly promising possibility. Unlike his previous ideas, it was a lot more attainable for him to realize all of these amazing new growth-oriented mech models. The reason why he was so confident about it was because they had already come into existence. My Chiron, my Quint and my Enlightened Warrior are already growth mechs in a sense. Even Ketty's joined the party. Her Monster Slayer and her second sword was imbued with a portion of her swordsmanship which they could pass on to their mech pilots. All of these existing mechs proved that the idea of using machines to actively nurture the strength of mech pilots was viable. In truth, Vase had only scratched the surface of growth mechs up until this point. He had been too ignorant of the possibilities. All the times he spent on improving the performance of his mechs had caused him to neglect the greater potential of design philosophy. If he turned his main products into the mech industry's version of spirit fruits, then he could revolutionize the mech community a lot sooner. The entire body of mech pilots would become profoundly grateful to his contributions as he introduced a much more accessible method for them to improve their talents and exceed their congenital limitations. As long as his growth mechs lived up to their promises, they could change the face of the mech market. Who would want to buy a mech that wasn't capable of actively nurturing mech pilots? The mechs that lack this essential feature will all turn obsolete overnight. The only way for other mech designers to compete against machines that served mech pilots the best was to incorporate Vase's solutions into their own work. As far as Vase knew, the only way to make that possible was for Vase to advance to the rank of master mech designer and realize his design philosophy. His eyes widened as his passion burned even hotter than before. He no longer felt confused about his future direction as a mech designer. Ever since he became a journeyman, he explored his design philosophy and developed a lot of new applications. He continually created more and more methods and techniques while at the same time fleshing out his theoretical framework. Yet no matter how much he expanded his spiritual toolbox, he never felt that any of them brought him closer to advancing to the next rank. This was no longer the case. Vase felt it in his bones that the concept of growth mechs could be the key he was looking for all of these years. It was not the key that he could use to unlock the gates that allowed him to realize his design philosophy. Every mech designer could come up with many different ideas to progress their design philosophies. However, not all of them were as good. Some were more attainable, some were easier to research, some fit a mech designer better than others. Vase had no doubts, though. From the moment he formally conceived of the concept of growth mechs, he already knew that it was the best and most fitting innovation that he could embrace. This is it. This is the one. This is my path that will lead me to senior and master. Chapter 3771. Finding a key. Understanding his future direction was the greatest gift that he could obtain at this point in his career. If Vase hadn't been thinking about creating spirit fruits, he wouldn't have thought about achieving similar results through mechs. The impact of this idea on his approach to mech design could not be overstated. So far, his design philosophy was defined by two major developments. The first development was the decision to pursue living mechs. Vase believed that making mechs alive would help mech pilots perform better than if they piloted a lifeless equivalent. The theory was simple to him. If a portion of the burden of piloting and fighting against the enemy could be transferred to the living mech, then the combination of the two working together could potentially result in much better performance. Over the years, Vase had made a lot of progress in turning living mechs into a defining advantage of his products. His second-order living mechs had transcended the basic level of X factor and possessed enough personality to influence their mech pilots in many beneficial ways. Of course, the downside of living mechs was that they weren't all that impressive at the start. They needed a lot of time and commitment to turn into formidable living entities such as the Quint and the Shield of Samar. Even so, they had already yielded the results that Vase had hoped for. The only difficulty was that there weren't many ways for him to improve this application. The fact that they always started out weak was a severe disadvantage that made it difficult for them to show their full value to their users. The lack of upfront power had ultimately led Vase to the second major development of his design philosophy. By borrowing the strengths of external design spirits, his mechs immediately gained a boost in power and utility that was difficult to replicate by others. A basic glow was one that could increase people's sense of duty like that of the Desolate Soldier model. A more advanced glow was one that could unnoticeably mess up an enemy mech pilot's perception like that of the Stingripper. The more he worked on this application, the more he refined it. He had steadily expanded his collection of design spirits over the years. Each of them were willing collaborators who possessed an abundance of self-interest to retain their connections to his mech designs. While there was a possibility that his design spirits might turn away from him and release their influence from his mech designs, the probability was rather low. Many of them were his own spiritual products and he was nothing less than their father in their perspective. As for other design spirits with different origins such as Zygra and the Titania, Vase could fall back on the plain old solution of bribing them with what they wanted. Spiritual feedback was hard to come by and there was no easier solution than to serve as the guardian angels of his mech designs. In this way, he had successfully opened another brand new path in mech design. He could not think of any other mech designer that was crazy and brilliant enough to think of empowering mechs by contracting different intangible life forms. I really went overboard with this application, Vase depreciating admitted to himself. He had become so enamored and reliant on design spirits and their glows that he had not spent enough time on improving his foundation. Living mechs had started him on the path to becoming a successful mech designer. Living mechs would also form the ultimate vessel that could help him ascend to the rank of master and beyond. Now, his latest epiphany had finally provided him with a direction for him to bring his living mechs to the next level. The key is growth. The key has always been growth. Growth was one of the traits that distinguished his mechs from other ones. Vase could hardly think of any mech designed by a competitor that had the potential to grow more valuable over time. Usually, mechs started out strong and slowly went downhill without any active effort. While it was possible to modify and upgrade existing mechs to perform better than before, all of this cost time and effort that not everyone was willing to spend. Living mechs partially solved this problem by being able to improve without performing any costly upgrades. Not only were living mechs capable of holding their value longer by growing stronger in different ways, they could also become powerful heirloom mechs if their owners were willing to upgrade them so that they remained relevant. The Shield of Samar was the quintessential example of how the latter could yield an immensely more valuable mech. If Vase and Gloriana had chosen to design and fabricate the Shield of Samar as an expert mech from scratch, then the end result would never be as powerful even if the fabricated mech turned out to be a masterwork. There were still gaps between masterwork mechs. The older ones such as the Quint and the Shield of Samar possessed numerous advantages over the newer ones such as the Everchanger and the Minerva. The accumulation of years could not be substituted. It's amazing how far I've come since I've embraced the concept of growth through my living mechs. His old novice self would become absolutely gobsmacked if he came across the work of his current self. Yet for all of his attempts to leverage the concept of growth to his advantage in his own mech designs, he had not seriously thought about extending it to the other half of the man-machine connection. By including mech pilots among his targets for growth, the value of any mechs that successfully applied this expanded concept would skyrocket in value. Vase recalled his discussions with Master Willix and the Polymath. Both of them contextualized the use of technology in mechs in particular as tools that facilitated the growth and evolution of mech pilots and ultimately humanity as a whole. Although it sounded like a fantastic idea, the problem was that mechs didn't provide that much nurturing towards their mech pilots. Mechs only opened up new possibilities. It was up to the mech pilot themselves to grope their way forward. A countless amount of mech pilots dedicated their entire lives to training and fighting with their mechs, but how many of them were actually able to advance to expert pilot in the end? Of the many expert pilots that only possessed a limited window of opportunity to achieve their second breakthrough, how many of them were forced to end their struggle for growth because their efforts alone weren't good enough to bring them any further? What Vase had come up with had the potential to change all of these missed opportunities and wasted potential. It was already possible for him to design living mechs that could grow stronger through active use. Now, he figured out that it was possible for him to accomplish the same to the mech pilots. This is true synergy. The initial meaning of man-machine symbiosis was to pool their strengths and cover for their weaknesses. This way, the combination of the two became stronger than if they remained separate. Vase had dedicated a lot of time and effort into this meaning in the last few years. There was nothing wrong with that, but it was only now that he learned that he could bring the meaning of symbiosis to a deeper level. The way to do this is to apply the concept of growth to this symbiotic relationship. No longer would Vase solely focus on enabling his mechs to grow stronger. The growth of a mech mainly empowered the mech pilot, but did not specifically stimulate the latter's growth in a significant fashion. That was because Vase had been ignorant of the possibilities. Now, Vase envisioned a way to design a living mech that utilized the man-machine connection to actively nurture the strengths of the mech pilot. From growing the mech pilot's spiritual potential to imparting him with elevated talent for swordsmanship or marksmanship, there were many possible applications that Vase could develop that could uniquely make all of his customers stronger in an undeniable fashion. The best part about this is that the growth and strengthening of the mech pilot will ultimately feed back into the mech. The stronger the mech, the stronger the mech pilot. The stronger the mech pilot, the stronger the mech. This was already the case with ordinary mechs, but it was especially true when it came to his own products. Vase imagined a future where every mech behaved similarly to a spirit fruit. As long as a mech pilot diligently piloted the mech in question, he would constantly progress his own strength until he finally broke through to the rank of expert candidate. Once the user of a mech became an expert candidate, he could provide a lot more spiritual feedback to the mech, thereby accelerating the machine's growth and development. When the mech grows stronger due to this interaction, its ability to nurture its mech pilot becomes even stronger. This in turn will help the mech grow stronger because his battle partner is able to provide more spiritual feedback. This was a virtuous cycle. One strengthened the other and back again in an endless cycle. Of course, it was a lot harder to sustain this cycle in practice. The mech pilot was able to upgrade himself continuously, but the mechs needed to be upgraded to expert mechs or ace mechs if there was a desire for them to accompany their old partners. Still, the fact that such a virtuous cycle was even possible gave Vase a lot of encouragement in pursuing this powerful new direction. Growth mechs are not the only possible evolution of living mechs, but they are definitely the ones that fit my goals and style the most. Vase no longer felt that the description of spiritual man-machine symbiosis described his design philosophy the best. If I embrace this path, then my design philosophy should actually be called mutual growth. Mutual growth. The new description only consisted of 2 words, but they encompassed everything that Vase was trying to achieve with his mech designs. The words pointed out the essence of his design philosophy in a way that the previous combination fell short. Mutual was a word that stood for reciprocity and cooperation. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. This was what Vase initially set out to do with his living mechs and his design spirits. The inclusion of multiple different life forms and enabling them to partner with each other to create different synergies had indeed led to many improvements. However, mutual was not a word that properly incorporated the other aspect of his work. The addition of the word growth solved this problem by comprehensively upgrading the description of his design philosophy. It expressly described the potential for every partner of the relationship to grow stronger. They not only did so by nurturing their own growth, but also accomplished this by nurturing each other's growth. Even the design spirit can join the party. This way, many more growth-inducing relationships became possible. The mech pilot facilitated the growth of the mech and the design spirit. The mech facilitated the growth of the mech pilot and the design spirit. The design spirit facilitated the growth of the mech and the mech pilot. Each of these relationships already existed in one form or another, but by neglecting the growth of the mech pilot, Vase had not fully drawn out their potential up until this point. All of this will change for the better. Vase's eyes burned hotter than ever as he already thought about experimenting with this new direction during the next round of mech design projects. There was no better way to confirm whether the concept of growth was truly his key to advancing to senior and ultimately master. Every living mech must become a training mech. This was his new short-term goal. It was also an easy way for him to help others understand what he was aiming for. What Kedis had accomplished with her Monster Slayer model was a precursor of what he would be attempting with his own upcoming mech designs. I shall master my own growth. Chapter 3772 Setting Targets, Hehehehe. Aurelia toddled forward on her own with her small and sturdy legs. She had already learned how to walk by now and used that to her advantage as she chased after one of the many cats that lounged in the park. Even the fact that she was wearing a thin protective suit did not hinder her from going forward. Kitty. Dozens of meows spread throughout the park as the cats ran and played with the numerous children that their parents had brought along. Once Aurelia grew tired of chasing after a tabby cat, she moved over to a sandbox and sat down next to a pair of suited, blonde-haired twins who were trying to make a mech out of sand. Unfortunately, the humanoid figure they attempted to shape didn't look that accurate. Mech, no, Mech, no. Even though Aurelia was younger than the twins, she could still hold her own in this childish argument. Her parents looked proud and content as they sat on a nearby bench and watched over their daughter. Both of them wore protective gear as well. Although the fleet was not under acute threat, it was still wise to take precautions. The Garamel system might be dangerous, but life still had to go on. Fortunately, the Larkinsons experienced so many crises since the founding of the clan that everyone had become used to the threat of danger hanging over their heads. No member of the Golden Skull Alliance was a soft-hearted coward. Even the most timid among the Larkinsons experienced a lot of changes after getting caught up in large space battles and living among active-duty soldiers. The Larkinsons had grown as a whole. Although there were many faults to Vess's strategy of going on an expedition while bringing his entire clan along, the sharing of wealth and woe had comprehensively developed the mentality and unity of his clansmen. As Vase observed how well the other civilian and off-duty Larkinsons in the ship city of New Durham coped with the current circumstances, he felt proud of what his people had become. They weren't Briters. They weren't Ilvanans. They weren't Hexers. They weren't Lifers. They were none of those people anymore. Although their lives in their former states still marked them in many ways, the Larkinson clan had successfully assimilated them. Becoming a Larkinson meant that they had gained a new identity at the cost of their old ones. An identity that Vase had shaped to his liking. Now, his daughter and his future children were bound to grow up in this environment. The Larkinson clan was the equivalent of a growth mech to his children. Both of them nurtured each other and had the potential to become stronger as a result. Of course, much of that would take many years to come into fruition. For now, Aurelia was just a cute little kid who loved to chase after cats and babble with her parents. She grows up so fast. Gloriana sighed in a loving tone as she leaned against her husband's combat armor. I already miss the time when she was smaller, but it's nice to see that she has grown. I can already see that she is going to grow up into a splendid woman. Vase nodded as he enjoyed the sight of his daughter having fun. Growth. It is such a wonderful process. Even the smallest and cutest baby can grow up into a formidable existence. Aurelia more than anything has the potential for greatness. Life wasn't fair and Vase was in a position to provide a lot of resources to nurture his daughter's growth. While there were much wealthier parents who could shower their children with all kinds of advanced treatments and training, none of them should be capable of helping their offspring grow their extraordinary qualities. This was the source of Vess's confidence. With the unique enhancements that only he could develop, his daughter and his future children one day be able to soar to the top of human society. Gloriana pressed her suited hand on her stomach. Kedis and I are halfway through the preparation phase. We'll be able to begin our pregnancies in 1 or 2 weeks if everything goes according to schedule. That's great news, honey. I would love to hold our ginger-haired baby in my arms one day. Raising Aurelia already added to their stress at times, but neither parents wanted to stop so soon. The satisfaction and fulfillment they gained from raising their own flesh and blood was incomparable. Not even designing a fantastic new mech brought them as much warmth as spending time with their cute little girl. As the married couple chatted about their kids and other matters, Vase eventually brought up his recent epiphany. He calmly explained his recent insights and his decision to commit his design philosophy to a direction that he instinctively felt drawn towards. Growth. Gloriana fell into thought. That, indeed fits your work. It explains many of your choices, even the ones that are not directly related to our mech designs. Our clan, our fleet, our mech pilots, our proto-gods and even our relationships with outsiders are characterized with growth. You always have a tendency to invest into something small in the hopes that it could grow into something bigger one day. That's a clever analysis. I do have a tendency to make decisions based on long-term considerations, but I never contextualized it in my preference to pursue growth. It's not just a preference for me. It's a philosophy. Just like how Gloriana constantly pursued perfection in every aspect of her life, Vase sought to encourage growth in everything he cared about. It was how they worked and how any mech designer approached their lives as they progressed their careers. There were some mech designers that became more affected by their design inclinations than others. Vase figured that highly passionate mech designers such as himself and his wife were more badly affected by their design inclinations than other mech designers. Perhaps rational mech designers exhibited the greatest degree of control over their impulses. I agree with you that this growth direction has great potential, if you can pull it off. Gloriana said as she imagined his future works. Mechs will acquire a different meaning once you advance to master. The entire mech community as a whole will no longer be able to walk around your design philosophy anymore. I know mech pilots quite well, and I have never met one that is able to resist the desire to attain greater strength. The market appeal of such a machine that can fulfill this desire will become so enormous that your recognition and influence will surpass that of any star designer. She was not exaggerating. Vase seriously doubted that the best mech designers alive today could design a mech that had the potential to accelerate the growth of its pilot to an exaggerated degree. Great legends in the mech industry such as Maximilian Zhu, the Heart of Fire, and Rexel Dawson, the Lord of Atlantis, were able to design fantastic mechs that delivered much better performance than nearly anything else on the market, but even they possessed their limitations. The Heart of Fire reigned supreme when it came to designing mechs with energy weapons. No other star designer could surpass the Lord of Atlantis when it came to designing aquatic mechs. Yet as much as they excelled in their chosen specialties, Vase did not believe they could maintain their advantage in other fields. This was especially the case when the fields became more obscure and difficult to learn. In that sense, not even the incredibly versatile and multidisciplined polymath should be able to exceed the works of Vase in his area of specialty. As long as Vase was able to prove that he was able to execute his new concept of growth mechs, he would already attain an inestimate status in the mech industry. I have found my path to senior and beyond, Vase confidently boasted to his wife. Before, I spent much of my time developing many different applications of my specialty. Each of them are useful, but I already feel that it doesn't make much sense to diversify my solutions any further. My toolbox is large enough to deal with many different scenarios. I increasingly feel the need to develop a single advantage further so that I have the strength to compete against more powerful mech designers. Gloriana's lips curled into a smirk. You are feeling threatened by the competition, isn't that right? Kedis and Professor Benedict must have prodded you to work towards senior more seriously. This is a good development. I don't want you to stagnate or waste too much time at your current level. We are far more talented mech designers than others. We managed to advance to journeyman when we were young, and I expect us both to continue our streak by becoming seniors before we reach 50. Just because Vase had found his direction did not mean he was confident that he could break through within the next year. Collaborating together with Professor Benedict allowed him to understand the qualitative difference between journeymen and seniors. There were good reasons why the two were treated separately. A journeyman was just a mech designer who had just entered the world of high-level mech design. A senior was a mech designer that could aptly be described as a preparatory master. Although the gap between senior and master was enormous, the former was not just a journeyman with greater skills. Seniors possessed real powers that were much more concrete than that of journeymen. Now, Vase had set his sights on advancing to senior. This was his goal for the upcoming years. No matter how clear he was about his future direction, designing a lot of mechs was indispensable. This was a process that could only be sped up to a limited degree. As much as he was impatient to break through to senior, he himself knew that he possessed far too little design experience to advance in the next design round. A part of him felt it was a pity. His knowledge accumulation probably satisfied the minimum threshold with the help of the system. His spirituality had also grown a lot stronger thanks to the addition of Blinky. His weakness was his lack of works that aligned with his chosen direction. He not only had to apply the concept of growth mechs many times in order to prove that it was the right choice, he also had to develop it further so that they provided much greater value than his prior advantages. What sort of growth mech are you aiming to design in the near future? Gloriana asked. I have several different ideas. Vase replied. I can pursue an easy start by taking notes from Kutiz's recent works. Her Monster Slayer design reminds me of the training mechs that I have designed in the past. The Chiron is the quintessential example of a mech model that can actively foster the growth of its users, but it is not the only one. Back in the day, my young blood and my old soul has trained a lot of young mech cadets. They are the reason why Venerable Joshua has become so strong, and that is an impressive result considering I was just an apprentice at the time. How many more Venerable Joshuas could he nurture if he designed more training mechs? Vase could scarcely imagine the wave of skilled mech pilots that might emerge as a result of his upcoming work. Is that what you are aiming for in the next design round? A commercial training mech? Vase tentatively nodded. At least one of my new projects will revolve around such a mech. It is the simplest and most direct way to test the viability of growth mechs. The mech market already has an expectation that training mechs are designed to facilitate the growth of mech pilots. Mine will just be significantly more effective than usual if I succeed. It will be an evolution of our Chiron model. Chapter 3773 Commercial Training Mech. Designing a training mech was a must. It fit the concept of growth mechs too well. On top of that, the training mechs that Vase had designed in the past already showed that they were highly compatible with his design philosophy. A training mech model that aligned with his new direction would definitely provide a lot of value to the market. Vase almost decided to keep it in the clan if not for its growing need for money. However, just because Vase believed that his training mech had the potential to become a revolutionary new product didn't mean that it could achieve commercial success. He had to overcome the inertia in the mech market in order to sell enough mechs. The market for training mechs is a lot harder to enter than others. Gloriana warned Vase. There are many reasons for that. Training mechs are crucial machines that are used to train humanity's future mech pilots. They need to be extremely well designed so that the dangers of using them are suppressed to a minimum. In other words, the soundness and optimization of their designs need to be extremely high. She was right. Vase already understood a thing or two about training mechs. He already did a lot of research on the market for these special products back when he designed the Chiron. You cannot spend a few months on this project and think that it will become a bestseller. His wife continued, safety and reliability must be guaranteed first before other priorities come into consideration. If just a single accident occurs that can be traced back to a design flaw, the mech academies would rather pull your training mech from the lineup than to risk an incident that could completely ruin their reputations. You have to realize that mech academies live and die by their public perception. That was also true. Mech academies were rather unique customers in the mech market. They did not buy the toughest or the most lethal mechs. They did not pay that much attention to top performance at all. Since the mech academies mostly intended to put immature mech cadets in the cockpits, the training mechs had to provide a lot of safety assurances when they were handled poorly. This demanded a lot of attention on the solidness and the stability of the mech frame. It didn't matter whether a mech academy was just a rural school or an elite establishment. The teenagers and young adolescents that piloted them on a regular basis were bound to screw up sooner or later. They might trip their mechs. They might collide them against each other. They might get hit by uncontrolled attacks. So many different accidents took place in a lot of mech academies that training mechs had to possess an excellent tolerance for abuse. We already designed the Chiron. Vase stated, I haven't paid much attention to its use after our Larkinson Mech Academy put our first training mech model into service, but I have heard it is a beloved machine among our mech cadets. His wife nodded. It is indeed a mech that has earned a lot of fans over at the Dissentibus, but don't think that its track record will be enough to convince customers to buy your new commercial training mech. The Chiron works for us because it is alive, because it is an in-house design and because we have never given our Mech Academy much choice about adopting it. Those favorable conditions won't apply to other customers, especially when they have never come across this kind of product. If you want to get our foot in the door, you will need to make sure our training mech meets the prevailing market standard. In other words, it had to meet extremely high standards in terms of technical design. Although the training mech didn't necessarily have to be expensive and too high-end in terms of performance, it had to be as unflappable as possible. The training mech must be able to stand up and fight if it tumbled off a cliff. The training mech had to remain in adequate working condition after enduring a year's worth of regular usage. The training mech needed to be easy to repair and maintain. In addition, the training mech had to be affordable in order to make it economically viable. Not every mech academy enjoyed an unlimited budget. Most mech academies were public institutions that relied on the support of a state in order to pay the bills. It was extremely expensive to buy and maintain a collection of training mechs. Whatever tuition that normal families could afford to pay out of their own pockets would never cover the costs of running a mech academy. For this reason, these public mech academies were often conservative when it came to their buying behavior. They only bought training mechs if they had to. If possible, they were willing to hang on to their machines for multiple decades if possible. The longevity of a mech was therefore an important selling point as they directly affected the bottom line of the institution. Although many states understood the importance of directing sufficient funding in the training and education of mech cadets, the reality was that their public spending could only cover so many priorities. It was not unusual to see mech academies, especially the ones servicing poorer and more rural areas, train their mech cadets by relying on second-hand or even third-hand training mechs. This was why the majority of mech academies were also incredibly brand loyal. They only bought from renowned companies that had been operating in the training mech market for decades if not centuries. Only a long track record of safety and user satisfaction fell into their consideration. This meant that even if the LMC published an extremely effective new training mech design, the vast majority of mech academies would probably adopt a wait-and-see attitude. As the couple shared their perspectives on this special market, Vase made a decision. If these poorer and less well-off mech academies are so stingy about their selections, then we should forget about them. We should target the upper segments of the mech market instead. Those elite and prestigious mech academies may care more about their reputations, but they are also subject to a lot more competition. If they want to improve their reputation and popularity, they need to prove that they can deliver the best possible education. Being able to provide access to a far better training mech model than the alternatives is an excellent way for them to rise in the rankings. Many of his previous commercial mech models hadn't been cheap. Vase always felt more comfortable with designing mechs for those who appreciated quality and cared more about distinctive features than the price-performance ratio of a product. Gloriana still didn't possess much confidence in his chances. The premium segment is even harder to capture than the budget segment, Vase. You're right that customers at this level pay less attention to the cost of a mech, but their obsession for quality means that they will value the pedigree and reputation of the mech company that is selling the training mechs even more. Our LMC possesses no advantages at all in this aspect. Vase lowered his head for a moment. These were troubling observations. Though he didn't want to hear them, he knew that Gloriana was only helping him out by playing devil's advocate this time. I'm not giving up on designing a commercial training mech, Gloriana. We will just have to conduct a different marketing campaign if that's the case. The key is to approach a few institutions in the Red Ocean and earn their trust. If we can convince them to pioneer the use of our radical new training mechs, we can use their success as positive examples of how much the effectiveness of their training has improved. His wife crossed her arms. Really, you think that will work? How are we able to get any education institution to take us seriously? We might be the most impressive pair of journeymen in the Red Ocean, but that doesn't change the fact that we will still be seen as relatively young and inexperienced mech designers. It will be extremely hard to earn a mech academy's trust just by that alone. That is why we should look for any opportunities to go through the back door instead of the front entrance. Vase retorted, we have cultivated a few relationships in the Red Ocean that may help in giving us the chance we need. One of the helpers I have in mind is the Wild Fighter Association. This group pays a lot of attention to the training and welfare of mech pilots, so an excellent training mech should be of much greater interest. Gloriana thought about it for a few seconds. That is a good idea, as long as the Wild Fighter Association is happy about our cooperation. Keddy's only completed her Monster Slayer design a short time ago, so nobody knows whether it will become a popular seller. If it does, I admit that you may be able to convince the Wild Fighters to cooperate with us once again. It helps that the Monster Slayer already functions as a training mech of sorts, though it is mostly targeted towards graduated mech pilots. Keddy's may have designed her Monster Slayer to be relatively easy to pick up, but that assumed the mech pilot already mastered the basics. The Monster Slayer was emphatically not a training mech targeted towards mech cadets. Their large, sharp great swords were much more difficult to handle at first and had a much higher chance of producing serious injuries if mishandled. In addition to that, the Monster Slayer also failed to meet many other standards that customers sought in a good training mech. Even so, the Monster Slayer's potential success could serve as a fantastic opening for his upcoming proposal. There were just a few concerns. The teaching mechanism of the Monster Slayer will be different from mine. Vase predicted. Keddy's has her way of designing mechs and I have my way of designing mechs. Unless we collaborate on designing a training mech that excels in sword fighting, the training mech that I have in mind will probably guide and strengthen its mech pilot in different ways. How so? A few seconds passed as Vase sorted out his thoughts. For one, it has to be a more comprehensive tutor. I will try and transfer the skills of an excellent mech pilot into my new training mech. I have used this approach in the past when I designed my old soul in Young Blood. Back then, my design philosophy was much less developed, yet this pair of virtual mech designs were already effective to an extent. Now that I have become a much more powerful journeyman, I expect that this approach will be a lot more effective than before. That is not enough, Gloriana judged. The elite second-class mech academies you are targeting already possess training mechs that can provide adaptive, personalized training to their mech cadets. While these competing products mostly rely on pedagogic ice to do the job, don't underestimate this solution. The mech companies that have been in the business of selling training mechs have spent many years on expanding and perfecting their teaching ice. This is what you will have to go up against. Are you certain that your own spin on a teaching mech will be able to provide superior instruction? This was indeed a thorny problem. Training mechs that came with ice that provided automated instruction would become direct competitors to his own spin on this mech type. He had to offer more benefits if wanted his living training mech to stand out from the competition. I need to think about this, he said. I have several more ideas on how to add more value to my training mech design, but it will be a lot harder to implement them since I have never worked on them before. That did not deter Vase from performing the necessary research. He wanted to make a statement this time, and to do that he needed to present a revolutionary new product. Chapter 3774 Revisiting Old Lines. If Vase wanted to design a truly effective growth-oriented training mech, then he had to bestow it with an additional advantage. The benefits he had in mind were the same as the ones he envisioned for his spirit fruits. For example, piloting his training mech could slowly activate and draw out a mech cadet's spiritual potential. Piloting his training mech could also increase a mech cadet's talent in a specific fighting skill. These were benefits that were unique and incomparable to any other product on the market. No other mech designer should be able to impart their mech designs with these fantastic features, or else the mech market would have already been dominated by these innovations. The difficulty of implementing them was much higher as a consequence. Vase had no idea where to begin, and he might need to spend a lot more time in order to develop the essential mechanisms. All of that could still wait, as Vase wasn't in a hurry to begin the actual design process. It was already enough for him to come up with the mech concepts and determine whether they were worth pursuing. Vase and Gloriana eventually picked up their daughter after she had her fun playing in the park. They returned to their grand stateroom together with Lucky and Clixie and enjoyed a private meal before they continued their discussion on the next design round. Meow Tilda. Lucky squinted his eyes in pleasure as Vase scratched the cat's head. Meow meow. Clixie cuddling with Aurelia as usual. The cat and little girl looked exceptionally cute as they laid together on a couch. Kixie. Meow. In addition to designing a training mech, I am thinking about designing a second-class version of one of my old products. Vase told his wife. Gloriana frowned a bit as she paused in brushing the leather of her expensive handbag. Which ones do you have in mind? I am not certain yet. I have several viable choices, though the Desolate Soldier is the most obvious choice. I don't necessarily think that is the most optimal choice, Vase. Why not? First, let me ask you this. Where will you sell the new mech? The Yena Star Cluster or the Red Ocean? You can't sell this product to both markets without putting in additional effort because the production circumstances are much different. The materials available for producing mechs were always different from region to region. This was especially the case when the regions were separated by hundreds of thousands of light years. On top of that, the production standards and the production equipment could vary in different regions. This was why each mech design had to be customized to the region they were produced and sold at. If not, producing the same mech in a different location might multiply the production cost by 2 or 3 times. While it was possible for mech designers like Vase to quickly design a localized variant of an existing mech design, it wasn't enough to make a hasty attempt this time. They had to design a mech for a specific region from the ground up if they wanted to enter the second-class mech markets in a proper fashion. That meant they needed to decide where to market their upcoming mech designs right from the beginning. Vase thought about it for a moment and decided that the added design burden was worth the effort. We can't ignore either mech market, Gloriana. I have been receiving regular reports that our business operations in the Yena Star Cluster have steadily stagnated since we left the place. While our third-class mechs are still useful to the customer base, the lack of excitement and momentum will severely damage the continuation of the LMC if this goes on. We need to revive our third-class mechs as well as tap the second-class mech market in our former home region. He revealed several new ambitions to his wife. Gloriana did not miss the crucial points of his answer. Designing third-class mechs costs time. Designing second-class mechs costs time as well. If we split up our design time even further, it will take years to get anything done. Are you sure it is worthwhile to stay involved in the third-class mech market? The LMC still sells millions of desolate soldiers and ferocious piranhas a month, but how much profit do we earn for all of that effort? Around 5,000 MTA credits a month last I heard. Vase recalled. I know it doesn't sound like a lot due to the extremely low earnings per sale, but the competition in the third-class mech market is much less threatening towards us, so it is an extremely reliable source of revenue. In addition to that, our current monthly sales volume is hardly the limit that we can reach. Our success in the old galaxy is almost entirely propped up by two third-class mech models. One of them is a spaceborne rifleman mech while the other is a spaceborne light skirmisher. That only covers 2 of a dozen essential archetypes. If we complete our catalog of third-class mech designs with additional products such as a space knight, a swordsman mech and an artillery mech, we can easily multiply our current earnings figures. The Living Mech Corporation hardly participated in the third-class mech market at all at the moment. The mech company was missing far too many opportunities over the years because its lead designers were too preoccupied with designing clan-exclusive mechs all this time. Vase vowed to rectify that by designing as many commercial mechs as possible in the design round. Gloriana still didn't agree with his decision. Even if designing additional third-class mechs is profitable, think about the opportunity costs. We will have to commit a lot of time and effort on designing these third-class mechs. There is hardly any benefit to working them anymore considering that we have largely moved on to designing second-class mechs. Whatever lessons that we learn from designing lesser mechs will not provide that much help in the projects that actually matter to our clan. Aside from that, second-class mechs are much more profitable in general. The price levels are too far apart and the profit of selling a single second-class mech easily exceeds that of many third-class mechs. You're not thinking about the complete picture, Gloriana. First, you are right that our third-class projects will draw time away from our second-class projects, but we can mitigate this as much as possible by handing over much of the work to our design teams. We employ hundreds of assistants. Why not make use of them? While it is a bit questionable for them to take up responsibility for our second-class mech designs, they are more than qualified to design decent third-class mechs. We just have to supervise their work and design a couple of key elements to make sure the work properly reflects our design philosophies. Gloriana thought about the competences of their large number of assistants and reluctantly agreed that they were up to the task. Of course, much of that was because she didn't care about third-class mech designs anymore. She stopped caring about them when Vase finally moved on to designing mechs at her level. Okay, I'll give you that. A few of our assistants are talented and promising enough to do a good job with this. Handing over a large amount of responsibilities to them will also help their development. None of them have advanced to journeyman all of these years, and that is rather shameful. Given the probabilities in our recruitment standards, 1 or 2 of them should have advanced to journeyman by now. Perhaps giving them more room to design a meaningful mech that can potentially affect the lives of many people will give them the impetus they need to become a high-ranking mech designer. He agreed with her. Although the Larkinson clan could always hire external journeymen whenever possible, it was not a good idea to rely so heavily on outside talents all of the time. The apprentices who already pledged their loyalty to the Larkinson clan were much more loyal and dependable. In addition to that, Vase didn't think it would be good for their design department if not a single assistant mech designer was able to leap into the ranks of lead designers. The morale of the apprentice mech designers would take a blow as they all lost confidence in the Larkinson clan's ability and commitment to support their development. As a growth-oriented mech designer, Vase found this to be intolerable. After a bit of discussion, Vase and Gloriana tentatively agreed that it would be worthwhile to design third-class mechs even if the potential earnings per mech model was low. As long as it didn't require much of their personal effort to complete these easy projects, the benefits outweighed the costs. Do you want to design third-class mechs for the Red Ocean as well? Vase frowned. I'm not so sure about that. We can't sell them in Krakatoa since this is a middle zone. We will have to market them in the lower zones, none of which we are familiar with. We also can't do it ourselves since we don't have any foundation over there. We will have to partner up with third-party manufacturers and hope for the best. Why bother, then? I can understand why you want to continue the LMC's success in the Yena star cluster, but it is much harder to get started in the Red Ocean due to the difficult market circumstances here. The third-class mech market in this dwarf galaxy is a lot more troublesome to enter. Maybe you're right, but we should still try at least once. If it works, then great. If it doesn't work, then we can skip this course of action next time. It doesn't really matter since we can still offload much of the workload to our assistants. Not if we burden them with too many mech design projects. Our assistants will need to spend at least 50% more time to design 2 different localized versions of a single mech. Then we will just start off with fewer third-class products than before. We don't need to offer up a complete collection of mech models right at the start. The two talked about what sort of third-class mech designs they wished to introduce to both mech markets. We should design more modern editions of the Desolate Soldier, the Ferocious Piranha, the Doom Guard and the Aurora Titan. I intend to reimagine them all so that they can offer comprehensively better value than before. His wife understood the desire to refresh the first 3 mech models. Each of them enjoyed a lot of commercial success and updating their designs would definitely invigorate the LMC's flagging sales. However, Gloriana did not quite agree with all of his choices. Are you certain about the Aurora Titan? It has never achieved much success. Its total sales are negligible compared to our bestsellers. That's because I made too many abnormal decisions while not offering enough value. I intend to change the concept of the Aurora Titan so that it adopts a more familiar configuration. If we design it as a more conventional heavy knight, it will probably receive a lot more appreciation. This was still a risky decision because the current Aurora Titan model had never achieved critical success. Vase and the LMC needed to generate demand for the updated edition from scratch. I recall you also have the Crystal Lord. Do you want to design a Mark III version of this third-class mech model? Vase shook his head. No, not yet at least. I don't think I am ready yet. The Crystal Lord makes use of third-class Luminaire technology, which I have become a lot more familiar with over the years. That said, there are too many limitations to mechs at this performance level and I am not confident I can deliver a significantly stronger design than the current Crystal Lord Mark II. He still intended to revisit this mech line, but not before he updated his other lines. Chapter 3775 Naming Rights. After a cautious journey, the flagrant Vandal combat carrier that scouted the way ahead finally reached Garamel 2. The gas giant provided a rare oasis of calm in the Garamel system. Due to its solid core and humongous mass, it generated a magnetic shield that essentially acted like a sunscreen in space. The magnetosphere did nothing to stop the passage of asteroids and other substantial objects, but it just happened to be effective at bouncing away harmful solar particles from the blue supergiant star and deadly rays from every direction. Entering it would allow the expeditionary fleet to halt its slow and steady degradation. Nonetheless, the protection they offered was not absolute. Particularly powerful solar flares generated by Garamel's extremely powerful star occasionally burst through the magnetic shield and bombarded the gas giant and its many moons with deadly particles and energy. No one figured out how frequently this occurred and when it would happen again. The astrophysicists and other scientists in the Larkinson clan who engaged in these studies still lacked a lot of data to construct accurate models. This was why the scout unit's activities were so important. The combat carrier utilized the upgraded and hardened sensor arrays on her exterior to the fullest in order to obtain much more detailed readings of the gas giant and its 16 moons. In addition to that, 20 mechs deployed in quick succession. They split up into 4 different teams and cautiously approached the nearby moons in order to survey their mineral composition up close. Numerous new Light Hunter models were among these teams, which delighted the Vandals. Their sensor systems were much more effective than the ones installed on the Ferocious Piranha. As a Light Hunter escorted by a couple of Ferocious Piranha and a Stingripper approached a small moon, it immediately demonstrated its information-gathering superiority in various different ways. The new Scout mech was not only able to gather richer data on the nearby moon terrain, but was also able to capture data at a significantly greater maximum range than its escorts. Surveying the surface of the moon therefore became a much less cumbersome assignment as the mech teams needed to perform less sweeps in order to map out the entire surface. Of course, the mech teams started surveying the smaller moons first, notwithstanding the tiny rocks that were basically asteroids that got caught in Garamel II's orbits. These smaller moons provided the flagrant vandals with a good opportunity to test the observation capabilities of the light hunter outside of combat conditions. The mech technicians and mech designers assigned to the Mech Legion even modified the numerous sensor systems to perform more effectively in the Garamel system. The workers hardened the more sensitive sensor parts while also installing additional components that excelled at gathering geological data. One of the main objectives of the current expedition was to mine a lot of valuable exotic materials. After all, searching for phase water and other valuable exotics was indispensable. The mech pilots assigned to pilot the scout mechs quickly became more proficient in handling the numerous sensor systems. Each of these components were dedicated to scout mechs and therefore provided a lot more advanced controls to their users. These features weren't necessarily desirable for mechs, as ordinary mech pilots didn't want to fumble around with their sensor systems in the middle of a pitched battle. While the Light Hunter's sensor and analysis modules still worked better than usual when left to their own devices, they truly shined when scout mech specialists selectively tweaked the settings. One of the most effective ways for the Light Hunter to penetrate through thick surfaces and capture the richest details was to employ its most powerful active scanning module. Juliet Stamaros had carefully selected the Samasul Orb directional scanning module for its excellent deep scanning performance. Sure, its range was rather short and its energy consumption went through the roof, but both of these shortcomings were manageable outside of combat situations. The Light Hunters descended closer to the surface of the modest-sized moons to reduce the burden on its sensor systems. They did not activate their active scanners unless they discovered an area of interest. Even then, they only utilized their Samasul orbs at half power in order to extend their uptime. Vase sat on the bridge of the Spirit of Bentime as the Light Hunters performed their initial sweeps. He carefully studied the performance metrics of the new mech and paid considerable attention to the quality of data its sensors managed to gather from Garameli's moons. He was quite satisfied with the differences in performance. While it was a shame the Light Hunters weren't specialized in searching for minerals, they were at least better at this job than any other mech in the clan. The only mech that could give them a run for their money was the new signal bearer of the Penitent Sisters Mech Legion, but its range and energy consumption was not as optimal to conduct lengthy exploration missions. All in all, the Light Hunter performed its current task well enough to fulfill the Larkison clan's demand for scout mechs. We should still try and procure scout mechs that excel at searching for minerals and traces of civilizations, but that can wait for a few years. Vase judged. Once the Larkinson clan grew older, bigger and more comprehensive, the demand for specialized capabilities would increase. The Larkinsons needed to add all kinds of specialized mechs to their mech roster in order to run everything smoothly. For example, the clan needed non-lethal law enforcement mechs in order to handle internal incidents. The demand for different auxiliary mechs such as those that generated area shields and those that provided energy recharges in the field would also rise. We should also start with fielding landbound mechs when our clan has grown large enough. At that point in time, the Larkinson clan would probably possess sufficient self-protection capabilities in space. While Vase and his fellow designers had designed every spaceborne mech with the potential to operate in a planetary environment, their effective performance would never be as good as machines that were specially designed to operate in these environments. The performance gap could be as wide as 20% or more depending on the environment. The greater the gravity, the greater the disparity. One of the general rules in the cosmos was that heavier satellites generally had a higher chance of possessing valuable resource deposits. This was why fielding landbound mechs could make a significant impact on the outcome of various surface-related missions. A lot of skirmishes related to taking possession of phase water deposits were fought with landbound mechs. Sir, we have just completed our initial sweeps of one of the moons. Our Light Hunters have not detected any valuable or noteworthy materials on the surface. The scouts will perform additional sweeps at closer range to the more hopeful areas, but we do not expect any surprises. The moon is too small and ordinary to hold anything good. Understood. Stick to the plan and be on the lookout for potential danger or signs of previous visitors. The initial exploration of Garameli's orbital region did not yield any explosive surprises, but this was just the start. 5 decent-sized moons orbited the gas giant. Each of their diameters surpassed 1,000 kilometers. While that didn't make them impressive at all, their relatively larger sizes caused them to resemble actual planets instead of oversized asteroids. What interested the Larkinsons the most was that their size also made them more susceptible to catching a portion of the solar emissions from the blue supergiant. If any powerful solar flare ejected a stream of heavy metals for any reason, there was a faint chance that some of those rare materials might land on those larger moons. This also made the surfaces of those larger moons a bit more difficult to investigate from afar. Unless the blinding Banshee came close or unless the Larkinsons dispatched more survey teams, it was still unclear what goodies they contained. Would you like to go on a field trip in order to help search for valuable exotics, Lucky? Vase asked the cat that was lounging on the side. Meow, meow, I wasn't asking. There has to be something interesting on one of those moons and I'm not sure whether our new scout mechs can make any useful discoveries. None of my mechs can beat you when it comes to searching for valuable metals. Meow meow, don't tell me that you have grown full as of late. Vase narrowed his eyes on his cat. I've noticed that you haven't visited the toilet for a long time. The last time you did your business was before we passed through the Beander Gate. What have you been doing all this time? Meow meow meow. The intervals between gem deliveries became longer and longer. Vase was already accustomed to that, but the continued absence in any bowel movements from his cat became increasingly more concerning. Was this related to the system's extended absence? Vase could not help but correlate its vacation to Lucky's non-existent output. The gem cat still maintained the same eating pattern as before. He gobbled up one valuable mineral after another, yet nothing seemed to happen after Lucky swallowed all of these valuable materials. In order to make sure that Lucky produced quality gems, Vase purchased a good reserve of medium-grade exotics in order to serve as cat food for the rest of the year. The cost of all of those materials exceeded the price of Gloriana's handbag. Vase narrowed his eyes at Lucky. He didn't know whether his cat was accumulating all of the materials it ingested in order to generate better gems in his body. Lucky could easily divert the input to upgrade his body and various systems. While that made the gem cat stronger in many ways, the gems he produced wouldn't be as dazzling. You better present me with an excellent gift once your systems are active again. Vase warned his cat. Until then, you can earn back the money that I have spent on your diet plan by joining the survey teams. You have to work for your privileges. Meow. Though Lucky put up a rebellious act, Vase didn't get fooled. As soon as the flagrant vandals discovered traces of more valuable minerals on one of the moons, Lucky would be first to board a shuttle. As Vase returned to studying the sensor readings, he received an interesting report from the flagrant vandals. The combat carrier had performed distance scans on Garamel 2F, the second largest moon orbiting the gas giant. With a diameter of roughly 4,000 kilometers, its gravity was fairly heavier than was typical to its size. The reason for that was because it contained a lot more metals than usual. Another interesting feature about Garamel 2F was its volcanic activity. The heat generated by the distant blue supergiant star along with the tidal forces generated by the movements of the planet and the moons all caused it to act like a giant squeeze toy. All of these activities meant that a lot of heavy materials that were ordinarily locked underneath came up to the surface due to volcanic eruptions. The initial scans were fairly promising. The combat carrier hadn't confirmed whether there were any valuable metallic exotics in the cooled volcanic matter, but their sensors detected enough energetic reactions to warrant closer study. If nothing better came by, this would probably be the moon where the Andronidi would set up shop. The gravity of this satellite was low enough that mining mechs and mining vehicles could easily head up and down in space without expending a lot of effort. There is something else you should know, Patriarch. What is it? Vase asked. Since no human has ever surveyed this star system before, we have the right to name the satellites. If you wish, you can name this moon yourself. Would you like to do so, sir? Ah, Vase forgot about that. Naming different stuff was one of the perks of exploring new star systems. Let's call it Gatecrasher, then. This moon reminds me of the dwarven expert mech piloted by Venerable Orthox Damasi. Hopefully it also contains enough minerals to make a dwarf salivate. Chapter 3776. Winding backwards, there was no uniform standard to bestowing localized names to planets, moons, asteroids, comets and other phenomena in space. Different states and organizations might agree to one of the many standards supported by different scientific associations, but the Larkinson clan didn't sign up to any of them. There were no legal constraints that limited the names that it could bestow to newly encountered planets and moons. Although the right to name satellites sounded like an impressive way to make a mark in humanity's history, the truth was that there were far too many star systems in the Milky Way and the Red Ocean. The sheer abundance of satellites to be named reduced the value of bestowing them with artificial labels. The only instances where naming planets and moons were valuable was when the star system had all of the signs of becoming an attractive destination. Even then, a lot of people never bothered to pay attention to the local names of the satellites. They continued to adhere to the universal standard of distinguishing them by referring to their distance from a star or planet. This was why Vase did not pay much attention when he named the various moons and planets in the Garamel system. He could call them silly names such as Party Planet or Gloriana's Treasure Chest without any issue. Of course, that didn't necessarily mean that organizations such as the MTA were willing to adopt the names and register them in its database. People eventually learned the association's limits and made sure their suggestions weren't too vulgar or humorous in order to get their names recognized. Vase didn't know why, but he found himself in the mood to name the more significant satellites in the Garamel system after the mechs and starships that he encountered throughout his life. Garamel I gained the name of Orlis after Vase named the heavy terrestrial planet after a Fredaman fleet carrier that the Larkinsons managed to capture. Garamel II acquired the name of Lemigo Distat, which Vase had derived from a fleet carrier of the 34th Slug Ranger Mech Division of the Feral Provincial Army. Garamel IIb, the largest moon in the neighborhood, became known as Iron Crusher, which used to be one of heavy hammer-wielding mechs fielded by the Forgehammer Mech Regiment of the 7th Molten Hammer Mech Division. Iron Crusher happened to be another potentially lucrative mining site. The difference between Iron Crusher and Gatecrasher was that the latter exhibited a lot more tectonic activity than the former. The frequent volcanic activity caused Gatecrasher to push a lot of underground matter to the surface. Iron Crusher was a significantly calmer moon. Its surface, which featured substantially more craters due to asteroid impacts, was generally lighter and less remarkable. If the Larkinsons wanted to mine for goodies on this moon, then they would probably have to dig underground in order to reach the more profitable veins. All of this required a lot of effort. Just finding these valuable mineral deposits was a lot of work. As the rest of the expeditionary fleet arrived in the neighborhood, the ships all settled into a high orbit around the gas giant. Calabast made an infrequent visit to the Spirit of Bentime in order to report on the Larkinson clan's findings of the Garamel system. Vase looked up from his desk terminal the moment her suited form entered his office. "Long time no see. You're the same as always, Calabast. Is it really necessary to dress for an infiltration mission?" "I could say the same to you, Vase. Your combat armor is packed with more protection than you ever need these days. It's not as if you are fighting on the front lines anymore." He shrugged. "Who knows? Anyway, please take a seat and tell me about all of the interesting details that you have found about the Garamel system. I may have to disappoint you today, Vase, because we have yet to discover too many facts that you may probably find interesting." Calabast activated a projection and began to present information that she thought that Vase needed to know about their current environment. Details such as the predicted solar activity of the blue supergiant star to the probability of discovering minerals worth mining in the nearby moons were all important to the expeditionary fleet. The Vandal survey teams have already discovered numerous small to medium value mineral deposits on the surface of Gatecrasher. Calabast said as she referred to Garamel 2F by its new pet name. The scout mechs are far from done with exploring the moon, so it is only a matter of time before they find more valuable resource concentrations based on extrapolations of its known distribution of surface deposits. Vase took a good look at the incomplete survey map of Gatecrasher. The deposits found so far were not that valuable in the greater scheme of things. Even in a dwarf galaxy where resources were in short supply, the expeditionary fleet could earn a few dozen to a few hundred MTA credits from mining these sites. While this made the mineral deposits far more valuable than anything else discovered so far, it still wasn't enough to make this expedition worthwhile considering how much time and effort it took to scrape all of these smaller deposits. "Do you have any clues about what kind of valuable exotic materials that we can find on any of the moons?" Vase asked. "We have discovered that the blue supergiant star is prone to ejecting a substance known as FeRite8. It is an iron-like exotic that is often used to produce the alloys found in first-class mechs and starships." Vase looked shocked. "Are you saying that we've found a first-class exotic in this star system?" "Don't get excited too quickly, Vase. It's a lower-grade exotic among first-class materials. Ferrite the 8th of May have applications in first-class mech and starship production, but it is only valuable if we are able to accumulate tons of this exotic. So far, we have only found trace amounts of it across the surface of the calmer moons. Compared to Gatecrasher, the moon that you have aptly named Iron Crusher should be especially rich with FeRite8, but we are still talking about the equivalent of collecting a lot of dust. Iron Crusher essentially acted like a neglected couch in an abandoned room. The couch became covered by an increasing amount of dust after many years of inactivity. While it was fairly easy to collect the dust from a couch, it was a lot harder to collect all of the dispersed particles of FeRite-8 from the surface of an entire moon. Do we have the mining equipment to efficiently collect FeRite-8 from the surface of those moons? Vase critically asked. Calabast shook her head. Nope. The mining assets on the Andrenidae are mostly geared towards traditional mining activities. They're good at extracting materials from ore veins, but they are not capable of absorbing specific substances over an enormous surface area. The survey teams are currently in the process of finding more concentrated deposits of FeRite-8. There is a small chance that a past solar flare has ejected a particularly larger amount of this substance into space. That didn't necessarily mean that this mountain of FeRite-8 landed on the moons of Lemego-Distat. If such a bounty ever strayed in the right direction, the chances were great that the gas giant pulled it directly onto its solid core. Keep looking, then. We might get lucky. This rogue planet has been captured by the Garamel system for millions of years. That's enough to collect a lot of dust and rat droppings. It was fine even if the search for significant concentrations of FeRite-8 turned into a bust. The moons had to contain other valuable mineral deposits. They just had to perform enough carpet searches. Once Calabast finished this part of her presentation, she moved away from prospecting and presented her findings on the only possible sign of unusual activity in the star system. Remember that space rock that looked like it got cut in half? I do. We haven't managed to find another rock that shows similar signs. Believe me, we tried. Our blinding Banshee's sensor arrays have scoured through a lot of space and failed to identify any rock that looks as if it was tampered with in any fashion. That is probably the expected outcome. Vase sighed. This star system is so huge that it is extremely rare to find two or more similar abnormalities in quick succession. This is especially the case when we stumbled upon the cut space rock so far from the center of the star system. It must have drifted for a long time. Calabast smiled at him. An absence of findings tells its own story, Vase. In some cases, we can make inferences from what isn't happening. For example, the chances are greater that a passing alien or human fleet has cut the rock. That said, we have traced back the trajectory of this space rock. This wasn't easy as we needed to construct a gravity model of all of the planets, moons and other objects moving in this star system. Once our scientists managed to complete this model, we ran a simulation and came up with a result that you should view. Calabast projected a plot of the Garamel system. A green light appeared at the place where the Larkinsons originally stumbled upon the space rock. Time then proceeded to go backwards. The planets and moons all spun and orbited in the wrong direction. Many years went by as the space rock followed a fairly wobbly arcing trajectory as its trajectory became influenced for various reasons. The model also became a little bit uncertain about the space rock's coordinates the further the simulation went back into the past. However, the suspected origin zone of the space rock was close to where Garamel I, now named Aurelius, was situated in the distant past. Are you saying that someone or something close to Aurelius cut this space rock as it tumbled away? Correct, and it likely happened hundreds of years ago, far before humanity ever set foot in this dwarf galaxy. Calabast answered. There are many theories that we can think of that might explain what has happened. The most likely one is that an alien ship or fleet used to visit the Garamel system and approached Aurelius for whatever reason. I see. What are the chances that we'll find any aliens on that hot planet? It is extremely unlikely that we will find any aliens or traces of their visit. The visitors likely went through the trouble of approaching Waralia all of those years ago in order to mine a specific material or conduct studies on the planet. It should not have any further merit as it is located dangerously close to a blue supergiant star. The big blue ball only needs to burp loudly in order to wipe out whatever base or settlement the aliens have built on the surface. Aurelius was anything but livable to the vast majority of races. Even those that have evolved to like all of the heat and radiation would not choose to live next to such a humongously powerful and relatively less stable star. Still, if there was one lesson that Vase had learned throughout his career, it was that exceptions always existed. He looked towards his spymaster. I hope that we don't leave it at this assumption and actually investigate that Aurelius is empty. We are already in the process of setting up a deep exploration mission. The combat carrier that we have chosen to travel deeper into the star system is currently undergoing refitting at the Diligent Ovenbird. Once we have increased her resistance against heat and other environmental hazards, we plan to send her on a quick trip to Aurelius. We will be able to get a better look of what is going on that planet. If nothing else, it should hold a significant amount of FERITE-8. It is one of the reasons why we cannot gather detailed data from this distance. The high-grade exotic and all of the other energetic materials on the planet are generating a lot of interference. I see. Have you tried to send a few drones at first? Vase asked. We have already done so shortly after we entered this star system, but there is a decent chance that we will lose contact with them. Let us hope that doesn't happen. Chapter 3777 Training Cats. The gist of Calabast's presentation was actually fairly simple. There were enough signs of valuable resource deposits on the moons of Lemago-Distat. There were also signs of past alien activity at Aurelus. Vase was fairly happy with the first piece of news. He felt a lot more ambivalent about the second piece of news. The first proper planet from the blue supergiant star was not situated close enough that nearby starships would melt from all of the heat. It was still awfully close to the giant heat source, though. Any starship would not find it pleasant to linger in orbit of Aurelus for extended periods of time. While brief visits were fairly harmless, it became increasingly more difficult to keep the starship's vital systems in healthy condition after weeks of constant exposure. Even if the starships of the Larkinson clan could handle the environmental conditions, Vase would still be reluctant to send a ship to the planet at all. Just the thought of moving any closer to that humongously big, bright and powerful star was scary. It was like standing on the edge of a cliff. It did not matter if your footing was solid. The idea that only a single accident could cause you to fall made it extremely unpalatable to stand so close to certain death. Fortunately for Vase, it wouldn't be him that would be approaching the edge of the cliff. He was a patriarch nowadays. That meant he had lots of minions that could brave this risk on his behalf. After they completed their discussion on how they should explore Aurelus, Calabast spoke a few more words about her thoughts on the Garamel system. We have not found any definite signs of recent alien arrivals in this star system. That does not mean that it will stay this way. Garamel is not too far away from the former alien star nations that were recently swept by the Big Two. Only a few years have passed, and while pioneers such as ourselves have taken down a lot of remnants, there is still a chance that another remnant fleet like that of the Pakladans may stumble here for whatever reason. We face this risk in any star system we visit. This should be nothing new to us, Calabast. Vase retorted. Besides, Garamel shouldn't be a worthwhile location for refugees to visit. It's too dangerous and troublesome to mine valuable materials. Who knows if the aliens get desperate? If they are truly desperate, then they shouldn't be stupid enough to travel so deep into human-occupied territory. Vase contemptuously said, most of them have fled towards the regions of the Red Ocean that are far away from the space that humanity has conquered. I'm sure there are stupid or irrational aliens that have gone in the other direction, but these are outliers. Have you forgotten about the destination the Pakladan refugee fleet was trying to reach? Vase nodded after he recalled this detail. I am aware of this supposed ancient refuge that is supposed to harbor a paradise that keeps aliens outside of the reach of humanity. Have you and your people actually discovered where this place is located? Calabast shook her head in disappointment. I am afraid not. Only a select group of high-ranking Pakladan officers memorized the star coordinates of their fleet's ultimate destination. Of all of the bird aliens stationed on the ships that we have managed to capture during the last battle, every single officer that knew this information has died without exception. They either committed suicide or threw themselves onto the Vorabugs. They made sure not to leave bodies that were intact enough for us to extract the information from their brains. Did none of the aliens store the star coordinates in any of their electronic systems? Just because they're aliens doesn't mean they're stupid. Their information security is good. From the beginning of their flight from their collapsing star nation, the leaders of the alien fleet decided not to record any information about the ancient refuge on their storage devices. The reason why they took so many precautions is because they want to make certain that not a single human is able to reach the star system. Pioneers like us may not necessarily be able to get into the ancient refuge, but we can blockade the entrance and prevent any other refugee fleet from reaching their promised land. Damn, I guess we've come to a dead end in the investigation. Vase sighed. While he was aware that there were over 40,000 Pakladans aboard the Dragon's Den, the aliens probably wouldn't have been sloppy enough to leak the coordinates to the survivors. From what he heard, many of the aliens in captivity consisted of civilians, juveniles and low-ranking crew members. An ordinary grunt or sensor operator wouldn't know any high-level secrets. Forget about the ancient refuge. She told her, even if we find it, I don't think we have the strength and capabilities to touch this place. It should already be enough for us to explore this star system. You're right, I guess. Calabast stood up from her chair and began to explore Vess's office. She studied the trinkets that he had collected over the years, such as his blooming prosperity tree and the masterwork figure based on the Valkyrie Redeemer model. "How have you been as of late?" she asked. Seeing that the spymaster turned this meeting into a more personal direction, Vase shrugged as best he could. "I'm happy. While we are not yet in a comfortable place, many of the endeavors that I have started are already experiencing sufficient growth. They won't yield any harvest in the short term, but we will be in a much better position a few years from now. By then, we'll become a lot more established in the Red Ocean. Our armed forces will have grown stronger while our business operations allow us to spend a lot more lavishly than before." As Vase shared his optimism, Calabast stopped in front of a projection that he had put up as of late. It showed a simple snapshot of Vase, his wife and their daughter. "Your life is picking up," she observed. "I heard that you also experienced a breakthrough in your work." "Yes, I realized that I should be focusing on realizing the concept of growth mechs in my work. It's an advantage that only I can pursue to the fullest. You should already be able to judge its value should I succeed. I can understand the implications. Yes, you do realize that you'll become an extremely hot commodity if you succeed, right? You will need to pay a lot more attention to your movements if that is the case." Vase grimaced when he heard that. He fully understood the implications of her words. "That should only happen once I become a senior, I think. Journeymen like myself are not taken seriously enough in the mech community. This is especially the case in the Red Ocean, where a disproportionate amount of highly renowned seniors and masters have moved over. Compared to mech designers that have already proven their worth to varying degrees, I still need to make my ideas work. I anticipate that it will probably take years if not decades for me to achieve a critical breakthrough in my research. Once that happens, my mechs should be advanced enough to produce dramatic results. By that time, my wanderlust should have lessened, I think." Part about being a journeyman, and a fairly young one at that, was the need to explore and find new sources of inspiration. Once Vase gained enough inspiration and became more certain about his future trajectory, he wouldn't be as desperate to find new stimuli anymore. While he would never wish to settle down on a planet, he might instruct his fleet to linger in the safer parts of the Red Ocean. He could leave the exploration to the younger generation of the Larkinson clan. As Calabast observed his expressions, she understood what he was thinking about. She smiled. "It is good if you think about our future. We are a young clan that needs to take bold action in order to carve out a place in the Red Ocean. Once the growth that you have envisioned has come to fruition, we will need to reevaluate our strategies. It doesn't hurt to slow down and consolidate all of the gains we have made up to that point. If you want the Larkinson clan to turn from a flash in the pan to an enduring star, you need to introduce a lot more stability. We shouldn't bring our core fleet to unexplored star systems where a single unfortunate incident can wipe out our entire clan." She was right. Though Vase would not have agreed with her sentiment if he was younger, now that he had become a parent, he began to worry about how his decisions affected his daughter. He had changed. "I guess this is part of the growth process as well, huh?" Vase idly chuckled. "I still have a lot to go before I am ready to stop my explorations. I'm still a journeyman and I can still obtain a lot of new ideas if I encounter anything new. A part of me actually wants to travel to Orlis in person. There has to be something funny going on over there if it attracted an alien fleet in the past." Calabast glowered at him. "I hope you have wisely set aside this foolish idea. Relax. I have no desire to get any closer to the giant blue ball. Enough about me. What about you? I haven't checked up on you for a while. How is your dating life?" "It's been slow going," she admitted. "We have too many responsibilities to spare any time for social engagements. I can keep track of Chief Minister Novalon Pernus by remote, so I have no pressing need to meet with him. We are stationed on different ships most of the time, so it is inconvenient to transit to each other. Are you still serious about pursuing this relationship?" Calabast smirked at Vase. "Who can tell? We'll just have to see where we go. I am not in a hurry and neither is Novalon. How are your black cats doing as of late?" "They're doing good. I have invested a lot into training my people. Their spycraft is improving with each passing day. Other than that, I have spent a considerable portion of our budget in expanding our intelligence network in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. You shouldn't expect too much from the shallow contacts that I have cultivated, but once we are ready to dispatch the agents that I am training, we can do a lot more in this region. He thought about what all of those operatives of hers would be doing in Davut and other star systems. I'm not quite comfortable with sending out clansmen to all of these locations. They will be away from our family most of the time. That is what it means to be a black cat, Vase. We do jobs that other people cannot do. We do them because it will better the rest of our clan. I have made sure to prepare them for their long-term assignments as much as possible. Besides, these job assignments are hardly permanent. Once they have spent enough time in the field, we will pull them back and assign them to different departments. What are you training them for, exactly? Vase asked. I only have a vague idea of what you have in mind. It's just the usual: spying, catching spies, spreading misinformation, committing sabotage, conducting assassinations, laying the blame on others and inducing gullible parties into performing the aforementioned activities are the skills I expect my agents to master. Quote. That sounds like you are readying our clan for war. It's better to be prepared, Vase. She spoke in a serious tone. You may be right in thinking that all of these preparations are overblown, but if we find ourselves in a precarious situation once again, I will make sure we have enough intelligence support this time. She had been burned by his decisions far too many times. Now that she had the time to prepare, she wanted to make sure that her black cats would never fall short again. Chapter 3778 Upgrade Proposals Chapter 3778 Upgrade Proposals The Golden Skull Alliance organized a small scouting mission to Aurelus, the first planet in the Garamel system. Such an exploration task ordinarily shouldn't have attracted a lot of attention. Aurelus was presumably filled with heavy metals, but its orbit was a bit too close to the blue supergiant star to make the trip pleasant. However, once the Larkinsons figured out that the abnormal space rock may have originated from this heavy terrestrial planet, Vase developed a greater need to explore this former rogue planet. The difficult part was to pick who should perform this mission. The flagrant vandals bravely took up this task and dispatched a modified combat carrier to Aurelus. They weren't going alone, as small mech detachments from the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan transferred to the vessel as well. Whatever secrets you Larkinsons stumble upon, we want in on it as well. Don't think of keeping all of the good stuff to yourself. The departure of the combat carrier put a heavy weight on Vase. If the ship and personnel suffered an accident at Aurelus, then he would definitely be responsible for sending his people to their deaths. On the other hand, it was their job to brave these kinds of risks. Aurelus needed to be explored, and the automated drones in the hands of the Golden Skull Alliance didn't cut it. Sending in an old-fashioned ship was the only realistic way to explore the planet that was being obscured in an abundance of radiation and interference that generated large concentrations of exotic materials. As Vase watched the reinforced combat carrier depart from the main fleet, he wondered if he had made the right choice. He could have resisted the urge to explore this unknown planet and make everyone keep their distance. If the exploration mission inadvertently triggered a dangerous response, then not just the combat carrier, but also the rest of the expeditionary fleet might come under threat. You made a decision that made sense to you given the information you have available to you. Calabast quietly spoke as she stood at his side. There is little point in obsessing over what-ifs. Whether the outcome is good or bad, you need to roll with it and continue to do what you think is best. She was right. Leadership was never easy. Hard choices couldn't be avoided and mistakes were always possible. We need to remain alert and be ready to move or defend ourselves. Vase sighed. Our stay in this star system will only grow tenser. We can endure the hardships and inconveniences. The clan you've built is not weak anymore. Calabast spoke with genuine pride. As one of the founding members of the Larkinson clan, she played a major role in shaping it into its current form. The only issue was that her influence wasn't as noticeable as that of the patriarch due to the nature of her responsibilities. Where there was light, there was darkness. Calabast was the shadow of the Larkinson clan. Her role was essential in a clan that consisted of a lot of upright soldiers and warriors. Vase was not short of Larkinsons who excelled in fighting and winning battles against powerful mech forces or alien fleets. What the Larkinsons were not good at was the kind of subterfuge and shadow wars that every organization participated in when it reached a certain scale. Peace was a lie. Groups constantly struggled against each other even if they acted politely towards each other in public. Vase was vaguely aware that competition for territory, influence, market share and wealth constantly took place behind closed doors. Vase already understood that the Larkinson clan was already beginning to reach a point where its continued growth would threaten the interests of competing organizations. The rise of the Open Consortium had already ruffled the feathers of competitors in the Davut star system such as ZZR Heavy Manufacturing, RO. From the periodic reports he received from Chairwoman Kelsey Dornbos, the Open Consortium was facing increasing difficulties in securing trade deals due to the pushback generated by a number of new and old enemies. A particularly prominent obstacle was the increasingly more aggressive posture of ZZR Heavy Manufacturing. The industrial company led by that insufferable Tiana Delcrost banded together with other allied companies in order to check the growth of their competitors. Since the Open Consortium mostly consisted of companies that weren't strong enough to stand on their own, it could not shrug off this threat. If the Black Cats expanded their presence in Davut, then the Open Consortium would have a much better chance at resisting both veiled and open attacks. The Larkinsons might even choose to strike back themselves. Given that the Larkinson clan would have to rely on the Black Cats even more, Vase did not immediately dismiss Calabast after she had reported to him in person. He grew curious about the current state of the Black Cats. He hadn't visited them in a while and did not have a clear impression about where they stood at this point in time. Hearing about them from Calabast was only one way of gathering information. Since Vase had a more relaxed schedule after ending the last design round, he could afford to make a trip to the Blinding Banshee. He shuttled over to the unusually narrow capital ship. Her large and abundant sensor arrays, which had all been modified to prevent themselves from getting blinded by overly powerful signal sources, were continuing to map out the star system while trying to detect as many abnormalities as possible in the space surrounding Lemigo Distat. The gas giant was not that interesting in itself, but its larger moons were roughly the size of smaller planets. Satellites of that size were bound to contain a larger variety of materials and possibly other interesting properties. While the Larkinson clan's new scout mechs surveyed the moons close to the surface, the Blinding Banshee did her own part by performing large-scale distance scanning. Aside from investigating the moons, the Blinding Banshee also kept a close eye on the surrounding space environment. Every threat that entered the perimeter of the expeditionary fleet had to be detected before it could inflict any damage. "Are you satisfied with the Blinding Banshee?" Vase inquired. "She has served us well so far, but her sensor arrays and analytical systems are already showing their age." Calabast seriously answered. "Their performance would be adequate if we remained in the galactic rim, but now that we have entered a bigger and more dangerous playground, we need to upgrade her main systems so that she can keep up with our growing demands. Not only will we be able to detect or deter the approach of more advanced stealth vehicles, we will also be able to gather more detailed and accurate observation data." As someone who briefly contributed to the Light Hunter and Signal Bearer designs, Vase understood the differences between basic and more advanced sensor systems. The Blinding Banshee was a second-hand capital ship to begin with that had already been in service for numerous years. Ever since the Larkinson clan took possession of her, she did not receive any comprehensive upgrades. Much of her hardware still consisted of effective but aging rim-level technology. Vase looked at the needle-shaped capital ship and tried to estimate the cost and time of refitting the entire hull. If the clan undertook this major step, then he did not want to start a half-hearted upgrade program. The capital ship would be out of action for several months at the very least, so he might as well invest big while the Blinding Banshee was out of action. Calabast had apparently anticipated the direction of his thoughts because she soon transmitted a document to his comm. "What's this?" Vase asked as he projected the new file in front of his face. "I consulted with Chief Shipwright Vivian Tsai on how we can realistically upgrade the Blinding Banshee. While she is technically classified as a capital ship, her exceptionally narrow hull makes it easier for shipbuilding companies to upgrade her systems. We can even perform many of them on our own if we are willing to leave the diligent Ovenbird in Davut." Vase quickly skimmed through the report. It outlined several different proposals on how to upgrade the Blinding Banshee. The most basic proposal is budgeted at around 5,000 MTA credits. Calabast explained. "While this is a fairly hefty sum to spend on a single auxiliary capital ship, we can replace many of our aging rim-level ship parts with more modern Heartland-level equivalents. The prices are high, but the performance of all of the new systems will ensure that they will be able to keep up with our demands for the remainder of the current generation." That was quite an impressive boast, especially when Vase noted from the report that the proposal did not seek to buy the top-of-the-shelf ship components. Vase was quite satisfied with the cost-effectiveness of this plan. "This is quite a bargain. Sensor systems, scanning systems, ECM systems, ECCM systems, analytical engines and many other systems will all perform around 50% better on average. What about the more expensive proposals?" They're meant to keep the Blinding Banshee relevant and up to date for up to half a century if our standards haven't grown since then. Calabast grinned. With 30,000 to 40,000 MTA credits, we can not only buy the more premium ship components, but also upgrade the hull and structural integrity of our espionage ship. Making her tougher will not only help with increasing her survivability in battle, but it will also allow her to enter more hazardous areas where her excellent detection capabilities can play an essential role. The scouting mission to Orelus was a typical example of that. Vase had thought about sending in the Blinding Banshee, but had no choice but to dismiss this option as her hull offered insufficient protection against the heat and energies released by the blue supergiant star. Although Vase was attracted by the prospect of rebirthing one of his older and weaker capital ships, the price tags of the more expensive proposals gave him a lot of pain. Our spending capacity isn't great at the moment, he slowly said. Personally, I think it is worthwhile for us to invest 30,000 MTA credits into upgrading your mobile headquarters. Capital ships are extremely hard to obtain in the Red Ocean, and a ship that excels in reconnaissance and espionage-related functions rarely enters the civilian ship market. The Blinding Banshee might not be the best or the most up-to-date of her kind, but these were shortcomings that could always be addressed with enough upgrades. The Larkinsons just needed to be willing to spend enough time and money to make everything happen. Our clan's financial situation will probably see a massive improvement once you have released your next batch of commercial mechs. Calabast stated, given your track record and the excellent value of your products, I have little doubt you will find a way to increase our income by an order of magnitude. Whoa, there, Calabast. Let's not get too excited here. Increasing our monthly income by a factor of 10 is not a given considering all of the competition we face. The Red Ocean's mech market will be especially difficult to enter due to how much it is dominated by larger and much more established mech companies. There was much less room at the bottom in the new frontier because of all of the powerful pioneering organizations that have passed through the Beander Gate. They all held high standards towards their mechs and were much less reluctant to settle for rougher products designed by younger mech designers. The LMC would have to fight tooth and nail if it wanted to establish its brand and build a loyal customer base in the Krakatoa Middle Zone and possibly beyond. You won't be alone in this, Calabast told him. My black cats and I will support your business endeavors as much as we can. Helping you grow your sales will bring us closer to upgrading our Blinding Banshee. After all, we will not miss this opportunity to obtain a more powerful espionage ship. Chapter 3779 Master Parian How. Given that Calabast had just sent Vase a series of proposals on how to upgrade the Blinding Banshee, he decided to go on a little tour. Calabast guided him to different departments and went into a bit more detail on the performance of the various systems. The strongest aspect of the Blinding Banshee is not her observation capabilities, but her ECM capabilities. She explained to Vase. That is what she is named for. Her ability to scramble and disrupt enemy sensor and targeting systems across a wider area is good. Our ECM systems can severely degrade the coordination and observation capabilities of inferior enemies, causing them to lose up to 30% of their battle effectiveness depending on the circumstances. That was quite a huge difference. It could easily double or triple the winning chances of the expeditionary fleet. The effect shouldn't be as exaggerated in most cases, I imagine. Most modern military ships and mechs are equipped with measures that can mitigate our efforts. Biological creatures are also less affected by our solutions, Calabast admitted. Power, distance and tech disparity are the major factors that determine the effectiveness of our ECM capabilities. We cannot control for distance, but we can still upgrade the power supply and other tech in order to bridge the various gaps. As long as we are able to close the technological gap, we will be able to save hundreds if not thousands of lives in a future battle. This was not an empty boast. Vase recalled that the Blinding Banshee's sudden hacking and ECM measures had played a key role in tipping the balance in the Golden Skull Alliance's favor during the Battle of Fortia Zentra. The various dwarven capital ships and mech units lost contact with each other while their ability to keep track of developments across the battlefield diminished. Although the Blinding Banshee's sabotage had become a lot more effective than usual due to smuggling secret agent Lucky aboard the enemy flagship, the vessel still managed to prove her value in a battle. Thinking about how extensively the Blinding Banshee was able to toy with enemy forces at the time suddenly gave Vase a burst of inspiration. He halted as he thought about starting a substantially different mech design project than his previous works. ECM mechs were one of the more common auxiliary mechs in larger battles. They could play a variety of useful roles such as cutting off the communications of nearby mech units and preventing ranged mechs from gaining accurate targeting data. While the blinding Banshee reduced the demand for such mechs, the former was just a single vessel. She was too fragile for the Larkinsons to bring her closer to the front lines of any engagement. In these kinds of situations, a mech closer to the combat units could provide a lot of utility. It was the same kind of argument that justified the addition of the Light Hunter and Signal Bearer models to the Larkinson army. You're thinking about designing a new mech, aren't you? Learning about our ECM capabilities must have set you off. Calabast observantly remarked. He gave her a rueful smile in response. You know me too well. Since you're the expert in this field, let me ask you this. What is a good ECM mech? That depends, she replied as she crossed her arms. There is no single ECM mech configuration that excels in any situation. There are models that perform decently well in a variety of functions. There are models that specialize in blocking communication signals. There are models that can scramble many short-ranged sensor systems. There are even mechs that are best suited to negate the enemy's ECM measures. Before you decide what your ECM mech design should excel at, you should first define its purpose and role on the battlefield. Vase had been rather sudden about his intentions to design an ECM mech. Starting a new mech design project was a process in itself. Before the design department seriously committed to starting a new project, the mech designers had to make sure they did all of their homework. Trying to come up with a new mech concept related to a specialty that Vase hadn't seriously played around with was quite premature. I may know about mechs, but I haven't studied this specialized mech type in depth. He plainly admitted to Calabast. Help me out here. Give me suggestions. Since our upcoming design round revolves around commercial mech designs, I want to come up with a good ECM mech concept that can achieve a high sales volume. That is going to be a challenge, the spymaster said as she led Vase to one of her offices aboard the espionage ship. Once they entered a private compartment where they could discuss matters behind closed doors, Calabast activated her desk terminal and projected a few examples of existing ECM mech models. This is a selection of second-class mech models that are commonly sold in Davut and other markets. As far as I know, each of them are popular because they offer the highest performance at acceptable prices. They're not the most efficient mech models, but customers can count on them to do their jobs without fail. Specific models also come with highly desirable advantages granted by their mech designers, who are often teams of masters. Calabast presented a handful of mainstream mech models that had recently been released in the Red Ocean. Not only were they designed with local materials and production limitations in mind, they also benefited from the specialties of 2 to 5 collaboration master mech designers. Such amazing mechs comprise the dominant products in any mech market, not just the one for ECM mechs. Under ordinary circumstances, Vase didn't need to think about competing with these huge sellers directly. Master mech designers never completely crowded out the mech market. They often priced their mechs higher in order to reflect their value and effectiveness, so mechs that offered inferior performance still had a place as long as they weren't overpriced. However, the Red Ocean's mech market was anything but normal right now. The concentration of elite mech designers, the difficulty in procuring resources and the lack of stability in most regions led to abnormal conditions that made it much more difficult for younger mech designers to start their own businesses in the new frontier. Just the fact that most independent mech designers simply weren't able to buy the majority of resources needed to produce mechs had stifled the ecosystem at the bottom of the mech industry. Ambitious apprentices and journeymen had little choice but to join a larger organization in order to practice their craft. Without any connections and backing, it was far too difficult for them to get started. Vase had already taken these challenges into account when he planned out his commercial mech design projects. He was confident that his design philosophy and the promise of actively fostering the growth of mech pilots might be enough to get his foot in the door. However, the market for ECM mechs was not as easy to enter compared to the market for ordinary combat mechs. For one, Vase wasn't specialized in this field. None of the lead designers in the design department excelled in ECM systems either. While Vase recalled that a few assistant mech designers had chosen to excel in this area, he wasn't sure about involving them to a significant degree. At the very least, he and his fellow journeymen needed to do the heavy lifting. Vase and Calabast spent a bit of time on swapping their opinions on the mainstream mech models that were popular in the Red Ocean. Calabast brought a particular line of ECM mechs to his attention. The Zaxu Spectre line sold by Tiamen Dynamics is often used as the reference that all ECM mechs should be measured against in Krakatoa. It's a collection of highly similar mechs sold by a large mech company called Tiamen Dynamics. Vase already utilized his implant to call up basic information on the mech company and its lead designer. Tiamen Dynamics was led by a single master mech designer called Parian Hao. Interestingly enough, Parian Hao was not a man or a woman anymore. Their exact gender was unclear, but that did not change the fact that they excelled at designing certain types of mechs. Though Vase had never heard of them, Master Hao had already developed a notable reputation in the old galaxy and was quickly making a name for themselves in the new frontier. Having sold off all of their assets in the old galaxy, Master Hao decisively moved their entire mech company and as many willing personnel as they could gather over to the Karlok system in the Red Ocean. The Karlok system was a port system that was located in a different part of the Krakatoa Middle Zone. It was founded by a different group of pioneering organizations and directly competed against the Davut system. According to their record, Master Parian Hao's specialty was signal fidelity amplification. Vase wasn't sure what that exactly meant. From the brief description he read, he found out that Master Hao's best products were their communication mechs. The communication mechs sold by Tiamen Dynamics were so good at communication that they were able to keep their channels online even if they were deployed on highly active and confusing planets. They were essential products for any mech force that sought to explore dangerous planets and hazardous star fields. While there were starships that could do better in this regard, it was quite impressive for small and compact communication mechs to be able to keep talking to each other under a variety of difficult circumstances. Calabast did not highlight these particular offerings of Tiamen Dynamics, though. She instead directed his attention to the Zaxu Spectre line of ECM mechs. The reading material on these mechs was surprisingly large. The Zaxu Spectre models designed in collaboration with Master Parian Hao and Master Revan Miller come in over 50 different current variants. Calabast revealed, they all revolve around the same idea of an ECM mech that is good at maintaining friendly communications while simultaneously interfering with enemy communications. The variants just appeal to customers with slightly different needs. That was an understatement. Vase was completely dazzled by the sheer amount of variants that Master Hao and Master Miller published around a single base model. There were variants that specialized in different functions. One excelled in jamming at short range. Another excelled breaking enemy stealth systems. There were also variants that differed by the environment they were meant to operate. There were Zaxu Spectre variants that were optimized for spaceborne, aerial and landbound deployment. The pair of masters had even released variants that operated best on heavy gravity planets and in amphibian environments. If that wasn't enough, each of these specialized variants were further differentiated by their price categories. There were models that were priced for the mid-range market, the premium market and the super luxury premier market. The latter category was special as customers could directly approach Tiamen Dynamics to design customized variants of their ultra-luxury purchases. Stars practically spun in front of his eyes as Vase briefly became overwhelmed by Tiamen Dynamics' expansive market approach. The mech company did not care at all about the fact that it sold 50 different versions of the same base model. Its manufacturing complexes could easily switch from producing one variant to another variant. The different Zaxu Spectre variants were mostly the same anyway. The masters had taken great care in keeping as many components identical as possible. The way that Tiamen Dynamics conducted business was a noteworthy example to Vase. While he wasn't sure if he wanted his living mech corporation to adopt a similar business model, he could certainly recognize the merits to offering so many choices to a customer base. Once Vase got over the sheer amount of variants developed by Hao, Miller and their humongous design teams, he studied the most normal and balanced Zaxu Spectre variant in greater detail. Chapter 3780 Disgusting Market Behavior. Vase gained a few insights as he studied the most generic mid-range spaceborne Zaxu Spectre variant. It was not without reason that it happened to be the most popular variant of its line according to the public sales figures. Calabast provided Vase with her own understanding of this mech model. No matter the version, the Zaxu Spectres are designed to be a one-stop solution for any mech force that is looking to supplement their units with a communication mech and an ECM mech. The variant you are studying right now is an all-rounder that might not perform a specific function as well as the other variants, but can always be counted upon to do a good job in all of the expected roles. In other words, a mech force could never go wrong with buying a Zaxu Spectre. The performance of the balanced variants were not quite industry-leading but came close enough that the shortcomings could be forgiven. Any leader could plug them into any given mech company and be confident that the troops could count on the additional services. Picky customers did not have to settle for the default choices. If they wanted a Zaxu Spectre that performed better, they could opt to buy the premium or the premier variants that were targeted towards Tiamen Dynamics' more discerning customer base. These variants are a big reason why the Zaxu Spectre line is so dominant in the market for ECM mechs. Vase figured out, they are directly taking away market share that could have been claimed by ECM mech models that excel in different areas. There were plenty of mech designers who put ECM mech models in their product catalogs. That didn't mean they sold well. Marketing, reputation, access, pricing and many other factors determined whether they became successful. The annoying part about the Zaxu Spectre line was that it covered so many different niches that alternative mech models had to fight an uphill battle in order to get noticed. Vase glanced up and stared into Calabast's eyes. It wasn't a coincidence that she had brought out the Zaxu Spectres as an example. She had directly introduced him to his biggest and most formidable competitor. If he still went through with his intention to design a commercial ECM mech, then he could not get around this massive market behemoth. Although Tiamen Dynamics' market presence wasn't as strong in the other middle zones, diverting his business to those places was no good solution. The dominant market players based in the other zones weren't complacent. Just like Master Perry and Hao, they also published their own fantastic works and carved out a place in their respective regions. No matter where the LMC sold his products, they would always have to overcome a mech similar to the Zaxu Spectre. Given this circumstance, Vase might as well measure his work against this mainstream mech model. When he pulled up the spec sheets and examined their performance, his confidence soon deflated to an extent. Tiamen Dynamics is too entrenched in the local economy. Vase remarked, the mech company's production costs are lower than many lesser market players. It has to be part of a larger alliance or interest group. Otherwise, I can hardly imagine how it is able to sell mechs that perform so well at rates that are highly affordable. Even if masters such as Perry and Hao adhered to the industry standard of pricing their products fairly, the problem was that the current mech market was anything but normal in the Red Ocean. The constrained supply of resources meant that many companies had to buy them at inflated prices, if they could obtain the necessary materials at all. This in turn meant that they could not earn a profit unless they priced their mechs 30%, 40% or even 100% higher than normal. This meant that companies like Tiamen Dynamics that had developed good relationships with resource suppliers could earn a profit by selling superior mech models at disgustingly cheap prices. The best part about it was that the most successful mech companies didn't break the unwritten rules of the mech industry while they were at it. They weren't selling their products at a loss, so the MTA could not easily interfere with their market behavior. This isn't fair. Ves's face grew ugly as he figured out the actual strategies of the biggest players in the mech market. The Red Ocean's mech market has only been established for a few years. The regional mech markets in the newer zones are even younger. This means that every brand has to start from scratch and that no mech designer or mech line has achieved an unshakable status in any of the markets as of yet. As long as these players move quickly to become as dominant as possible in the early years, they can successfully translate their early leads into near-permanent monopolies or oligopolies. It was a simple scheme, but Vase could see how it could ensure that mech designers such as Master Hao maintained an enduring advantage in their chosen markets. In fact, Tiamen Dynamics was already halfway towards becoming the overlord when it came to selling the definitive ECM mechs in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. While the sales volumes weren't that impressive at the moment, all of this would certainly change once the region became more developed and when a lot more colonies rose up. The increase in population base and industrial activity would definitely spark a lot more conflict. The demand for ECM mechs would certainly skyrocket. Which model would these new customers proceed to buy? The chances were great that they would look at what sold best in their particular region and proceed to follow the crowd. The majority couldn't be wrong. If the Zaxu Spectre line happened to be the highest-selling ECM mech in Krakatoa, then they would definitely be good purchases. In order to make sure that companies such as Tiamen Dynamics solidified its dominant market position, they did not hesitate to play dirty in order to grab as much market share as possible. They did not even let off the lower end of the market where apprentices and journeymen ordinarily provided their services. Master Hao shouldn't be the only ambitious market player who is trying to build a kingdom in the mech market. Vase looked up a few databases and confirmed that this pattern was pretty much universal in every settled zone of the Red Ocean. The mech market was too primitive and underdeveloped, which made them vulnerable to abusive competitive behavior. The market dynamics would probably smooth out in a decade or two. By then, the dominant players became sure in their own kingdoms and no longer needed to fight for every percentage of market share. I can't wait that long. The Larkinson clan was constantly short of money and needed to make a lot of big investments in the future in order to sustain its growth. Upgrading the Blinding Banshee to a more ideal state cost upwards of 30,000 MTA credits. Selling mechs in the Yena star cluster could help with earning the necessary money needed to pay for this investment, but the Blinding Banshee was hardly the only capital ship that was starting to show her age. Vase thought about all of the other upgrades he wanted to implement throughout his fleet. The Spirit of Bentheim needs to renew her production lines and obtain a superfab. The Gorgonean needs better power reactors and shield generators. The Graveyard needs to replace her complete salvage operation. The Andrenity needs better and more diverse mining mechs. The Dragon's Den needs high-end lab machines. The Vivacious Wall and the Dissentibus both need stronger hull plating. The Diligent Ovenbird needs to upgrade both of her ovens. The only ship in the Larkinson fleet that didn't urgently require upgrades was the Wild Torch. The fleet carrier that Vase and Kedis managed to win in a past contest still performed well even if her former owners stripped a few valuable ship systems before handing her over. That still left Vase with 9 whole capital ships that all required money in order to fund their refits. The cost of upgrading all of those hulls heavily varied depending on what Vase was willing to put on the shopping list. However, if Vase was willing to spend 30,000 MTA credits per capital ship, then Vase had to get his hands on at least 270,000 MTA credits in order to pay for all of the overhauls. This sum still isn't enough to bring our fleet up to standard. An acceptable superfab in his eyes cost at least 40,000 MTA credits. Perhaps he might get a cheaper machine if he was willing to buy secondhand, but even then it would not be cheap. Was Vase willing to settle for just one of them? Probably not. He would probably want to buy multiple ones to make it easier to produce a lot of high-quality mechs. That in turn required the clan to pay for other upgrades. At the very least, the Spirit of Bentheim needed to acquire much more expensive power reactors in order to keep the superfabs running. Those weren't cheap either. I can't forget about the combat carriers as well. While the sub-capital ships were not as important to the clan, it was still essential to make sure they did not fall behind. Perhaps the cost of upgrading a single one of them was not as much, but their numbers were bound to balloon in the future. Calabast had been observing him for a while now and clearly noticed his distress. You can do it, Vase. The Zaxu Spectre is a formidable ECM mech, but it is not an insurmountable obstacle. Do you know what you're saying? Vase replied in a frustrated tone. We're talking about pushing back against over 50 different variants designed by a pair of masters who excel in this field. Master Howe and Master Miller have gained such a crushing advantage in this market that my offering will basically become transparent. I am not so certain about that, Vase. Have you forgotten about the pair of communication mechs that you have designed? Calabast switched the active projection to a few snapshots that displayed his old Cherub and his new Signal Bearer models. If you want to compete against a pair of master mech designers, you might as well go big. Master Howe specializes in designing excellent communication mechs. Still, even their best works cannot maintain their communication channels under the most punishing environments. In addition, they are not capable of maintaining instant communication across light minutes or light hours because the cost would be too prohibitive if that is the case. Compared to all of the money and effort that this esteemed master has to make in order to ensure good communications, you can design much cheaper mechs that can offer superior long-range communications that are impossible to crack, intercept or jam. Vase widened his eyes. He initially thought that Calabast only intended to give him a bit of advice. Now it seemed that she was doing nothing less than ending the career of a vaunted master mech designer. You're crazy, you know that. People usually accuse me of being crazy, but this suggestion of yours is something else. If we do this, we will not only piss off a couple of powerful master mech designer, but also piss off the interest groups behind them. We can't fight against so many powerful organizations. We can and we will. Calabast firmly said, you're not taking advantage of the opportunities of the Red Ocean. Why bother with entering this dwarf galaxy so early if you don't grasp this chance to achieve a dominant market position? Out of all of the possible commercial products that you enjoy an overwhelming advantage, the humble communication mech is your home ground. Think of the profits you will make. Earning 1 million MTA credits or 10 million MTA credits a month is not a fantasy anymore. As for offending Tiamen Dynamics and its partners, that's business. If you are truly concerned about this problem, then allocate a portion of that money we are earning to expand our own network of business partners. Vase looked as Calabased as if she was speaking an alien language. She had become completely obsessed with earning as much money as possible. The reason for pushing him to compete more directly against the dominant market players was clearly evident. Perhaps she had planned out much more extensive upgrades to the blinding Banshee. The only reason why she left them out was because she was afraid of shocking Vase with the exorbitant price tags. The only way to pay for all of those luxurious improvements was to earn more money than the Larkinsons had ever earned before. Upgrading the blinding Banshee was Calabast's version of Gloriana's handbag. Chapter 3781 Calabast's Master Plan Chapter 3781 Calabast's Master Plan Vase, who still wore his unending regalia, sank down on a couch as a small storm raged in his mind. He was in no mood to study and admire the clean and elegant decor of Calabast's office compartment. The abstract art, the visages of different alien landscapes and most curiously the tasteful statues of black cats did not catch his attention at all at the moment. He was too preoccupied with wrapping his head around the huge scheme that Calabast had unveiled. Her proposal to compete directly against one of the top mech designers of the Krakatoa star sector sounded so daring that Vase questioned whether this was still the calculating woman he knew. While Vase remained in turmoil, Calabast looked as composed as ever. She even brought out a bottle of liquor and poured herself a drink. "Would you like a glass?" "No thanks. I don't feel like impairing my judgment right now. I need to maintain a clear mind." The spymaster shrugged and began to take a sip even as she sauntered towards where Vase was seated. Calabast oozed confidence and superiority even when she was garbed in her infiltrator outfit. Though she hung all kinds of gadgets on her torso, the shiny material covering her legs looked smooth and tantalizing. She stood in front of Vase as she sipped her strong drink. Well, what are your thoughts about designing an ECM and communication mech that can directly compete against the Zaxu Spectre series? I already told you that you're crazy for thinking about doing such. We are talking about beating mechs designed by a pair of masters, so, I'm just a journeyman, and has that ever stopped you before? Calabast raised her eyebrow. You never displayed much hesitation when you designed mechs such as the Blessed Squire, the Valkyrie Redeemer, the Cherub, the Bright Boy and the Devious. Each of them have contributed significantly to the Hex Army's struggles against the Fredaman mech units. The Hexers prefer to pilot them over several mech models developed by their own masters, who are all female by the way. Your mechs are holding their own against professional military mech models. Their performance might not entirely be up to par, but their unique properties are indispensable. You're right, Calabast, but that is a different situation. The Komodo War is a distant affair. Whatever waves have made with my work is unlikely to reach all the way to the Red Ocean. I can't act carelessly here. The mech companies that have managed to climb on top of the mech markets so soon are anything but average. These are powerful companies that can exert all kinds of pressure on their competitors. The profits may be great, but risks are greater. The spymaster adopted a disappointed expression. Where are your guts? Where is your fighting spirit? You have taken one risk after another for as long as I have known you. There were instances where I needed to clean up after your messes, but your successes are undeniable. I have given you the roadmap to earn more profit at this early stage of your career. This roadmap of yours leads straight to hell. Hell is a natural environment for the infamous devil tongue. Calabast smugly quipped. Do not tell me that this course of action is unfeasible. According to my understanding of your design capabilities, it should not be a challenge for you to transplant the strongest features of your Cherub and the Signal Bearer mechs into a commercial ECM mech design. Do you understand what that means? The technical hurdles that are practically impossible to overcome for other mech designers can easily be overcome by your design philosophy. Just because I can doesn't mean I should. Has that ever stopped you from making stupid decisions? I take calculated risks. The woman turned serious. Then I do not see why you are opposed to this idea. The risks you are afraid of are real, but they are not insurmountable. As long as we formulate a plan and solicit enough support, it is within our capabilities to compete against Tiaman Dynamics. Explain, Calabast, what makes you so confident that we can challenge a behemoth and win? First, you need to design the promised ECM and communication mech. For other mech designers, this is the most difficult step by far, but for you it should probably be an easy one. Just make sure you put in the effort and try to come as close as possible to the specs of the Zaxu Spectre. Which variant? Vase asked. There are over 50 different versions of the Zaxu Spectre, and that only accounts for the standardized models. There is no need for you to challenge all of these variants. Calabast said, you don't have the manpower and design resources to cover all of these areas. Just focus on competing against a small group of variants. The premium market should be your goal. The main feature of your ECM mech should be incredibly valuable, so it should be priced accordingly. It should be enough for you to design a landbound and a spaceborne variant. That amounted to 2 models in total. Calabast had chosen well. While the proposed products would not be the most affordable ones on the market, they covered the needs of the vast majority of customers. Those with larger budgets would not blink an eye before they ordered an entire batch of the mechs. Inferior technical specifications were irrelevant as long as its killer feature delivered on its promises. Those with smaller budgets would definitely be willing to splurge on a mech that provided reliable, long-ranged, untraceable and unblockable communications. Vase understood the implications of this constrained approach. The LMC did not seek to replace the Zaxu Spectre line entirely. The more specialized and unusual variants still possessed a lot of value in specific situations. These models should still sell decently well. However, that did not change the fact that his own offering had the potential to dethrone the Zaxu Spectre and usurp the kingdom that Master Periant Hao had painstakingly built. No mech designer wanted to be used as a foil for a competitor. It would be exceptionally humiliating for a master mech designer to suffer a major defeat at the hands of a journeyman. Then what? He pressed. Suppose I design 2 different versions of an ECM mech that checks all of your boxes. What is our marketing strategy? Assuming we have our production in order, how will we get customers to believe our mechs are worthwhile for them to procure? It should not be difficult to prove the value of your new products. Hold a press conference. Show of what the mechs can do. Loan out the copies to potential customers. Contact as many media platforms as possible. Don't be afraid to spend a few thousand MTA credits on the marketing campaign. It will all pay back in an instant once sales begin to skyrocket. It cost a lot of money to rise above the noise in the mech market. There were too many mech companies who were trying to hawk their products every hour of the day. Okay, Vase said and frowned. I can see how this can work out, but do you really think we can continue to sell tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of copies with impunity? Tiamen Dynamics will not sit still. The company will attack us and pressure us in various ways. I am sure Tiamen will try, but we aren't pushovers. Our mech company is sound. Once I have finished training my black cats, I will transfer enough personnel to the LMC's headquarters in Davut. That will improve its ability to defend itself against corporate rivals. Besides, no amount of background maneuvering can fool customers entirely. They aren't stupid. The advantages of our new products are too great. Those who refuse to follow suit will slowly realize that they have fallen behind. Vase shook his head. He did not dare to be complacent. Our competitors aren't stupid either. Master mech designers are incredibly capable, and there is always one among them that can counter my products. The reason why my Cherub model has remained effective is because the Friday Coalition only has a limited number of master mech designers. Of those esteemed mech designers, just a fraction of them specialize in the relevant fields. The chances that any of them are able to mess with my exclusive communication networks is slim. Isn't that great news? Not if the scope of the competition gets bigger. Vase replied, if we proceed with your master plan, our new ECM mech models will not just provoke Tiamen Dynamics, but every other mech company in the Red Ocean that relies heavily on selling similar mechs. It doesn't matter if they are based in the other zones, because as soon as they hear about our products, they will know that it will only be a matter of time before they are sold beyond Krakatoa. Not only will the masters behind these companies get pissed at me, they will also pool their efforts together to develop a counter against my mechs. With so many top mech designers working together, the chances that they will succeed is extremely high. The Friday Coalition already had limited successes in countering his products. While they weren't practical or all that effective, they learned a couple of crucial lessons that the more formidable group of masters in the Red Ocean could build upon. I am not versed in this area, so I cannot comment on the success rate. Calabast said as she emptied her glass. What I can tell you is that the emergence of a counter is hardly the end for your products. First, in order for this counter to be effective, it has to be bought and used by customers. Second, your mechs will still be effective when deployed against alien forces and put into use in hazardous environments. Third, you can design a response against this counter. That will turn into an arms race that I don't want. If we don't enter this murky pool, we won't provoke all of these masters into developing a counter against the communication functions of my spiritual networks. This will ensure that our clan will always maintain an advantage over any opponent we collide against. Our signal bearers will be able to relay transmissions with complete confidence because third parties have rarely confronted them directly. Calabast sighed in exasperation. I can understand your logic, but your lack of competitive drive will bite you one day. What if we are confronted by an enemy who not only understands us thoroughly, but also invested a lot of effort into negating our signal bearer model? Our mech forces will be caught off guard in a critical situation. If we have already gone through this cycle of developing counters and responses to them, our mech forces will be in a better position if anything happens. She was right, but only in a part of the cases. If I fail to develop an effective response, then we can pretty much scrap our signal bearers and lose an excellent advantage against human opponents. He glowered. That is the risk that you will have to take. Calabast simply responded as she tossed her empty glass over her shoulder. The glass followed an artificial trajectory until it landed in the middle of her desk. What is important to us is the enormous sums of money that we have earned. She stated. Whether Master Parian Hao and your other competitors are able to develop a counter will heavily affect the future sales of your products. Yet even if our profits drop to 1%, we still come out on top in the end. Imagine how many mechs we have sold in the months before a counter has emerged. Earning at least 1 million MTA credits should be the minimum. Earning 10 million MTA credits is doable. This is our true reward. Earning more is no longer necessary because we have enough capital to upgrade our entire fleet and deepen our foundation in the Red Ocean. Once we have digested this enormous harvest, our clan will no longer be a pawn anymore. We will finally have the qualifications to assume the identity of a player. Vase realized that this was the ultimate goal of Calabast's scheme. Earning lots of money was just a means to an end to her. The true purpose of taking all of these risks was to elevate the status of the Larkinson clan. Chapter 3782 Successful Business Model. Silence fell inside Calabast's office as Vase contemplated his spymaster's ambitious master plan. He found that Calabast had actually come up with a realistic and doable set of steps. While she wasn't completely able to account for the responses from the competition and the enemies that the Larkinsons would certainly make, nothing of what she demanded from Vase and the clan was impossible to fulfill. Her arguments were sound and her answers to the various problems he voiced earlier were all logical. She was also right about the certainty of earning a huge sum of money in the initial months after the release of his ECM mechs. Setting it up was difficult and required a lot of effort from the Larkinsons. They not only had to launch an enormous publicity campaign, but also conclude enough business deals with as many third-party manufacturers as possible. The latter step was the most crucial one as the window of opportunity to earn a lot of easy profit would only be valid for a couple of months at most. After that, the competition would certainly strike back with a vengeance. Those clever and brilliant masters would definitely come up with a way to restore the viability of their own products. Although the chance that his new commercial ECM mech models would stop earning money entirely was low, Calabast was right that it did not matter even if Vase pulled them from his product catalog. Compared to the measly 5,000 MTA credits that the LMC was earning from the Yena Star cluster, the huge windfall earned in the opening months was enough to upgrade and maybe even expand the expeditionary fleet. The productivity of ships such as the Spirit of Bentheim could easily quadruple. The replacement of lower-performing ship parts with higher-performing ones would likely make the fleet at least 3 times more capable of navigating dangerous situations. The Larkinson clan could even equip all of the capital ships with warp drives or superdrives as long as the profits exceeded everyone's expectations. Providing his fleet with warping capabilities made it much easier to run away from threats, thereby boosting the clan's survivability to a massive degree. Vase always considered his fleet to be his home base and his stronghold. Strengthening it by loading up on expensive and luxurious goodies was a highly attractive prospect. Yet, he couldn't ignore the heavy price that he and his clan would have to pay. Can we afford to divert so many profits from the pockets of Tiamen Dynamics? He asked his strategic partner. I am extremely reluctant to stand out so much when we aren't ready to handle so much heat. I plan to enter the mech market gradually by starting from the bottom and working my way up. We won't be able to earn as much money so fast, but we don't have to watch over our shoulders all of the time. By the time our brand becomes a household name in the Krakatoa mech market, our clan will have grown to the point where we can handle the pressure. Disrupting the market when we are still small fry is highly precarious. You are overestimating the dangers. Calabast retorted as she stepped closer to his seated position. To be more precise, you are not accounting for all of the ways that we can mitigate the pressure. We are not alone, Vase. Do you think that Master Perian Hao, Master Revan Miller and Tiaman Dynamics get along well with everybody? There are many people and organizations that cannot wait to tear them down. If my guess is right, as soon as we prove that our new products have the ability to compete against the Zaxu Spectre line, we will receive a huge amount of support. That was another bold statement from Calabast. Vase and his clan had struggled to make friends with local organizations ever since they arrived in the Red Ocean. While they managed to break the blockade after the Open Consortium went into operation, that still didn't change the fact that the Larkinson clan was hardly on friendly terms with any of the major players in the region. Calabast smiled and activated a projection that displayed a map of the Krakatoa Middle Zone. She pointed at Davut. This location should be familiar to you. This is the port system where we have decided to operate from. We have not only founded the Open Consortium in this trading center, but are also in the process of setting up a major business operation here. This means that we have joined the camp of Davut for all intents and purposes. Vase didn't quite agree with that. To him, the Larkinson fleet was his true base, and its mobile nature meant that he would never have to permanently commit to any side. Still, he did not refute Calabast's words. Others would think differently after seeing what the Larkinsons intended to do in Davut. The spymaster pointed towards a star system that was located in a different but still fairly central part of Krakatoa. This is the Karlok system, which is another port system that a group of powerful pioneers have built up as another major trading nexus. In the future, it is conceivable that both port systems will eventually turn into the economic hubs of emerging second-rate states. Now that she pointed it out, Vase could indeed imagine this happening in the future. It was too difficult for single-star systems to survive and grow when they stood on their own. Mere trade and friendly relations wasn't enough to keep them stable and secure. Only by joining an actual state would these colonies form into proper settlements. The distance between Davut and Karlok happened to be tricky. The two port systems were situated far enough away that it would be difficult for them to become a part of the same state. However, they also happened to be close enough that they were destined to compete against each other in order to capture the greatest share of trade flowing through the Krakatoa Middle Zone. I see what you mean. Vase furrowed his brows. Davut and Karlok are already bitter enemies against each other. Even if they haven't initiated any hostilities yet, it is only a matter of time before the pioneers behind them will fight to establish their hegemony in this zone. The pattern of this looming conflict looked familiar to Vase. It was the same sort of rivalry that evoked conflict between the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony. There could be only one. Neither side was content to share all of the benefits of a region with their neighbors. They wanted it all, and they were quite willing to fight and bet everything they built in order to claim the ultimate prize. Vase lowered his head. I am not looking forward to seeing a return to the same stupid wars that divide people in the old galaxy. Why are people so greedy? Why can't we just live in peace and be content with what we have? That was quite rich coming from him. Calabast resisted the urge to snort. This trend is unstoppable, Vase. What matters is what we do in response to this development. The safest choice is to maintain a neutral posture, but is that truly our best choice? Yes, it is only safe if you are willing to lay low for a century. Our development prospects will remain slow and sluggish if we don't take any sides. You pay so much attention to planting seeds and waiting for them to grow that you are too quick to dismiss more immediate opportunities. I would not have any objections to your strategy if we are weak. We are stronger than that, though. We can play a much bigger game and win a much larger prize pool as long as you play your cards right. What cards are you talking about? Isn't it obvious? Calabast grinned. I'm talking about taking a side. By banding together with the groups that are tied to Davuti's success, we can expect to receive a lot of support from them. They have no incentive to make it difficult for us to produce and sell our new mechs en masse. In fact, it is the opposite. They have many reasons to prop up any new ECM mech model that can dethrone the Zaxu Spectre line. Not only will the critical success of our new models generate a lot more economic activity in Davut, it will also deprive their direct rivals over at Karlok of much of their current earnings. This was the nature of competition. The success of one mech company inevitably meant that another mech company got stepped upon. When Calabast tied this dynamic to regional rivalries, her argument made a lot more sense to Vase. He could easily foresee that the business community in Davut would be glad to see the LMC rise at the expense of Tiamen Dynamics. From this perspective, the competition between the LMC and Tiamen Dynamics would actually serve as one of the many proxy wars between the two rising regional powers. Vase momentarily felt overwhelmed again. Since when did a simple desire to design an ECM mech morph into an elaborate attempt to insert the Larkinson clan into a rising conflict between two future states? This sounds similar to how we got involved in the Hexadric hegemony. Do we really need to wade into another mud pool once again? You profited immensely from your dealings with the Hexadic hegemony. Calabast reminded him. The rewards and support the Hexers have provided you has allowed you to jump from an obscure third-class mech designer to a highly successful second-class mech designer that has managed to enter the Red Ocean largely through his own efforts. Best of all, you have managed to do this while maintaining enough distance from the state that you have associated with. I do not see any reason why you cannot repeat this successful business model once again. She made yet another clever point. The strategy had worked once and it could work again as long as Vase was able to make his products useful to the local powers. As long as the Larkinsons didn't become too entrenched in Davut, they could always cut their losses and run to another zone if the situation went downhill. In the meantime, the Larkinsons could earn a huge amount of profit by working alongside pioneers and organizations that were aiming to achieve dominance in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. As Vase continued to go over Calabast's various suggestions and answers to remarks, he found that she had done a good job at swaying him to her side. Who was the actual devil tongue in this compartment? Calabast had him all figured out. There was no way to win a verbal argument against an actual master of the dark arts of persuasion. Okay, Vase sighed. I no longer have much doubt about the viability of your plan. We'll be playing with fire if we go through with this, but if we can earn at least a couple of million MTA credits from this ambitious venture, then I suppose it is worth the attempt. There's just one question, though. Why? You need to clarify that, Vase. Why are you in such a hurry all of a sudden? Why do you want us to forego a safer development trajectory and increase our income by at least 1,000 times so quickly? That is a good question. Calabast paced her office as she crossed her arms. I believe we can afford to take calculated risks. The business strategies you have in mind are too conservative. While I would have no complaints if you are only a regular journeyman, we both know you are not. You have the spark of greatness in you. The successes that you have achieved in the old galaxy more than proves your potential to rise up in the Red Ocean. This makes you qualified to compete for market domination when the mech market in this dwarf galaxy is still in flux. Once you are able to sit on the throne that you have usurped, you and everyone else who follows you will become a part of the emerging power structure of the new frontier. Chapter 3783 Invisible Struggle. Vase had never doubted his ability to rise above the masses and become a part of the upper echelon of whatever society he lived in. He enjoyed too many advantages and he had already started to get on the good side of the MTA survivalist faction. Due to this certainty, Vase was not impatient about his own development. He would work his way to becoming a senior and a master and gradually increase the scope of his business activities. Corresponding to his rank, this was how every other mech designer worked, and for good reason. It was a bit overblown for apprentices or journeymen to compete directly against masters due to the enormous disparity in design ability. Calabast's proposal forced Vase to break from this comfortable pattern and capture much more market share than he should. The repercussions would be great and the Larkinson clan would definitely get embroiled in different struggles. However, the anticipated payout would be great as well. If he was bold enough with his ECM mech designs, he could easily imagine a scenario where it could become the leading product in the market for this mech type for generations to come. Vase could not imagine the amount of money that would flow into the coffers of the LMC. What matters is not the millions of MTA credits that we stand to earn from this initiative, but how much we can convert it into actual strength. Calabast explained to him as she sat next to him on the couch. The Red Ocean isn't safe. We don't face too many threats right now because we are accompanied by an MTA frigate. Have you ever thought about what we would do once your buddy Jovi is gone? Our expeditionary fleet will turn into a legitimate target to all of the human predators in this dwarf galaxy. Have you ever thought about how we will survive those future challenges? Our next design round was supposed to earn us the money needed to pay for all of the necessary upgrades. He told her, even without this plan, we can still earn plenty of money as long as our other products achieve success. How much income do you expect to earn in the first months, Vase? 10,000 MTA credits. 50,000 MTA credits. Whatever the case, I doubt whether they can become bestsellers even if their designs are good. Their sales potential simply cannot compare to wresting away a huge amount of market share from dominant market players. With all of the MTA credits that we stand to gain from a high-level competition, we can upgrade our ships and mechs so that our deterrence power against the majority of powers in Krakatoa will reach a peak. Money was power. More money meant more power. Calabast's argument was simple, but that did not mean she was wrong. Many problems could be solved with enough money. If it took too much time for the Larkinson fleet to get up to strength, then the clan could simply hire enough mercenaries to cover its defensive needs. As Vase imagined all of the ways that enormous sums of money could help his situation, he became a lot less reluctant about her proposal. The plan was not about greed. It was about survival. Framing the matter of earning as much money as possible in terms of keeping the clan alive was an excellent way of winning him over. The foundation of his success in the coming decades was his ability to navigate and survive the various threats in the Red Ocean. More money made this arduous journey a lot easier. Stronger ships, better mechs, greater connections. It was never enough. There were always bigger threats on the horizon. Becoming stronger gave Vase and his clan the capital to resist a greater proportion of enemies. Calabast continued to share her sentiments on this matter. In my many discussions with Novalon and Sheddarin Pernus, we have developed a view that the Red Ocean is a competitive arena. I am sure you already heard the gist of it. The Big Two has attracted the best and most ambitious players from the old galaxy so that they can fight. The goal is to ensure that humanity is strong enough to confront its enemies in the future. To accomplish this, the new frontier is set up as a game where winning and losing comes with the highest stakes. The stakes were high because the Red Ocean's power structure was still nascent. There were no states like the Greater Terran United Confederation or the new Rubarth Empire that had built up an iron grip on their territories. Every human was a newcomer in the new frontier, and that gave many ambitious people the unprecedented opportunity to found states that would go on to become enduring fixtures in the future. Vase previously sought to stay out of this rat race. The actual circumstances made it difficult for him to maintain this cautious stance. It was highly tempting to topple down many of the barriers that prevented his clan from gaining access to greater goods and services. He looked into her eyes and nodded. "All right, you've convinced me to give this plan of yours a chance. I knew you would make the right choice." Calabast grinned as if she had already foreseen this ending. Vase raised his hand. "Hold on for a moment. I am only conveying my intention to play along. That does not mean we will actually go through with it. The steps we need to take before we put an ECM mech on the market are huge. From organizing an enormous marketing campaign to convincing dozens of third-party manufacturers to fabricate our new products by the thousands, all of this requires a huge amount of politicking and preparation that I frankly cannot solve. Then put others in charge of these matters. That is exactly what I have in mind. I think that your lover Novalon Pernus ought to possess the skills necessary to pull this off. His diplomatic training will definitely be a boon in building up relations with the various external parties that we will engage with in Davut." Calabast grinned when she heard this. "Oh, don't worry, Vase. I will make sure that your chief minister will go above and beyond to organize all of these steps. This will be a fine test of his capabilities. Difficult work should be left to the experts." Though Calabast talked a good game, she was not as suited to solve all the problems as a born politician like Novalon Pernus. Even if the fellow was way over his head, he could always count on the help of other Larkinsons such as his father. The two briefly discussed how they should tackle their plan and what they needed to pay attention to. It was not that easy to persuade the parties in Davut to buy into Calabast's master plan. The reason for that was that it would definitely be difficult to prove that Ves's upcoming ECM mech models had the capital to compete against the Zaxu Spectre line. Most organizations didn't pay attention to unfounded claims. It was not unusual for mech designers to approach potential business partners with ideas that they had never realized. Without a working example of an ECM mech that delivered on its promises, it would probably be 10 times harder for Chief Minister Novalon to conclude a new business deal. Calabast apparently thought that her boyfriend could handle it, so Vase did not question her confidence any further. Though she had made a few intelligence blunders over the years, she was still a frightfully competent analyst. If Novalon botched his tasks and failed to obtain sufficient support from Davuti's business and political communities, then Vase could choose not to publish his finished designs until everything was in order. When the two had finally ended their discussion, Vase was in no mood to stay any longer. He could think about designing his commercial ECM mech later when he wasn't distracted by all of the complexities of Calabast's ambitious plan. They left her office and walked all of the way to the hangar bay. Once they stood before the armored shuttle, Vase turned to Calabast one last time. "You are more daring than I thought. I was always like this, Vase. I wouldn't have cut my ties with the hegemony and defected to your camp so decisively if I let caution dictate my decisions. Going with the flow will never get you to the top. There are far too many humans in both galaxies that think they can achieve ultimate success by following the rules. Both of us know that the only way for us to climb above everyone else is to break the rules and force our way up by force." Vase had rarely seen Calabast speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel as passionate as today. She truly put in her all to sway Vase to switch from a safer track to a faster track. Although he possessed enough awareness to know that Calabast was manipulating him to further her own agenda, he did not mind it that much. After all, he benefited from success as well. "I will need to think about the mech concept of our new commercial ECM mech design project a lot more. I don't want to design an imitation of Master Hao's work but with extra features. Each of my works must have their own identities and the same goes for this mech. Besides, we don't have any qualified ECM mech specialists in our clan. I need to consider whether our design department is capable enough to design a Zaxu Spectre killer in-house or whether we need to team up with an external mech designer." Calabast frowned a bit. "I suggest that you should look into the second option. The Zaxu Spectre models possess excellent ECM capabilities on top of their good communication functions. If your new ECM mech is not able to keep up in the electronic warfare department, then you will not be able to dethrone our main competitor entirely." Vase sighed. "We will definitely need outside help if that is the case. I will try to get my hands on a willing collaborator. I will tell our lead designers to make use of their networks as well. With 8 journeymen in our design department, there has to be one that can obtain the cooperation that we need." He finally boarded his shuttle and returned to the Spirit of Bentime after saying goodbye to Calabast. He studied and read up on the various developments of the Krakatoa Middle Zone on the return trip. The various news articles he skimmed through indeed described looming tensions between the alliances between the two rival port systems. The escalating competition between Davut and Karlak no longer encompassed the port systems alone. The colonies located close to them had also become embroiled in the invisible struggle. Taking sides was indeed lucrative. Any pioneering organization that committed to Davut or Karlak received a lot of direct and indirect boons. Gaining access to resource markets, being able to order starships and getting the chance to cooperate with various research institutions were just a handful of the perks that the Larkinsons could obtain. The premise is that we are worth the effort to win over. The Davut Alliance held much of the power in the star system. Its threshold was high and the Larkinson clan shouldn't be able to catch its attention in normal times. "They've clearly never met someone like me." Vase jested. Vase actually didn't feel comfortable with cooperating with such a large power. The Davut Alliance would certainly try to pull him into their orbit, but that went against his goals. After his dealings with the Bright Republic, he never wanted to answer to a higher authority again. He and his clan needed to dance around the Davut Alliance carefully in order to maintain the right balance. He did not mind cheering for its success, but he would definitely be the first one to run if it all went downhill. Chapter 3784 Two swordsman mechs. The Blade Chaser flew out into an empty zone that was situated a fair distance away from the expeditionary fleet. After Venerable Imon Ingvar went through apotheosis and became born anew, his brand new custom mech no longer suited his level of strength. He did not abandon it, though. The Larkinson clan still needed a lot of time to provide him with an expert mech, and there were no machines available that could give him a better piloting experience. Even if he had the option to adopt a new expert mech, he would feel extremely reluctant to make the switch. Though he only piloted the Blade Chaser for a short amount of time back when he was an expert candidate, he already developed a strong emotional bond with his machine. Gloriana had designed and tailored it to fit his fighting style and inclinations, and that hadn't changed that much. Sure, he was stronger and more skilled than ever before, but the Blade Chaser still aligned with his style. He had to be careful about breaking his mech, though. His thinking speed and combat responses had grown to an insane degree. He was able to control more aspects of his mech than ever before. This was the result of undergoing an evolution that not only granted him greater power but also allowed him to merge with his machine to a deeper degree than ever before. Every time he fought, It became so tempting to push the limits of his mech even further, yet he constantly had to remind himself that his mech was too weak and fragile to endure so many stresses. "I can't wait for you to become an expert mech, Blade Chaser," he whispered to his own machine. The Blade Chaser had gained a lot of benefits after Imon broke through while piloting the custom mech. According to the Patriarch, his custom mech was in the process of transitioning from a second-order living mech to a third-order living mech. Imon didn't know what that meant until Patriarch Vase told him that mechs began to talk to people when they reached the latter stage. The Blade Chaser was becoming more alive. Although he and his personal mech already developed an intimate relationship with each other, the new expert pilot looked forward to seeing his battle partner evolve. Just wait until you have been upgraded. He looked forward to seeing the Blade Chaser transform into an expert mech. If the design department put in the same amount of effort as they did in upgrading the Shield of Samar, his upgraded machine would definitely turn into a worthy champion and protector of his sister. How long will it take to reach that point? Venerable Imon grew a bit frustrated at the unfortunate timing of his breakthrough. According to the mech designers, the fleet first needed to finish its business in the Garamel system and return to the Davut system in order to get the design process rolling. This might take a while, seeing that the expeditionary fleet intended to stay in mine for resources. As Imon waited in place, another mech soon arrived to begin the practice session. Venerable Imon, Venerable Dice. The first sword was an incomparably powerful machine compared to the Blade Chaser. Even though it wasn't a masterwork, the expert mech was the singular most powerful melee combatant in the Larkinson clan. Dice never paid attention to whatever shortcomings it possessed. She drilled and mastered her expert mech so that it could completely perform all of the sword moves she developed with her machine in mind. This was why no one in the Larkinson clan had yet to beat her in a fair duel. How much progress have you made in progressing your sword style? I have followed your suggestions and created a new framework based on the powers that I have gained as an expert pilot. Imon respectfully answered towards his current instructor. I'm limited to applying my power in smaller moves, though. Alarms will ring whenever I try to pull off a bigger move. It's frustrating, isn't it? The bald, dark-skinned woman said. I've been in your situation. You have all of that power, but you need to keep it bottled up lest you break your own machine. Venerable Imon sighed. That's right, this is torture. I can't imagine how I will be able to last for half a year. This is a test, Imon. You can either mope about your inability to burst out those big and flashy moves, or you can make more productive use of your time and focus on controlling your newfound powers instead. There are more ways to develop your strength. The more time you spend on deepening your control, the more you will be able to defeat stronger opponents when you aren't able to match them. Don't become like those brutes who do not think about how much energy they are wasting with every move. If you want to guard your sister against a monstrous opponent one day, you must not slack off in this period of time. Now come, show me your progress. The younger expert pilot's eyes flared as soon as Dice mentioned his responsibility towards his sister. The other Larkinsons had quickly caught on to the fact that mentioning Commander Casella Ingvar always succeeded in triggering her brother. It was so disgustingly easy to provoke a response from the young but talented man, and this time was no different. I can't beat you with this mech, but I will sure as hell give you a run for your money. As Venerable Imon became more heated, his Blade Chaser became surrounded by a faint solar yellow corona that served as a distinct contrast against the bright blue supergiant star in the distance. This corona could easily solidify into an actual resonance shield if Imon piloted an actual expert mech. As it was, the yellow glow functioned little differently from a special effect at the moment. The Blade Chaser went into action. It raised its twin swords and sought to pressure its opponent with a barrage of quick and flexible strikes. Silent collisions took place as the first sword deftly managed to deflect and evade the rapid attacks. Venerable Dice did not feel pressured at all by the offensive. The Decapitator, the masterwork mech sword wielded by her expert mech, functioned as an effective shield due to its broad width. She did not even have to resort to any of her resonance powers in order to fend off the custom mech's attacks. The current sword barrage was incomparable to the Dark Zephyr's storm of knives. Is that all you've got? Dice taunted. This is just a warm-up. Knowing that the first sword's defenses were hard to overcome, Venerable Imon instructed his mech to move and circle around its opponent. Although the maneuverability of his Blade Chaser was not on par with an actual expert mech, Venerable Dice had purposefully limited the first sword's performance in order to give her sparring partner a fairer challenge. This enabled the Blade Chaser to outmaneuver the first sword at certain times. Whenever the first sword wasn't able to block the incoming attacks with ease, the blade chaser let loose a rapid succession of sword strikes that actually struck with the power of prime resonance and a tiny bit of true resonance. Imon was resonating with his custom mech despite the fact that the latter did not incorporate any prime or resonating exotics. Of course, the expert pilot had to strain quite hard in order to resonate with his mech. The only reasons why he was able to do this was because of his deep connections with his blade chaser. The custom mech had also grown and aligned even closer to Venerable Imon. Driven by Imon's stimulated willpower, the blade chaser minutely gained the power to distort reality, thereby significantly increasing its threat towards the first sword. Venerable Dice understood she needed to take this fight more seriously. The first sword launched counterattacks every now and then which were always difficult to resolve. The blade chaser had to cross its blades, use its strength to deflect a stab or thrust its frame to the side in order to evade a threatening strike. Throughout it all, both mechs danced around each other. Their maneuvers became more intricate but never passed the point where the weaker mech had to exceed its limits. Eventually, Venerable Imon executed his first new technique based on the instruction he received. Sundance Flurry. The swords wielded by the blade chaser glowed brighter as they struck with a hint of Venerable Imon's hot and fiery willpower. One of the lessons that Venerable Imon had learned was to let his imagination empower his moves. The use of symbols, metaphors and beliefs not only helped with shaping his raw willpower, but also influenced the subsequent development of his force of will. Though Venerable Imon's conviction centered around protecting his sister, he knew that he was not cut out to pilot a defensive mech. To him, attacking and resolving a powerful opponent as quickly as possible was the best way to safeguard his sister in battle. With her own powerful talent and abilities, Commander Casella could easily resist swarms of weaker opponents. Her worst opponent was a singular powerful foe. If she was ever targeted by another enemy expert mech, then she did not have many options to defeat such a terrible adversary. The first sword's extreme combat prowess easily stimulated Venerable Imon's protective desire. If he could not defeat this expert mech, how much better would he fare against an actual enemy expert mech? Ha! The blade chaser's frame began to strain a bit more as Venerable Imon couldn't help but increase the pace. Even though its glowing sword struck with greater force and ferocity than a moment ago, the first sword continued to block and deflect with just its greatsword alone. The expert mech did not bother to make any evasive maneuvers. As Imon became more intent on breaking the first sword's guard, the massive greatsword suddenly struck out just as the blade chaser was increasing its momentum. The large weapon not only batted aside the smaller swords, but also struck the side of the blade chaser's torso without any further hindrance. The two mechs separated from each other. As Venerable Imon came down from his earlier exertion, his mood sank a bit as he realized that he had been careless. His blade chaser shouldn't have gotten hit. Do you understand where you have gone wrong? Venerable Dice asked in a calm tone. I tunnel-visioned on my Sundance Flurry technique. I focused so much on my attacks that I neglected my defenses. Dice nodded. That is correct. Your new sword technique has potential, but spending so much time on launching attack after attack can easily make you lose track of everything else. This is why it is better to spend your efforts on developing shorter and more flexible techniques. You need to polish your control in multiple aspects. I understand, but, though Venerable Imon hadn't been able to fight at his full potential, the small glimpse of power that Venerable Dice displayed already left him with an unshakable image. There were so many ways for expert pilots to develop themselves. Breaking through was just the start. Still, as Venerable Imon considered all of the lessons he received, he could not entirely embrace all of them. He had his own views and did not obsess as much over control as Venerable Dice. I am still in the process of developing my own fighting style, he said as his will grew firmer. My technique is still flawed, but this is what I do best. If I already had an expert mech, I wouldn't have given you an opportunity to counterattack so easily. Venerable Dice smirked. We shall see. Come again. Show me what else you have been working on since our last sparring session. The blade chaser clashed against the first sword once again. Both swordsman mechs dueled against each other with much greater ferocity than that of ordinary mechs. Chapter 3785 Refined Abilities. Venerable Imon Ingvar and Venerable Dice weren't the only expert pilots exercising their piloting skills today. The latest expert pilot to emerge from the Larkinson army was still new and unrefined in his strength expression. He required a lot of personal instruction in order to guide him into constructing his own unique fighting style that would define his career as a demigod. There was another new expert pilot that also needed to develop her unique battle methods. Unlike her brother, Commander Ksela Ingvar had the benefit of piloting a completed expert mech, a masterwork no less. While she spent a fair amount of her time on practicing her personal combat abilities, that was not the direction she wanted to focus upon as she evolved into a better expert pilot. Her command field was her true specialty. For this reason, she often worked together with other friendly mechs in her practice bouts against other expert mechs. This time, she teamed up with 2 mech companies of the Living Sentinels. One of the mech companies consisted entirely of the new Sentinel exclusive mech models that had recently been released. Although the Spirit of Bentime did not produce a lot of copies of the new rigid spine and rigid wall models, the Living Sentinels still received enough of them to begin systematic training. Right now, the new defense-oriented mechs formed a defensive sphere around the Minerva. The expert command mech should never be caught in the open due to its strategic importance. It must always be covered by a sufficient escort of other machines. This was why the rigid walls surrounded the Minerva from each side. Their thick tower shields did not quite link up with each other, but when combined with the bulky frames of the Space Knights, it was not that easy to circumvent their defenses. If that wasn't enough, the rigid spines deployed behind the Space Knights had extended their spears through the notches of the tower shields. This caused the formation to resemble a hedgehog. There were multiple reasons for Ksela to arrange her troops this way. Not only did it provide all-round protection against maneuverable light mechs, it also allowed the expert pilot to extend her command field across all of her commandeered mechs with minimal wasted energy. The 80 Sentinel mechs under Commander Ksela's command therefore projected a surprising amount of threat towards Tusa. The expert mech that served as the Minerva's practice opponent this time did not immediately go on the attack because of that. The thorny melee formation had become much more formidable now that Ksela had commandeered the entire formation. Our expert mechs are getting more and more ridiculous. Venerable Tusa complained. Don't get me wrong, I think it is good that our mech designers are improving their work, but can't they give an oldster like me some slack? Fairness doesn't exist on the battlefield. Commander Ksela replied to the light mech specialist. Are you going to attack or do I have to make the first move? Hey, show me what you've got. The shield sphere slightly expanded and opened more gaps in the sides. The reason for doing this quickly became evident as silver-coated bright warriors wielding luminaire crystal rifles became visible. Due to the nature of the current formation, only a limited number of rifleman mechs were able to train their weapons at the Dark Zephyr. Venerable Tusa did not dare to underestimate these Sentinel mechs, though. Under ordinary circumstances, his Dark Zephyr could easily break open this formation of mechs and mech pilots and cut them down with impunity. Now that they had come under the control of Commander Ksela, their coordination and power had reached another level. This immediately became evident when a dozen lightly empowered laser beams struck towards the Dark Zephyr. The commandeered ranged mechs exhibited near-perfect coordination as they each fired their weapons in a box around the expert light mech. Venerable Tusa and his expert mech's ability to evade attacks was legendary. The pair had become so good at anticipating and evading ranged attacks that Commander Ksela saw no point in trying to lead her attacks. The Dark Zephyr encountered this kind of response many times these days. It was the standard answer to a light mech that was just too difficult to predict. Even so, Tusa did not show any concern at all. Getting boxed in was difficult to deal with, but his current opponents were not numerous enough to pin down the Dark Zephyr. Ha, you need a lot more ranged mechs in order to land a hit on my mech. Tusa laughed. The Dark Zephyr freely weaved around the shots even as it circled around the spherical formation. The ranged mechs guided by Commander Ksela always fired their weapons at the right time and in the right direction, but with so few weapons being brought to bear at the same time, it was still difficult for the commandeered mechs to land a blow on the expert light mech. The easiest way to increase the odds of hitting the light mech was to alter the formation of Sentinel mechs. If all 40 of the ranged mechs were able to aim in the same direction, the Dark Zephyr was bound to get hit by an empowered laser beam. However, Ksela did not choose to do so because she did not wish to break the current formation and expose the rear. The purpose of this practice session was to figure out how she could protect herself against an enemy expert light mech. To that end, the Sentinel commander decided to go serious and employ her command field in a more specific manner. The battlefield is my chessboard. Up until this point, Commander Ksela's command field only extended far enough from the Minerva to cover her commandeered mechs. Now, she extended it by a kilometer, thereby covering the entire dome of the sphere where the Dark Zephyr was displaying its acrobatics. The commandeered ranged mechs under command immediately altered their firing pattern. Instead of firing at all of the sides and corners around the Dark Zephyr in the hopes of achieving at least a single hit, the enhanced and guided ranged mechs were actively trying to track and predict the elusive expert light skirmisher. What? Venerable Tusa exploded as he suddenly had to exert a lot more effort to dodge the incoming attacks. This is impossible. I know your Sentinel mech pilots can receive your help, but this is insane. Although the Sentinels had yet to land a hit, they had come a lot closer this time. This was not just because they received more guidance from Commander Casella. The true reason why they were able to pose a greater threat towards the Dark Zephyr was because the target in question was moving through a region of space where Commander Casella had faintly spread her will. Though her command field was not even close to matching the power of a genuine Saint Kingdom, it already possessed a shadow of a domain field in advance. No matter where the Dark Zephyr dodged and weaved, Venerable Tusa always felt that his expert mech was being tracked and observed by a cold and calculating mind. As Commander Casella became increasingly more proficient at performing her operations, her opponent felt increasingly more cornered. He needed to get more serious. Let's try this then. Perception distortion. The Dark Zephyr increased its distance from the Sentinel formation and began to display its signature resonance ability. Although this ability was far from reaching its full effectiveness at this relatively short range, it still provided Venerable Tusa with a much-needed safety buffer. Attacks that should have struck the Dark Zephyr instead passed through as if it hit empty space. After a minute of seeing her sure-fire attacks fail in this manner, Commander Casella narrowed her eyes. Her command field became more active as she resonated even deeper with the Minerva. This fly shall not escape our sights. As Commander Casella deepened her ability to perceive the space around the Minerva, her commandeered mechs proceeded to fire at angles that should ordinarily miss. However, after only a few seconds of altering her approach, one of the laser beams finally struck the Dark Zephyr's resonance shield. Damn it! Venerable Tusa groaned as he recognized that he had lost this challenge. That command field of yours is too absurd. If the firepower of your commandeered mechs isn't so weak, you can slaughter any expert light mech that flies into your range. Commander Casella curled her lips in pleasure. She gained a lot of satisfaction from this success. What was even better was that she wasn't the only one to feel this way. We've done it, ma'am. The mech pilots that she connected to with the help of her command field were not mindless bots. They were flesh and blood humans who continued to maintain their awareness and fight alongside her as she commanded them in battle. Now that Commander Casella had figured out the knack to tracking the Dark Zephyr despite its best efforts to distort her perception, Venerable Tusa eventually admitted defeat. His perception distortion resonance ability was effective at fooling observations, but what Casella was doing went beyond that. Her command field was a direct extension of herself, so as long as an enemy mech flew into her range, it couldn't hide its actual position from its awareness. The Minerva was a natural nemesis against stealth mechs and machines that relied on subterfuge and deception. Unfortunately, it is difficult to extend the range of my command field. Casella softly sighed. The Patriarch speculated that there were two ways for her to be able to increase the space that she could influence in this manner. After enough time had passed for Casella to grow her resonance strength, she had activated her command field to the limit and found that its range had barely increased. By performing multiple measurements on different days, it became apparent that the command field's growth rate followed the cubed root relationship. This meant that even if she grew stronger, it was extremely unlikely for Commander Casella to engulf an entire battlefield with her command field. This was especially the case in spaceborne battles where fights across distances of hundreds if not thousands of kilometers were relatively common. Unfortunately for Venerable Tusa, Casella's lack of range was not that relevant to him considering that it was always effective against melee mechs. Seeing that there was no way for the Dark Zephyr to avoid getting hit for the time being, Tusa decided to go on the attack. Watch out, Sentinels! The Dark Zephyr abruptly changed course and charged towards the spherical formation. The Sentinel ranged mechs no longer played a role at this point. Instead, Commander Casella directed much more attention towards the melee mechs under her command. Strike the Zephyr and block its path. The rigid walls did not have to do much except to brace for a possible impact. The rigid spines readied their spears and waited to stab in the right direction at the right moment. Venerable Tusa did not choose to charge straight forward. The enemies right in front were too prepared against the Dark Zephyr's approach. Instead, The expert light mech circled around for a few seconds before randomly deciding to launch its attack run. Repel. The spears in front of the Dark Zephyr rapidly struck forward under the guidance of Commander Casella. However, the lightly empowered spear tips eventually struck nothing as the expert light skirmisher turned out to be an illusion. It's a clone. An instant later, the Dark Zephyr stopped behind the Minerva. One of its unending alloy knives was pointed towards the neck of the expert command mech. The other knife was pointed straight onto the vulnerable expert mech's back. You still have a long way to go before you can repel an expert light mech. Venerable Tusa smugly said. Commander Casella closed her eyes for a moment as she calmly accepted this little loss. I will learn and do better next time. I did not expect you to go all out this time. The real enemy will not hold back on you. Remember that, Commander. In truth, Venerable Tusa didn't want to suffer a humiliating defeat this time. He had quietly employed the Endless Path's prime ability to create a decoy of his expert mech. At the same time, he activated the Untouchable ability so that his actual machine could phase through the wall of sentinel mechs in front. After practicing with these prime abilities so many times, Venerable Tusa's application of them had become a lot more refined. Chapter 3786 Knight vs. Knight. Two similar but different expert mechs squared off against each other. Both of them happened to be expert space knights. Despite these similarities, the two exceptional machines couldn't be more different in their budgets, quality, features and preferred fighting approaches. The Shield of Samar was one of the Larkinson clan's oldest and most defining mechs. The mech and its pilot practically embodied the Larkinson clan's protective ideal. Having grown in tandem with the Larkinson clan, the Shield of Samar and Venerable Janzi both attained a formidable level of strength after years of growth and evolution. The most remarkable aspect about the pair was that they still possessed a lot more untapped potential. Both of them continued to develop at a frightfully fast pace. The only issue was that Venerable Janzi and her Shield of Samar had never fully exerted all of their capabilities in an actual fight. The best they could do was to try out their battle methods in sparring sessions like these. The large, gold-coated expert heavy space knight possessed a strong and solid impression as it floated in space. Even when Venerable Janzi was not actively resonating with the expert mech, her deep and extensive connection with her lifelong battle partner caused it to be surrounded by a deep blue corona at all times. Opposing her this time was not another Larkinson mech, strangely enough. In order to make sure that every expert pilot in the expeditionary fleet learned how to handle different opponents, sometimes they challenged their counterparts hailing from different organizations. This was the first time that the Shield of Samar confronted the Amphies. The older expert mech was not as dazzling and spectacular as the Larkinson Masterwork mech. It was a more standard mid-range expert space knight that the mech designers formerly in the service of the old Cross clan had cobbled together under normal conditions. That didn't mean the Amphies was weak. It was a simple, well-designed and well-constructed expert medium space knight that packed a surprising amount of offensive power. The design concept of the Amphies matched the sensibilities of the Garland Empire, which the Cross clan used to be a part of before its exile. There, expert pilots were glorified as warlords and conquerors. Venerable Linda Cross might have specialized in piloting space knights like her current sparring partner, but her combat approach was substantially different. This was plainly evident to the observers watching this upcoming duel. The larger and more massive Shield of Samar possessed an aura that emphasized its protective spirit. The smaller and more maneuverable Amphies radiated an impression that resembled that of an attack dog. No one was clearer about these differences than the expert pilots themselves. Their invisible wills collided with each other. Venerable Linda Cross gained more respect towards her younger sparring partner. Your dedication to your mission is admirable. I have only come across this degree of commitment from St. Hemington Cross and Patriarch Reginald Cross. I may not entirely agree with your ideals, but you are a true knight. You are not as rough as I thought you were. Venerable Janzi replied as she readied herself for the inevitable confrontation. I thought that every crosser was willing to send their people to their deaths in order to earn more glory, but now that I am here, I find that you are not as obsessed about illusionary fame. Your impression of me isn't far from the truth if you met me from a decade ago. After seeing our original clan collapse and after witnessing so many of my fellow crossers die in order to protect what was left of our people, I have found a different reason to fight. Seeing the Cross clan rise from its near extinction gives me much more satisfaction than thinking about taking revenge on our betrayers. Both of them were protectors. Both of them fought for similar reasons. They just expressed their strength in different ways. The two spoke no further. They did not come here to chat and learn each other's life stories. They came here to polish their skills. Get ready, Venerable Linda Cross uttered as she grew serious. The Amphies gained a sharper and more active temper. The Crosser expert pilot activately resonated with her old and trusty machine. Since Venerable Linda was a true combat veteran and a mid-tier expert pilot with decades worth of experience, her resonance strength was considerably more formidable than that of her opponent. However, Venerable Xianxia was not as far behind as her age and experience suggested. Her resonance strength had grown remarkably quickly ever since her battle partner turned into a masterwork expert mech. Combined with the Shield of Samar's formidable living qualities, Xianxia did not feel suppressed in the slightest. Watch out, Linda snapped as her expert mech struck the first blow. The Amphies threw out its defining chainsword. Even though the attack looked rather silly, Venerable Xianxia did not dare to underestimate this opening strike. Her Shield of Samar tightly held its massive unending alloy tower shield in front and angled it to deflect as much of the incoming force as possible. The heavy Space Knight actually bounced backwards when the chainsword finally struck. Though Venerable Xianxia had not chosen to activate her expert mech resonance shield or energy shield, she had made sure to resonate with her tower shield in order to increase its ability to resist attacks. Even so, the Shield of Samar was unable to negate all of the physical force from the attack. It was as if the heavy Space Knight was struck by a giant hammer instead of a sword. Such a phenomenon completely violated the laws of physics, not that Venerable Linda Cross cared. In her opinion, the best way she could protect the Cross clan was to advance and crush her adversaries with overwhelming force. As the chainsword bounced away from the Shield of Samar, the Amphies pulled it back before launching it out again. This time, Venerable Xianxia was a little more prepared. Her Shield of Samar glowed and gained a little more solidity. However, once the chainsword struck a second time, the stricken mech bounced even further backwards. TCH, Venerable Linda Cross had put more of her power behind the blow this time. Her stronger and more developed willpower directly overwhelmed Venerable Xianxia's attempt to reinforce her own expert mech. This was the advantage that stronger expert pilots possessed when confronting their weaker counterparts. The duel became more heated as the Amphies began to move in earnest. It flew around the massive but sluggish Shield of Samar like an offensive mech. At the same time, the Amphies launched its chainsword forward at different angles, speeds and intervals. Even if the Shield of Samar had the benefit of possessing a massive tower shield, Xianxia still found it challenging to defend against the onslaught of heavy and powerful attacks. This wasn't the first time that Venerable Linda Cross confronted an enemy Space Knight. She utilized her deep understanding to strike in a way that took advantage of the minor loopholes in the Shield of Samar's guard. After the tower shield got struck a 13th time, the Amphies suddenly surged forward with undaunted momentum in an attempt to collide its kite shield against the Shield of Samar. Fortunately, Venerable Xianxia reacted quickly enough and dragged her expert mech's tower shield in place in time. The two expert mechs collided against each other. Just before their physical shields made contact, their resonance shields flared a bit in order to bleed off the force from the powerful impact. Both of them bounced back from each other, but the Amphies clearly held the disadvantage this time. What a heavy machine! The Amphies was ultimately a lighter and smaller machine. There was a limit to Venerable Linda's ability to amplify the physical force of her expert mech. Seeing that a frontal clash was not the best idea, Venerable Linda took advantage of her expert mech's superior mobility and circled around again. This time, she launched trickier chainsword attacks. They not only targeted the extremities of the Shield of Samar, but also gained additional dimensions by taking advantage of the chain attached to the weapon. Damn! Venerable Xianxia cursed as the chainsword came at an unexpected angle. It flew wide, but due to the Amphies making a lateral movement and yanking the chain, the thrown weapon actually whipped its target from the side. The large tower shield did not avail the Larkinson expert mech this time. Venerable Linda continued to repeat this maneuver. The chainsword no longer flew straight but actually behaved similar to a whip under her skilled manipulation. With the help of her ability to amplify her physical attacks, these whipping attacks struck with much more force than they should, thereby posing a considerable threat to the Shield of Samar. In contrast, the Shield of Samar was not able to strike back at the circling Amphies. The reach of its relatively ordinary sword was too short. Xianxia had an answer to that, though. Fatal Attraction. The entire Shield of Samar flared as Xianxia activated one of its resonance abilities. A strong surge of gravitic force affected the Amphies. Though Venerable Linda's superior resonance strength was able to weaken its hold, the Amphis nonetheless flew uncontrollably towards its current adversary as if it was falling into a gravity well. The smaller the distance, the stronger the attractive force. Even though the Amphis was unable to break free from this attraction, Venerable Linda did not panic. The offensive expert Space Knight snapped its chainsword forward with greater power than before. This time, the chainsword struck the shield of Samar with so much force that it succeeded in unbalancing its target. The expert heavy Space Knight actually rotated on its axis due to its inability to absorb the heavy blow that had struck the corner of the tower shield. Ha! Your gravity trick only makes my chainsword hit your mech harder. Venerable Linda laughed. This was indeed an unfortunate interaction for Venerable Janzi. Though she successfully brought the enemy mech closer, the force of gravity also caused every incoming physical attack to strike harder. Even so, Janzi still had a lot of faith in her expert mech's defenses. The Amphis no longer tried to harass the shield of Samar from a distance. Both mechs clashed against each other more directly. First, they exhausted their resonance shields and energy shields with unabashed attacks. This was a pure battle of attrition as neither of the two expert mechs were easy to take down. Once they rid each other of these defensive layers, their fight became more violent. Physical shields bashed against physical shields. Blades crossed and deflected from each other. Although the expert mechs looked intense, in truth neither of them succeeded in landing telling blows against each other. Both mechs were too tough. The Amphis may possess more offensive power, but the shield of Samar's superior defensive capabilities were able to resolve every strike. At the same time, the Amphis was also able to handle incoming attacks with ease because the shield of Samar's attack power was too low. Seeing that she wasn't making much progress at this time, Venerable Janzi tried to exert the new gravity aspect of her expert mech in a different manner. Gravity pool. The shield of Samar glowed brighter as it created a small gravity well at the side. This unexpected move caused the Amphis to move uncontrollably as it became affected by a sudden attraction force. Though Venerable Linda compensated quickly enough, she could not quite prevent her expert mech from suffering a serious attack by an incoming sword. Good job, girl, you managed to catch me off guard. Let me get more serious this time. In an instant, the Amphis launched its chainsword forward at close range. The weapon snaked along the shield of Samar's sword arm and somehow winded around it like a snake. The Amphis did not stay still while this happened and circled to the side while its chainsword managed to entangle its prey. Though Venerable Janzi recognized the threat early on, her shield of Samar was unable to extricate its sword arm from the snaking chain nor turn fast enough to prevent the Amphis from completing its revolutions. By using its target as a fulcrum, the Amphis quickly circled around and continued to bind its thick and resilient chain across the shield of Samar's frame. Venerable Janzi could do nothing against this unorthodox attack. None of her shield of Samar's defenses could cope against this capture maneuver. Its tower shield was stuck as it got pressed against the front of the enormous machine. I lost, the Larkinson expert pilot directly admitted. She realized that she had lost from the moment the chainsword bound her expert mech's arm. The shield of Samar could have fended off the chainsword if it was still able to deploy its resonance shield or energy shield, but the Amphis had already depleted them in an earlier phase of the fight. Venerable Linda relaxed and commanded her Amphis to circle around in the other direction. The expert mech slowly unwound its chain. Absolute defense doesn't exist, the crosser expert pilot said. There are always holes in every defense. I don't believe that, Janzi replied. You've taught me a lesson, but I won't get caught off guard like this next time. Now that I know what your chainsword can do, I will be ready for your next attempt. How cute, Venerable Linda grinned. Want to bet on it, Larkinson? Chapter 3787. The main fight. Whenever the expert pilots of the expeditionary fleet sought to polish their skills, they challenged each other in practice bouts. While none of these fights were safe, expert pilots generally possessed a high degree of control over their own power exertion. As long as they fought to practice their skills rather than beat each other into submission, these high-energy sparring sessions generally did not compromise the integrity of the expert mechs beyond the usual signs of wear and tear. This was an acceptable price to pay in order to provide the expert pilots of the Golden Skull Alliance more realistic combat experience. Today, the members of the Golden Skull Alliance enjoyed multiple good shows as the strongest mechs in the fleet displayed their capabilities. The Dark Zephyr exhibited both its speed and its elusiveness. The Minerva demonstrated its grasp over the battlefield. The First Sword proved its unparalleled control. The Blade Chaser showed off a hint of the unlocked potential of its expert pilot. The shield of Samar exercised its relatively new gravity control. The amphis reminded everyone that older expert mechs were powerful as well. The performance of every expert mech inspired a lot of confidence in the spectators. This was because the expert pilots controlling the machines showed several signs of improvement. They grew in strength and skill. They became more adept at responding to different threats. They also unveiled new techniques that took greater advantage of their talents and the special features of their expert mechs. However, the practice bout that everyone had been waiting for had yet to start. The participating expert mechs had only just deployed in space after the two expert space knights had their turn. Who do you think will win this time? It's hard to say. This is a lopsided fight from the beginning. This is a 3 against 1 fight. Yeah, the outnumbered expert mech will definitely win. Are you kidding? Have some faith in our expert mechs, man. They're not regular machines. Not only are they all alive, 2 out of 3 of them are masterworks. Our expert mechs are already strong in a duel. Think of what they can do when they fight alongside each other. The combination of their powers and abilities will definitely shake their next opponent. I'm not too sure about that. Plenty of observers got into an argument about who would win the much-anticipated confrontation. It was as if they were discussing a high-profile arena match rather than a simple sparring session. The people in the fleet even started to bet on the matches. Which side would win? Which expert mech would get taken out of the fight first? Which mech would show the most distinctive abilities? A lot of officers and leaders became exasperated as their people spent more time on calculating their bets than their routine duties. It couldn't be helped. A handful of the greatest mechs of the Golden Skull Alliance were about to square off against each other. A bout with this combination of expert mechs had never occurred before. The Larkinson expert mechs flew out first. The Amaranto. Although Venerable Davia Stark was just a guest pilot who had always made it clear that she was not a part of the clan, it was undeniable that she played a key role in past battles. While multiple expert ranged mechs had emerged since then, the Amaranto had always retained the crown as the most precise and deadly long-ranged combat unit in the fleet. The Everchanger. Venerable Joshua and his expert mech had gradually showcased what they were capable of when paired together. Both of them were so versatile that they had taken part in numerous different initiatives. People often considered the Everchanger as the expert mech that best represented the Larkinsons. Its lively aura along with its excellent embrace of multiple glows had cemented its place as the standard bearer of its clan. Compared to the enthusiasm directed towards the two masterwork expert mechs, the third machine to emerge in space attracted less attention. That's the Riot. As one of the few non-masterwork expert mechs in the Larkinson clan, the expert spearman mech never attracted as much admiration or appreciation. Even among its peers, Venerable Rosa Orphan's personal machine was distinctly underwhelming. The Dark Zephyr stood out due to its dazzling mobility and odd prime abilities, while the First Sword displayed a lot more combat power than usual due to the excellent skill of its expert pilot. In comparison, the Riot never displayed any flashy performance. Venerable Orphan's skill was great relative to ordinary mech pilots, but it was nothing special when compared to the likes of Venerable Dice. The Riot was designed to be a tenacious mech, but its defenses couldn't come close to matching that of the Shield of Samar. Its mobility and offensive characteristics were relatively average, but that made the Riot even more invisible when standing alongside its more extreme and specialized peers. The relatively balanced Riot couldn't even match the versatility of the Everchanger. With all of these factors, it was no surprise that the Riot became the underdog among its peers. As the Riot followed after the Amaranto and the Everchanger, its expert pilot did not show any signs of discouragement. "This is my moment," she whispered to her expert mech. "We have both improved after we fought against the dwarves. The performance we've shown back then is no longer reflective of our current strength. Let's show these doubters that we can hold our own in the Larkinson clan." Pure fighting intent welled up in her mind as she became eager to challenge herself against her upcoming opponent. "You too, xianxia. Let's prove to Janzi that you can do more than put up shields." One of the more unusual traits about the Riot was that it was being watched over by an unexpected design spirit. Spearman mechs were usually offensive in nature, so it seemed like a mistake to pair the Riot with the most defensive design spirit available. Venerable Orphan intended to prove that the Riot in all of its facets were just right. She simply failed to make the most out of her expert mech's features in previous engagements. As the Larkinson expert mechs reached their position in space, everyone waited for the sole opposition to arrive. "He's coming." A powerful expert mech shot out of one of the hangar bays of the Hemington Cross. The expert mech soared towards the rendezvous point with greater speed than was typical for medium expert mechs. The mech became more formidable as it accelerated. No one in its way would be able to remain calm if they were tasked with confronting this powerful machine. The Balvo's Rage was the only high-tier expert mech in the Golden Skull Alliance. When paired with an expert pilot that had gotten stuck in the bottleneck to ace pilot, the expert hybrid mech was a killing machine beyond comparison. The Crosser expert mech stopped in front of the 3 Larkinson expert mechs. Its presence quickly pressed against the combined auras of its upcoming opponents. Patriarch Reginald Cross cracked his neck as he studied the mechs he was about to fight. He had to admit that each of these, living, mechs possessed a lot more charm and personality than the ones in his own clan. He felt more justified in requesting the cooperation of the Larkinsons to develop his next expert mech. After a long period of waiting, his future expert mech was finally being developed. It would not take long before he would have to retire his trusty and dependable Balvos. Rage, you have done good, my mech, Reginald affectionately said. Let us hope you can hold out for your last months in service. There was still a chance that the expeditionary fleet might get embroiled in other battles, so Patriarch Reginald wanted to make sure his piloting skills remained sharp in case he needed to get serious. Come on, Larkinsons, show me what you have learned since your last fight. Make it difficult for me. The more strength you display, the more I will be able to enjoy this session. The Balvo's Rage glowed red as its powerful expert pilot became stimulated. His formidable force of will quickly resonated with the expert hybrid mech, causing an extremely strong resonance shield to appear. Not only that, but his rising battle intent directly pressed upon the battle wills of his 3 opponents. Venerable Joshua and Venerable Orphan grimaced as they found it hard to maintain their composure in the face of such a strong warrior. It's almost like confronting Saint Yulimerika. There was a huge gap in strength between Patriarch Reginald Cross and an actual ace pilot, but it was already impressive for the former to acquire a shadow of the latter. Patriarch Reginald's willpower was so thick, strong and developed that it had almost grown solid as far as the Larkinson expert mechs were concerned. Only Venerable Stark was able to keep her cool in the face of this overwhelming threat. She possessed a fearless attitude in the face of larger and more overwhelming threats. How could she ever hope to challenge the Big Two in all of those alien empires if she allowed herself to get intimidated by their might? She disregarded Patriarch Reginald's intimidating power and moved her Amaranto backwards. I am moving into position. Her expert mech did not belong at the front. The Amaranto did not have the benefit of incorporating unending alloy nor enjoyed the luxury of a more expensive and high-end armor system like the one that protected the Minerva. It was by far the most fragile expert mech in the expeditionary fleet. Though Patriarch Vase already promised to address this shortcoming in a future revision, it would still a lot of time before the Amaranto gained a lot of toughness. Until then, Venerable Stark had to pay careful attention to incoming attacks and make sure her expert mech had its resonance shield up at all times. The Everchanger and the Riot also prepared for battle. Venerable Orphan was able to regain her composure fairly quickly due to her challenging mindset and her veteran mindset. Venerable Joshua took the longest to shake himself out of daze. He had been more affected by Patriarch Reginald's hostile posture than he should, and this was definitely a problem that he intended to address once he got back. Joshua, keep your distance for now. Venerable Orphan said, let me block Reginald's way first. You should try to circle around and harass his rear whenever possible. This was a decent plan but only if the Riot could block the Balvo's Rage. Are you sure, Rosa? The former flagrant vandal officer smirked. I'm a big girl, Joshua. I can handle myself. The Balvo's Rage isn't a pure melee machine anyway. Okay, good luck, then. Once the Everchanger opened distance and flew around, the Riot and the Balvo's Rage only paused a few seconds before they both converged on each other. The Crosser expert mech had already opened fire with its integrated energy weapons, but the Riot's blue resonance shield unexpectedly endured the heavy barrage quite well. It will take more than that to break my defenses. When the 2 expert mechs finally struck with their melee weapons, the Riot actually gained the upper hand this time. Even though the Riot's comprehensive performance was worse, it was a dedicated melee mech that had the advantage of greater reach. Before the Balvo's Rage managed to inflict damage, the Riot's spear stabbed first and struck with greater momentum than normal. Combined with the fact that the 2 expert mechs charged against each other, the physical force of this blow was not light. The Balvo's Rage's advance had already stagnated, causing its axe strike to deal less damage than it should. This was quite good as it allowed the riot's recently stressed resonance shield to regain cohesion. The two mechs subsequently proceeded to clash against each other. Although Patriarch Reginald wanted to take out the Amaranto and the Everchanger first, he recognized that he wouldn't be able to get to them as long as this stubborn expert spearman mech kept nipping at its heels. I will force you back first. Chapter 3788 New beam tricks. Fighting against Patriarch Reginald up close exerted great pressure against Venerable Orphan. The two weren't close when it came to their resonance strengths. One of them was a high-tier expert pilot who lived through many different tribulations. The other was a late bloomer who originally shouldn't have the qualifications of an expert pilot. Reginald's willpower was not only refined until it had become as solid as an iron dome, it also conveyed all of his hatred, his pride and his lust for glory. Before Venerable Orphan could concentrate on fighting against the Balvo's rage, she had to make sure her own willpower was able to stand firm in the face of this strong pressure. She grunted. You're dreaming if you expect me to kneel in front of you. Our clan is growing stronger and how can I keep my chin up if I let myself fall behind? Beating you shall be the first step to my rise to greatness. The suppression from the high-tier expert pilot still affected her judgment and combat efficiency, but she was gradually learning how to cope against this influence. Patriarch Reginald's eyes glinted as he sensed the rising resistance from his most direct adversary. It was not easy for a weaker expert pilot to gain momentum in front of his daunting presence. Yet the scrappy expert spearman mech unceasingly put up a greater fight. It looks like I can't take it easy anymore. Patriarch Reginald gradually ramped up his effort. His Balvo's Rage's axe struck with greater speed and force than before, though the expert mech held back its shotgun for the moment. A couple of resonance-empowered laser beams struck the Balvo's Rage's resonance shield. The shots came from different directions as the Amaranto and the Everchanger had taken up opposite positions. The pressure they exerted on the Balvo's Rage was quite difficult to deal with. Although Patriarch Reginald had plenty of ranged weapons at his disposal, his expert mech could not effectively suppress enemies from every direction. The only weapon system of the Balvo's Rage that did not pay attention to direction was its back-mounted missile launcher. However, every expert mech-grade missile was precious. It was too much of a waste to squander them in a sparring match. For this reason, Patriarch Reginald had opted to remove the module from his expert mech in order to reduce the encumbrance and freedom of motion of his machine. While his Balvo's Rage was able to put up a better fight against the riot, his expert mech possessed less means to pressure his other two opponents. It looks like I need to get closer. The Balvo's Rage no longer remained in place. The mech slowly accelerated forward. Between the Amaranto and the Everchanger, Patriarch Reginald decisively chose to chase after the former. The Amaranto was the definition of a glass cannon. The expert rifleman mech's offensive threat was the highest, but its other parameters were all low. In comparison, the Everchanger was a lot more balanced. Its offensive threat wasn't as high, but it was more than capable of defending itself against a variety of attacks. In particular, its regenerative properties made it a lot harder to defeat than usual. Rosa, do your best to halt the Balvo's Rage, Joshua called. I'm trying, but this damned crosser mech is as tough as a juggernaut. Hit it harder, goddammit. Even though the riot was putting up a good fight, it was unable to stall the forward momentum of the Balvo's Rage. If the expert spearman mech forcefully tried to stand in the way, then it would just get shoved aside by the opposing mech's unreasonably powerful resonance shield. Seeing that the empowered laser beam attacks weren't making any apparent progress in draining the Balvo's Rage's first defensive layer, Venerable Joshua was no longer satisfied with firing laser beams from his Vitalis rifle. Stark, this guy's resonance shield is too powerful. Let's switch to light beams. Both ranged mechs simultaneously changed the attack modes of their high-end Luminaire crystal rifles. The Vitalis rifle held by one of the hands of the Everchanger soon began to bark out accurate light beams that impacted the rear of the Balvo's Rage resonance shield. This time, the attacks seriously stung the powerful expert mech's resonance shield. There was an element in the bright white light beam attacks that actually stung Patriarch's force of will. The crosser expert pilot furrowed his brows as he began to experience significantly greater discomfort. Although his expert mech's resonance shield was powerful enough to endure these attacks for the moment, he could sense that his protective layer was growing unstable at a disconcertingly higher rate than before. The Amaranto did not sit still either. The instrument of vengeance in its hands barked out bigger and more powerful beams. As a two-handed weapon that was expressly designed to take out powerful threats from a distance, its ranged damage output was considerably higher. When the light beam struck from both sides of the Balvo's rage, its resonance shield became even more unstable. The stress it endured from two different directions forced Patriarch Reginald to put significantly more effort into sustaining his protective measure. Not enough. Venerable Joshua, we need more power. The Larkinson Mech pilots had already realized that they didn't need to withhold their power that much. The Balvo's rage was too powerful and was still able to endure more attacks. Holding back to this extent was sheer folly. Joshua resonated with his expert mech and its rifle to a greater degree than before. Not only that, but he explicitly instructed his expert mech to switch its glow to that of the illustrious one. Once the Everchanger gained a brighter and more mysterious aura, the way its Vitalis output damage had changed. Illustrious one, bless my weapon. The crystal weapon shimmered with different lights. A rainbow light from a mysterious source seemed to unlock more of its latent potential. Aroused by Venerable Joshua's extensive familiarity with the Luminaire Crystal Design Spirit, the Design Spirit channeled a greater portion of his power into the weapon than ever before. A green light from Venerable Joshua's manifestation of power fed the weapon with the power of life, causing its light beam attacks to become infused with a greater proportion of his willpower. Venerable Joshua evoked the power of both true resonance and prime resonance at the same time. At this time, Joshua, the Everchanger and the Illustrious One had become highly aligned with each other. Each of them resonated with each other and added their respective strengths to the bright and shimmering light beam attacks that destabilized the Balvo's Rage's resonance shield to a greater degree. What was remarkable was that a portion of the destructive light beam energies actually persisted. For an instant, it was as if the rainbow attack had actually turned into acid that had been flung onto the surface of the Crosser Expert Mech's resonance shield. Although Joshua's attempt to make them stick only kept them active for a brief interval, this was still a completely new application of his domain that added to his versatility. What? Patriarch Reginald became distracted by this new development. He did not expect that the Everchanger could launch such a tricky attack. The fact that his expert mech was able to wipe away the sticky light beam energy so quickly did not mean it was a weak attack. If Patriarch Reginald did not actively divert a portion of his formidable willpower to grind away the sticky attack, it would likely persist and wear out his expert mech's resonance shield faster. All of this meant that the high-tier expert pilot had to make a difficult choice. He could save up his willpower so that he could direct all of his power to his primary targets at the cost of depleting his expert mech's resonance shield faster. The sticky light beam energies had the potential to deal 2 to 4 times as much damage if left unattended. He could also opt to constantly expend his willpower to grind down the sticky energy residue as soon as they appeared. The effort required to do so was not great, but Patriarch Reginald would inevitably have to split his focus and strength exertion if he chose this course of action. This wasn't the extent of his troubles. Even as his Balvo's rage continued to advance towards the Amaranto, Venerable Stark launched her own form of counterattack. Even though the Amaranto was bound to the same design spirit that currently empowered the Everchanger, Venerable Stark possessed a substantially different relationship with the Illustrious One. The instrument of vengeance glowed with a combination of Venerable Stark's rage against the forces beyond her power she condemned and the Illustrious One's loneliness. Both of them were survivors in a sense. Their commonalities caused them to develop a special relationship that was based on different values and feelings. With the addition of the Amaranto, a masterwork expert mech that had been shaped by both influences, the combination of the three fully empowered the instrument of vengeance beyond the norm. The large crystal weapon evoked a sense of retribution. Anything that stood in Venerable Stark's way must get struck down. The older expert pilot's eyes flashed with hellfire red. Passing light, the high-powered beam fired by the Amaranto lit up the surrounding space with pure red destructive power. Patriarch Reginald only had an instant to reinforce the forward side of his expert mech's resonance shield before it got struck by the nakedly powerful attack. A bright explosion of red light occurred upon impact. Although the Balvo's Rage's resonance shield still managed to hold, the surprising part of this attack was that the surface of the expert mech's armor had actually been scorched. You punched through my resonance shield. No, not exactly. It was as if a part of your beam attack phased through my first line of defense. Patriarch Reginald did not expect that a mid-tier expert pilot like Venerable Stark could develop such a useful ability at her stage. Being able to penetrate through the resonance shields of expert pilots was an extremely desirable ability. As far as he knew, only high-tier expert pilots and high-tier expert mechs were able to accomplish this. The only other way to pull it off was by utilizing the corresponding resonating exotics, but the Amaranto did not incorporate any such materials. This was a capability that Venerable Stark could only pull off with a powerful living mech and the help of the illustrious one. It was the design spirit that was responsible for altering the properties of the empowered light beam with partial phasing properties. The Amaranto fired the same attack yet again, causing the Balvo's rage to acquire another scorch mark. However, Patriarch Reginald slowly calmed down when he realized that this attack was not as threatening as he thought. I see, your mastery of this ability is still too rudimentary. Not enough energy is passing through my resonance shield. Perhaps her new passing light resonance ability might grant Venerable Stark the ability to cripple completely intact expert mechs in the future, but for now her power and her proficiency in this highly complicated technique were still up to standard. Venerable Stark halted her efforts. She had gotten what she wanted and confirmed her new ability's effects against a real expert mech. If the passing light ability didn't consume so much energy and strained her mind and will so much with every attack, she would have preferred to fire a few more times. It should have more effect against a weaker expert mech. She consoled herself as her expert mech fired more sustainable attacks. The Amaranto's regular attacks weren't weak. The fact that the Balvo's rage was able to keep its resonance shield intact after enduring so much punishment was not because its enemies were weak, but more because its expert pilot was so unreasonably strong. The extra pressure only further inflamed Patriarch Reginald's battle lust. Keep firing, keep attacking. You Larkinsons may possess a lot of toys, but they are no match for my indomitable fighting spirit. Chapter 3789 Let's Riot. Chapter 3789 Let's Riot. Few opponents managed to stay strong when confronted by the Larkinson clan's renowned expert mechs. Even if the Balvo's rage was a high-tier expert mech, its design and material composition were not that exaggerated. The upcoming Mars project was much more extravagant. Its design budget was a lot higher, so much so that the Cross clan had to forego a lot of essential investments in order to fund the acquisition of all of the medium and high-grade exotics to realize Professor Benedict's ambitious vision. While the knowledgeable people in the expeditionary fleet would not be surprised if the completed Mars project was able to stomp all three Larkinson expert mechs by this time, the older and aging Balvo's rage should have struggled a lot more. The reality was different, though. Despite getting pushed by the riot and despite getting bombarded by the twin attacks from the Amaranto and the Everchanger, the expert hybrid mech still maintained a dominant posture. Venerable Joshua and Venerable Orphan both grew more uncomfortable after seeing their efforts achieve so little effect. They were not holding back that much at this time. It's not the expert mech. It's the expert pilot. Look at the readings from the resonance meter. Patriarch Reginald's peak resonance strength has reached 58.6 lavares. That was a small step more than his previous best result. Although the jump from 57 to 58.6 lavares looked small, the reality was that the increase in power was significant. Compared to his weaker self, the current version of Reginald Cross had inched closer to godhood. The unreasonable strength boost he gained from this small but significant progress became evident in how tenaciously his expert mech resisted all of the attacks. Aside from the costly penetrating attacks launched by the Amaranto, no other strike had succeeded in damaging its mech frame. The resonance shield's unbreakable appearance was a direct reflection of Patriarch Reginald's incredibly domineering willpower. Seeing that neither the Amaranto nor the Everchanger were able to crack the Balvo's rage's defensive layer anytime soon, Venerable Rosa Orphan realized that it was up to her to make the difference. She attacked with greater intensity and explicitly sought to exhaust her opponent's resonance shield with repeated resonance-empowered attacks. Champion's momentum. Venerable Orphan even resonated with the Pierotis integrated in the spear of her expert mech. This special resonating material amplified momentum-based attacks, causing the riot to output significantly more damage as long as it struck with the entire mech moving forward. While this was effective for a time, the enemy did not remain static. "Let me increase the heat," Patriarch Reginald called. Even as his Balvo's rage fought back against the riot, it began to use its various integrated energy weapon modules to fire at the distant Amaranto. The attack struck the expert rifleman mech with great power, causing Venerable Stark to experience a lot more difficulties. Not only was she obliged to divert more power and attention towards her expert mech's defenses, she also had to move her mech around in order to block the enemy's line of sight as much as possible. Patriarch Reginald did not mind. The ranged attacks that weren't able to hit the Amaranto instead struck the riot that was doing its best to absorb the hits instead. "Damn it," Venerable Orphan cursed. "This fellow hits hard." The Balvo's rage was primarily a ranged mech, after all. Its axe was merely a weapon used to fend off melee opponents. Now that it was utilizing the majority of its weapon systems, Patriarch Reginald and Balvo's Rage's power consumption had risen by a lot. This meant that the high-tier expert mech would no longer be able to sustain its resonance shield as long in the face of all of the incoming attacks. Still, it was worth it as long as the Balvo's Rage succeeded in taking one of the 3 expert mechs out of the action. The riot began to endure a lot of punishment. Unlike its current opposition, its expert pilot was not an unreasonable existence among her kind. Venerable Orphan's willpower depleted at a worrying rate as the riot's resonance shield withstood attack after attack. Although a part of her wanted to move her riot aside, her desire to win and prove herself worthy was too great to prompt her to retreat. She intended to face this threat head-on and last as long as possible. Surprisingly enough, the riot was holding up quite well actually. Although its resonance shield wobbled more and more, it always managed to hold strong even when the Balvo's Rage launched a powerful beam attack from its chest projector. Patriarch Reginald recognized the riot's resilience as well. I heard that your expert mech is tougher than it looks. There is truth to these claims. That did not worry him too much, though. Whether the riot lasted a minute or 2 minutes didn't matter. Eventually, it would lose its resonance shield after reaching its limit, and that was the point where the expert mech was dead, according to the rules. Due to all of this pressure, Venerable Orphan was no longer reluctant to employ her newest ability. So you want to pick a fight with me? Then let's have a riot. Second Skin. She attuned herself to another resonating material of her expert mech. Resonating with BSN-17A caused her expert mech to generate a second energy barrier. This increased the riot's ability to resist damage without exposing its frame, but this was not the extent of her move. Venerable Orphan momentarily removed her awareness from the battle and reached out to a mysterious place where she came into direct contact with the design spirit she had been bonded to for numerous years. Orphan and xianxia both banded together. With the addition of the riot, the 3 reached a complex form of cooperation that drew out the best of each. Disharmony Barrier. The riot's second resonance barrier began to take a more unstable quality. It shook and wobbled as if it had turned into a rebelling slime. In an instant, the disharmony barrier actually attempted to engulf the Balvo's Rage's resonance shield. The interaction between the 2 extraordinary energy fields produced crazy reactions that rapidly depleted the integrity of them both. What is this? Reginald became surprised as the Larkinsons pulled out yet another unusual trick. Much to his surprise, his expert mech's resonance shield was depleting at a far faster pace than he anticipated. The reason for that was not because the riot's weird and unstable disharmony barrier inflicted more damage. In fact, if the disharmony barrier struck a normal mech, it wouldn't leave much a mark at all as its material damage potential was too low. The key to its mechanism was in the word, disharmony. After piloting the riot for an extended amount of time, Venerable Orphan gradually realized that her expert mech possessed an extra gift that could be dangerous in certain circumstances but could produce surprising results in other circumstances. The source of this surprise factor was the unstable chaos essence that Vase had integrated into the riot for dubious reasons. Though this gem had given Venerable Orphan plenty of grief by giving her headaches and causing her to lose control of the riot's operations, she had gritted her teeth and slowly learned how to handle this quality. While she was far from mastering this chaotic element, she gained just enough proficiency to use it as the basis of a new prime ability. The help of xianxia was essential as the big lizard possessed a much finer control over all of these different energies. Together with the active support of the design spirit, Venerable Orphan and the riot unveiled their new signature prime resonance ability for the first time. The results of the disharmony barrier turned out to be a lot better than Orphan had expected. The Balvo's Rage was no longer in a comfortable position as before. Its resonance shield was collapsing at a significantly faster rate because the disharmony introduced by the riot was making it difficult for Patriarch Reginald to resonate with his own machine. It was as if Patriarch Reginald was playing a lovely song on the piano, only for a drunken Venerable Orphan to barge into the room while banging a pot. It became a lot harder to appreciate the original song with the addition of this disturbing element. Even though Venerable Orphan's strain had increased to a massive degree due to the difficulty of disturbing the symphony of a high-tier expert pilot, it was still worthwhile for her to put in all of this effort. She grinned even as she was being worn down at an accelerated pace. I originally developed this ability to mess up enemy ace mechs, but I'm okay with using it on you as well. Patriarch Reginald couldn't take it any longer. He did not wish to bully his weaker sparring partners that much, but the disharmony barrier disturbed him on a profound level. He no longer felt comfortable inside his expert mech. The Balvo's rage was a machine that had shared wealth and woe with him. He and his expert mech had defeated so many of their peers that their fit had reached an admirable height. Yet due to this unexpected interference, Patriarch Reginald was not able to leverage his expert mech's strength as well as before. "Get off," he boomed. The Balvo's rage finally brought its shotgun to bear. The large weapon aimed towards the riot and blasted powerful resonance-enhanced projectiles that instantly shredded the riot's disharmony barrier and almost knocked apart the resonance shield. Underneath, the riot and Venerable Orphan endured so much disturbance that they were both taken out of the fight almost entirely. Before Venerable Orphan could recover from this impactful blow, the Balvo's rage was about to use its integrated weapons to break the riot's lingering resonance shield entirely. "You will have to go through me first." In an instant, the Everchanger had moved in front of the riot and resisted the blow with its completely intact resonance shield. Yes, me, did you think I would keep taking potshots at your back?" Under Venerable Joshua's deliberate control, the Everchanger blocked any attack that was intended to knock the riot out of the fight. Although the expert spearman mech clearly wouldn't be able to recover quickly, it was already enough for the Everchanger to occupy the Balvo's rage's attention. Joshua had given up on inflicting as much damage as possible towards his opponent. The Everchanger had holstered its Vitalis rifle and relied solely on its mech sword and resonance shield to resist the Balvo's rage's mixed attacks. Plasma attacks and positron beams collided against the Everchanger's bright green resonance shield at a constant rate. At the same time, the Balvo's rage also did not hesitate to strike the expert hero mech with its axe as well as its powerful shotgun. The latter hit the Everchanger like a punch with each discharge. However, Venerable Joshua never lost confidence in his expert mech's ability to endure. The reason for that was because he had switched its design spirit to xianxia. With the backing of the former sacred god, Venerable Joshua resonated with her, causing them to activate an unnamed prime ability that moderately increased the defensive power of the Everchanger's resonance shield. Now that the Everchanger completely absorbed the Balvo's rage's attacks, the Amaranto at the rear gained plenty of opportunities to attack without much scruples. The only hindrance that Venerable Stark encountered was the fact that the Everchanger was constantly in the way. Without its missiles, the Balvo's rage's remaining ranged attacks were unable to go around the expert hero mech. The same limitation did not apply to the Amaranto. The highly specialized expert rifleman mech deliberately shifted the aim of its instrument of vengeance and began to fire a volley of empowered light beams that actually bent as it traversed through space. Each and every crooked beam struck the Balvo's rage's ragged resonance shield without striking the Everchanger. After another couple of volleys of uninterrupted fire, the Amaranto's final light beam attack finally broke the Balvo's rage's incredibly resilient resonance shield. Chapter 3790 Prime Abilities. "You know I could have beaten you 3 up if I got serious, correct?" Patriarch Reginald stated as he entered the briefing room on the Gorgonean. Almost all of the expert pilots in the expeditionary fleet were present in the compartment today. It was actually quite rare for so many expert pilots to gather together like this. Their strong willpower and personalities brushed against each other like invisible bubbles. As Vase stood at the head of the conference table alongside his wife, he became fascinated by what he observed. Expert pilots were akin to preparatory ace pilots. The former possessed a shadow of the latter, and that showed in the way that each of the ones before him radiated their own domains that attempted to claim ownership in the space around their bodies. Naturally, these domains didn't like it when they mixed with each other. It was like several different states bumping into each other. If not for the fact that the expert pilots were all bound by family, duty and friendship, a lot of friction would have emerged by now. None of the expert pilots possessed weak egos and it was quite difficult for them to cede ground towards each other. Venerable Stark held herself apart from the rest. Venerable Janzi and Venerable Joshua both acted like scalded cats when they came close. Patriarch Reginald evoked a lot of threat from the rest, especially after he made his opening declaration. The man did not look like a prideful expert pilot who had just lost a practice duel against 3 of his juniors. Although Venerable Orphan looked as if she was ready to get into the stronger expert pilot's face to give him a piece of her mind, Venerable Dice held her shoulder and pressed the irritated woman down. "He's right, Rosa," the swordsman mech specialist said. His Balvo's rage did not open up with its formidable arsenal of integrated energy weapons at the start. The mech's shotgun only fired a few times. It deployed with no missiles. Reginald did not even fight at his best until he finally experienced enough pressure. Did you notice that he has not utilized any powerful resonance abilities of his own? Your mech would have been demolished if he fought to kill instead of trying to prove a point. Although Venerable Orphan was stubborn, she wasn't stupid. She already recognized these points. She just felt upset that her earlier bout, which she was so proud of winning, lost a lot of its shine. Perhaps the ordinary observers in the fleet might continue to believe that the 3 Larkinson expert mechs were able to handle the Balvo's rage, but everyone in the briefing room knew better. The expert pilots all possessed a decent understanding of the fight and how much the Balvo's rage held back. Patriarch Reginald didn't go all out against his weaker Larkinson counterparts at first. They had agreed on this beforehand. The main purpose of the sparring match was to exercise each other's fighting capabilities. The Larkinsons couldn't do that properly if the Balvo's rage did its best to circumvent the riot and utilized its superior mobility to close in on the Amaranto and smash the expert rifleman mech into submission. Although the Larkinson expert mechs handicapped themselves as well, most notably by denying Venerable Stark the use of her strongest and most destructive attacks, they had been fighting a lot more seriously from the start of the match. Clang! Vase knocked the fist of his unending regalia against the surface of the metal conference table. Everyone else in the meeting room were still garbed in their custom, high-quality piloting suits. These suits were much more protective than they looked. Expert pilots were precious, and it would be a shame for them to perish so easily. What if they randomly stumbled in the middle of a firefight? What if they got blasted by shrapnel when their expert mechs succumbed in battle? Instances like these were preventable, so the expert pilots all received protective suits that worked better than most regular infantry combat armor. Laced with high-quality materials and exotics, their suits offered excellent personal protection against both weapons fire and environmental hazards. They had room for optional shield generators as well, providing them with a strong layer of protection that could give them a lot of buffer against serious threats. Finally, their suits were quite slim and flexible, making them almost as comfortable as their own skins. Combined with many modest survival functions, the expert pilots could easily rely on their high-quality suits to survive even when they were stranded on an untamed alien planet. It wasn't enough, though. Vase noted an obvious difference in the quality and protective properties of the piloting suits of his own men and that of Patriarch Reginald. The latter had already upgraded to a modern high-end suit model that was developed and sold in the Red Ocean. In contrast, the Larkinson expert pilots still made do with rim-level equipment. The same went for everything else. The Larkinson clan had arrived in the Red Ocean for a while now and still used the same old ships, mechs and other inferior equipment. No wonder Calabast pushed so hard for Vase to kick his commercial enterprises up a notch. It was truly abhorrent to see how his clan relied so much on outdated and inferior technology. He briefly shook his head to push aside this distracting train of thought and focused on the present. He could think about upgrading the protective piloting suits of his clan's best soldiers another time. Each of you has exercised your strengths and employed new tricks. While I am sure that you have learned plenty of lessons from your sparring matches, I am sure you can learn a few more once we share our views. Before we begin, did any of your mechs suffer serious damage? No one spoke up, which Vase took as a sign that everything was fine. It is good that you have been able to control your strengths. Duels between expert mechs can get pretty destructive if you don't show enough restraint. I understand that it is difficult for warriors like yourselves to endure perceived losses, but remember that fights at this level aren't serious enough for you to get worked up about. He directed a pointed glance at Venerable Orphan. She was smart enough to agree with the logic behind his words, but her emotions were not in sync. Vase was quite reluctant to have his expert mechs sparring against each other on a frequent basis. A single accident might necessitate expensive repairs that could last for days or even extend to a week. During all that time, a crisis might break out at any time where the absence of an expert mech would be sorely felt. Still, given all of the gains that the expert pilots had made today, it was still worthwhile to let them loose against the only ones in the fleet that could keep up with their pace. Before Vase tackled the next topic on his agenda, the strongest expert pilot stood up and commanded everyone's attention. "I cannot wait any longer," he said as his voice underscored his urgency. "Why are your mechs so odd?" "Pardon." Vase frowned in puzzlement. Reginald waved his hand at the Larkinsons. "Your expert mechs, they're far from normal. I already understand that they are alive, but when I fought against a few of you today, your expert mechs displayed abilities that are similar but not like the typical resonance abilities that I have experienced." To Reginald and many other expert pilots, Resonance abilities came from the expert mechs, or more precisely the resonating materials integrated in their frames. The use of these special materials allowed expert pilots to amplify and channel their own willpower into distinct applications that all followed their own rules. The resonance abilities of many expert mechs weren't actually flashy. The resonance shield that every expert mech had become a standardized feature. Amplifying the force of the chainsword wielded by the Amphies was actually a constant resonance ability that Venerable Linda Cross could maintain for a long time. Yet none of these abilities came close to matching the unorthodox resonance abilities that the Amaranto, the Riot and the Everchanger had displayed. Their unusual resonance abilities carried a different flavor. "You have fought alongside us for a while, Patriarch Reginald," Vase stated. "What you have experienced isn't new to us. We just didn't bother to explain this important feature to you. In truth, I thought that you would have figured out a few details on your own after fighting alongside our expert mechs. Clearly your assumptions are wrong." Reginald crossed his arms in irritation. "Professor, Benedict hasn't told me about anything relating to these odd resonance abilities when he was helping your clan design your Minerva. That is because prime resonance, the phenomenon that you are likely referring to, is subject to a lot of limitations," Vase explained. "In short, every living mech with a design spirit theoretically has the potential to fight like a prime mech, but the capacity to retain the energy needed to evoke this strength is limited most of the time. In order to make prime resonance possible, I needed to make use of rare materials such as unending alloy that we have salvaged from the Nixian Gap. Even then, it is up to the pilots in question to figure out how to harness this potential in specific ways. I am quite proud to see that Venerable Stark, Venerable Orphan and Venerable Joshua have succeeded in inventing their own new prime abilities. Prime abilities were unlike ordinary resonance abilities. The latter had to be pre-configured in advance by the mech designer. The specific ways in which he integrated the resonance materials in the mech largely determined the power manifestation. This was why Vase had taken a liking to prime abilities. A mech designer was never able to figure out how an expert pilot could best channel his power. It was much better for the expert pilot to develop his own techniques. Although no brand new expert mech came with existing prime abilities, this could be remedied over time. Vase suddenly realized that prime resonance was yet another application of his design philosophy that was predisposed towards growth. Prime abilities were weak and unrefined at first, but as the expert pilots became more proficient in using them, they could continually improve their application and achieve greater results over time. While ordinary resonance abilities could grow stronger over time as well, their templates were fixed due to their dependence on fixed materials. As Vase explained a few of these nuances to his fellow patriarch, the powerful expert pilot clearly conveyed a lot of desire. "That sounds perfect for my new expert mech. Please include this prime resonance feature in the Mars project." Vase adopted an awkward look. Ahem. Gloriana cleared her throat. "My husband's prime resonance is only made possible due to the prime materials that we have managed to find and incorporate into our expert mechs. As of now, only our first 6 expert mechs truly qualify as prime mechs. The Minerva and the upcoming upgrade of my Blade Chaser will not be able to exhibit as much strength because we have already run out of prime materials to use in our other expert mechs. The Minerva is actually capable of employing minor prime resonance abilities," Vase clarified to everyone. "Its base energy capacity is extremely limited though, so Commander Kusela Ingvar can only channel the power generated by resonating with the design spirit in limited forms." Patriarch Reginald began to frown. "Can you obtain additional prime materials? I would have turned the Minerva into a prime mech as well if I had any at my disposal." Vase retorted. "Prime resonance is a new phenomenon that I have personally invented. There are still many aspects that I need to flesh out. Right now, I have only identified 3 valid resonance materials, of which only one of them is available in the Red Ocean. Procuring it is nearly impossible due to its extremely limited supply." "What is this material called?" Gallant a Bone. Chapter 3791 Prime Development. Though Patriarch Reginald exhibited a lot of desire towards prime abilities and the prime materials that made them possible, Vase quickly had to shoot down his excitement. There simply weren't any prime materials available. He possessed a limited quantity of P-stones and did not expect to obtain any more of them. This was because he theorized that they originally came from the Nixian Gap, which was an entire galaxy away from the expeditionary fleet at the moment. The same went for unending alloy. A long time ago, an ancient alien race must have originally developed this artificial metal substance with spiritual sorcery in mind, but the method of making it was probably lost. It was not as if Vase tried to break down samples of unending alloy into their base materials in order to decipher the formula and produce more alloy by himself. Whenever he did so, the mysterious exotics that were responsible for making unending alloy work quickly broke down and lost their special traits. This was not an unknown phenomenon in materials science and was largely the reason why recycling salvaged goods rarely recovered every raw material put into their construction. The final material that Vase found was the sample of gallant bone that he had once encountered in Ryan's private stash. The material might not be as hard as unending alloy, but it was tough enough to be employed in mechs. Aside from its decent ability to store spiritual energy, it also had the effect of nurturing it as far as he was aware. The Galanta whale was a species of astral beasts that had almost been hunted to extinction in the Milky Way. They were apparently more ubiquitous in the Red Ocean, so Vase hoped he could get his hands on the strange bone growths that grew inside the brains of the largest gallant whales. Unfortunately, his clan never managed to get their hands on any of the samples. Vase had put Galanta bone on the list of must-buy materials, but the clansmen responsible for procurement never managed to find any samples on the open market. He suspected that Galanta bones were treated as rare and exclusive trophies. If that was the case, then they should only ever change hands in private auctions. Only the upper echelon were invited to these events, and Vase was far from reaching that level. This was bad news to Patriarch Reginald. The lack of resonating materials was the only barrier to turning the Mars into a prime mech. While he could have requested the Larkinsons to repurpose the unending alloy that adorned their existing expert mechs, he would never do so. This was a line too far, and crossing it would seriously deteriorate the relationship between the two alliance partners. As an expert pilot himself, he knew how much his Larkinson counterparts valued and cared for their expert mechs. He might be greedy for prime materials, but he would not ask his allies and fellow comrades in battle to mutilate their strongest assets. That left the Cross Patriarch with no other option than hoping that he could get his hands on Galanta bone. "Give me a moment," he said with a frown. "Let me consult with Benedict." He quietly called and exchanged words with Professor Benedict. Whatever the senior mech designer said did not provide any relief to the powerful expert pilot. The Cross clan experienced just as much difficulties in obtaining Galanta bone as the Larkinson clan. Eventually, Patriarch Reginald finished his call and looked back at Vase with a dour expression. "Professor Benedict has promised to use his own channels to obtain Galanta bone. If he is able to procure it, will you agree to add it to the Mars project?" Vase happily nodded. "Of course. It will be easy for me to do so as Prime Resonance works on different principles. If you Crossers actually succeed in getting your hands on this material, do tell me if you can obtain more of it. We have been looking for it ourselves. I can make the Minerva and the future version of the Blade Chaser considerably stronger. Only after you have made the Mars project stronger first. My future fighting machine must possess the greatest possible combat power that we can put into a frame. We cannot pass on this new and more versatile form of resonance that you have developed." "I agree. Just don't complain if neither of us can obtain any Galanta bone. We don't always get what we want." Personally, he hoped that the Crossers managed to succeed somehow. Professor Benedict possessed different connections than himself and might be able to get his hands on this rare material in his own way. Until this happened, Vase was not going to hold out any hope. He turned his attention back to the rest of the gathered expert pilots. While Patriarch Reginald's interruption was not on the agenda, his request directly relates to one of the topics I wished to discuss. A few of you have displayed abilities that you ordinarily shouldn't be able to employ if you were piloting a more conventional expert mech. These abilities have shown a lot of potential even if their implementations are not yet on par. Tusa, let's start with you first since you have the most time to develop your prime abilities. Tell me about the progress that you have made. The light mech specialist stood up from his seat. "My expert mech has access to two design spirits, namely Arnold and Trixie. Building up relationships with them is extremely important as I need to resonate with one of them in order to pull off a prime ability. I am never performing this alone. The design spirit on the other side is doing the work as well, so I am not the only one who needs to make improvements." "It's a team effort," Joshua commented. "That's exactly right. Only together can we activate these prime abilities in battle. The design spirits are contributing their own strength when I call upon them. We are literally borrowing their strength in order to make it all possible." Vase nodded in satisfaction. He was happy that the Larkinson expert pilots understood the key to developing prime abilities. depending on design spirits to execute your prime abilities is both a strength and a weakness. If your relationship with entities such as Arnold deteriorates, then you will be left without their assistance in a crucial battle. On the other hand, if you have developed an extremely strong bond with them, they will be willing to leverage as much strength as they can in order to help you succeed. All of the Larkinson expert pilots nodded in understanding. One of the reasons why I have gotten better at pulling off my prime abilities is because Arnold and Trixie have both grown a lot stronger than at the start. Tusa said, they not only have a lot more reserves, but they have also grown smarter and more familiar with our resonance abilities. That made a lot of sense. Vase briefly reached out to the two design spirits in order to gauge their strengths. Arnold had clearly grown a lot stronger due to his involvement in multiple mech designs. While Trixie fell behind because only Tusa provided her with spiritual feedback, the singular source also caused her to take after the expert pilot a lot. The design spirit that Vase had derived from the remnant of the inexorable one not only reinforced her free and elusive traits, but also developed a considerably stronger bond with venerable Tusa. Although the connection between the two hadn't reached the intimacy between an individual and a companion spirit, the two had clearly become partners in crime. Vase suddenly gained a new idea. What if he attempted to augment this bond and tie them together on a permanent basis? What if turning Trisk into Venerable Tusa's permanent companion was an alternate way of bestowing him with a companion spirit? This was an interesting idea but not one that compelled him to perform this experiment on the spot. He did not want to waste Trisk's potential. The constantly changing avian design spirit was the only heir to the inexorable one. He believed the bird still possessed a lot of untapped power. Tell me more about the abilities that you have employed. How have you improved them, exactly? Vase asked Tusa. Arnold and I worked hard to improve my control over the Endless Paths ability. The expert pilot answered. We managed to make it so that we can not only choose the amount of decoys of the Dark Zephyr that appear, but also gain more precise control over their movements. That is how I was able to make one of them take the place of my actual expert mech. The mechanics of Arnold's ability was far from simple as far as Vase knew. Rather than creating illusionary clones, he creates alternate selves that seem to exist in multiple possible realities. While the copies were ultimately fake, they seemed to possess enough substance to fool most sensors and interact with reality. They only truly revealed their falsehoods when sustaining them became too costly. Only a single outcome among many must be valid. The actions of the Dark Zephyr in the other realities ultimately never happened, at least if everything proceeded normally. Have you made any other improvements? Yes. The decoys of my expert mech used to last 1.86 seconds at most, but we have been able to push it up to 2.06 seconds after Arnold grew stronger. We can also produce up to 14 copies now, but it is really difficult to summon so many in a busy battlefield. A couple of expert pilots looked horrified at Venerable Tusa. Even though his Endless Paths resonance ability was not permanent, the ability to fool enemies by producing 14 realistic decoys at the same time could be a game changer in the right circumstances. This was especially when Venerable Tusa managed to combine it with his second resonance ability. I see that you have successfully employed both your Endless Paths and Untouchable abilities at the same time. Vase remarked with interest. Can you tell us how you have managed to accomplish this? How can you resonate with two separate design spirits? It's not that difficult once Trisk and Arnold got along with each other. When I originally came up with the idea of using a decoy to hide the disappearance of my real expert mech, I had to bring them together and encourage them to coordinate their efforts with me. It wasn't easy, but we eventually made it work. Tusa grinned. The actual reason why he worked so hard to develop this combo was because he felt pressured to improve his combat effectiveness. Many of his fellow expert pilots were improving at a faster rate because they had the fortune of obtaining masterwork expert mechs. Since Tusa didn't enjoy this benefit, his resonance strength ultimately wouldn't be able to grow as quickly. He had to find other ways to improve his strength, and the solution he decided upon was to put in a lot of effort into making the most out of the power that was already at his disposal. In other words, he focused on improving his efficiency. All of this effort paid off as Venerable Tusa probably developed the most refined prime abilities out of anyone in the Larkinson clan. Tusa continued to explain his efforts to improve his combat solutions. I spent most of my time improving my control over our Endless Paths ability. My usage of the Untouchable ability is still rough in comparison. My Dark Zephyr can only phase forward for a short distance as it doesn't last long enough for my liking. I also lose awareness while I am in this mode, so I can't react to any changes that have taken place. It is already exhausting and costly for Trisk and I to pull it off. We can't do it a second time in a single battle. There was clearly a lot more room for improvement here, but that did not change. The fact that Venerable Tusa's combo had already become formidable. Chapter 3792 Prime Directions. Everyone in the meeting room grew impressed at Venerable Tusa's accomplishments in strengthening his prime abilities. Patriarch Reginald Cross held the most appreciation. Although the Larkinsons had shown off prime resonance and specific applications of it before, they had never reached this degree of strength and utility before. To Reginald, the addition of prime resonance to expert mech was akin to increasing the fighting machine's trump cards. It is similar to putting more resonating materials in an expert mech. He realized, the problem with resonating materials was that many of them weren't compatible with each other. There were only so many different types of resonating materials that mech designers could add to a mech frame. This was one of the reasons why Patriarch Reginald wanted to add prime resonance to his upcoming Mars project so badly. While it appeared that prime materials were extremely hard to come by, they apparently did not impact the performance of resonating materials. If his Mars project was built the right way, then he would be able to develop abilities like the ones that Tusa had developed with his partners one day. Alright, Tusa, thank you for your clarification, Vase said with a smile. I hope that each of you have drawn lessons from his approach. He has worked hard to realize the potential of the prime mech aspect of his Dark Zephyr. He is significantly further ahead than all of you, as befitting our fastest expert pilot. Vase had become so impressed by Venerable Tusa's latest advancements that he became tempted to upgrade the Dark Zephyr right away. Of course, now was not the time. The Dark Zephyr's performance hadn't fallen behind yet and Vase wanted to wait until he had access to much better tech and materials before designing a refit of his first true expert mech. Venerable Stark. Vase turned to the guest pilot of the Larkinson clan. You have made a lot less progress than Venerable Tusa. The new special attack that you have developed has a lot of potential, but it has not yielded any notable results in your earlier bout. The Balvo's Rage's resonance shield was unusually strong and thick. We will do better against a more ordinary expert mech. Davia Stark replied as she crossed her arms. She had not spent as much time as Tusa in refining her application of prime resonance. She had focused more on the fundamentals in her usage of the Amaranto's regular resonance abilities. To her, the best way to increase her combat effectiveness was to make her routine actions as impactful as possible. This entailed specific improvements such as increasing her accuracy at extreme ranges or being able to plan out and predict the trajectory of her arcing beam attacks in a split second. Vase already understood that Venerable Stark was still motivated enough to keep up her training, so he did not ask any further. Venerable Orphan, he turned to the next expert pilot on the list. Your resonance ability has come as a pleasant surprise to all of us. Can you tell me more about this new trick that you have developed? I call it the disharmony barrier. It's exactly what it says. The woman proudly explained the basics of how her ability worked. The theory behind it was surprisingly simple relative to the impact it had achieved. xianxia deserves most of the credit. She graciously said, she is the one that figured out the finer details. I am the one that is responsible for sustaining the disharmony barrier and directing it to the right opponent. It is a truly effective means of attack. Patriarch Reginald voiced his appreciation. My resonance shield lost cohesion far too quickly as your ability attacked its foundation. I hope to see you disrupt our actual enemies with it. A lot of enemy expert pilots will become unpleasantly surprised when they see their first line of defense crumbling because of your disruption. Both Venerable Janzi and Venerable Joshua looked intrigued when their colleague explained her new ability. In theory, any expert mech with xianxia as its design spirit should be able to employ a similar ability. Rosa, are you willing to share your insights and teach this ability to me as well? Janzi asked. Sure, Orphan straightforwardly answered. I'm actually curious to see whether you and your Shield of Samar can pull off the same move. I get the feeling that it's not so simple even if our mechs share the same design spirit. That was a good response from the former flagrant vandal officer. She could have gotten possessive about her own ability and tried to keep it to herself in order to increase her value. Can you add me as well? Venerable Joshua asked. My expert mech can't channel xianxia as well as your own machines, but I still want to try and see whether I can gain an extra weapon against my future opponents. You're welcome to join the party, Josh. Personally, Vase had little confidence that Venerable Orphan was able to propagate her disharmony barrier. He had rerun the footage of her struggle against the Balvo's rage and figured out that the riot itself provided one of the key ingredients to make the remarkable ability work. Neither the Shield of Samar nor the Everchanger incorporated any chaos gems. Perhaps the two expert pilots would develop a different kind of barrier with Venerable Orphan's instruction. Vase turned to Venerable Dice. Though he had praised Tusa's efforts, the truth was that her application of prime resonance was by far the most refined. Her excellent swordsmanship combined with inheriting the Heaven Association's traditional swordsmanship resulted in the development of unsurpassed new sword techniques, none of which she showed today. Now that Vase thought about it, swordmasters did not actually resonate with their weapons in the same way that expert pilots did with their expert mechs. The swords did not incorporate any specific resonating materials as far as he knew. Instead, the swordmasters developed deep and emotional relationships with their own swords, causing them to become alive in a sense and turn into a more suitable channel of their wielder's strength. In other words, Venerable Dice and First Sword were the standard bearers of prime resonance. No other combination of expert pilot and expert mech could replicate the remarkably high combat power that this specific combination displayed in battle because it was too difficult for others to meet all of the requirements. I don't consider my techniques to be prime abilities. Dice explained to the rest. The design spirit of my mech is also xianxia, but I don't make a habit of borrowing her strength to execute my techniques. I only need myself and a good weapon in order to perform my special moves. Outside of the cockpit, that weapon is my trusty greatsword. Inside the cockpit, that weapon is both the First Sword and the decapitator in its hands. In other words, Venerable Dice was less reliant on external sources than the rest. Though she possessed a lot more control over her techniques, she passed over the benefit of borrowing the strength and special qualities of powerful design spirits to her special techniques. Everything had a price, but it was good that at least one expert pilot in the Larkinson clan followed a different path. Janzi. Vase turned to his least favorite expert pilot in the Larkinson clan. You have harnessed several new gravity-related tricks in your spar against Venerable Linda Cross, but these are not based on prime resonance, correct? The younger female expert pilot nodded. I have been spending most of my time learning how to take advantage of GT535. Whenever I resonate with it, I can choose to apply the gravity my mech and I are generating in different ways. I had a lot of difficulty in harnessing it at first, but after several months of focused practice, I have managed to gain enough control that I can harness gravity in battle. The problem in my last practice fight was that my gravity manipulation was a bad match against another expert Space Knight. Vase nodded. Your example illustrates that not all resonance and prime abilities are effective in every situation. Each of you needs to think carefully on what you do. If possible, try your best to develop different abilities that can cope against different threats. For example, have you ever tried to use your own gravity manipulation power to speed up the movements of your own mech, Janzi? She looked annoyed. Don't underestimate my intelligence, Vase. I tried that out pretty soon after you upgraded my machine. I tried creating a gravity well in front of the Shield of Samar, thinking it would drag my mech forward, but somehow my heavy mech isn't budging. A shame, Vase genuinely said. It would have been great if your huge and sluggish mech was able to accelerate as fast as a medium mech at the very least, but I think I understand why you aren't able to exploit this interaction. Conceptually, it was like trying to lift up his own body by using one of his arms. His arm and the rest of his body was part of a closed system, so displacing himself in this manner was impossible without the use of an outside factor. Have you been able to develop any new prime abilities with the help of xianxia? Vase asked. My prime abilities augment my resonance abilities. I perform both of them at the same time if I want to project the strongest energy barrier. I think the combination of both will yield the greatest possible defense that I can muster. That is a good approach. Your Shield of Samar's primary mission is to protect others from getting damaged, so the better this barrier, the more people you are able to save. Developing more abilities was not necessarily useful if none of them were particularly strong. Venerable Janzi's approach was highly suited for her own situation. It was interesting that Venerable Joshua took a completely different approach. Joshua, you've resonated with several different design spirits and used completely different resonating abilities in your practice fight against the Balvo's rage. How many resonance abilities have you developed up to this point? 9 so far. I am still trying to make something happen with Kalo and the Titania since they recently became available. What? The other Larkinsons were astounded by Joshua's efforts. I try to develop at least one form of cooperation with every design spirit that I can work with. Venerable Joshua clarified. It helps with improving my relationship with each of them. I haven't been able to spend much time refining all of the new abilities that I have developed like wuxia. They're all very basic and weak, to be honest. I spent most of my time improving my cooperation with the illustrious one because our fleet is lacking in ranged firepower. I see. The Everchanger was a complicated mech as far as prime resonance was concerned. Vase had to put a lot of thought behind this aspect of its design in order to make it truly compatible with every design spirit. The consequence was that the Everchanger was never able to match the other expert mechs when it came to forming deep connections with any single design spirit. Since Venerable Joshua was disadvantaged when it came to developing strong prime abilities, he opted to go for quantity instead. This was a good choice for an expert pilot that liked to remain versatile. The entire mech concept of the Everchanger was about using the right means to target an opponent's weaknesses. Vase grew curious at what Venerable Joshua was capable of after working with so many different design spirits. Can you briefly explain all 9 abilities? Sure. Joshua shrugged. They are all rather basic, so don't get too excited. Let me begin with Ilvain. I can borrow his help to guide my attacks just as if I am piloting an Ilvain mech. If I work together with Lufa, I can forcefully calm down nearby mech pilots. If I combo this with my hero's glow resonance ability, I can potentially pause an entire battle. Chapter 3793 Joshua the Prime Master. Everyone looked at Venerable Joshua as if he was a freak. Unknowingly, he developed a variety of different resonance abilities. While their complexity and methodology were rather simple, that did not change the fact that each of them produced real effects. With the illustrious one, I can activate a new form of attack that I like to call sticky energy mode. The expert pilot explained, it's the one form of attack that I spent most of my efforts in strengthening. Don't ask me how it works. All I know is that as long as I blend in as much of my will into my energy beam attacks as possible, I can make it so that they behave like a jet of acid that sticks to my targets for a few seconds. I can't make it last any longer since the energy attack really doesn't like it when I change it like this. I know it isn't supposed to behave like that, but I can temporarily make it obey. This was one of the most nonsensical prime abilities that Vase had ever heard. It rivaled Venerable Orphan's success in creating a method to sabotage enemy resonance shields. The combat applications of Joshua's so-called sticky energy mode were myriad, but this new attack mode was especially useful against huge vessels and insanely durable opponents. Can you use it for every Luminaire crystal attack phase? Vase asked with an intrigued expression. Yes, sir, though not all forms of energy are as easy to manipulate like this. It works best with positron beams since I feel like they are already the most solid attack type available. That made sense as positron beams were basically tiny charged particles accelerated at extreme speeds. They actually dealt hybrid damage as they inflicted both energy and physical damage. Still, the fact that Venerable Joshua could accomplish this physics-defying feat at all was incredibly ludicrous. Vase felt that the role of the illustrious one was indispensable. After all, the Luminaire race which the design spirit was based upon used to play with energy as if it was their pet. Venerable Stark exhibited an obvious interest in what Joshua had accomplished. Can you teach me this method? I can, but I think it only works with someone who loves and values life. I understand that, Joshua. I am not trying to copy your method. I want to learn a new approach so I can expand my own repertoire. I have no problem with that as long as you show me how you formed that attack that is able to penetrate through resonance shields. Deal. Vase smiled as he witnessed this exchange. This was far from the first time that the expert pilots wanted to compare their notes with each other. He hoped that each of them would be able to broaden their horizons and come up with even greater applications of their strength. Compared to my sticky energy mode, the ability I formed with the help of xianxia is not that exciting. Joshua continued, I think that Janzi can teach you a lot more about how to cooperate with the design spirit than myself. My solid reinforcement ability only makes my resonance shield a bit stronger. My prophet's guidance ability is exactly what it says. I open myself up to Ilvain so that I can obtain his guidance on where I should launch my attacks. With Lufa, I can project a peace field that can take most of the aggression out of enemies that I target. It's more than just activating Lufa's glow. What I do is infuse my own power into it so that Lufa's influence can actively force my targets to calm down. It's harder to resist for that reason. With Bravo, I can project a courage field which can make friendly mech pilots a lot more daring, eager and courageous. I think it can work pretty well in supporting charges. It works better on men than on women. With the Solemn Guardian, I tried to go in a different direction. With his extensive experience in nudging mech pilots to do the right thing, we managed to come up with Call of Duty. Simply put, we stare really hard at a target and make him feel extremely obligated to do his duty even if it costs him his life. I wanted to make this effect as strong as possible, so we tried our best to put all of our effort into influencing a single mech pilot, no matter if he is friendly or hostile. It doesn't work on expert pilots, but it should work on everyone else. The range is also long since it is so hyper-focused. Vase shook his body. Call of Duty sounded like a benign technique at first, but he could think of plenty of ways that the Larkinsons could abuse this to their advantage. They could force a cowardly enemy commander who was on the verge of cutting his losses to change his mind and fight to the end. They could force the leader of a retreating allied force to turn around and stall a superior enemy, while the Larkinsons took advantage of the situation to run away without any interference. Not just humans, but also aliens could be manipulated in this fashion. The non-human targets just had to be able to feel the right emotions and possess compatible cognitions in order for the Call of Duty ability to take effect. The other expert pilots looked wary at Venerable Joshua until he clarified its effectiveness. "It doesn't work on expert pilots," he said in an exasperated tone. "You guys are too strong-willed for the Solemn Guardian and I to influence you in this way. If you can stand your ground against an ace pilot, you should easily be able to brush aside this ability." This caused everyone to relax again. None of them looked forward to the prospect of getting mind-controlled one day. However, Vase was keen enough to sense that Joshua's answer wasn't as innocent as it sounded. There was a hint of ambition and desire in the expert pilot's mind that only briefly became apparent. This led Vase to believe that Venerable Joshua might be working to make his Call of Duty ability effective against stronger targets. He would have to raise his resonance strength in order to make this viable, though. Joshua continued to elaborate on his numerous prime abilities. "With the Golden Cat, I can activate my Larkinson Monitor ability. It's nothing flashy, it just gives me a lot of awareness of the health and mood of every Larkinson. The best part about this ability is that I don't seem to have any range limit. I can even check up on how the Larkinsons stationed in Davut are doing." Although a lot of Larkinsons were surprised at the latter, Vase did not exhibit the same reaction. He could already do the same whenever he held the Larkinson mandate. The only noteworthy aspect about Joshua's trick was that he could accomplish this effect with the Everchanger as his medium. Perhaps there was a way for Joshua to accomplish more than gain a mental radar that was attuned to his fellow clansmen. He would have to invest a lot of time and effort into expanding his options, though. I haven't spent much time cooperating with Arnold, so the ability that we've developed is still a work in progress. Joshua explained. "I can't make decoys as good as Tusa, but I think I can make a small illusion of my expert mech appear for just an instant. It doesn't last too long, so I still need to put in a lot more work before my false mech ability is usable in battle." That was already a respectable accomplishment. Venerable Tusa looked highly impressed as he knew that Joshua's conditions were much worse than his own. The Dark Zephyr was made for cooperating with Arnold, while the Everchanger was much less specialized. So far, Venerable Joshua outlined 8 different prime abilities. Only one was left, and Vase had a good idea of the identity of the last design spirit that Joshua had partnered up with. The expert pilot had intimately channeled her power in battle several different times already. He directed a more careful look towards Vase. "The Superior Mother is not like the other design spirits that I have worked with. She has a lot of power and is able to make use of it in many ways. The only aspect of her that I am familiar with is that of death. To that end, I have been trying to form a method that can augment my resonance attacks with her death power." Another gasp rang throughout the meeting room. So far, the only instances where the Larkinsons were able to wield this power was when the Penitent Sisters performed their battle formation. While the Death Phase battle formation was insanely effective against the right opponents, it was an incredibly costly attack method that drained the mech pilots involved with it. The attack was also huge and indiscriminate, making it difficult to determine when and where to direct its power. If Venerable Joshua was able to harness the Superior Mother's death power in a more controlled fashion, then he could neutralize opponents in a much more effective fashion. "Can your death-empowered attacks bypass energy shields and physical obstructions?" Vase immediately asked. Joshua shook his head. "That's the problem. I haven't spent much time on it yet, so my death infusion ability is only half done. I can augment my melee or ranged attacks as long as I have already empowered them with true resonance, but the death energy only lasts long enough until my attacks hit a surface. I am still figuring out how to make the death energy pass through obstacles. Even if I managed to do this, I am still doubting whether the power is strong enough to actually kill people inside mechs. Take all of the time you need. Vase reassured the expert pilot. You have already succeeded in broadening your capabilities. I suggest you focus on improving your death infusion ability next. Its potential against biological opponents and starships is great once you learn how to propel the death energy forward. We don't have to rely so much on the penitent sisters to kill our enemies by a different means. The expert pilots soon began to ask questions of their own to Venerable Joshua. They had become thoroughly impressed by how well Venerable Joshua had befriended all of the design spirits and managed to develop so many different prime abilities. Even Vase looked at Joshua in a different light. When he initially came up with the idea of the Everchanger, he never imagined that its expert pilot would leverage the living mech's advantage to this extent. Venerable Joshua was a veritable prime master in the Larkinson clan. Although there were expert pilots such as Venerable Tusa and Venerable Orphan who had excelled in developing strong and unique prime abilities, the only one who could come up with 1,000 different abilities was the pilot of the Everchanger. If Joshua continued to specialize in this aspect, then Vase could scarcely anticipate how much of a terror the Everchanger would become on the battlefield. What Vase was especially impressed with was how extensively the Everchanger could alter entire battlefields with its powerful glows, which could be amplified with the expert mech's signature hero's glow resonance ability. When enhanced with Joshua's new prime abilities, it was not impossible for the Everchanger to turn thousands of friendly mech pilots into fearless warriors and hordes of enemy mech pilots into frightened cowards. This is what a true hero mech should be, Vase affirmed to himself. It had been the right choice to pair Venerable Joshua up with a hero mech. The symbolism and perceived leading role of such a mech suited him the best. He just hoped that the future enemies that the Larkinson clan were susceptible to emotional manipulation. As long as their future foes weren't as dull as the Sandmen, the Everchanger would always be able to sway the battlefield. Chapter 3794 The Golgotha Foundation. After a productive exchange session that was mostly dominated by talking about prime abilities, the expert pilots finally returned to their own haunts. Only Patriarch Reginald Cross remained behind with Vase and Gloriana. The Cross Patriarch briefly spent a bit of time conveying his wishes to the two Larkinson mech designers. Professor Benedict is a good friend and a good mech designer, but as good as he is in designing high-performing mechs, he is not as good in adding that special spark that you Larkinsons are used to putting in all of your mech designs. The gruff man's voice clearly betrayed his envy and admiration towards the myriad of special features that defined the Larkinson expert mechs. Although Vase was proud that his expert pilots managed to develop new tricks with their expert mechs that he had never envisioned, he did not let this success get over his head. Other mech designers were no slouches. Those that designed expert mechs themselves were all capable of adding their own special touches to their works. The main reason why the Larkinson expert mechs stood out so much was because he and his clan were willing to invest large amounts of money and resources into their design and fabrication. Many other mech designers who were tasked with doing the same often had to abide by strict budget, time and manpower constraints. It was rare for them to gain all of the conditions necessary to turn an expert mech design project into their passion projects. The only instances where mech designers could go loose was when they designed machines for more distinguished pilots. High-tier expert mechs such as the Gatecrasher showed that masters were capable of designing far more powerful expert mechs if they were working under the right circumstances. Of course, Patriarch Reginald wasn't content with obtaining a machine of that caliber anymore. He wanted an expert mech that was stronger than any of the high-tier expert mechs that he had the pleasure of coming into contact with. The possibilities demonstrated by the Larkinsons only fueled his desire even more. His future and the future of the Cross clan was on the line. As we have promised, we shall put our best effort into designing our strongest expert mech to date. Gloriana eagerly responded to Patriarch Reginald's renewed urgency. That said, our work is limited by the materials that we have access to. The quality and properties of the materials determine the upper limit of a mech. We cannot build a machine that is strong enough to challenge alien warships by itself if it is made out of sticks and stone. Vase wasn't so sure about that claim. There were all kinds of wondrous materials available in the cosmos. He could think of several ways to design a mech that was primarily made out of exotic woods and stone, though admittedly they wouldn't be as good due to his lack of mastery in these materials. Patriarch Reginald unexpectedly smirked. About that, I may be able to present you with hopeful news. Ever since I passed on the word to Professor Benedict, He has been using his own network to find any opportunity for us to acquire Galanta bone. What? Vase was shocked at this news. He and his Larkinson clan had been trying to acquire a Galanta bone for ages without any result. In contrast, Professor Benedict only spent an hour or so before he was able to get a lead on Galanta bone. The disparity was enormous. Though a part of Vase was jealous that a senior like Professor Benedict was able to open up a lot more doors than him, he was largely happy with this development. Galanta bone was the only prime material that he knew for certain was available in the Red Ocean. Please tell us more, Vase quickly said as he tried to suppress his eagerness as much as possible. Who is selling it and what is the price? There was no way that Galanta bone could be obtained so easily. It was a precious trophy and possessed several desirable properties that turned it into a real treasure. Vase expected to hear a difficult answer and he was not disappointed in this regard. The party that is willing to offer a whole Galanta bone to our alliance is a charitable organization called the Golgotha Foundation. The Cross Patriarch revealed. The Golgotha Foundation. Both Vase and Gloriana looked at each other. Neither of them had ever heard of this strangely named foundation. This shouldn't be a surprise, actually. Human civilization was enormous and the amount of groups that had entered the Red Ocean in the past few years was immense. What is the Golgotha Foundation? Vase asked. Is it based in Davut? Who are its backers? Reginald raised his hands. Calm down, boy, I will answer your questions one by one. From what I've learned, the Golgotha Foundation has set up a branch in Davut, but its headquarters is located in a different region. The truth is that the foundation and its owners are first-raters. Quote. Both Vase and Gloriana fell silent as they took in this news. It was to be expected. Galanta bone was classified as a first-class material due to its excellent properties. Alpha Galanta whales were also highly formidable astral beasts that could not be felled by ordinary pioneering fleets. Only first-raters had the means and the motivation to hunt these creatures down for sport. The prestige in completing such a hunt would definitely enhance anyone's reputation. Vase slowly frowned. The trouble with first-raters was that they were much more powerful and wealthy than anyone else. They looked down on second-raters as they treated anyone below their level as subhuman space peasants. It was incredibly difficult to get along with these snobby types. From what I know about these charitable foundations, they all function as vehicles that allow their owners to spread their influence. Vase stated, they are never purely about doing good. There are always greater motives behind them, whether they are political, economical or cultural. You are right to be vigilant about these foundations, but that does not change the fact that the Golgotha Foundation is the only organization that has shown a willingness to trade their Galanta bone to us. Reginald replied. That made Vase feel even less comfortable about this situation. Who owns the Golgotha Foundation? The Cross Patriarch let out a deep breath. Professor Benedict has told me that the Golgotha Foundation is an arm of the Impresario Principality. Impresario, Principality. Gloriana's eyes instantly widened. Vase followed suit a few seconds later. The only organizations that had a habit of putting the word Principality in their names were the umbrella groups of Rubarthan princes. Which prince? Gloriana almost shrieked. Prince Casimir, otherwise known as the Impresario Prince. Reginald answered. He is the 5733rd prince of the Rubarthan imperial household. Oh, Vase grew a bit more relaxed after figuring out how many older brothers and sisters possessed. The reason for that was simple. The thousands of direct offspring of the man who reigned over the new Rubarth Empire all set up their own fiefs after they had reached maturity. The earliest sons and daughters of the Star Emperor received the privilege of ruling over actual territories or arms of the immense Rubarthan states. However, these cushy dominions soon ran out as the highly virile emperor kept making one heir after another. The fiefs turned virtual as the later princes were left to start from scratch. The further down the line of succession, the more the princes had to scramble to build up their own private networks and organizations. It was for this reason that most humans learned how highly they should treat a Rubarthan prince. The first 100 or so princes and princesses were widely regarded as the contenders to the throne. Their high ranks, their powerful fiefs and the many years they spent in building up their support networks granted them real power. The next 1,000 imperial offspring were seen as dark horses more or less. Their fiefs were less wealthy and powerful, so they could not attract the same amount of support as their oldest imperial siblings. Still, the throne contenders still competed for the support for the dark horses because the latter could still offer a lot of help in case the succession battle of the millennium finally broke out in the old galaxy. The offspring younger than these groups were much less influential in comparison. They only received nominal fiefs when they grew up and did not have any way to compete against their older and more entrenched siblings. They were pretty much free to do what they wanted as they possessed no particular obligations. Many became business tycoons. Others dedicated their lives to research. Plenty of princes became mech pilots. Others turned into good-for-nothings that spent most of their time on parties and social events. Nonetheless, even if these younger imperial descendants were trivial existences in the new Rubarth Empire, their identities could still crush any second-class organization. Getting involved with any Rubarthan prince was dangerous business. If not for the promise of obtaining Galanta bone, Vase wouldn't even want to get close to this highborn orbit. What kind of person is Prince Casimir? Vase cautiously asked. We are still figuring that out, Vase. On the surface, His Highness is an imperial who has strongly distanced himself from the power games in Rubarth. He has dedicated much of his life to enjoying, mastering and promoting the arts. This is why he became known as the Impresario Prince. He has a habit of splurging a lot of money on millions of artists, craftsmen, artisans, storytellers, media producers, musicians and so on. He even makes a lot of different artworks himself. Vase looked up the Impresario Prince on the galactic net through his implant while Patriarch Reginald explained. The 5733rd was indeed an artist and an entertainment aficionado. He had sponsored and supported so many different artistic and media initiatives that his influence in the galactic arts sector and entertainment industry were not negligible. One of the more notable details about Prince Casimir is that his current preoccupation is producing and directing different drama shows. Reginald continued. He and his media companies have already released a bunch of successful drama shows, some of which have achieved popularity in many parts of human space. Their genres range from comedy, action, tragedy and mystery. His Highness personally took charge of each of these high-budget productions. Vase didn't know what to think about this artistic prince. On one hand, the Impresario Prince had managed to achieve a lot of success in his chosen fields. On the other hand, spending all of his time and effort on furthering his standing in the art and entertainment sectors meant he amounted to nothing in the Rubarth Empire's power center. Patriarch Reginald finally turned his explanation back to the organization at hand. The Golgotha Foundation is one of Prince Casimir's many channels to support the arts. When Professor Benedict inadvertently got in touch with the charitable organization, the spokesperson showed interest in our alliance and more specifically you. He pointed at Vase. Me. Vase looked puzzled. Golgotha has refrained from telling us the price we need to pay in order to obtain the Galanta bone that we need. The only way we can learn the details is if we return to Davut and visit the foundations in person. Figures. Well, that will probably take a month, maybe two. I do not plan to leave the Garamel system until we have filled our cargo holds with valuable ore. The expeditionary fleet had yet to complete its exploration of the Garamel system. Vase strongly suspected that it had more to offer than what was apparent on the surface. He and Patriarch Reginald continued to discuss this strange offer. They agreed to gather more intelligence about the Golgotha Foundation and the prince it was acting under before they made any moves. In the meantime, they would continue their search for other ways to obtain Galanta bone. As far as Vase was concerned, just a single bone wasn't enough for his ambitions. Chapter 3795 Violet Ridge. Vase had a lot on his mind as of late. He and his fellow journeymen were contemplating a lot of possible commercial mech design projects. Dr. Paris had made a lot of progress in her biotech projects and would soon begin cultivating the promised living coin trees in the so-called meat suit. The flagrant Vandal combat carrier sent to explore Aurelus, otherwise known as Garamel I, had almost reached the orbit of the heavy gravity planet. The mechs and shuttles sent to survey the various moons of Lemigo Distat, otherwise known as Garamel II, had begun to discover considerably more lucrative mineral deposits. Gloriana and Kedis were finally undergoing the implantation procedure that would make them pregnant. Of course, nothing concerned him more than the prospect of getting his hands on actual prime material which he could use to augment the Mars project and possibly other high-value mechs. He had occupied himself with all of these matters and more in the following days. He had become so stressed and concerned about these preoccupations that he decided that he needed a break. Hence, he decided to board a shuttle to go on an improvised field trip to Iron Crusher, the largest moon orbiting Lemigo Distat. Unlike the wilder and more active Gatecrasher, Iron Crusher was a fairly tranquil moon. While it was subject to a few tidal forces and the like, the moon remained stable and quiet for much of its lifetime due to several factors. The Larkinsons didn't have to worry about volcanoes bursting out of the ground or the entire moonscape cracking into pieces because of frequent tectonic activity. Even though Gatecrasher exposed a lot more valuable mineral deposits on the surface, the environmental hazards made it difficult to take advantage of them. Numerous mining mechs incurred major damage after they became affected by the violent terrain. The Larkinsons eventually learned the hard way that mining deposits on iron Crusher was a lot less difficult. Sure, the work required a lot of digging and prospecting, but at least the tunnels weren't about to collapse anytime soon. Vase had decided to visit the largest concentration of valuable exotics that the survey parties had found so far. When his shuttle and its escort of mechs arrived at a place that his fellow Larkinsons had named the Violet Ridge mountain range. "Welcome to Violet Ridge, Patriarch," a mining director assigned to the Andrenity transmitted to Vase. "Please follow me to the main camp. We are eager to show you a glimpse of our mining operations." The mining director, Vase and his honor guard all opted to float above the surface and fly towards the mining camp settled at the foot of the notable mountain range. He could already observe a large amount of vehicles and mining mechs moving in and out of the camp. Large amounts of raw ore poured in from the various mines that the Larkinsons had opened up after discovering the abundance of this mountain range. A lot of this ore consisted of silicates and regular materials that were basically worthless on the market. Taking them in only wasted a lot of cargo space, so the mining camp had to process them first in order to cut them down to size. While the processing machines set up by the Larkinsons were not capable of refining the ores completely, the Larkinsons were already happy with doing a quick pass. They could complete the final refining stages at the graveyard or ship them back to Davut and dump this problem on another company's lap. No sound propagated throughout the airless moon. If it did, then Vase would probably hear the sounds of industry as a lot of vehicles and machines were being put to use. He paid special attention to the special mining mechs assigned to the Andrenity. Each of them looked distinctly different from the combat mechs of the Larkinson clan. They were essentially bestial mechs as they were designed in the shape of bees. The Andrenity used to be a hexer mining ship that the Larkinsons had managed to acquire on the second-hand ship market. While the hexers had done a good job in designing and constructing this capital ship, the downside to buying their former products was that Vase got stuck with their idiosyncrasies. Her origin meant that she was shaped like a hexagonal hive and featured a distinctive honeycomb internal structure. In order to complement the beehive theme that the hexers had applied to the Andrenity, they designed and equipped their mining ship with the 5R worker bee mech model. "How has this mining mech model worked out for you guys?" Vase curiously asked. "Our crew were initially skeptical about the worker bees, but we learned to appreciate them once we used them in various situations. They are more than just mining mechs. Their 6 limbs, each of which can be used to perform different types of precision actions, makes them useful in tasks outside of digging ore. We have used them to assist with harvesting salvage, performing repairs on starships and transporting materials from one location to another. The only limit to their versatility is the training of the mech pilot. The worker bees are a bit more challenging to learn than other mining mechs, and the pilots require specialized knowledge in order to become qualified to perform repairs and other tasks. In other words, the worker bees could also function as general-purpose worker mechs. They were useful in any fleet and could easily provide a lot of help in completing different tasks as long as the pilots possessed the right work training. This made the worker bee model useful in situations where there were no mining operations taking at all. Whenever the expeditionary fleet was traveling around or parked in a restrictive star system such as Davut, the Andrenity and her many worker bees would not have to sit around and do nothing all the time. "What about their mining performance?" Vase asked the key question. While it is nice that the worker bees are flexible worker machines, their main purpose is to mine stuff. How well do they do their jobs? The hazard-suited mining director looked at all of the worker bees in sight. "The model is decent, I would say. When utilized for mining purposes, we have found that they excel in calmer conditions. The worker bees are fairly flexible, move fast when unloaded, can take in a moderate volume of ore and can mine delicate or volatile minerals with care. What are the downsides? We have found that the worker bees are not that durable. They get damaged fairly easily and they do not have a high fault tolerance. They require regular maintenance and they cannot handle hazardous environments well. They also move a lot slower when they are filled with ore. Overall, we have found that the mining mech model is efficient when used in commerce sites like Violet Ridge and not that ideal when used in more active environments such as Gatecrasher." That was what Vase figured as well. A moon where volcanoes and earthquakes ravaged the crust on a regular basis was not a nice place for a mining mech model that could easily get crushed if rocks fell onto its bee-shaped body. Vase approached one of the worker bees that was being serviced. He paid close attention to the wear and tear of the mech frame. These mining mechs are too light and hollow to work under difficult conditions. Vase concluded with a skeptical eye. While the worker bee model has its advantages, I don't think they will remain a good fit in our fleet going forward. We need to replace them with a more heavy-duty mining mech model that can perform its primary mission in many more environments. The mining director turned to Vase. We would love it if you could design a living mining mech for us. The Andrenity would truly come alive if our crew can work with the same sort of machines that grace the Larkinson army. I will consider it at a later date, Vase stated after he thought about it. The worker bee's performance is not up to par, but it is hardly an incompetent mining mech model. From what I can see, it is doing the job it is supposed to do. I'm not in a hurry to replace them if that is the case. I will get around to starting a new design project because I think we can do much better than these fragile bee mechs, but for now try your best to make the most of your existing machines. The mining director was not enthused about the answer, but it was the best that he could get. Vase could clearly see that the workers assigned to the Andrenity would become a lot more motivated if they received his personal attention, but he had so many priorities on his list that he didn't really find it important to cater to these people's desires. Perhaps he could treat this job as a minor design project and leave most of the development work to a design team. That was a course of action that he would consider in the future. For now, he wanted to know more about the valuable exotics found in this mountain range. I've seen enough here, take me to where Lucky is stationed. I want to see what my cat is doing these days. Certainly, sir. Let me call a vehicle that can take you to the mine. They boarded another shuttle that slowly brought them to the largest and most active mining site. It was basically a giant hole in a mountainside that branched out as they followed different veins. A lot of work was needed to dig out and stabilize the tunnels, but fortunately the relatively low gravity of the moon made it easy to handle all of the heavy matter. As the shuttle slowly flew deeper into one of the tunnels, Vase and the rest eventually flew out into a dark tunnel where a couple of mining mechs were carefully inspecting the surrounding walls. Lucky happened to be located close to the bottom. A handler was keeping in touch with the gem cat. What's going on here? Vase asked. We have found small quantities of a high-quality resonating exotic called hulivister. It is a metallic substance that can be used to increase the effectiveness of certain forms of active stealth measures. Vase became a lot more interested in that. If the venerable Tusa happened to be compatible with hulivister, there might be a way to integrate it into the Dark Zephyr. However, this was only a faint hope. The Dark Zephyr was already stuffed with enough resonating exotics and it also wasn't a true stealth mech. If nothing else, the Larkinsons would probably bring back any hulivister retrieved from this site and dispose of it in Davut where they could be put to use in other expert mechs. Meow. When Lucky phased through the tunnel wall, the cat was surprised that Vase had decided to show up in this dark and unpleasant mining tunnel. A piece of raw hulivister ore rested between the cat's teeth. Lucky's apparent surprise did not stop him from chewing his prize and swallowing it in his belly. Vase directed a critical look at his cat. Will you be able to turn invisible now that you've eaten a batch of hulivister? Meow meow. What? Then why the hell are you eating this valuable resonating exotic in the first place? Leave it all to us so that we can sell them for lots of MTA credits. Meow meow meow. His cat adamantly refused to stop. This was his reward for sniffing out all of these yummy exotics. He didn't want to go back to munching on the same exotics as before. Vase sighed in exasperation before he turned back to the mining director. How many valuable types of exotics have you found so far in Violet Ridge? We have come across 49 different types of exotics, of which half of them are resonating exotics. The man replied, we found many of the resonating exotics inside this exact mountain. Chapter 3796 Master Barnard Solas Voikin. The end of the last design round introduced a lull in the design department that its mech designers eagerly took advantage of. With no major projects hanging over their heads, they could take stock of their current situation and reflect on what they had accomplished. In the last few months, Sarah and Dulo Voikin fully integrated into the Larkinson clan. Though they still possessed a lot of affection for the Voikin family, in their hearts they had put a definite stripe between their old lives and their new ones. The design of the rigid wall, the rigid spine and the transcendent charger brought the Voikin duo into prominence. They were no longer faceless names in the Larkinson clan. They were journeymen who almost stood on an equal level to that of their revered patriarch. Sarah Voikin never had any doubts about her value to the Larkinson clan. Mech designers who specialized in defensive systems were actually quite common in the mech industry, but it was odd that the Larkinsons never employed one at the journeyman level until she had accepted their offer. In any case, she was grateful that she had decided to plunge into the eccentric clan. There weren't any masters or seniors who she could look up to for guidance, but she had discovered that she didn't really need their handholding anyway. Becoming a part of the Larkinson clan provided her the liberation that she needed. Now that she was practicing her craft away from her rule-bound family and her stuffy elders, she could finally design the mechs she envisioned with a relatively free rein and a considerable degree of trust. She was still surprised at how much latitude she received from the patriarch and head designer. In a more formal and established design organization, a relatively young journeyman like herself would never receive so much autonomy and decision-making power a short time after joining its ranks. Then again, the Larkinson clan is anything but normal. The highest leader in the clan and in the design labs was not a senior or master who was solely intent on pressing his own vision of mechs. The existence of a certain, loyalty-reinforcing mechanism meant that the clan did not need to rely on more overt forms of controls over its people. Though Sarah should have felt horrified at the thought that a creature called the Golden Cat monitored every clansman day and night, she had assimilated into the Larkinson clan so well that she no longer regarded this dubious cat with fear. Instead, just like any other Larkinson, she held nothing but love, respect, admiration and even faith towards the Golden Cat. It also helps that she is just so cute. How can I possibly accuse a cat of any misdeed? The Larkinson clan's embrace and adoration of cats had infected her as well. She just wanted to hold one, squish one and snuggle up with one when she slept in her bed. Anyway, aside from the Larkinson clan's strange insistence on bringing the entire fleet on dangerous expeditions and excursions, Sarah Voikin had little to complain about as she settled into her new home. She gazed at her grand stateroom and took pride that she and her brother stayed in one of the most luxurious living compartments on the flagship of the Larkinson fleet. It was one of the more obvious signs of her high status in a clan where mech designers like herself wielded a lot of influence due to the machinations of its founder. "Sister, it's almost time, I am aware. Stop fidgeting. We are only about to hold a conversation with the former founder of our family." Dulo Voikin's eyes shook for a moment. "Why did you accept his request to talk over the galactic net?" "We ran away from the Voikin family, remember? Our ancestor must be pissed." Both of them had grown up under the tall shadow of the master mech designer who headed the Voikin family since the beginning. The founder's prestige was enormous. As someone who lived over 300 years and spent much of that time as an accomplished master, it was hard for the brother and sister to lift their heads up when they realized that journeymen were still located on the bottom half of the totem pole. "I don't think it will be that bad," Sarah soothed her brother. "No matter what, we no longer take orders from our ancestor. His blood might flow through our veins, but we answer to a different master nowadays." The pair waited for a few minutes until their comms finally received the notification that the other side was ready to hold a cross-galaxy conversation. Separated by hundreds of thousands of light years, the usage of quantum communication nodes managed by the COM consortium never failed to open channels with virtually zero delay in transmissions. The only reason why the connection took longer to establish this time was because the caller on the other side requested additional encryption and security measures. Certain people possessed more privileges than others. A master whose age surpassed 3 centuries could definitely request special treatment from the COM consortium. Finally, the connection came into being. A physical projection of an old but strong-backed man appeared in front of the Voikin siblings. Sarah and Dulo instinctively bowed despite no longer being obliged to do so. The instinct had been carved into their very bones since they were young. Without the great master putting in so much effort into raising a family organization, the pair of Voikin descendants would have never turned into a pair of young and successful journeymen. "Master." The projected figure standing before the pair possessed a dignified appearance. Though he wore a white lab coat that was typical to mech designers, his own was embellished and decorated with red and brown depictions of mythological beasts. This was the honored Master Barnard Solas Voikin, one of the rare breed of mech designers who had managed to rise up from the early years of the age of mechs. The mech industry was still rising up at the time. Master Barnard Voikin did not enjoy the abundance of institutional guidance and well-established technological conventions that the younger generations such as Sarah and Dulo took for granted. As a result, the amount of mech designers that emerged in those days eventually fell off as their lifespans expired. While there were means to prolong people's lives, the best and most effective methods were tightly held by the MTA and CFA. The price to prolong a person's life as they got older became prohibitively more expensive. Age therefore became an effective way to judge a high-ranking mech designer's worth. The more centuries they lived, the more they contributed to the MTA. Those who still remained alive after living for over 4 or 5 centuries were legends in the mech industry. Though Master Barnard Voikin was not among the earliest generations of mech designers, he was not that far off. He enjoyed an enormous status in his home state in the uplifting Note Star sector in the galactic heartland. This was not just because he was old, but because he was an excellent mech designer. The bestial mechs that he was known for designing always stood out for the firepower of their integrated weapons. When a client wanted to obtain a bestial mech with excellent attack power, he could do no wrong by buying a product designed by Master Barnard Voikin. Now, this renowned and prestigious figure had taken time away from his ambitious research and design projects to talk to 2 former members of his family. There was no way that Sarah and Dulo could maintain their composures in front of such a figure. Just the suppression of facing a highly successful master was enough to put the journeyman into place. Master Barnard stared deep at his 2 descendants. Though his bloodline had flourished over the centuries, it was still difficult for the subsequent generations to advance to journeyman. The loss of 2 young and talented journeymen was not a trivial event. In addition to that, there was also his pride and the pride of his family to consider. The fact that Sarah and Dulo would rather defect to a no-name clan that was barely a few years old served as an obvious indictment to the Voikin family. His personal reaction to this whole affair was therefore crucial to the Voikin siblings. Fortunately, their ancestor did not withhold his reaction for long. Sarah Voikin, Dulo Voikin, the 2 of you, appear content. The old man began. Answer this plainly. Do you regret your decisions? Though both of the younger Voikins felt tempted to massage their answers, they knew that it was best to tell the truth. We don't, Sarah softly answered. We still stand by the statements we made back then. We felt constricted by all of the rules and customs that we needed to abide by. We weren't happy back in the uplifting Note Star sector. I don't think I could have furthered my design philosophy at a pace I was satisfied with if I stayed. Could you not have founded your own company or joined another influence closer to home? Master Barnard questioned. I can understand if you feel the need to leave our star sector. Leaving your home galaxy is an extreme decision. As my sister said, we do not regret our decision, sir. Dulo softly replied. We chose not to stay in the same star sector or star cluster for several reasons. We knew that if we did not move far enough, our many relatives who have spread throughout the different star clusters would find a way to impose their norms and rules on us again. We left the family exactly because we couldn't stand the cage that you have built around us all. We knew that with your views on society, we could only ever free ourselves if we traveled to the new frontier. Sarah nodded in support of her brother's words. We largely found what we have been looking for in the Red Ocean. Mind you, we never imagined we would join an organization as new and special as the Larkinson clan, but we have come to appreciate the many upsides to becoming near founder figures in a group that is still in the process of rising up. Here in the Larkinson clan, we have everything we truly need to execute our vision. The Voikin ancestor studied his 2 bloodline descendants carefully. He maintained an impassive expression, making it difficult for Sarah and Dulo to discern his true thoughts. Fortunately for the pair, Master Barnard did not react as badly as they feared. The old man did not raise his tone. He did not issue any recriminations towards the siblings. He merely voiced his regret. While I do not agree with your decisions, I can accept them. He slowly spoke in a measured cadence. The rules and customs that you complain about are there for a reason. The family that I have created with my own efforts was never meant to diminish youngsters as yourselves. Human society is far more dangerous than you can imagine. Our family is organized in a manner that provides the greatest amount of protection to my children and grandchildren. Your parents and direct supervisors must have been negligent for the 2 of you to find too much fault in our ways. Both Sarah and Dulo Voikin had a lot of words to say about that. The Voikin family was a prison to them. The more their former superiors wanted the pair to conform to the family, the more they felt they did not belong among the Voikins anymore. Though the 2 young journeymen did not speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel out their current thoughts. Master Barnard was sharp enough to pick up the notable degree of resentment from his 2 descendants. He lowered his eyes. What is done is done. Whether you have erred in your actions, both of you are adults in the standards of our society. I will respect your choice to leave our Voikin family as long as you take responsibility over your decisions. I can promise to you that our Voikin family and I will not pursue your untimely departures nor demand you repay your debts. You wished for a clean break. You will have it. Consider this to be a parting gift from your family. A weight was lifted off the shoulders of the Voikin siblings. They had been afraid that their ancestor might persist in tying them to the family, but the master mech designer treated them with grace. Chapter 3797 Landegrading into the Red Ocean. The mood in the grand stateroom lifted quite a bit after Master Barnard Sola's Voikin essentially forgave the two defectors of the family. The Voikin ancestor would have been in the right if he chose to pursue the matter further. It was undeniable that the Voikin family invested a lot in their upbringing. From expensive gene treatments to rare and desirable cranial implants, the family did not skimp in its attempt to turn Sarah and Dulo Voikin into its future mainstays. There were many descendants among the Voikins that had subsequently achieved success after enjoying so many benefits. While there were plenty of mech designers who had stalled or failed to reach their potential, there were enough success stories to earn back all of the investments. Although the continued absence of a second master mech designer was a blemish to the Voikin family, everyone believed it was only a matter of time before one of the many seniors made the critical jump. Sarah and Dulo could have followed the stable and comfortable trajectories of the older Voikins. They had no doubt that they would have been assigned to helpful mentors in the family that could guide their subsequent development. It was too bad that overt meddling in their careers was exactly what the two younger mech designers did not want. Master Barnard may regret the departure of the two kids, but he did not believe his family was in the wrong. It had long provided a lot of welfare and guidance to his offspring and their offspring. Many other people in his star sector envied the lives of his Voikins. How are our relatives taking our departure? Dulo Voikin finally mustered up the courage to break the silence. Are they angry? I cannot say. The projected figure shook his head. You should explore that on your own. They should not fault you once I pass on my opinion to them. We should move on rather than get stuck on an event that has already passed. The old master had lived through many ups and downs. If he was the sort of person who could not forgive and forget, he would have never been able to make it to this stage. Besides, the loss suffered by the Voikin family was not concerning enough. There were more kids that could fill in the small hole created by Sarah and Dulo. Sarah Voikin decided to bring up another topic. We have heard that you have changed your stance on the Red Ocean, sir. A group of Voikins have already arrived in the Red Ocean. Did our departure change the family? Back when they were in the family, the thought of expanding their presence in the Red Ocean was unthinkable. Barnard was a long-standing associate of the Preserving Order faction. He supported the cause of peace and stability for his entire life. The expansionist goals behind the invasion of the Red Ocean directly clashed against his beliefs. Their ancestor shook his head. No, my dear, the family does not revolve around your actions. From the moment the Big Two went ahead with opening the Red Ocean to human pioneers, our civilization has already charted an irreversible course. As the benefits of conquering and colonizing have quickly fed back to our society, the pattern has already set. We preservers cannot reverse the wheel of history once it has turned. The most we can do is to accept our current circumstances and do our best to compensate for the excesses of other people. We already have more than enough practice in doing so after we have rebuilt our collapsed order in the aftermath of the Age of Conquest. This was certainly a clever way to spin a complete reversal from a previous decision. Sarah and Dulo weren't sure whether their ancestor was enthused about extending his family into the Red Ocean, but it appeared that he could not resist going with the tide any longer. Our humanity has taken a new step after it has stepped up its takeover of the Red Ocean. The Master continued, for the first time in our history, our race is no longer confined to a single galaxy. While you can argue that expanding to a small dwarf galaxy as opposed to entering a larger starfield such as the Andromeda Galaxy does not qualify as stepping out, it is a harbinger of what is to come. If our family continued to dig its head in the sand of the Milky Way, our cause will fade into irrelevance. That is a worse outcome than playing along with the current consensus of our society. The Master essentially confirmed their own theory on the matter. The Preserving Order faction was so afraid of getting ignored that it no longer held on to their outdated insistence that humanity should stick to their previous borders. Regardless of the reason, neither of the siblings thought this was a bad development. I wish the family good luck in this expansion, Sarah sincerely said. The Red Ocean is a rough and difficult place. The conditions to do business are much harsher here. There are so many interests trying to secure a first-mover advantage here that competition can be cutthroat. I am aware, Master Barnard said. Speaking of our family's expansion in the Red Ocean, are you willing to entertain a proposition of ours? Both Sarah and Dulo quickly exchanged glances with each other. They recognized that their ancestor was about to broach a serious topic that went beyond their actions. Please continue, sir. The projected figure smiled and held his arms behind his back. Your description of the Red Ocean's mech industry is correct. Compared to the state of the mech community back when I initially rose to success, the conditions in the dwarf galaxy are considerably more difficult. The main reason for that is that a large number of highly capable and well-prepared competitors are compressed into a limited number of territories. Even I cannot guarantee that the Voikins that we have sent to the new frontier will find their footing without relying on subsidies. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to make it, right? Sarah asked. From what I heard, our grand-uncle Tigan is leading the Voikins in the Red Ocean. Sarah and Dulo still remembered receiving guidance and lessons from Professor Tigan Hermann Voikin. The older man had been a little more generous towards the two because of their more direct family relations. That is correct. Tigan may not be the most accomplished senior in our family, but he is young enough to know how to be flexible. He and the Voikins in his charge are currently settling down in the Pelisa system in the Megare Middle Zone at the moment, but soon they will begin to conduct business. Are they having any problems in gaining access to the necessary resources and infrastructure? You do not need to be concerned about that, young lady. My reputation and my contacts are still useful in the Red Ocean. We did not enter the new frontier without a strategy. As we speak, Tigan should already be in the process of making contact and establishing business deals with my old friends and business partners. This was the power of the network of a master mech designer, especially one as old and established as Barnard. The Larkinson clan was much worse off in comparison. The only old friends that could offer real benefits to the Larkinsons were the Hexers, but this was clearly not an acceptable option to the clansmen. Working together and pursuing mutual profit is the correct way to build a sustainable foundation in a new community. To that end, my proposition relates to a potentially lucrative opportunity for my Voikin family and your Larkinson clan to accelerate both our integration into the Red Ocean. His words surprised both of the siblings. They never imagined that their ancestor would propose a collaboration with the organization that essentially poached his descendants. Sarah quickly straightened herself up. I cannot speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel for the Larkinson Patriarch, but I can say that he is always open to collaboration with other mech designers as long as the benefits are concrete enough. He has even extended us permission to look for opportunities ourselves, though he holds the final say in any cooperative ventures. Did he? Now, your new leader must already hold you in high regard if he is willing to extend you this trust shortly after you have joined his organization. The Larkinson clan does things differently, sir. Master Barnard couldn't possibly understand how the Larkinsons organized themselves. It was too far out of his accumulated experiences that Vase might seem naive in his eyes. Still, a good mech designer was primarily judged by his work. Your grand-uncle Tigan is planning to embark on a design project that we hope can expand our Voikin brand in the Red Ocean's mech market. However, it is far from certain whether he can achieve the goals that we have to meet in order to achieve critical success. Dulo looked skeptical. How so, sir? Tigan has always been a good mech designer when it comes to designing law enforcement mechs. His mech design will surely be able to capture enough market share with your support. Master Barnard scoffed. You are overestimating our capabilities, young man. Being good is insufficient in a marketplace as competitive as the Red Ocean. Tigan is only a senior for now. He is unable to compete against real masters. It is true that I can provide design and financial support from the Milky Way, my means are ultimately limited. Even if I have entered the new frontier in person, our difficulties will still remain. Do you think the other masters that have settled over there are complacent? I will most certainly find my match if I compete against them directly. The two siblings became confused. Then, how does this proposal of yours make sense, sir? Our clan's best mech designer is only a journeyman. Too many people look at rank and assume that this is all they need to know to judge the ability of a mech designer. Master Barnard dismissively snorted. I have studied your Larkinson clan, its founder and his eclectic body of work. He reminds me of many mech designers who have gone on to open up entire new fields. Aside from that, I have made inquiries in the MTA. My contacts tell me that the association holds special interest in his work and design philosophy. That alone makes it worthwhile for our family to work together with him and his clan." He was right. Vase was an amazing mech designer who could not be measured according to the ordinary standards of a journeyman. Sarah and Dulo just didn't expect that their ancestor was open-minded enough to acknowledge this truth. "What form of cooperation do you have in mind then, sir? Are you proposing that our patriarch lends his glow to Grand Uncle Tigan's upcoming law enforcement mech design?" "That is exactly what I am proposing," Barnard replied, and projected 2 different mech models besides his form. "Mr. Larkinson's Peaceful Soldier and Tranquility models both possess glows that are of great interest to peacekeeping units. In fact, I am told that the Peaceful Soldier variant is widely used by the Planetary Guard units of many third-rate states. The continued popularity and enduring reputation of this mech model numerous years after its initial release is a testament to its value. No matter how it works or what kind of concerns that people may have over this model, the approach is worth duplicating as long as it can continue to assist law enforcement officers subdue violent actors. Frontier life is a lot rougher than back at home," Dulo thoughtfully said. "I would imagine that effective law enforcement mechs are even more important in this market. The big port systems are mostly okay because their owners are powerful enough to protect their investments, but the smaller and more rural colonies should have a lot more difficulties in keeping order. If we can introduce a law enforcement mech that brings the best of both of our worlds, we might be able to capture a lot of market share." This was definitely a venture worth pursuing. Chapter 3798 Why Voikin? A combat mech was designed according to vastly different criteria from a true law enforcement mech. The former was designed to end a fight in the most overwhelming means possible. The latter was designed to end a fight in the least violent way possible. The difference in goals already produced a divergence in the requirements, development and outcome of a law enforcement mech. A machine that possessed no subtlety at all and could only solve problems in the most blunt and destructive means possible would fit right at home in most battlefields. Collateral damage was a secondary concern to beating the snot out of the enemy. Naturally, such combat engines were completely unsuited to be employed in peacekeeping jobs. The governments and organizations hired and funded the Planetary Guard organizations in order to preserve the order and safety of their planets. It would be a cruel irony if the Planetary Guard mechs were so incapable of showing restraint that they wrecked the cities that they patrolled. This was why this sector demanded a substantially different approach towards mechs. More specifically, law enforcement mechs were primarily designed to subdue out-of-control combat mechs in the fastest way possible without causing mass damage themselves. This was quite difficult to accomplish, to be honest. The most effective and widespread method to disable mechs without blowing them up was to encase them in hardening substances. However, if it was so easy to disable hostile mechs by bathing them in slimes and slurries, such a means should have been ubiquitous on the battlefield. The actual reality of trying to subdue mechs was that it was always challenging to suppress a violent incident with equal numbers. The Planetary Guard organizations needed to deploy twice, quadruple or even more law enforcement mechs in order to stop a single criminal mech under ideal conditions. This was also why many planets that allowed for the entry of foreign machines insisted on limitations in the amount of mechs that organizations could parade on the surface. Although the ideal solution was to prohibit anyone from bringing in mechs, this was not always a realistic solution. Many traders, visitors, businessmen and so on only trusted their own guard mechs. While they might not be as extreme as Vase when it came to demanding that mechs should follow them on each foreign visit, many people tended to show their preferences through their actions. Planets with more permissible rules tended to attract more visitors who subsequently engaged in trade and commerce activities. Planets that restricted the entry of mechs actually invited less visitors in many cases. The main exception were highly developed population centers that had reached such a scale that they naturally invited a lot of traffic. Even then, these places were so large and bustling that it was hard to prevent mechs from emerging. Both Sarah and Dulo Voikin had never participated in the design of a mech that could effectively handle these difficult situations. They roughly knew the theory behind them and also understood a thing or two about law enforcement mechs. When they thought about the cooperative venture that their ancestor had proposed, they hardly came up with reasons to reject it. Both sides stood to gain a lot of profit if they worked together on a law enforcement mech. The only serious question was why the Larkinson clan should cooperate with the Voikin family in particular. If Sarah was still a member of the family, she would not have considered this matter. However, she was a Larkinson now. The interests of the clan trumped over the interests of her former relatives. As a professional, she was expected to stand up for her current comrades. She believed that the Voikin ancestor would not begrudge her skepticism. Master, our clan will surely appreciate your offer to cooperate, but, as far we are concerned, we hold the key to designing a transformative law enforcement mech. You already stated that the competition is fierce. We could approach many other mech companies and mech designers that are involved or have ambitions in the law enforcement sector. You will need to provide us with a good reason to convince us to cooperate with Professor Tigan Hermann Voikin rather than one of his many rivals. That is a valid argument. Master Barnard nodded respectively towards the two kids. Let me explain a rationale that should be sufficient to catch your patriarch's interests. First, he and his clan are so new and poorly established that the Larkinsons should not have many dependable friends in the Red Ocean mech industry. There are bound to be trust and commitment concerns if you Larkinsons rashly decide to cooperate with an unfamiliar third party. The Voikin family claims to be a superior alternative. Yes, young lady, the presence of you and your brother in the Larkinson clan is enough to form a bridge between our organizations. You may have shifted your allegiances, but there is no denying that you are still family to our fellow Voikins. The blood that flows through your veins and the many uncles and aunts that have guided you into the mech industry means that we can still trust you in matters like these. In turn, your background also allows you to understand and trust us in turn. It is not without reason that an arranged marriage is the most solid method of solidifying alliances. The only difference here is that the two of you have joined the Larkinson clan without marrying into its families. This was indeed a compelling reason and one that someone such as the Larkinson patriarch should care about. One reason is not enough, sir. As long as our initial collaborating project is successful, your clan will receive our friendship and appreciation. Don't underestimate the value of forging a bond of familiarity and mutual respect. As long as we become friends, it will take less effort for you Larkinsons to approach us for future collaboration projects. As long as they are mutually beneficial, we will not say no. Prospering together is always better than trying to prosper alone. The premise is that we both have our own strengths. Neither Sarah nor Dulo knew how to take this promise seriously. They had learned about friendship when they joined the Larkinson clan. The clansmen were always close to each other and did not mind helping each other out without expecting any overt form of remuneration. On the other hand, the clan was less enthusiastic about befriending outsiders. The Larkinsons had been burned by betrayals way too many times over its short existence. The siblings had therefore received a lot of warnings about rashly accepting promises and assuming that other people were acting in good faith. We cannot make any specific statements with regards to these promises, sir. Dulo gave the safest answer that he could give. We have diplomats in the clan who can negotiate with your family in detail. Negotiations can proceed after we have established our intent to cooperate. Master Barnard Solas Voikin dismissively replied. For now, I only wish to hear whether your patriarch is amenable to this proposal. The sooner we can agree on our intentions, the sooner we can begin our cooperative design project. Our family has already fallen behind when it comes to conducting business in the Red Ocean. Our competitors have already taken a step ahead and have begun to dominate the mech market with their own offerings. The only realistic way for your grand uncle Tigan to break open the law enforcement mech market is to publish a work that is so disruptive that it breaks any current model for sale. A law enforcement mech designed in collaboration between their two organizations definitely had the potential to turn every other comparable product obsolete. Not enough. It's still not enough, sir. Dulo Voikin shook his head as he tried to play the tough game. A law enforcement mech designed with a senior mech designer at the lead is inferior to an equivalent mech designed with a master mech designer at the helm. But how many masters will choose to lower themselves and treat your patriarch as an equal partner in a collaborative project? Master Barnard grinned as he recognized an opening. Mech designers at my level are strong and prideful. We only consider our fellow masters to be our equals in mech design. It comes with all of the struggles we have overcome in order to realize our design philosophies. Mr. Vase Larkinson is far short of that and is little more than an unproven brat in the eyes of my peers. In fact, even if I propose to collaborate with him on a project as an equal, the disparity in strength and development between our design philosophies are so great that his contributions will not reach the level of his own work. It is more advantageous for a journeyman to collaborate with a senior because the latter will not easily engulf the former. This was a dynamic that was somewhat familiar in the Voikin family. Collaboration between Voikin mech designers happened all the time since everyone was so tight and close towards each other. This was why Sarah and Dulo knew that their ancestor was right in this regard. So you are positing that Professor Teigen Hermann Voikin is the ideal collaboration partner for this mech design project? Sarah asked. Correct. You should know your grand-uncle well enough how good he is at designing law enforcement mechs. They are his passion and his life. While he is not a master, in his 140 years of life, he has accrued a large amount of experience and know-how related to non-lethal mechs. He is not that far away from advancing to master in my judgment. An alternative and transformative work like this collaboration project may be exactly what he needs to find a lead on how to push past his bottleneck. The siblings gasped when they heard that last part. Both of them began to suspect that this might be the driving motivator why their high and mighty ancestor wasted so much time in this conversation. The benefit of having Professor Teigen Voikin advance to the rank of master was huge to the Voikin family. No longer would Master Barnard be the sole pillar of support that allowed the family to enjoy its current level of power, prosperity and influence. Although he was definitely one of the best mech designers in his field, he was certainly getting on in his years. If he perished in the near future, the Voikin family would undergo a lot of turmoil. Even though Barnard had made enough arrangements to ensure that the Voikin family would remain protected, the simple reality was that without another master, it was impossible to fund all of its expensive amenities. These concerns should largely go away once the Voikin family welcomed another master among its members. This, Dulo trailed off for a few seconds. Are you that hopeful about Teigen, sir? He is not the oldest nor the most knowledgeable senior in the family, Master Barnard scoffed. My good-for-nothing sons and daughters have long exhausted their potential. The fact that they have opted to stay in the galactic heartlands says enough about work ethic. Teigen is the first senior that has volunteered to lead our mission into the Red Ocean. He is both proactive and open-minded enough to collaborate with a journeyman mech designer. I may not have appreciated him this much in the past, but his performance since he has been appointed to lead our branch in the Red Ocean shows that he is ready to take up greater responsibilities, both in our family and in the mech industry. He only needs a turning point. I see. The two siblings certainly wanted to see their grand-uncle succeed, but what did that have to do with the Larkinson clan? Seeing that Sarah and Dulo weren't entirely moved, Master Barnard decided to throw in another piece of bait. Tell your patriarch that we are willing to gift him a starship as gesture of good faith. Why didn't you say so from the start, sir? Chapter 3799. A clear pattern. What are resonating exotics? Many people had asked this question, mech designers most of all. They all relied on these materials to transform ordinary mechs into unique war machines that achieved their greatest strength in the hands of the expert pilots they were designed for. The mech piloting profession would have never become as glorious as today if not for the expert mechs, ace mechs and god mechs inspiring entire generations of humans to become involved with mechs. Although most ordinary people never got in touch with expert mechs and expert pilots in their lives, the significance of their existence could not be understated. The way they worked and fought was completely different from any other combat approach that humanity had traditionally employed in the past. The CFA was the most straightforward evolution of how humanity fought. Just like the many alien races that populated the Milky Way galaxy and beyond, immense starfaring vessels armed with the biggest guns and missiles that could be fitted onto them was a tried-and-true formula for galactic domination. The rise of mechs and more specifically high-ranking mechs had yet to topple warships as humanity's most powerful weapon platform, but that was because they were too new and underdeveloped. While warship technology never ceased to advance, the rise of mechs in the span of almost half a millennium was stupendous. The earliest generations of mechs were all rough and ungainly machines that moved and fought like giant metal bricks. The current generation of mechs has far surpassed this primitive level. They were faster, more powerful, more efficient and immensely versatile. Yet no matter how fast mech technology advanced, scale remained a persistent problem. Mechs were many times smaller than typical warships. They simply couldn't fit any weapon systems that were powerful enough to threaten the biggest warships. With such a heavy handicap, mechs didn't deserve to be the protagonists of this age if not for the existence of a phenomenon as weird and unfathomable as high-ranking mechs. They were practically a completely different species. These reality-bending mechs were capable of amplifying the extraordinary characteristics of exceptional pilots to a degree where they could alter the entire battlefield. A lot of people questioned how these powerful mechs could accomplish feats that could not completely be explained by contemporary science, and now Vase was asking the same question. His flew over a bucket where the mining teams had filled up a crate with resonating exotics that Lucky had sniffed. His cat happened to play a key role in this mining operation. In order to prevent the worker bee mechs from unnecessarily crushing and destroying the potency of all of the high-value exotics found in this mining tunnel, the Larkinsons had no choice but to adopt a more delicate approach. Many worker bee mechs had left this tunnel in order to control the situation better. The ones that remained were largely occupied with taking samples and performing close-ranged scans. The presence of scores of different types of exotics that each produced their own form of interference completely mucked up any attempt to map out the placement and identification of all of the exotics. Buried underneath the Violet Ridge mountain range, Lucky became a useful asset in this situation as he was able to phase through solid rockets and investigate what lay beyond without producing any disturbances. What was even better was that his innate smell for valuable minerals always led him in the right direction. This was how he managed to discover 49 different types of exotics in this mining site, each of which were distributed in their own little pockets. The worker bees had carefully extracted a lot of the identified minerals. They had deposited all of their harvests in reinforced containers that were placed apart from each other in order to minimize any unstable or dangerous interactions. Fortunately for Vase, the miners had also left out a few samples which they placed in a series of floating crates. Different rocks glinted in the light as his unending regalia's suit light shone over their surfaces. Some were black, others were gray, a few even reflected rainbow colors. The variety of exotic types dazzled Vase. Although it was not unusual for a well-endowed planet or moon to offer over 100 different valuable exotics, he did not think it was normal to find 49 separate varieties of them, each of which possessed vastly different properties. None of them were related to each other as far as he knew. As Vase inspected the other crates filled with various different ores, he noted from the labels that his men had already discerned that half of them contained resonating exotics. He turned to the mining director accompanying him on this visit. How do you know that they are resonating exotics? Do you have a way of determining whether these minerals possess this rare quality? The figure garbed in a hazard suit shook his head. No, sir. We merely put our scanning data into our internal network and wait until the processors have found a match. Half of these resonating exotics you see before you are not unique. Other humans have already encountered them elsewhere in the Red Ocean or even the Milky Way, so their details have long been added to the MTA's database. Vase began to think through the implications of what he heard. Wait a minute, he turned towards the boxes that held the unidentified exotics. None of them were labeled. Are you implying that these unknown minerals might be resonating exotics as well? The mining director swept his arm towards all of the containers filled with known and unknown materials. We do not dare to make any premature conclusions, but the evidence that we have gathered so far paints an unusual pattern. Of the 49 resonating exotics that we have uncovered in this mining site, we have managed to identify 26 of them. Each of them all have entries in the MTA database that positively identifies them as resonating exotics. That leaves us with 23 unidentified mineral types. We know that they are exotics because your cat and our scanners have detected the typical signs of exotic activity. We cannot determine whether they are resonating exotics because the MTA database doesn't contain any entry on materials with these specific properties, but this can't be a coincidence. Vase furrowed his brows. He began to suspect that there was a lot more to this dig site than was apparent on the surface. All of the exotics that happened to be known to the MTA were all capable of producing resonance. Not a single one of the exotics found in and around this tunnel were ordinary. How could this be? Weren't resonating exotics supposed to be rare? The rest of the Violet Ridge mountain range was rife with more conventional exotic minerals. Each of them possessed numerous different uses, but according to the MTA database, none of the metallic minerals found in those places were known to possess true resonance qualities. The only exception was the collection of remarkable resources found in this specific place. The known materials were all proving resonating exotics. As for the unknown ones, Vase became increasingly more certain that they were also part of the same club. Humanity simply hadn't encountered yet, and the Larkinson clan did not possess the necessary hardware and know how to confirm that these mystery minerals were resonating exotics. All he could rely upon was circumstantial clues and simple logic. Even though there was no guarantee that the 23 unknown types of exotics also possessed resonating properties, He felt so sure about this theory that he was willing to assume it was the truth unless he had evidence that suggested otherwise. He turned back to the mining director. If all 49 exotics possess resonating properties, what does that say about this site? Has there ever been a case like this in humanity's history? There are cases in the past where humanity has found concentrations of many different exotics in a single site. The man answered, the vast majority of them are related to anomalous or powerful cosmic events. There are no hard rules concerning the generation of exotic materials, but they are more likely to appear in high-energy environments. If I have to make a guess, I would say that an event must have occurred in the distant past that contaminated the surrounding environment and eventually produced the results that we are profiting from today. All of this sounded too vague for Vess's liking. This was because humanity possessed an incomplete understanding of what exotics actually were and why they were so remarkable. I would like to examine these exotics in person. Be my guest. Vase picks up a piece of rock that was similar to the chunk that Lucky had chewed on earlier. The MTA database stated that it was a resonating exotic called Hulivister, which were apparently useful in improving the functionality of extremely rare expert stealth mechs. I've never seen an expert stealth mech before. Stealth mechs in general weren't common to begin with. They excelled at sneaking around but performed abysmally when exposed. In order to minimize their emissions and camouflage their surfaces, the stealth machines were much more fragile than standard combat mechs. It also didn't help that good stealth systems were expensive to build. When combined with the fact that stealth mech pilots usually weren't upright warriors who fought a lot of pitched battles, the amount of them that advanced to expert pilot was low. For this reason, the market price of Hulivister was quite low. Demand was almost non-existent in the new frontier. It makes sense. States haven't come into existence yet, so there is no support for a large and organized intelligence agency. While Vase was certain that many different powers in the Red Ocean had brought over their shady action groups, their numbers shouldn't be too great. All of that would change in a couple of decades as the first states built up all of their civilian and military institutions. The demand for Hulivister would probably rise by then, allowing the Larkinsons to earn a handsome profit by selling this substance to different clients. Vase shook his head. I'm not going to wait that long to earn a modest amount of MTA credits. It was not worth it to keep a rare and niche material like Hulivister in his strategic materials reserve for decades in the hopes of earning a profit through speculation. He didn't want to sell it either. The market price was just too low. Should he store it all? He was reluctant to do so because he did not wish to take up valuable cargo space on his fleet. An idea came into mind. Maybe I should build a vault on a planet and store all of my unwanted but potentially useful loot over there. That would require his clan to select a location and build a stronghold. Although Vase disliked the thought of stationing more Larkinsons away from his main fleet, he became increasingly cognizant that he couldn't rely on his fleet for everything. The lack of space aboard his ships had become an increasingly more significant constraint to his ambitions. Therefore, building a large and fortified base on Davut or another planet became an increasingly more compelling option to him. On land, space limitations no longer existed as his clan could build new structures and dig new caverns whenever it wanted. He could dump 1,000,000 times more exotic materials than what his clan were excavating from this moon. While protecting it all from raiders would be a grave concern, the advantages outweighed the costs. Maybe I should order the construction of a base when we get back to Davut. This was a major endeavor that had massive implications for his clan if he proceeded with this idea. A part of Vase felt reluctant to increase his dependence on Davut and its power structure. Perhaps he should build his stronghold on another planet. Chapter 3800 Celestin Cobalt. Vase held the piece of Hulivister ore that his clan had harvested towards his cat. He had called Lucky over because he wanted to investigate the abundant variety of resonating exotics that had been excavated from this remarkable mining site. Come on, Lucky, can you figure out what this material does? Meow. Lucky looked confused as he floated beside Ves's armored body. Seeing that this was not a joke, he took a bite out of the chunk of Hulivister ore. Meow, 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 so you are able to ascertain at least this much. That's great. Vase grinned. His guess was true. Lucky was a gluttonous gem cat who ate valuable exotics like no tomorrow. He hungered for the most special and remarkable metallic exotics and wasn't above sneaking around on the spirit of Bentime in order to take a secret bite every once in a while. How did Lucky find these valuable exotics? How was he able to discern the properties and the overall value of different exotics? Though Vase did not understand how Lucky worked at all, that didn't stop him from taking advantage of his cat's unique abilities. According to Lucky himself, he was able to discern different exotics by taste and smell, though the ways the cat experienced these senses were vastly different from that of normal cats. Lucky was even able to sniff out nearby exotics in a vacuum environment or through many meters of solid rock. All of this signified that Lucky's senses were remarkably effective even if they were beyond understanding. Vase had no hopes of deciphering Lucky's various functions and mechanisms. He might look like a mechanical cat, but his systems were far too sophisticated for him to understand and replicate. He might have a chance of deciphering how Lucky was built if he became a master mech designer or star designer, but that was too far away from him. For now, he should be happy with the utility that Lucky was able to provide. Vase floated over to a second box and picked up another mineral. Take a bite and tell me what you've figured out about this rock. Meow. Even though Lucky had filled up his stomach with a lot of minerals today, he could never say no to an additional snack. He happily darted forward and took a big bite out of the second exotic. Meow meow meow, it's hot and spicy, you say? Vase nodded in affirmation as Lucky's descriptions largely matched the properties that the MTA database described. Usher B was a resonating exotic that was capable of amplifying the temperature or heat energy of a component. This allowed it to have multiple uses, most of which were offensive in nature. The only unfortunate aspect about Usher B was that it was classified as a third-class exotic by the MTA. The reason for that was because Usher B was too fragile and prone to breaking when subjected to the rigors of second-class combat. Too bad, he said as he tossed the remaining rock back into the crate. Not even Lucky was eager to finish off this little snack. Time went by as Vase fed sample after sample to Lucky. He did not skip any of the 26 identified exotics because he wanted to know exactly what his cat discovered when taking a bite out of the different rocks. Although Lucky's way of perceiving the properties of different exotics was anything but precise and objective, the fact that he was able to provide descriptions that matched the findings of the MTA confirmed that the gem cat was truly able to figure out every metallic exotic in his own way. They soon arrived at the last identified exotic, which also happened to be the most valuable one they discovered so far. It stood out from the rest due to one reason. This is a first-class low-grade resonating exotic. It was by far the most valuable find from this mining site. Even if he did not intend to use this material for his own purposes, he could easily earn a small fortune if he sold it in Davut. Lucky was a lot eager when he took a bite out of the tiny sample Vase presented. The cat speedily munched it down as if he was afraid that Vase would take back the remainder. Well, what can you tell me about the treasure that you have just eaten? Meow meow meow, meow 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 meow. Apparently, Lucky was a lot more eager to express his feelings about the first-class resonating exotic that he had just eaten. Even though it pained Vase that he had obtained this answer by bribing his cat with another sample, at least he picked the smallest chunk in the box this time. Vase parsed what Lucky had conveyed to him and matched the information with the description in the MTA database. Celestine cobalt was a special material. It was a material that was exclusive to the Red Ocean. The material was not energetic in its raw form and was difficult to detect with ordinary mineral scanners. If Lucky didn't possess such an accurate sense for powerful exotics, the Larkinsons would have missed out on this treasure. Celestine cobalt didn't do anything special under ordinary circumstances aside from being denser and harder than normal materials. The indigenous aliens races apparently treated it as a low-value exotic. If Celestine cobalt could be found in large quantities, then the weaker alien races probably would have used it to build their starships and structures. However, the material was so rare that the aliens didn't even bother using it for this purpose. It was better to employ a proper bulk material that could be used to build lots of starships in a uniform fashion. All the better for us then. Vase grinned. Humanity was one of the few races, if not the only one, that could make proper use of resonating exotics. The deposits of Celestine cobalt found in other star systems that remained untouched due to alien indifference easily enriched the pockets of the humans that came later. Even though the supply of Celestine cobalt is not low due to this turn of events, that doesn't mean its market price is low. The reason why Celestine cobalt deserved greater attention was because of its discovered effects. When paired with the right expert pilot, an expert mech that integrated this resonating exotic was able to accelerate at least 20 times faster. 20 times faster. This was the power of a first-class resonating exotic, and it happened to be classified as a more inferior material by the mech industry. I really can't imagine what a comparable first-class medium-grade or high-grade exotic can do. Are they able to speed them up by 50 times? What about 100 times? These were ludicrously high numbers. Increasing the acceleration of an expert mech by 2 or 3 times was already fast enough to the current Larkinson clan. The reason why Celestin Cobalt was able to do this was not quite clear. The MTA's entry on this material was quite brief and showed many signs of obfuscation. It only stated that Celestin Cobalt was able to produce a resonating effect that caused mechs to accelerate faster by warping their passage through real space, whatever that meant. What was remarkable was that the expert mech in question did not endure greater G-forces or expend extra energy in order to achieve this boost. The only real cost was tiring out the expert pilot. Even if it can only be reserved as a trump card, this is still a powerful resonating ability. Vase had to search for rumors and unverified reports on the galactic net in order to understand the significance of this resonating exotic. Celestin Cobalt and phase water may be related to each other. If that was the case, then the heightened interest as well as the reticence in providing more information could be explained. A lot of powers that managed to get their hands on Celestin Cobalt probably wanted to keep all of the details to themselves. The MTA was probably conducting a lot of research in the material as well. If Celestin Cobalt can really interact with phase water, then its applications may be greater than everyone knows. He guessed. The value of Celestin Cobalt was evident. It was a boon to many speed-oriented expert mechs. He briefly sighed. It would be great if I can integrate Celestin Cobalt into the Dark Zephyr, but Tusa's mech is already stuffed with remarkable materials. Every expert mech only possessed a limited capacity for resonating exotics. Each additional material introduced more incompatibilities and undesirable interactions. This was especially a problem for a smaller machine like the Dark Zephyr. Its frame offered less room than the other Larkinson expert mechs, so all of its active components were squeezed together. The only way for Vase to fit Celestin Cobalt into the Dark Zephyr was if he replaced another key EOXTIC to make room for the new material. This is too great of a price. The Dark Zephyr possessed a strong identity and its resonating exotics matched it extremely well. The perfidious steel that enabled it to distort its coordinates in space was one of its signature abilities due to how well it increased the expert mech's evasion capabilities. If I pull out all of the perfidious steel from Tusa's mech, it wouldn't be the Dark Zephyr anymore. Vase could not bring himself to do that. Although any light mech could benefit from having more speed, evasion was more important to Venerable Tusa. The best course of action that he could take was to put it in his strategic materials reserve and reserve it for an upcoming expert mech design project. Maybe I should prioritize the breakthroughs of light mech specialists in the future. The Larkinson clan needed ranged specialists more, though. He had high hopes for Isabel Larkinson, who was making constant progress while piloting the Quint. The only immediate pilot that might be able to make use of Celestin Cobalt was Imon Ingvar, but Vase did not have any expectations regarding their compatibility. Imon Ingvar was an eager fighter and duelist. He did not prioritize mobility. It would soon become clear if the harvests from this planet were of any use to his expert pilots. Vase planned to expose every resonating exotics to his expert pilots to see whether they were compatible with each other. Even if he couldn't use them in any of the existing Larkinson expert mechs, he could still hold the matching resonating exotics in reserve in case he needed to design another expert mech one day. Vase turned away from the box of Celestin Cobalt and floated over to a container that held the first unidentified exotic dug out from this pit. He picked up a grayish rock and presented it to his cat. "You know the drill. Tell me what you can uncover." Lucky bit the gray rock without any hesitation. The cat crunched and chewed it for a bit before gulping down his latest snack. "Meow meow meow, it is cold, you say? That sounds like it might be useful for heat management." If what Lucky was saying was correct, then this unidentified exotic might be capable of producing a powerful cooling effect. This effect could be employed as a useful secondary resonance ability for mechs that were prone to producing a lot of heat. His thoughts instantly drifted to the Mars project. The expert hybrid mech was stuffed with energy weapons and each of them produced massive amounts of heat when used at maximum power. Though Professor Benedict had many plans in mind to minimize the heat problem, there was no denying that hybrid mechs were always prone to overheating. If this new exotic could be used to cool the Mars project, then it could massively extend its damage output. Do the crossers even need this feature, though? Professor Benedict should have made his own selection of resonating materials already. This was a step that he could prepare well in advance. There shouldn't be any space for additional resonating exotics anymore. Besides, Vase wasn't sure whether this unknown exotic was up to par with first or second class materials. He would have to perform additional lab tests to make a reasonable estimate. Well, let's see whether there are better treasures in this pile of unidentified materials. Chapter 3801 Luckvi the Mineral Scanner, Meow Meow. The sample was too soft and only produced a minor shocking effect. It was likely a third-class exotic with properties related to electricity. Meow, meow, the next sample caused Lucky to gain a heavy crumbling sensation. This caused Vase to guess that it was a resonating material that could be used to destabilize terrain. Meow, meow, Lucky almost spat out the green rock that Vase had fed the cat. The presumed resonating exotic only produced a weak reinforcement effect that was so poor that it should only be found on the cheapest third-class expert mechs. Meow meow, the next sample was much more palatable, fortunately. Lucky experienced an odd multiplying sensation that Vase found difficult to interpret. Did it mean that an expert mech could multiply the attacks launched by a ranged weapon? A few other samples also produced unclear answers, showing that using Lucky as an identifying machine was far from perfect. After testing a lot of different unknown exotics, Lucky reacted a lot more enthusiastic than usual when biting into two specific samples. One of the materials that Vase temporarily called Substance 14 feet made Lucky as eager as when he bit into Celestin Cobalt. Is it a first-class exotic? Meow. Lucky nodded. Tell me what you have experienced. What is so special about this rock? Meow meow meow. It reacts to energy. Meow meow. It destabilizes energy. Meow meow meow. You mean that it makes your electrical systems unstable? And it can do more. Meow. Interesting. Lucky had eaten a lot of different materials throughout the years. His digestion system and other internal systems were quite robust and could resist the effects of many different exotics that passed through his gullet. However, Substance 14 was able to make his internal parts feel uncomfortable. Alongside Lucky's guess that it was also able to disrupt energy shields, this resonating exotic was likely a nemesis against electrical systems. An expert mech that incorporates Substance 14 should be able to collapse energy shields and cripple technological parts. Perhaps the effect might not be strong when used on expert mechs that possessed a lot of powerful protection from the expert pilots, but what about other targets? It was probably overkill to employ it against regular mechs, but what Vase truly valued was its potential use in disabling large and impactful warship modules. He could already envision the right sort of mech that could make use of this powerful disruptive weapon system. The delivery system is vitally important. A rifle is not enough. It has to be a cannon. He imagined the birth of a formidable expert heavy artillery mech that was armed with massive, powerful energy cannons. With each shot, the cannon was able to fire an immensely powerful energy beam that might not be accurate enough to hit mechs in flight but should definitely be able to hit distant starships. If the enemy vessel was unarmed, then the energy beam empowered by the true resonance produced by Substance 14 should quickly be able to tear through any energy shields if there were any present. Many formidable human ships built for combat are equipped with shield generators. While it may be a bit too extravagant to equip every combat carrier with shield generators, they were quite ubiquitous among fleet carriers, especially in a place like the Red Ocean. Starships were more precious in the new frontier, so their owners were definitely willing to invest in proper shield generators to protect their assets. There were huge differences in performance between a mech-grade shield generator and a ship-grade shield generator. The former had to be miniaturized and faced large constraints in power supply and heat capacity. The latter was able to receive an abundant amount of power from large ship-based power reactors. They also had less concerns about melting because they could dump their excess heat energy into enormous hulls. For this reason, it took quite a lot of concentrated firepower to overcome a ship-grade energy shield. If that wasn't enough, a good fleet carrier usually carried many of them, each of which was responsible for protecting a different section of the hull. Breaking one shield generator didn't mean the other ones were affected. Perhaps the mech that broke one of the energy shields had to repeat the feat multiple times because it couldn't get a good angle to exploit the opening it created. If I can design an expert mech that can easily wear down these powerful energy shields, then this layer of protection will no longer pose a hindrance. The value of Substance 14 was even greater when there were no energy shields hindering the expert heavy artillery mech. As long as it fired an empowered resonance beam, the strike could slam into a ship and disrupt any electrical systems that were active in the immediate surroundings. This attack will be most effective against surface components. Weapon mounts, sensor arrays, communication arrays, maneuvering thrusters, bunker mechs and more could all be scrambled to the point of getting knocked out of action. Vase hoped the attack would also allow the heavy artillery mech to apply this disruptive effect on the interior of a starship. Repeated hits might spread the disruption effect and slowly cause a starship to lose functionality as more and more of its systems were stressed beyond capacity. His eyes glinted as he took one last look at the samples of Substance 14. This was a first-class resonating exotic that he did not intend to sell. Its effects were far too useful. Aside from Substance 14, another unidentified exotic had also caught his attention. When Lucky ate the sample, the cat reacted a lot more animately than before. Meow meow meow, what do you mean? You feel bloated all of a sudden. Meow, meow, it doesn't calm down. Is it a first-class exotic? Meow meow meow. According to Lucky, Substance 19 was not as hard and tough as other first-class materials. However, it was extremely active and produced a sensation that made him feel as if his stomach was being affected by an explosion. It took a lot of exchanges for Vase to get a decent idea of what Substance 19 was capable of. Even then he wasn't quite certain whether he got it right. According to his interpretation of Lucky's experiences, Substance 19 was able to amplify the power of explosions to a drastic degree. The increase in explosive firepower multiplied by at least 30 times. 30 times. That was an insane degree of amplification. If such a measure was ever applied to a missile or an explosive shell, they could turn from regular ordnance into weapons of mass destruction. If not for the MTA's greater tolerance for high-ranking mechs, any expert mech that was able to leverage Substance 19 to amplify its attacks would definitely be classified as a forbidden weapon. Substance 19 is also good for destroying threatening starships. This time, its effects were much more direct. Rather than improving a mech's ability to cripple a starship, Substance 19 was able to turn a ranged mech into a powerful siege engine. Each serious attack launched by an expert mech integrated with Substance 19 will hit as hard as the main cannon of a destroyer or a cruiser. Vase slowly frowned. From how much Lucky reacted to Substance 19, he suspected that it might even be powerful enough to rival the firepower of a battleship. Of course, I'm not talking about the apex battleships of the CFA. He figured that it might not be out of the realm of possibility that an expert mech augmented with Substance 19 might be able to threaten an alien battleship. However, Vase found it difficult to imagine that any expert mech could be this powerful. The Gauss Baron that the Golden Skull Alliance once confronted in battle was the quintessential expert heavy artillery mech in his eyes. Although it was a dwarven mech, it contained all of the classical elements that defined this mech type. Yet even the Gauss Baron was unable to fell any of the Larkinson clan's capital ships. In the end, the expert heavy artillery mech finally met its end at the hands of the Dark Zephyr. Vase looked at the chunks of minerals that haphazardly rested inside a simple metal box. Is this an ace mech grade resonating exotic? Certain exotics produced effects that were so powerful that ordinary expert pilots weren't able to resonate with them. They were far too powerful and could easily overwhelm a pilot that did not possess the required strength to leverage their power. There were other exotics that were more gentle towards expert pilots but did not demonstrate their full potential until the individuals were powerful enough. Whether Substance 19 fell into one of these categories, Vase wasn't sure. He simply didn't possess the right tools and know how to classify this unidentified material properly. After he moved on to investigating the remaining unidentified exotics, Vase had gained a clearer impression on what they offered. He became even more convinced that they were resonating exotics that were just waiting to be used by the right expert pilots. Substance 14 and Substance 19 were by far the most powerful of this batch of materials. If Vase was able to make use of them in his own work, then the strength of his clan would definitely rise by another notch. I can't use them immediately, though. That was the problem that many people faced when they stumbled upon rare and powerful resonating exotics. Vase might have to wait years if not decades in order to find an opportunity to take advantage of these newly discovered wonder materials. He turned to the mining director who had remained by the side as Vase and Lucky examined the different samples. It's too abnormal for so many different types of resonating exotics to emerge in a single site. It is especially weird that each of these resonating exotics happened to produce wildly different effects when incorporated into expert mechs. There should be a greater story behind this appearance. I agree as well, sir, but have you mapped out the placement of all of the deposits in and around this mining tunnel? Let me take a look. The mining director fiddled with his comm and projected a map of all of the mining tunnels underneath Violet Ridge. The man zoomed in until the map depicted the right tunnel. An overlay soon came into view that showed where all of the exotics were found. Initially, Vase wasn't able to see any pattern. The exotics were all spread across a vague cube. Perhaps that might mean that something in the center may have produced all of these resonating exotics, but the mining teams had already excavated the entire middle. Vase suddenly gained another idea. Please filter out the resonating exotics by strength. Remove the weaker ones from the map. Okay, sir. A lot of areas dimmed, but the remaining ones still didn't produce any clear patterns. We haven't registered any solid data on the unidentified exotics. The mining director said, if you can supply us with the basic details, I can update this map to better meet your demand. Let's do that, then. Ves's eyes lit up. He utilized his implant to make a lot of notes about the unidentified substances that he had previously examined. Once he conveyed the relevant information, the mining director adjusted the settings so that the projected map only displayed 10 or so mineral deposits that contained the stronger and more valuable resonating exotics. Jackpot. This time, the distribution of exotics followed a clearer pattern. Vase expected to see a cone that might point straight upwards or downwards. What he got instead was a diagonal pattern that he could extrapolate into a line that sunk deeper into the crust of Iron Crusher. Meow. Both Lucky and the mining director were taken aback at this sight. Vase on the other hand reached out with his finger and traced the line pattern until it passed through unexcavated terrain. This looks as if something has pierced through the surface of this moon.